So
Yeah, I can appreciate that. But
yeah.
listen, man, you sound great. You sound about as American as I do, so you're doing quite
But
well. Good
in the
job.
beginning, you said right. So yeah.
Yeah. No, you've done well.
Yes, thank you. Join.
What was it like when you became a flat earther?
Good. Good for me.
What is that question?
It's uncomfortable. I mean, it was uncomfortable for me. I mean, it's nice to know that your experience is validated, right? Because even when I was a little kid, like I saw all the pictures, I heard all the rhetoric, I had the textbooks, telling me what the Earth was, and none of the things that it described was what I experienced. So it was kind of confusing. But if you absorb that rhetoric and that indoctrination, you get more comfortable with it until someone comes along and kicks the chair out from underneath you and says, no, actually, what you've always experienced is the reality. It's kind of uncomfortable when you believe something different.
For
Why
me,
is
it feels comfortable.
Yo, DJ, he keeps sending the same thing. Why is that?
I don't know. Yeah, I'd said he's kind of got to join the VC.
Yeah, I told him to, but dude, I'm confused. I'm gonna have a headache from this. Like, I'm too tired to even look at the text and read it, And Allah has made the earth as a carpet for you. The word carpet is thin, like a rug, or spread out. The meaning according to the commentators, or whatever. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, he must have like globe-shaped carpets and rugs
Commentators
or something.
Wait, are you Polish? Or
I'm half Polish, but I don't really I'm Australian.
oh, cool. Yeah, did you live in Sydney?
No, I live in Poland.
Like, did he live in Sydney or?
Oh no, I'm from the Gold Coast.
Oh, okay.
It's just under Brisbane.
Yeah, the south, right?
How are you able to tell he's Polish?
He told me, right? I think. I don't know, but I've heard it. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I mentioned it earlier.
Get up, right?
You mentioned it like 1 or 2 hours ago, but I don't think he was here. But maybe he was, since he said.
I joined like an hour ago. But I changed my profile picture.
You heard him when he said he's in Poland right now.
I guess, yeah. No. I remember now. DJ, I said I'm in Egypt, and it's like late for me, and he said it's like an hour before I'm sure,
okay.
or like 2 hours.
That happened.
Yeah, that was it. Right? Yeah. Yeah. My ADHD brain is tweaking.
And is this movement growing?
What
would you guys say?
Yeah, it's growing like crazy, for sure.
I just joined today, like the server.
when they do anonymous polls on different platforms that have nothing to do with this topic, the results are pretty shocking.
Have you ever
I met a
spoken to
flat earther on Socialize before. He was like crazy.
Have you ever spoken to a professor?
Yeah, we have professors come in here to debate us quite often, and we have people that are professors, university professors, that are on our side as well.
No, like people who you've debated. What happens?
Yeah, they can't back up the empirical claims, right? They're very good.
Pretty funny to listen to.
Yeah, we got like Professor Phil Bell. He's a physicist. I mean, we got another professor called Matthew Weathers who comes in here. A bunch of people, but they're not able to validate their base claims, right? They're not able to back up their explanations. They're very good at explaining things, but explanations are nothing if you can't
Just straight up show
validate.
them the thing you showed me from that island. I forget what it's
Exactly.
called, from that lake.
Yeah, exactly.
What's that one
exactly.
called?
Devon
That-
Island.
no, that was the Great Salt Lake in Utah.
Oh, Salt Lake City.
Utah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
been
21
there.
it's a 21-mile observation where we can
What did they have
see
to say about that?
what can
Sorry
they
for
say.
interrupting.
Yeah, usually they say, well, I can't explain that, but it has to be something to do with the way the light is propagating through the air or something like that. Usually they'll say, oh, I need to look into that further and I'll get back to you. And then the next time they come back, they don't want to talk about that anymore. They'll want to talk about something up in the sky that we can't validate.
We could be in a black hole. All right.
Yeah, so look, their only rebuttal to it is to say that light is bending in such a way that it makes the Earth look flat over the distance.
And that's why I said we could be in a black hole. It's a joke, you know.
Yeah. But physicists that have actually looked into it, they'll say that refraction will only allow you to see about 8% to 15% maximum further beyond the curvature of the Earth. And then anything beyond that, would be extremely distorted looking, and you would have crazy miraging effects and things like that. Obviously, we're not showing footage that has anything like that happening. So yeah, it's we're seeing thousands and thousands of percent further than you should be able to see. Not like 8% further or 10% further or something like that.
I don't know if we should waste money on that. Like, waste money on like disproving or proving something that doesn't really matter, you know?
It's pretty important, actually.
I mean, yeah, for some people, right?
Yeah, for some people. Yep.
I mean,
every- Yeah,
But,
I mean,
you know.
everyone already experiences the Earth is flat and stationary anyway. It's just gonna change their knowledge. It's probably gonna change a bunch of other things, for each person individually, like how they spend their time researching. What else are they wrong about? If they were wrong about that,
Let me see the
maybe,
video. Is it in Arabic? I'm gonna watch it. All right. Yeah.
the one I was just talking about.
No, the one at Booty sent. It's in Arabic and I can understand Arabic, so I want to see how it
Okay.
is. Yeah.
Cool.
I want to see how funny it is. All right, let me see.
Like I said, I think it's the person has to be willing to.
Oh no, I know
understand,
this
and
guy.
Eventually, they will. But it's like when people are not willing to understand things. Like it matters what the motivation is. Is the motivation to discover truth, or is the motivation to just have fun and debate or laugh, stuff like that, So if that's the motivation, then to just have fun and scream at the other person, then doesn't matter what you show them. I mean, it's even more ridiculous with the moon landing stuff. I mean, the evidence is so clear, but if the desire is not there, then it's pointless. I mean, you have this cardboard project for the 5th grade art class that they throw on the moon. Just looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
Who was the guy who measured ours like 1,000 years ago?
It was a guy who can't even be proven to ever have existed, and he's
What was his
nothing.
name again now?
Nothing exists that he ever wrote down that he ever did this, but his name's Eratosthenes.
Mhm.
And he wasn't even trying to prove if the Earth were a globe or not. He pre-assumed that the Earth is a globe, and that the sun rays come in perfectly parallel.
Was the
Because
moon?
this, yeah. So what he did was apparently, right? He was at a place where it was midday, and the sun was directly above his head, and there was a well, or some of the stories say there was an obelisk. Okay, or some people say it was a stick that he used, and at midday he had no shadow. And then 500 miles away, apparently there was another guy doing the same thing at the same time, even though they had no way of contacting each other. And his stick, the guy at the second point stick, said had a shadow. Okay, and he measured the shadow, and the shadow was 7.2 degrees. Okay, so then he did some mathematics based off the assumption that the Earth's a globe, and times it by the distance that they somehow measured back then, and calculated that the circumference of the Earth is approximately 40,000 kilometers.
Does that still help? Like hold up today?
No, it doesn't hold up at all.
Okay.
And because he made the pre-assumption that the Earth's a globe, and he based his math on that pre-assumption, and the pre-assumption that the sun rays come in parallel when so the Chinese actually did the same test, and they made different assumptions. They assumed that the Earth is flat, and that the sun is more local, and that the sun rays from the sun are coming in divergent. Okay, like, you know how, like, if you've got a round light, the sun rays are going to be coming off in all directions. Okay,
Yeah.
so if it's closer to the Earth, then you're going to have diverging sunbeams. And they concluded that the Earth was flat based on their assumption. Both sides made assumptions. You can't bake assumptions in when you're doing tests. So
Well, most of
you
them
could, yeah. So you could both sides did exactly. So this is how flawed it is. Okay, let's say that you did the same thing that Eratosthenes did in your house. Okay, just say you have a room and you've got a light on the ceiling, and you put a stick directly under the light. It's got no shadow, and then you put a stick on the other side of the room, and it's got a shadow. Okay, then you assume that you're standing on a sphere. Okay, and then you assume that the light rays from the sun, from the light on your ceiling are coming in perfectly parallel. And then you do the same mathematics that Eratosthenes did, and you'll be able to calculate the circumference or the radius of your floor, even though it's a flat floor, right? Because
So
you made those.
wouldn't that be accurate?
No, it's a flat floor. It's
Yeah,
not.
it
You're
wouldn't
not
be
staying.
accurate at all.
It wouldn't be. Yeah, it would be completely flawed.
Yeah.
No pun intended. Yeah, it's just based on presuppositions. Everything to do with the globe model or the globe mathematics is just based on presuppositions, and then making calculations off those presuppositions.
What about the flat earths? Like back then, not now.
Yeah, flat Earth. is just what everybody experiences as their base reality. And then when we go out and test over large distances, there's no curvature. No one can find any curvature. It's not something that requires belief or trust or faith. We can just, it's exactly what we experience. And then we can go and test for the curvature, and no one can find any curvature. So by default, a flat surface that's not curving, like that of a large body of water, is by default flat if it's not curving. It's very simple. It doesn't really.
What do you think about behind a curve? Right? You know that experiment.
Yeah. So Behind the Curve was like a mockumentary. It was
on
like
Netflix, I think.
a hit piece against flat Earth.
Yeah.
And they tricked a bunch of dumbass flat earthers like Jaron. Jaronism was the guy that did the torch test in it. Okay, and they kind of tricked them into thinking that it was going to be an unbiased look at flat Earth versus globe Earth. But then later on, they edited the footage in a way that was disingenuous to make it just seem
the
like
shadow up here
flat.
could be for outers, right? Yep.
Yeah, so they set up this really ridiculous test where they, at nighttime, they decided, I don't know why they did it at nighttime. So apparently they cut some cardboard holes in some cardboard and put them a certain distance apart.
On a flashlight.
And then okay, so first they were supposed to use a laser.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they were going to shoot a laser through the holes. But Jaron, being a dumbass stoner, left the laser on and burnt the collimator out and destroyed the laser. So because they already had the test set up, they decided that they would just use a flashlight because they had a flashlight. And so what happened was Jaron was holding the camera, and then there was another guy at the other end holding the flashlight, and
he could see if he would reach it. Yep.
Yeah, and Jaron couldn't see the flashlight, and then when the guy held his arms up in the air, Jaron's like, "Oh, I can see the flashlight," and then they cut the footage in the final edit, and then they showed a close up of Jaron's dumbass face, saying, interesting," and then they ended it. Okay, but apparently he said in that interesting thing, he said that like 4 hours earlier. It had nothing to do with what
so
they were
just
doing.
Put it there. Yeah.
And what actually happened was that he said, "Oh, lift your arms back down again so we can check again." And then he lifted his arms back down, and Jaron's like, "Oh, I can see it now." And
so
then
Jaron
know that.
purpose to make it seem like
this is the story from Jaron, who was the guy that was in it, who is actually a globe earther now, by the way. Thank God. We don't want Jaron on our side. But look, this is what Jaron said happened, and he
told
said
the real story afterwards.
Well, he told the story what happened. They actually made a lawsuit because before the documentary, the producers agreed to hand over all of the raw footage to the flat earthers. And then after the documentary was filmed and produced and released, they refused to hand over the full footage because the flat earthers would have been able to show that
was it given afterwards, or
no, it wasn't given.
Well,
and
that's what happens if it's a lie.
that's fucked up.
Exactly. So there was like an ongoing lawsuit trying to get a hold of that footage. But the main guy behind the Flat Earth Group in that film actually passed away. So I'm not sure what's happening with the lawsuit now. But it was he was I think he was like 50 something. Bob Nodell.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it was a really shitty test. Like we've got tests now with a torch.
It was rigged, basically. Yeah.
It was rigged. It was put together to just make Flat Earth look ridiculous.
You're talking about the one with the flashlight.
Yeah, with the flashlight. So
and
apparently,
then Jared. Okay, sorry.
No, you're right, man. Go ahead.
So after that, he went out and told the real story, the way it actually happened, and that's how you know the way it happened, right?
That's what he said happened. Yep.
Okay, and then he still went to do another test, anyways, in Antarctica.
That was years later. That was like many, many years later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Jaron was not really people from our
You said
community.
it's a globe earther, though? Not a flat earther anymore?
Yeah. So Jaren had this particular flat Earth model that he claimed was the flat Earth model, which is kind of ridiculous. So I don't know, you've probably seen a picture of that round disk map, and it's called the AE map, and it's got like a ring of ice that goes around the outside. Have you seen that map?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. So some people say, "Oh, this is the flat Earth map." Okay, and he thought that was the flat Earth model, even though it's actually a globe projection. It's just a polar projection, an azimuthal equidistant projection of a spherical coordinate system that's kind of like stretched out and distorted into a map. Yeah. So he was pushing that this is really the flat Earth. Okay, and the sun and the moon are like these little balls that like they rotate around the flat Earth model, and he would call that this is the flat Earth model. And on the flat Earth model,
oh wait, you mean the one was like the ice walls? Yeah.
He was saying that the ice ring, the ice walls go all the way around the outside, and that on this particular flat Earth model that he would claim, you can't have a 24-hour sun. You could explain 20
there, the moon is going to be there, and the sun is going to be
there. Yeah. So
I've seen that argument. Yeah.
So you could argue that, of course, you'd be able to have a 24-hour sun in the north, but you wouldn't be able to see the 24-hour sun in the sky in the south.
What if it's in like the middle?
In the middle, like during the winter of the north.
Yeah.
Then you could have it would be circling close to the north, so you would be able to see a 24-hour sun in the sky. But when it would transit out south 6 months later, you wouldn't be able to see a 24-hour sun in the sky if you were in Antarctica, according to his model. Okay, and it wasn't a good model. And
someone tested that, or?
Yeah, they went to Antarctica and they saw a 24-hour sun circling in the sky. Because this is what happened, though. It was kind of interesting because there were no videos of the 24-hour sun in the south, and the few videos that came out turned out to be faked. Right? They would people put the start of the video and the end of the video together, and there were like the same clouds at the start and the same clouds at the end. So people were faking 24-hour sun videos for some reason, which could have been to troll flat earthers in a way or something like that, because people were like, hey, how come they're actually faking videos of the 24-hour sun and we can't find any real videos? Okay, so this guy, Will Duffy, who's like a super church pastor and has a crazy criminal record and things like that and ongoing lawsuits, a kind of slimy, greasy dude, he decided to cherry pick this particular flat earth argument and this particular flat earth model that's very easy to debunk. And he set up this trip where he was going to pay or give people a free trip to go to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun, and he called it the final experiment in hopes of getting a deal with with a production company afterward and all that sort of thing.
You're talking about the guy Dave, the YouTuber?
No, this is his name's Will Duffy.
Okay.
Yeah, so he took 2 flat earthers or 3 flat earthers, some random girl that no one knows who she was, and then Austin Whitsitt, who's a well-known flat earther, and then Jeranism, who's the guy from the Behind the Curve. Okay, and they went there to see if they could see a 24-hour sun, and
they could.
Apparently they saw a 24-hour sun according to the footage. So Jaren said that can't work on this particular flat earth model that I have invented, so therefore the earth cannot be flat. And he went back to the globe because he was always kind of struggling and whining about being broke all the time, and most likely seeing how all of the anti-flat earther debunkers were getting millions of views on their video because flat earth is shadow banned on YouTube. And maybe
Will Duffy is debating for a globe.
Yeah, he debates. Will Duffy he's the person that set up the final experiment to try to debunk flat earth once and for all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a kind of shitty debater though when it comes to trying to debate this topic.
Whitsitt Gets It, he was also there on.
Yeah, he was also there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to like the African Muslim VC and talk to Ziano. So have a good day out.
All right, catch you later, man.
Yeah, you too. See you tomorrow if you're on.
Yep. All right,
Same time.
All right,
Take
cool.
care. The guy who filmed the director for the flashlight experiment, how did he die?
It was far out. How did Bob Nodell die? I forget. I forget exactly how it happened. Maybe something to do with a heart attack. Don't quote me on that. I don't remember. I wasn't a huge fan of his, or the flat earthers that went on that film. So I'm not sure of the details. I didn't look into it
And you
too
said
much.
that the footage was supposed to go to flat earthers. What does that mean? Like there was like
Yeah, so they had an agreement.
understanding between whom?
Yeah, they had a verbal agreement with the producers that at the end, the raw uncut footage would be handed over to the flat earthers.
The ones that were there.
Yeah, the ones that were in it, and then after it happened, when they asked for the footage, they said no because of legal reasons or contract reasons or something like that. We can't give you the full footage, and because they would have been able to prove that they were lying, basically.
But who are these people?
It's a film production crew, basically. It's like a production company. And then they contracted the footage to Netflix, basically. So Netflix had the license to be able to play the footage for a certain amount of time. So they owned the rights to that film for a certain amount of time, basically.
Well, why did they get in contact with this film company? Why not just do it themselves?
I don't think they got in contact with the film company. They were contacted by the film company who had an idea to make this film about flat Earth. Now, apparently, this is what happened. This is how the story goes. So the person that was in charge, the producer, was supposed to do an unbiased presentation, basically, of both sides of the argument. But then, and he was doing that, apparently. But then halfway through the production process, he went to a flat Earth conference, right? They have these conferences where all the flat Earthers meet up. And he noticed that there were children at the conference. And that pissed him off. And he thought that people are indoctrinating children. And he kind of changed his tune at that point and decided to turn it into a something that is more of a hit piece against flat Earth. So after that point, the goal of the film turned from being an unbiased look into both sides of the topic into being something that made flat Earth look bad, like a hit piece.
He gave up to his fears. He gave up to this.
Yeah, man.
Stuff.
This topic triggers people, and it sets off like cognitive dissonance in people's brains. Like once they, it causes all sorts of reactions in different kinds of people. Some people are cool with it. Some people just take it on, and other people get super triggered by it. And some people lash out and want to destroy it. Like we've had engineers, high-level engineers, like this guy named Brian Mullen, and he was making YouTube videos. And we had globe earthers like stalking him and sending him death threats and contacting his engineering company and trying to get him fired. And he actually had to move locations, and he had to stop making flat Earth content because he was being attacked constantly.
Which guy? Sorry.
There's a guy named Brian Mullins. He's a high-level engineer, and he made a video series called Balls Out Physics, where he goes over all of the physics and technical things that are impossible to make sense if the Earth were a globe. So once he did that, it pissed off a lot of globe earthers, and they started attacking him and sending him death threats and trying to get him fired from his job and all sorts of things like that. So that happens quite often. It's actually a great series. I'll post it in the side chat for anyone that's into engineering and physics and the technical aspects of the arguments.
So the moment where the guy lifts off the the flashlight and the light is visible through the holes, and he says interesting. The part where he says interesting, it's cut from another moment or something.
Yeah, he said that 4 hours earlier, apparently.
And how did you say you found this out?
He gave an interview afterward. He told everyone what happened, and apparently everyone on the set, that was there on the set, including the flat earthers and the globe earthers and the producers, they all walked away from that experiment or test or whatever you want to call it, saying that didn't prove anything, that was inconclusive. But the way that they edited the footage before they produced it made it look like a flat earther debunked himself and made himself look like a fool.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to look at things as if you are living 1,000 years in the future. So looking back at this time that we call present, the fact that people are the fact that people are interested in this topic and interest is growing makes it likely that it's true. And the fact that all this cover-up stuff, right, also makes it likely that is true. So the cover-up and the rising interest of humanity, I think, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, check this out. So back in 2015, Nikon released that P900 Coolpix camera, which is basically like carrying a telescope around in your pocket that can record videos. And that's when people started making all of these long distance observations. And that's the beginning of when the flat earth topic really started to blow up like crazy. People were posting all of these observations saying, look, I can see this island that's 50 miles away, should be hidden completely behind the curvature of the earth, that kind of thing. And the flat earth topic blew up like crazy. It became the #1 search term on all of YouTube. And it even got so popular that during 2016, during the Donald Trump elections, it actually became a more popular search term than Donald Trump. Flat earth videos were getting millions of views. Flat earth content creators were getting tons of subscribers. And it was becoming a huge thing. Now, all of a sudden, Congress contacted the owners of Google and YouTube and Facebook and that kind of thing. And they said, hey, what are we going to do about this flat earth thing? And they had a Congress meeting, which is on video, which I'll share in a minute. Okay, and they decided that they're going to censor flat earth. Okay, and what you'll see in the algorithm is that after 2016, flat earth search results or whatever just took a huge drop. And when you would type in the name of a flat earth video, it wouldn't come up, right? It was completely shadow banned and hidden from the algorithm. Flat earth channels started getting demonetized. They started losing thousands of subscribers overnight randomly. So it was like the people weren't unsubscribing. They were just getting like automatically unsubscribed. They were getting demonetized. And so they completely shadow banned it. And not only did they shadow ban flat earth in 2016, they actually replaced, like when you would type in, like let's say a flat earth video, 200 proofs the earth is not a spinning ball by Eric Dubay. If you typed in the name of that video word for word, it wouldn't come up. Instead, they put a playlist of flat earth propaganda and misinformation showing discs in space and that all flat earthers are religious and that Australia doesn't exist and just like a playlist of bullshit propaganda videos. Yeah.
But when I look up, because I wanted to find the stream from the Antarctica 24-hour stream, live stream, and I don't find it. If there was a stream, it should have been saved on YouTube. No, I don't find it. And yeah, the thing with the image, I mean, if there was a globe and the satellites can see on the ground, they can zoom in and we see the maps and everything. Like, yeah, they should zoom in and we should see like in the south of Argentina, we should see people upside down, no? Or ships.
Yeah, like if you went to the moon and you had a powerful enough telescope, and then you zoomed in on North America, for example, and just say you could see like a big mountain or something like that, or a skyscraper building, then you panned that camera down to Australia, you should be able to see upside down buildings and upside down waterfalls and upside down mountains and cruise ships. And then if you pan the camera over to the side of the globe, then you would see sideways cruise ships cruising up and down the side of the globe. It's kind of crazy to even suggest.
Like, no matter where you zoom in, it's never upside down.
Yeah, well, we can't even get high enough to, we can't get that high. We can only get up to a certain height anyway. So we can only see a certain distance horizon from as high as we can get to in reality, which isn't really much of the surface.
How long have you been a flat earther, DJ?
2017, I think it was. I heard Eddie Bravo talk about flat Earth on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he recommended a video, and I thought I'd give it a watch because I was a huge fan of Eddie Bravo, and I saw a bunch of interesting points in the video, and then it kind of stemmed from there. I started doing more research into it, and then I ended up doing my own tests just to confirm it to myself as well. And then, I've been learning more and more about it ever since. It's
what shape is the Earth, you think?
I have no idea what shape the Earth is.
What shape is Plato?
Play-Doh?
Yeah, what shape is that?
Play-Doh shaped?
Yeah, it's just like the Earth, right?
Earth-shaped, yeah. Yeah.
It's nice and soft and not solid,
Well, I still don't know like what shape the Earth is, because I don't know if it's I don't know
what shape is Plato.
Yeah, but the Earth's not Play-Doh.
How similar is it to Plato, you think?
It's like not similar at all.
So you ever stepped on the Earth?
Yeah.
You ever stepped on Plato?
I don't remember.
Do you think if you did step on Plato, you would get like a footprint?
It depends how much you stepped on.
Do you get a footprint when you step on the Earth?
It depends. Probably not.
Are you being honest or are you being dishonest? Right.
Well, so you don't always get a footprint. It depends on how soft the bit of earth is that you're standing on.
Oh, I thought it can't be soft if it's solid. Thank you.
Pea drinker, everybody.
Have a great day on the not solid Earth.
All right, you too, man. Yeah, that guy comes in and he's kind of a troll. He's been trolling our servers for many, many years.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he's got like hundreds of alt accounts. Like we have a home server, and if you
Just throws
yeah,
a few questions and like angry questions like that.
yeah, exactly. He'll get banned. He'll get banned, and then he'll come back with like a new alt account, and then that'll get banned, and he'll come back with a new alt account until the point where he's like, there's like hundreds and hundreds of alt accounts that he's created
No
over the
way.
years. Yeah, people. This topic makes people batshit crazy, right? And what we've noticed over the time
What?
is that the more degenerate people are, for some reason, right? The more degenerate someone is, the more this topic like triggers them. Like you get like, yeah, I won't get into specifics about what degenerates, what type of people they are, and that kind of thing. But what we've noticed that the more degenerate people are, the more this topic drives them freaking insane.
Oh,
Kind of.
bro, this made me realize that, like, how much people can be changed. You know, like how much, like
I couldn't sleep. Yeah.
Welcome back, man.
I try to sleep while the feminism. See what's that?
you can't sleep because of feminism.
No, they were
Bro,
talking about fairies.
If you want to fall
They were talking
asleep
about
nice and
furries, man.
easy, go to YouTube and type in John Levi, Levi. Interesting
Who's that?
content. Interesting content about
Levi?
about old world history, about faked history and stuff like that. But his voice,
Oh, I know this guy.
yeah, his
I know.
voice will put anyone to sleep. If you can't sleep, just stick on some John Levi, and you'll be able to get to sleep, no problem.
What's his name?
English while
John
sleeping.
Levi or
I
John
can have
Levy.
English on while sleeping.
Yeah, John Levi.
I could find something in Arabic. Yeah, I found him. Don't worry. Train tracks, things that you will never teach. Trust, believe, and obey. Age of man, where are we? Yeah, cool stuff. Sick.
Yeah,
Psyche.
you're welcome.
Do you believe in law of attraction, guys?
Hmm?
Like power mind, you attract stuff that you visualize. Sometimes incredible.
No. No.
Huh?
Yeah.
What about you, DJ?
It's
Believe in
getting
that?
it's getting kind of late for me. I gotta head off before I engage in a new topic. Yeah. Oh yeah.
No,
4
just
a.m.
tell me yes or no.
Sorry, what was the question again?
This law of attraction stuff, that you attract stuff with your mind. Sometimes where it's like very low chances to believe.
I mean, there's probably some truth to it. I mean, I wouldn't rely on it. That's for sure. But I'm sure that there's definitely.
I wouldn't get my water bottle and use my mind to get
I
it right.
expected you to say that. DJ.
All right. Have a good day, good DJ.
Yeah, you too, man.
Appreciate
Catch you later, man. Have a good night.
All right, you too.
Good night, guys.
All right.
All right, bye.
Good night. I'm heading off too.
Yep, me too. Oh, probably a little bit, but anyone here want to talk or uh
Do we have any curious Globers on the panel tonight?
What's up, guys?
It's going
Okay.
great. How about you?
Well, what brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
Just to see what people think. I was curious to know, are there people that believe the Earth is globe?
I don't know. Is there anyone here who believes the Earth's a globe?
I don't. Are you? Do you?
No, I don't believe in that.
Hey, Rob,
Okay.
you're a globe, innit, Rob? Maybe you want to talk to Cyclone about the globe?
What's up, Rob?
With who?
Me.
Who's me?
Me. I'm me.
So the cyclone.
Oh, Cyclone. S.
Yeah.
S.
Who's that?
Yeah, it starts with T,
Uh,
actually.
what?
I know, very confusing.
No, but
Yeah,
it has to be okay.
Rob.
PSYCLONE. Cycle. Okay. SYCLE. CYCLA. Okay. My bad.
Yeah, Rob,
Yes,
you said you had
little.
a question about the globe. Maybe you want to ask a question to Cyclone?
Me? No, I don't have any. It was
Not you said,
somebody
Rob.
else, somebody Muslim.
Well,
Ask your question
I've
about
asked
the
my
globe.
question.
Yeah, that's right. Do it. Ask your question, Rob.
I've just asked it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Say it again.
I didn't hear it.
No, it's about the globe, and the guy there, he answered me.
What was that?
I was talking about the geography sessions, and where the teacher used to teach us that the Earth is globe. That's
Yeah,
what I was
your teacher taught you the Earth was a globe, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my teacher taught me the same thing. And their teacher taught them the same thing. But
Oh, no.
the question is that true?
Okay.
So what evidence did your teacher give you?
No evidence, actually.
No, they just told you?
Yeah.
And since then, have you found any evidence yourself?
I'm working on that. I'm seeking knowledge, actually, at the current time.
Okay. Well, basically, what the globe belief hinges on are these images and videos that we get from a handful of governmental organizations like NASA and the Russian equivalent, right? So they give us these images. But when we go to test in reality what these images show us, the curving water, it's not there. It doesn't exist. The water doesn't curve, it just lies flat as far as can be observed and measured.
Okay.
So the ground itself, the earth, is not a ball. It's a topographical plane, you know? So the water is level and flat, and then you've got all the land sticking out of it, hills and valleys, and it's not moving anywhere. It's stationary, just like you experience. You don't experience the ground to be moving unless you're in an
Yeah.
earthquake or something.
Mhm.
So it's topographical motionless plane, and it's also contained. It's a closed system, right? It's not spinning around in a vacuum of space. We're not in space.
Okay.
So there you go. That's basically it. Any questions?
Not really. Got no questions at the current time. Maybe
There you
later.
go.
Okay,
Well,
thank
you
you.
sit and think about it, and then if you think of any questions, you can just ask.
Yeah. I should.
All right. Nice, easy one to start the day.
Could I ask a question?
You can.
What was the? Did you always believe the Earth is flat?
No, I believed in the globe for 25 plus years. It's like most other
Do you
people.
remember what? Do you remember what convinced you?
Of the globe?
Yeah, no, of the flat Earth, and also the globe too, I guess.
Well, the globe, I was just taught it at school and encouraged that I had to put this down in the test, and this is what everyone else believes, and I had no reason to assume my teacher wasn't correct. And they showed me images and videos, and I assumed those were true and correct depictions of reality. It wasn't until I was older that someone challenged me to prove that the water that we observe is actually curving in order to be a sphere. And through a fairly simple process, you can show that that's not the case. When I did that, I had to accept that it wasn't what I thought it was. And when it comes to the flat, well, what makes me think it's flat, that's how it measures and observes and is practically used. So when we go out into the world and we practically observe, measure, and use the Earth, it's just flat and motionless. The globe is only seen on TV and in textbooks, on a screen. See?
So it was, if I'm summarizing it correctly, it was seeing that the water couldn't curve, or the curvature
Well, more
of water
specifically,
was.
it's seeing further than we should be able to if the surface was curving down and away from us, right? Because if you're on a ball, like imagine you're an ant on a basketball, there's a physical limit to that geometry based on the curvature. So it'll curve away from you to a point where you can no longer see beyond a certain part of the surface. Well, when we take what they claim the globe size is and we measure that geometry and look for that obstruction, it doesn't exist. It's not measurable. It's not detectable. The water just keeps going flat when it should have been cut off miles before by curvature. You see? Do you understand?
Oh, yeah. Like, was it someone else? I think did you say someone else kind of suggested that, and then that's kind of what triggered it?
Yeah, I heard that people were. I heard that people were doing this, right? So, what happened? What's happened is consumer technology has caught up to the globe story, right? So for the longest time, you could say, "Oh yeah, the water looks flat, but it's just so big as a ball that it looks flat." And in actual fact, over a certain distance beyond what we can observe, it starts to curve. That was the claim, and there was not really any good way to test that. But in more recent years, consumer cameras and optics have reached a certain level where you can actually go and test this, or you can do long distance observations fairly easily, 10 plus miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, and you can compare what you're observing to what you should be observing if you were on a ball, the size they claim, and they don't match. Reality doesn't match the story in the textbooks when you look at the numbers and the distances that we should be able to see. So yeah, someone mentioned this, and I ended up going out and buying a camera with a very high power zoom and started just doing observations around near where I live, and found that I could also see too far. And then that was it. It's kind of like, well, what am I going to do at this point? I've seen firsthand that the curvature isn't obstructing. It's not apparent. It's not detectable. So I either have to ignore reality as I'm experiencing it and go with that story in the textbooks, or I have to admit that the textbooks were wrong. That's what I did.
Mm-hmm. With is it on a like a emotional level? Like, how does it feel like to have been lied to for 26 years, and that you assume that you were lied to, I guess, or do you assume that they were just
no, not necessarily, because I mean, who would have had to lie to me? So my teacher didn't lie to me. They were just teaching what they were told to teach me, and what they were told. It's like a tradition. It's like a cultural tradition at this point, almost like Santa Claus, but you never get the, oh, by the way, Santa Claus doesn't actually exist. So you just kind of go along with it. and it wasn't like I felt like they were lying to me. Now, when I found out that a bunch of the NASA footage and the NASA claims were false, I mean, that is a lie. And yeah, that can be a lot to take, because you're like, well, that calls into question basically everything we've been told about our reality in terms of the Earth, what it is as a system, what that implies about how human beings got here in the first place, how long we've been here for, what the purpose is. I mean, it calls into question all of those things. So it's a lot to think about when you first find out. But over the years, you learn to, I suppose, compartmentalize it and put them in the appropriate boxes and understand, right, well, at the end of the day, if I'm interested in truth and what's true, and I want to navigate this earth and this life as best as I can, I want to have the best information available, even if it's painful. So you've kind of just got to make that decision. What are you going to go with? An uncomfortable truth or a comfortable lie? And then that's kind of up to you.
Was the process uncomfortable to discover this truth?
Yeah. I mean, I think for everyone, it's an uncomfortable process to realize that what you thought about where you live and what this reality is completely wrong, and has been for your whole conscious life. I mean, that's an uncomfortable thing. But it's worth going through that process. It's like an ego death times 100. But it's worth going through, because when you get out the other side, your mind is more critical and you have a better ability to discern reality and what's actually going on, and therefore a better ability to navigate your life, I would say. But yeah, it is an uncomfortable process.
Mm.
Which is why a lot of
scale
people,
of 0 to 100.
Well, I was going to say, this is why a lot of people avoid the topic, either by not engaging it, not thinking about it, or when they do talk about it, they use logical fallacies and emotional arguments and insults, whatever it is. It's some people just can't discuss this because it's too painful for them. But if you can
with
have
the way that it gets discussed about, it gets insulted a lot, as I'm sure you know. I mean, like I would imagine, most people come in here to just have a laugh.
Yeah, they do.
But then
if they listen for a few minutes, they quickly change their tune because they realize it's no joke. This is the most serious subject you're ever going to discuss. Like, this is the most literally world-changing conversation you can have.
Is it because of the scope of the lie? Or is there other implications you see?
It's not the scope of the lie, it's the implications about reality and creation and life. Right? Because the globe, it's not just a story about the ground being a spinning ball. It's an entire creation narrative, right? From the Big Bang to gravity forming balls in an infinite universe. It's all of that. And when that's taken off the table, you have to explore these most human of questions that people have been asking for thousands of years, but we in the last few hundred years have essentially been robbed of the ability to ask those questions. And we've been told, oh, it's been figured out by a bunch of scientists that you can't question, or you'll be ostracized from society. But this opens that up again. And that's the big thing about it. It's not so much about why or who or how they've lied. Although, of course, you'll ask those questions and there is information around that. But no, the real thing is like, well, then what is our situation? How did this Earth get here? If it's a motionless topographical plane that's contained, it can't have come about by a big bang and then mass just randomly coalescing. It was designed, it was put here, it was made. So we are the inhabitants of a greater being's creation, is what it's telling us. And then we have to go from there and start figuring things out basically from scratch.
Did you believe in a God before the flat Earth or the belief, or
I
was
wouldn't
it
have
after?
said. I wouldn't have said.
Or both?
No, I mean, I wasn't atheist by any means.
Or
I wasn't
creator?
exactly religious. Yeah, I kind of instinctively felt like there was a creator, but I wasn't one of these people that would like to argue about it or make the case, because I understood or thought back then that it was essentially just a matter of faith from top to bottom. When in reality, this is why this question, this topic is so controversial in Dynamite, because it's essentially scientific proof, if you want to call it that, empirical proof of a creator, a designer, and the fact that we're in a design system. That's why this is so censored and locked away under algorithms and online censorship, because it challenges the entire modern dogma that the Western world especially enshrines, which is Big Bang, evolution, globe in space, all of that. This erases it.
On the, if it's like a scale of 0 to 100, with 100 being that you're certain of the truth that the Earth is flat, and 0 being that you're unsure, like absolutely have no belief in it, like where would you be at from 0 to 100 of knowing like the certainty of the truth of the claim?
Well, I mean, you might find this hard to you might find this hard to accept, but it's 100. It's 100%. Like, it's one of the few things in life that you can be sure of. And although you frame it as a claim, which I understand why, I wouldn't really frame it. How would
you want me to frame it?
Well, it's what we experience directly as human beings. It's our default reality. Right? When we go out, we don't experience curvature or motion. So that's what we're talking about. It is what we experience. So to me, that's just like living the default experience. It's only after that that someone comes along and says, oh, it's actually curved, a big sphere, and it's spinning, it's moving in all these different directions. It's in a vacuum of space. Those are additional claims. Those are beliefs. Those are claims. What I'm talking about is just what every human being in all history has experienced directly when it comes to the Earth.
Out of the pieces of evidence, actually, let me ask you one thing before that. What were you on the like, the only reason I'm going to call it a claim is just claims can be true, right? As you just said, you could believe 100% true. So I'm not trying to devalue it by calling it.
Yeah. No, that's cool. I was just clarifying my perspective on that.
Yeah. Before, like you believed in that it was 100% true. Where do you think you were at on the proposition that the Earth is flat when maybe a year before, if you had to go from 0 to 100?
Well, it's gradual. I mean, you don't go from 0 to 100 overnight, obviously. But I mean, I've been speaking about this and looking into this for like 7 years. So at the beginning, I mean, I hadn't really. I don't know. I suppose there was a few side things which already gave it not a 0% chance in my mind, because I mean, I already knew that the moon landings were fake, for example, before I understood flat Earth. I understood that there were some problems with the modern cosmological model that was being taught. So when I heard the proposition that, hey, yeah, that is all wrong, it wasn't like I was like, nah, there's no chance that that's the case. But it also wasn't like I'm ready to just accept that it's flat. No, it takes some time to go through that. Although, and it can be massive. Like, some people can take years to accept it. Some people can figure it out in a matter of days, maybe even hours. And I would say I was generally on the quicker side to accept that it was beyond a reasonable doubt, at least, that it was flat, just based on the empirical evidence, right? The observations, the measurements that were being done. And then when you go and do it yourself, and you see the same thing, you see far in excess of what should be geometrically possible, you don't have an option unless you want to. Well, what they do now is they pretty much claim that you're seeing around a curve and it's just looking flat, but that's just a religious cope. You have to delude yourself into saying, "Oh, I didn't see that," or whatever. It's like Pandora's box. Once it's open, once you see it, you can't put it back. You can't forget it. It's always there. So it's a gradual thing, but I mean, there's not really any going back from your own direct observations and measurements.
If you had to think of the piece of evidence that you encountered that increased your confidence the most, because you said there was multiple, which one was the one that increased your confidence in the certainty of the claim?
Well, if you want, I'll send you a link to our home server where we've saved a whole load of misinformation. There's terabytes of it. Because like I said, on YouTube and Google and things, they censor the topics. So chances of you finding some good information, good tests and observations are slim unless someone directly links you them. So are you part of our home server? Could you explain it to me,
like verbally?
Yeah, like laser test.
I'm not comfortable joining another server. I just kind of want to understand how you're, like, what led you to jump up in the claim. Like, just to understand where you're kind of coming from.
The long distance observations and the laser tests. So the laser tests are basically someone testing line of sight. How far can we shoot a laser across a lake, for example? Right, because on the globe model, the lake has to be curving down and away, deviating from the horizontal of the laser. Yeah, so at a certain distance, if you set up a target, it should be apparent whether the laser is hitting the target or whether it's going over due to the curvature. You understand?
Do you think the other fields are, it makes sense. Do you think the other fields of science are also suspect outside of, like, I would guess, actually, that's a good question. Like, which fields of the science do you find the most suspect after this, or most responsible for this? Because I know it would
the obvious one is astronomy. The obvious one is astronomy.
Yeah,
because it's not a science, because you can't do science with the stars, right? Science. I mean, we could talk for hours about the state of science and what's probably more accurately called scientism in the modern age, where people think if you're wearing a white lab coat and you say something, it's science. But no, science is a very specific method of elucidating cause and effect relationships in the natural world, understanding the natural world. Well, astronomy is not that, because you've only just got observation of the luminaries, the sun, moon, and stars. You don't have any ability to manipulate or test them. So they're taking observations and then working around their theory framework of balls of gas and rock and ice and whatever else floating around a giant vacuum. They're all looking at it through that lens, but they've got no way of actually confirming that that is the case. They're just observing the patterns of lights and the movements of light and the dimming and the brightening of lights. They're not going to them to confirm what they are, or how far away they are, or what medium they're in, how they work. They don't know any of that. So it's essentially like a whole load of storytelling. That's why 98% of the stuff you see is just cartoon, CGI, artistic imaginings.
Do you find some of the related, I'm not going to call it sciences because you don't like the term, but like fields around it, academic fields around it, to be also questionable, such as physics or chemistry or mathematics, or
well, those
or do you?
Physics and chemistry. I mean, if you're dealing with the empirical natural world, then that's good. That's fine. That's what I'm in support of. That is science. You can actually do some tests. But it's when you start leaving the realms of science and you start saying, well, if I imagine that the Earth is a ball, and then I imagine that there's a big force pulling things towards the center of it, then I can assume that the reason this thing falls is because it's being pulled towards the center of a big ball. That's when you're leaving the realms of science. So no, chemistry's fine. Do experiments. Physics is fine. Physics should be like, imagine you're in a computer game. You're just trying to elucidate, highlight, and quantify the physics that exists in the game, right? The stuff that you can all experience and take part in. So that's fine. That's exactly what we're interested in. But when you start saying, "Oh, well, we've sent some guy to one of the lights in the sky, and the physics are different. So this is moon physics, and it's like gate kept by 0.0000001% of the population, supposedly doing this kind of thing, and everyone else just has to believe along." That's not science. That's just propaganda.
Mm-hmm. The like when it comes to it, like the belief is the belief in of a creator, the supreme creator. With that, like I'm not trying to be offensive, but with that claim, or maybe belief is better. With that belief, on the level of certainty behind that belief, would it be from 0 to 100%? Where do you think you would be with that claim after you believed in the flat Earth, like today?
Well, as far as it stands, the only conceivable option for there being a motionless, contained topographical plane, the system of the complexity that we have here, it can only be intelligently designed. So, yeah, I'm pretty certain of that as well.
Like with a number, like would it? I don't feel
like I need to put a number on it, but I mean, yeah, it's like it's 100. I mean, there's no other option.
100 as well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
was it?
Feel free to conceive
did it
another way.
increase after believing in the flat Earth, or was it like kind of 100 beforehand too?
No, yeah, it certainly increased because I understood that the system that we inhabit can only come about by some kind of intelligent design. Again, that's what I'm telling you. That's why this topic is censored, because it's essentially physical proof of intelligent design. And you'll understand that's very controversial, especially in the Western world.
But why do you think people would want to suppress the belief in intelligent design?
For power and control, essentially weakening society to be able to be more easily manipulated to do things that they want them to do, that their beliefs otherwise might make them resist doing. I mean, you could speculate all day on why.
What would be some of this corruption? Is it like, I don't want to speculate about it because I could have some ideas about what the corruption is, but you could believe like different things about what the corruption is.
What do you mean? What
that they think that it'll be easy? Because I think you mentioned like there's like the reason they're doing it is with suppressing the truth about intelligent design is because it makes it easier to I'm probably using the wrong word. Maybe use a different word, but like corrupt people.
Well, just think like if you're a group of people who want to have control over a mass of people, and that mass of people subscribes to a particular rule set of behavior that's enshrined through, let's say, their scripture. If you can make them abandon that scripture, you can present them with new rules of behavior. And that's what's happened. So that's a very obvious example of mass manipulation and control, feasibly. I mean, I'm not these people, so
I got you.
But a pretty obvious example.
So their goal is to get people to move away from scripture, and they're creating this lie.
Well, I'm not going to say this is what they're doing. I'm just saying that that's a plausible example of why this kind of manipulation of our reality serves a group of people who might want control. But again, I mean, that doesn't tie into why I think it is the case. I mean, it's about measurement and geometry, but obviously you're going to have those questions about who and why. But again, like you say, that's just speculation at the end of the day.
Yeah, I understand. Like, I just thought it was interesting to see the like what could be some possible motives from your perspective.
I mean, I can say about what potential motives they could have, but I would summarize it by just saying it's power and control over the masses in a number of ways.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's outside of government, or do you think it's just almost all on the government?
Well, yeah, it's beyond government. The government's essentially just a tool to institute a lot of this. I mean, the government isn't the ultimate seat of power in this world, even to the globe mind or the globe side of things. So yeah, it's bigger than that.
Well, like what do you think is the ultimate seat of power on the globe side, if not the government?
Well, I mean, even just on paper, I mean, the governments are beholden to the institutions that loan them money, aren't they? That's just one corporeal example. So you've got private financial institutions controlling governments. I mean, that's well known and understood. And then the people behind these private institutions, less is known. So, I mean, when you get to the ultimate, like who's who, I wouldn't claim to know. I mean, you could have some reasonable speculations, I'm sure, but you need to look at the history of where all this came from to understand certain players and societies and organizations that have been involved, from Greek philosophers like Pythagoras and the Pythagorean cult to the Roman Catholic Church and all these governments. I mean, it's a long and storied history as to how we arrived at this belief, but it's worth investigating if you're interested in how all this came to be the case. Anyway, I'm going to have to dip off for a bit and do some work, but it was good to talk to you, and I'm sure there's some other people here that will pick up on your question. Yeah, we're here 24/7, so check out YouTube channel and all that, and then you can come back. But yeah, speak to these guys. I'll listen in for a bit.
The reason I mentioned calculus is because someone in here mentioned optics, that it doesn't work because of the optics, right? And optics is actually a field that was pushed forward by Isaac Newton quite a bit. Okay, that's why I mentioned it. And in order to be able to understand optics, you have to know calculus. That's why I asked you guys if any of you guys know calculus, because you guys are making claims about optics.
So if it helped you understand optics better,
you can't read these papers.
Dude, hello.
You can't read these papers.
I think you stopped. Dude.
You don't have the skills to know. You don't have the skills. You don't have the mathematical capability to understand it.
Teach me about optics. You're just gonna.
It also depends on which branch of calculus, dude, right? Because Leibniz came up with a form of calculus that's different. In which case, you wouldn't be able to read Newton's papers, right?
The calculus is the same. They just use a different notation.
Yeah, you got to learn the notations. My point.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, now you know who you're talking with. Somebody who might understand a thing or two. Carry on.
Yeah, like I'm not saying you guys are like. I'm not trying to call you guys like dumb. By the way, like you guys are obviously very smart.
Oh, good, because I was wondering.
I just want you guys to. Yeah. So the like my point is just that when it comes to like it could just be really good to like kind of go into these things, but when it comes to optics, you guys are making claims about optics that kind of means that the whole idea that there's different time zones and the sun sets, but the sun is still up in half the world despite its setting, like I don't think it makes sense when it comes to the flat Earth model that the sun sets, but
I
it's
need to
still up
stop you right here.
halfway across the world.
You're the one making claims about optics, number one. Number two, you're the one making a claim, a straw man, about a flat Earth model that nobody here has brought up. Number three, I already addressed this question with a response, which you avoided, decided to go into, do you guys know calculus? So I'm a little frustrated because I feel like my time has been wasted. Light attenuates through a medium. Are you aware that if you were to look at the magnitude of the sun when it's directly above the horizon and compare that to the magnitude of the sun when it's directly overhead, it's 27,000 times brighter. This is not predicted by any globe or astrophysics model. This is using the Laplace extinction theorem. What's really interesting is stars don't exhibit the same behavior. Little food for thought.
Why do you think, just outside of the questions, right? Why do you think that all of the other things that we observe in the sky are going to become spheroid, but the only thing that's going to become flat in the universe is the Earth?
All right, so you've got a baked-in presumption that Earth is like the things in the sky, in the same category. From my vantage point, the things in the sky are nothing like Earth whatsoever. Earth provides a floor, a foundation for all the objects that we see doing really, really formulations in the sky. And those objects in the sky could, in fact, be spherical for all I care.
Yeah, so when like Galileo kind of, found, for example, because do you guys say that an orbit doesn't happen, right? Around the
It does.
the
It's
Earth
a way
going
to
around the
track
sun, right?
Well, I mean, we can track the objects in the sky, right? And then we can apply a coordinate reference system. As long as we retain the proper ratios and timing, we can take any object and create any reference frame out of it. And then all the objects move with respect to that reference frame. My question to you that I'd posit is whether or not Earth is moving at all.
Yeah, I think the Earth is moving, but like when it comes to do you guys believe in the geocentric model?
Well, in a sense, flat Earth is geocentric. This is the foundation, the floor of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
So
we don't have any evidence that there's outer space below our feet, below some pad of dirt somewhere.
Yeah, so when it comes to it, right, the idea is that essentially the Earth is stationary, right? But the thing is that everything orbits around the Earth, right? That's the idea in the geocentric model.
Right, the Earth is a globe, is principle. Yeah, we don't think that.
Yeah. So, okay, whatever. The flat Earth, right? That the flat Earth, right, has orbits. You have the sun, you have the moon, you have the all the other celestial, like the planets, right? They're orbiting the Earth in the geocentric.
They're making circuits is probably a better word for it. Like you can dig into Egyptian and Sumerian cosmology. They were great at tracking cycles over long periods of time of all the celestial objects that they could see.
If you call it a circuit instead of calling it an orbit, like how does it change it?
Well, I think it's a bit clearer because when people think of orbit, they immediately think of a ball with an object like a satellite going around and around and around and around it. So what I'm telling you is that we don't accept that flat Earth has what's called an embedding space in differential geometry. There's no way to prove it if it does.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's cool that you believe in like magic.
No, it's not. I'll tell you what magic is. Magic is thinking that you live on a ball. every time that you watch a sunset, that you believe that you're rotating backwards instead of watching the sun actually set.
Okay,
right? What
cool.
you see is what
But
you
when it
get
comes
with
to it,
this.
right? Look, when it comes to it, you don't have like a good explanation when it comes to like
Well, that's just
everything
your
in
opinion.
the that we look
Yeah,
when
listen,
we
I
look
can come up
into
with
celestial
amazing
body.
explanations. You can go on TikTok right now and find crackhead flat Earth explanations for everything.
I'm sure.
Right.
I'm
Just
sure,
like,
but I mean, like the
let me give you an
like
example of
we
space
moved away.
magic. Right? Explanations. Talk about explanations. Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes, who provided the seed value for the globe that followed in, surveying and geodesy. Right? When he looked at the sun, he assumed, I'm going to measure these diverging rays from two different locations from that point source. But I believe that those rays aren't really diverging. I believe those rays are, in fact, parallel.
Look, I didn't come in here to debate. Like
Well, that's
initially,
space
that wasn't
magic.
my goal. I wanted to see. Yeah, like look, I didn't like,
Right.
and I think this is like it got me riled up, but like I got dragged into a debate. I got asked some questions and I wanted to answer them honestly. Okay, because I was asking questions in here. I wanted to see where people that are flat earthers were coming from. You
Well,
know,
we're not in a game of providing the best explanation. We're in a game of providing the best data that we can support with verifiable evidence and using logic and reason.
that's a like here. Let me ask. Is it okay if I ask you like more questions, but like just more about how you're processing it?
Yeah, if it's okay that I may occasionally butt in to correct a misperception, some kind of presumption or fallacy.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, like 100%. Like when it comes to your confidence in the flat Earth, like how confident would you say you are that it's
I'm
a
100%,
true claim?
100% confident that Earth is not the globe we've been taught. Now, what flat Earth means, it could mean different things conceptually to different people. But I am here to tell you I have 100% confidence that Earth is not a spinning globe in outer space. It's not a globe at all.
Okay, so the globe model, you're 0% confident on.
Correct. Yeah.
When it the like, what do you think is the like did you always believe that it was 0% when it comes to your confidence in the globe theory, or did you believe in it at one point and then you lost like belief in it?
I started looking into this question about 5 years ago when I first heard about flat Earth, and I thought it was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard in my life. Boy, was I wrong. I mean,
yeah.
One of the first places I went to settle this was looking at surveying, the history of surveying and geodesy. Because if anybody is claiming to measure the Earth's surface, it's going to be the surveyors who claim to have been doing it for hundreds of years. That's where I started looking. And I took the radius challenge because I kept hearing from flat earthers that the radius value has never been confirmed or validated by any means. It was always assumed to exist, and all measurements have subsequently been taken place to conform to a radius assumption. And it turns out that that's absolutely 100% factually correct. Nobody's actually measured the curvature of the Earth. It's been assumed. And that is a starting point that I think is entirely valid.
What do you think? Do you think that was the biggest piece of evidence that led you to lose like faith in the globe theory?
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. It's because knowing that there has never been a valid curvature measurement in the first instance, or any instance, then it leads me to wonder how the heck society got it so wrong for so long. And it became harder for me to accept that society could be deluded with this globe fantasy than it is to accept the reality and the facts of the matter. Number one, the globe has never been measured. Number two, when it is attempted, it's measured flat.
It has to be, yeah. Just has to be.
when it comes like when it comes to the people that are like around you in your life, like are most of them like globers?
Oh
Are
yeah,
most of
of
them like
course.
flat earthers?
Of course they are. And you know what? I don't bring it up with them unless they want to bring it up with me. Plain and simple. You know, and I know full well that people who are flat earthers are considered to be stupid or crazy or conspiracy theorists. And I'm here to tell you the 24/7 flat earth crew, we're not like that. We aren't here for the conspiracy theory. We're not here to make fantastic speculations about other worlds beyond the ice wall, or if there even is an ice wall. So, I mean, I know full well that flat earth has a stigma, a huge social stigma, and there's a huge social cost to anyone who pursues this interest and does so faithfully.
Well, listen, I'll just chime in. I disagree. It hasn't affected my social life one bit, except that the people around, a couple have switched, I guess, over, and the other ones just know not to bring it up because I'll destroy them. And we have
Yeah,
fun.
like I work in an office where half of them are flat earthers. I mean, but in like my immediate life and immediate surroundings, I mean, I know where I am, and I know that this can be a third rail topic, and it can cause disaster in the proper settings. Like, you don't want to be at a family reunion, like you don't want to be at a funeral or Thanksgiving and try and flat smack your relatives.
That is true. Yeah.
Right.
Wait, that's a funny word, like flat smack. Is that
Yeah.
part of like the lingo and the crew here?
Yeah, because some
if you like
people
bring up the discussion that you're flat smacking someone, kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah, it kind of became popular because during and after the lockdown economy that happened, people associated with our community were going out in public and setting up information kiosks and bullhorning the public and flat smacking everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Some activism.
That's are most flat earthers like from the U.S. or is it like people from outside that like kind of come here?
I'm surprised to say that there are a lot of international flat earthers. There's a huge contingent of Australians.
Mm-hmm. Like politically, like do flat earthers lean mostly like right wing, left wing, center, or like apolitical?
Apolitical, total,
like non-voters kind of thing.
Yeah, apathetic.
Like just distrust everyone.
Not really distrust. Okay. It's no reason to trust.
Yeah, because they both believe in like everyone, all the sides believe in like the globe theory, right? So I mean, then they're all part of it.
Yeah, I mean, being a part of it is being a part of just the social milieu. You know, everybody believes in the globe because everybody believes in the globe. There's no reason to doubt it because everybody believes in it.
Is it a like difficult to like kind of like communicate about it or get along with like loved ones who are like globers?
It depends. I mean, you know, we've all got family members that may disagree with us on a political or moral topic. You know, pick up abortion instead of the flat earth topic, right? And you're going to run into people who are impassionate about it.
Yeah.
You know, you can really ruffle people's feathers. It really depends. And this topic, if you were to stick around and just watch and listen to our interactions with random people who come by our spaces, whether here or the home server or other servers that we occupy, you're going to see an interesting psychology.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like that's what I'm like kind of fascinated with here, you know, like and kind of listening in as well with the and like my guess is, and you guys could tell me if this is right or wrong, is that a lot of the people that are going to come in here, they're going to come in here and trying to like kind of snicker and laugh at some flat earthers, right? Who like are going to be like so stupid and they're going to be crazy, but then they're going to come in here and they're going to get a little flat smacked, right? Because they really haven't, like for most people when it comes to physics or astronomy, like they really have like a middle school kind of level of just repeating after and kind of taking it on authority. They haven't really taken like high level courses. Like I've barely taken any. Like I've only taken like 1 or 2. You know, if I hadn't taken those 2 and I came in here, I honestly would have been like just confused. Like a lot of the points that you guys are making here, I would have like not known how to like respond to them, and I still really don't know like all that much. You know, like, and I'm just incredibly ignorant on a lot of things. And I know a lot of people come in here and they're going to realize that they actually don't know that much about.
That's a big part of it. Yep. We're trying to get people to dig into separating their beliefs from true knowledge. And
exactly.
It does expose a lot. It exposes a huge deficit, and it's scary. It's psychologically uncomfortable for people to realize that what they thought was true for so long is actually very difficult to prove, and I would say impossible.
Well, you guys are recognizing that a lot of their people's opinions about astronomy is people like making appeals to authority. You know, and them not really knowing it. Yeah, and them not really knowing like how it kind of came about the way that it is. These like models, and they're just kind of trusting the experts, quote unquote.
Yeah, there are people today. There are actual like astrophysicists. There's one guy who just retired from Princeton University who's a hardcore geocentrist. He subscribes to the Neo-Tychonian model of the solar system. Dr. Bennett, I think, is his name. And you know, you can hear him. He doesn't come by here, but he comes by other flatter places. So.
You see, he's a physicist.
Oh yeah, he taught at Princeton astrophysics department. He's a former faculty member.
Interesting for an astrophysicist. I didn't know that. An astrophysicist was a flat earther, at least for me.
Not flat earth,
at least the former one.
But
geocentrics. Okay.
Yeah, and you've got people who used to work at NASA who are flat earthers who are out there. A guy named David Beverly. He used to actually work for NASA and used to set up satellite uplinks and downlinks in Antarctica for NASA. He's a flat earther now. There's a guy in the UK who goes by the name Dr. John Dee. He has a PhD in physics and specializes in spectrophotometry. So if anybody knows about optics, it's going to be that guy. And he's taken his laboratory equipment on tours through the UK, has done long distance laser shining tests for the general public, and has recorded some of this stuff on his YouTube channel. He initially set out to prove that Earth is a globe because he thought flat earthers were nuts. Well, now he's a flat earther. Right. So our community, I think, is fundamentally different from most, if not all others that people see on the internet. So we get the random troll who comes in here because they just got off a bender going through all the dumb flat earth content on TikTok. And they meet us and they encounter something completely different. And they think we're the ones that are trolling.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people assume like flat earthers are trolling. I mean, I don't think anyone I've talked to today has been trolling.
Yeah, thank you.
I think you guys like this is your like the real beliefs that you guys hold. Like, I mean, like clearly, you know, even if I like disagree with you about the idea, yeah, it's like your I don't say belief like dismissively, you know, like it's your this is like
conviction in the measurements.
Yeah. Like this is the conviction you guys have. When it comes to it, the like, do you think that it's made your life like holding this belief? Has it made your life like better because now you know the truth? You know, despite the social cost of it.
I would say it's been satisfying intellectually, and to an extent, you know, metaphysically, because I do have a faith life, and my faith life is apart from this completely. But it's been satisfying in many ways. But yeah, I mean, it also brings difficulties of its own. Flat earthers are socially ostracized. Like if I walk into a bar and declare myself a flat earther, like people would want to fight me, or it's ridiculous.
Like, is your interest in like because there's a lot of passion about this topic from like the people that are in here, and it's not just like a curiosity or just like this is kind of neat, or this is like like a fact I've discovered. It seems like there's an ethical component to it too, where it is like something you kind of believe that there's a right and wrong kind of
I'm glad you
happening.
brought that up. I'm so glad you brought that up. There is absolutely an ethical component to this. I think there is an ethical duty for us and for all people sitting at this table to be as rigorous and as academically honest as possible. And if something isn't true, then to call it out. If people cannot prove that Earth is a globe, then they need to be honest about that. We find that there's an unsettling amount of dishonesty from people who defend the globe who come in here. They lie about every little thing, and then they have the gall to ask us, why would people lie?
Mm-hmm.
We've been recording conversations 24/7 for 10 years on YouTube.
Mm.
So there's
when it comes to the
overwhelming
most common
content.
lie that you hear.
Huh?
Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting. Like when it comes to the most common lie you hear from the Globers, right? As far as their justification that you find unsatisfying, what do you think it is that they come in here with? That they themselves may know it's a lie. Maybe, I don't know if they recognize it or not.
Yeah, an example might be this, and we can get to the why later, I guess. But we may ask somebody, hey, have you ever seen curvature before? And sometimes they'll say yes. Say, oh, great. So where were you when you saw curvature? And then they'll make up a fucking story. Dead serious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, happens every day.
Yeah.
Is it people like pilots, or is it people like that are just like
according to them? According to them, they're all flying at 50,000 feet. every teenage kid who walks in the room says they saw curvature at 50,000 feet because they're Air Force pilots. Yeah, they're all lying.
Yeah, we've talked to actual pilots who lie through their T2, and some of us are pilots.
Well, we have then we get honest pilots come through as well, like commercial pilots, and he's like, yeah, you do not see the curve from a plane. He's like, I've never seen it. I don't know why anyone would suggest such a thing. He's like, yeah, I believe it's a globe, but from a plane, you don't see any curvature, right? And this was, a very, very legitimate guy that we had come through here. Quite often, pilots will tell you that in interviews. You don't see it from that height, and that checks out mathematically that you wouldn't.
I haven't done the math on it. I haven't seen it, but
you would only see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth, right? If you have a look at it on a map and you draw a little circle around your maximum distance that you can see 360 degrees around you from that height, it's a tiny circle. You're really not seeing that far from that height. It's not enough to see any curvature. And I mean, I've flown all over the world. I'm always amazed how flat the horizon looks. I've never seen any curvature. And some people say some planes have certain types of windows that have, thick, round, triple-layered glass, and it might make it look like it's curved, but I've never seen that. What I did see, though, was how flat it looked, and then I pulled my camera out, and I'm like, damn, I'm going to film it and then show the guys, in here. And then when I got home, I looked at the footage, I'm like, damn, I can see freaking curvature. But then I noticed when I pan the camera like up and down a little bit, as soon as the horizon will drop below center frame, it will start to curve the wrong way. And when it's slightly above center frame, it's it looks like it's curving. When it's right in the center of the frame, it looks like it's completely flat. So maybe sometimes people are looking at footage and thinking they see curvature. I'm not sure, just because of the lens distortion.
Like, how many people do you think that would be necessary in order to, hide this truth?
I think it's self-inflicted. I think people believe in the globe so much that they take their scientific instrumentation, they take their physical measurements, and they mathematically contort it to a globe. And there's an actual process for this in surveying. It's called the mathematical reduction of the horizontal datum. what they do is they conjure a mathematical ball, so a wireframe mesh of a certain dimension, and then they take their surveyed measurements, which are flat, and then they wrap it to the outside surface of that mathematical ball. And this has been going on for hundreds of years.
Yeah, that's essentially what the globe is and how the globe was created, right? It's a theoretical, mathematical concept which originated from the theoretical concept of the way that we view the sky or map out the sky into a coordinate system. That's what the globe is. It doesn't exist in reality. It exists basically as a model. And then when we go out and test, and then people say that the model is reality, okay, it matches reality, and then we go out and test for that, and it doesn't ever match reality, not even close, not even remotely close, ever. And there's not one observation that I've seen. Like, I've been looking into this for 8 years, spoken to physicists, spoken to, aerospace engineers, all kinds of people, and not one person ever has been able to present one observation, one empirical, observation over distance that matches up with the globe, taking into account the necessities that would have to be taken into account, right? So, yeah, it's crazy. The more you look into it, the less the globe will make sense. The more you look into it, the more wacky the globe concept becomes.
Yeah, but it seems like Nicola is most interested in what is, like, these guys who believe in the globe, even after they go out and they test it and see that it's not there. What's holding them to this belief without evidence? That's what it seems like. That's what Nicola's he's.
Yeah, it's I don't know, man, a deeply ingrained belief system, isn't it? And there's a lot of mocking and ridicule and as propaganda behind the flat earth topic as well, and a lot of misinformation out there. So maybe they don't really have what they would consider a valid alternative option, because they haven't really looked at the true information regarding flat earth and actually dug into the long distance observations and laser tests and all the infrared photography, all this kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's ego-based. They'll get into some heated debates with a flat earther, and that'll sort of, they don't ever want to back down because their ego is running the show.
Does globe Earth exist in the reality that you and I are in?
Yeah.
That's what inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah.
Okay. The Earth is not flat. It's a globe.
Yeah. What's the evidence? What's the evidence for that?
The first piece of evidence I would point to is the Southern Cross constellation.
The first piece of evidence is the Earth is something
that you can get on the highest and a really strong telescope, and you cannot see any other high points on Earth that is any real fair amount of distance away.
All right, so you're pointing to the sky to tell me what the Earth is?
There's a lot of evidences.
Yeah, there's a lot of evidences, but you're pointing to the sky to tell me what the Earth is. How much sense does that make? It's not really practical, is it, for you to tell me that? What do you mean? The Earth is supposed to be something, therefore the sky
like you
is something.
Argue.
Yeah, well, obviously, duh.
Wait.
I'm not trying to argue.
Hold on.
You should because you're in
I'm not interested in argument.
It's called thinking out of the box, or auditing
I'm
your
interested
thoughts,
in having
thinking out of the box.
I'm
we're not talking about that.
Talking about it, but
you are though.
If this is just like an argument just to fight because you think it's fun, I'm not interested.
Well, it's fun to see how you guys can't answer the question. Believing in mystical ideas? That's fine. But in this room, we're trying to get to the practical understanding whether the Earth is what we're being told it is or not. So that's why we're cutting the mustard and all the fluff that you and that other guy were talking about. So we're trying to get to the bottom of things. Do people actually know the Earth is a globe or not? And you're saying, hey, I know there's a lot of evidences, just look to the sky. That's not going to help us, dude. We need to look at the Earth, not the sky. Yeah? We need to ground you in practical information. Go ahead, dude.
Okay.
How are you trying to get
so
to the
if I'm sitting in Australia, South Africa, and Chile, and on the same night, I can point a camera up to the sky from 3 different locations and see that the Southern Cross does not move. And you can do the same thing on northern points and point it at the North Star and see that it doesn't move. You can see that neither of them move, but all the other stars do. So either with the globe doesn't move and the sky moves around it, or the globe, because it has to be a globe at that point, it has to be.
Okay, it has to be is not an argument, sir. That's just an appeal to credulity. So what I want you to do, what I want you to do,
because you can stand.
It has to be. It's not an argument.
Logically, very basic.
That's not logical. That's not logical.
Those places are 8 hours apart, and it's night in one of them. Those places are 8 hours apart,
and those same stars rotate.
All right.
Here's the deal. Southern Cross, the same.
Here's the deal, dude. You're rambling, bro.
In the sky
you're just rambling.
When it's nighttime.
So here's what I want you to do.
Complicated. Yeah, I'm not.
No, it is.
Don't cut me off.
It is because I am cutting you off.
You don't need to cut me off.
I do have to.
If your argument
you're talking about
actually
nonsense.
Valid. If your argument is actually valid, then you're not going to be afraid.
Yeah, but you're reiterating the same point twice. You're reiterating the same point twice. We don't need to hear it a second time. You've already said it.
Okay.
So what I want you to do is focus. Yeah, good. I want you to focus on the Earth, not the sky. Now, can you detail that the Earth is something that everybody's claiming it is? Not by looking at the sky. You want to know if the Earth is curving like they say it is, like a globe, right? You're not going to look at the sky to tell if the Earth is curving. You're going to look at the Earth, not the sky. So how do you know the Earth is a globe? By looking at the Earth. Go on now.
There's only one way.
Tell me.
There's more than one way.
Give it to me.
I believe that there's only one way that would be satisfactory for you. It will convince you. It will convince you, just like it convinced Witsit Gets It, and all the other flat earthers that went on that.
You've talked to Witsit,
and all the other people that went on that expedition. Boy shut his YouTube channel down because he knew it was bullcrap, and he had.
And you just tell me what it is.
Intellectual integrity. Unlike you. He had intellectual integrity.
All right, go ahead and tell me what it is then. What is it? Drop the bomb on me.
By going to Antarctica.
And doing what?
Seeing it for yourself.
Seeing what for myself, sir?
Whatever the evidence is that you need to see, whether it means flying over Antarctica, whether it means seeing the sun in the sky for 24 hours, whether it means seeing the dark of night for 24 hours, whatever it is, whatever floats your boat to help you to recognize that the Earth is not flat, simply by going to Antarctica. You tell me, what would it require to convince you that the Earth is a globe? What What factual evidence would be strong enough?
I got to retort. You don't need to belabor it. You don't need to belabor the point. I get it. Okay? But I'm going to let...
what that word means.
Yeah, that means that you're just meandering. You're just not getting to the point. You're just on, filibustering.
Okay.
For lack of better words. All right. So I'm going to let the people in here... Yeah, it is. I'm going to let the people in here actually describe
What's your response?
Well, if you shut up for a second, I'm going to let the people in here describe what it would take for us to understand if the Earth is a globe or not. So I could tell you, but I want to see if anybody else would chime in.
Well, I'd like to point out that when you said you can see the Southern Cross from those 3 different locations, that's just blatantly false, because it's 8 hours apart from each. Hold on, I'm talking. Those locations are 8 hours apart, and it's daytime in one and nighttime in the other. So what you described was impossible.
That's not true.
It is true. You can't go out tonight and see that Southern Cross from those 3 locations at the same time, because it's daytime in one place and nighttime in the other.
You can see it from 2 locations at the same time.
You said 3.
I don't give a fuck about that point.
I don't give a fuck
about that
That's
point.
not a difficult thing to argue.
All right, dude,
if you're choosing not to see the obvious, that's not on me.
All right, now that you're shutting up, what would get us to understand if it's a globe or not is actual measurements on the surface, knowing that the surface is curving at the 8 inch per mile squared measurement that it should if it's dropping away from an observer looking across horizontally. That's what we need, sir. We need cowbell. We don't need to look at stars or constellations or the sun, the moon, or any other thing that's in the sky. We need ground measurements, sir. Can you give us those things? I don't give a fuck about what's in the sky. I don't care.
Nope.
Okay, then you don't have a case. Then off you go.
I don't have a case for you.
No, you don't have a case for the Earth being a globe, measuring it being what they say it is, because they're giving us dimensions. When you go to Google, it says the Earth is a radius value of 3959. Well, how the fuck did they get that measurement if they didn't measure it? Yeah, makes one wonder how they got that, and you don't know that, so that's good.
Measurements of 266 feet of curving drop over distance across a 20-mile wide lake is the evidence we want and need.
And so you can keep talking about your mystical, magical realms and shit with that other guy. Take that shit to the DMs with him. Because in here, we're all about empirical evidence, and you don't got any, so off you go.
Wow. Wait, you're all about empirical evidence?
We want to see the 27-story buildings worth of curve across a 20-mile wide lake. 27-story buildings worth of curve across a 20-mile wide lake. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, enough of the sky gazing already. Like, let's get back down to brass tacks here on the foundation on Earth, where we can measure shit. Not up there in the sky where each of you guys have your head in the clouds. Get it back down to the ground where we can measure shit. All right, let's get real, guys.
Okay. Do flat earthers have a paper that they want to present?
Man, fuck all this paper shit, dude. Are you going to give us the measurement or not,
2 equals 2. I need you to show me how 4 minus 2 equals 2.
Are you gay?
Every time I give, like, the Radiant Lake experiment or something, everyone does say,
I can barely talk because I'm just an edgelord. Fucking give us the measurements if you got it. If not, kick rocks.
Okay. I'll just put it in the side chat.
Radio wave experiment. You mean Marconi when he sent radio wave across 2,000 miles of ocean from Canada to Europe?
Travis, he's talking about the Rainy Lake test. Yeah, that's old McToon 23 Skidoo. Go ahead and let him post it. See how he gets out of it here after I scrutinize it. Yeah, you Globers don't really have anything except for mystical, magical sky ideas. That's all you guys have. That's all you will ever have.
The mystical sky ideas literally come from your book.
What book?
And you're going to say that these mystical sky ideas. I've never met a flat earther that was not religious and believe in the Bible.
Yeah, so what? What does one thing have to do with the other? Tell me. Go ahead. Give me the correlation, Professor.
Because you won't rely on that passage that you say is literal.
I don't like.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Yeah, of course you don't, because you can't articulate your point like a reasonable person could.
It's probably because it goes
listen, you're all smoke and mirrors. When it comes down to it, you're all smoke and mirrors. You all talk, but when it comes down to actually proving your point, you got nothing, bro. You're empty.
I literally just told you.
You're empty. Yeah, you're not him. You're not him. I was talking to the other guy.
You guys try and solve this through logic, whereas religion is faith-based. It's not based off of logic.
No, it's not.
A lot of religion is faith-based. You have to just have faith.
No, it's not. You have a faith-based religion in the earth and the globe.
Almost entirely faith-based. Even Jesus Christ himself said that whoever believeth in me, belief is a faith-based thing, and I'm not attacking it. I agree with having faith in Christ. I believe in Jesus Christ. I just think that your argument is falling on itself.
I don't care if you laugh. You haven't proved it by providing evidence with a logical argument that it's a globe. So go ahead, try it.
If what I have already told you it does not make logical sense.
Yeah, look at Sky Mystical.
That's not on me.
Mystical, magical sky. Let's talk about stars and quasars and moons and everything. And let's not talk about the Earth. Anything but the Earth.
Hey, regarding that rainy lake experiment from Walter Bislin, so I watched the 2-hour live chat they did, and I took a screenshot, they got some results even showed a concave Earth, they got results that showed a flat Earth, and then they got results that showed a globe Earth, and they cherry-picked the results that they wanted. The screenshot I'm showing, there's a video, and he says, oh, look, you got a concave Earth, and this one, he's like, yeah, this one shows concave Earth. So
they knew that, Travis. They knew that. But this guy didn't know that.
Sorry, where's your source?
Dude, like they were the ones saying it. It's the same video, bro.
Yeah, do you have a timestamp?
LOL.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll find the timestamp. And you can hear him say, oh, yeah, this one's concave Earth. Give me a minute. I'll find it.
Please, yeah.
All right, in the meantime, we're still looking for people to pony up the information of how the Earth is a globe. In practical reality, that's outside doing a field test. Either you got it or you don't, gentlemen.
Wait,
so you're telling me that you have empirical evidence?
Why?
That
100%. Yeah.
How would you do it?
Yeah, but here's the deal. Here's the skinny. I want you guys to figure out if you got the information to support the Earth being a globe or not. I have to take you to the rigmarole so you understand. Hold on. I have to take you to the rigmarole so you understand thoroughly that you don't have what it takes to produce the evidence that the Earth is an actual globe, and then I'll give you the information that the Earth is flat. Absolutely. No problem. Let's go through the rigmarole first.
Do you like turtles?
Yeah, of course you would take it off topic. That's all you got.
I know
turtles. I know every single angle, every trick of the book, every little nuanced way that you can get out of this. And I guarantee you I've heard it all.
Oh, no. I'm here. All right. Jeez, dude, I said I wasn't going to argue.
I know. So let the other people do it and then close up your mind.
I'm going to do this. I am going to treat you. I would. And the only difference is that I don't have the power to push a mute button.
Yeah, thank God for that.
I'm not going to overtalk you. But I'm also not going from what's right in front of your face. Because you talk about running away or changing topic, calling names, not having an actual discussion. So let's do that because you're such a big, tough guy. How about we actually stay on topic and not run away?
I got the certificate for the big, tough guy.
The proof that is.
I can put my money where my mouth is and you can't. So there's a big difference.
I'm here.
That's all you are. That's all you are is here. You can do nothing to prove that the Earth is a globe with your words.
Well, like again, this is the problem, right? Anytime anyone tries to give you any evidence, you say,
"Stop whinging! Stop whinging!"
My very hyper-specific.
Stop whinging! Stop whinging and produce the evidence. Stop whinging. I don't need to hear you yammering on about, "Oh, you guys don't let us do this. Moderation is that." Just show. Just show.
So I put the Rainy Lake. I put the Rainy Lake video in the chat, and I put the timestamp. Go to 156:56 to hear them show that they're showing a concave Earth, and they say those words. So they just cherry picked for the Walter Bislin.
Thanks, Travis. Appreciate you, man. All right. So for the rest of the gentlemen here,
flat earthers do it all the time.
Yeah, of course. We show that how wrong you are. We do it all the time.
We are a living example of how the guy that's talking to me is a cherry picker.
Yeah, dude, just pony up with the information. Do it or just put yourself on mute. You sound like you want everybody to hear you speak, but you're not saying anything, yeah?
Told you had to mute me.
You're not muted.
That's what's going to happen. They kick me off, you put me in a different group.
I didn't mute you
because
I didn't mute you, and you're crying about you being muted.
You won't be capable of holding your own thought when you can't run away from the topic. You're going to be upset about
it. You're still talking.
What are you? What are you doing,
Southern
man?
Cross constellation is empirical evidence as proof that the Earth is not flat, cannot be flat, never was flat, ever.
Yeah, you're in for a Jedi.
Logically,
we got a live one, bro.
Possible.
I'm gonna toss
any
this.
circumstance.
Hold on, Ryan, relax. I'm gonna toss it to Jedi.
You said I was. You told me I was allowed to talk.
Yeah, you were, man. Just hold on a second. I'm clarifying for my homie. I'm gonna let him actually.
Now I have to hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, good.
Relax.
Because he's going to. You can't do it.
I guarantee you, dude. He's leagues above you.
You want to play games like this? Let's play games like this.
No, you don't. You couldn't play in the same fucking sandbox that we're in, man. I don't know. I don't want to say the word. Jedi, you go ahead and take over, bro.
I'm still trying to figure out how the Southern Cross is proves the Earth isn't flat. How?
It is not possible for the Earth to be flat.
Underneath.
With the Southern Cross constellation remaining where it is in the sky, observably, from multiple locations at the same time, and the same nights, as the sun goes around, right? Because based on the flat Earth model, if you look at the map and the location where the sun moves, as it goes around the flat Earth model, right? As it goes around, if I was to just simply get into a plane and fly around,
I watched the video
while it is at night, or you can do this the easy way and just have a person in each
I don't want to burst your bubble, dude. It's just
at
I
the
want to
same
let you
time
talk.
recording the sky from each country. You can visibly see at night the stars go by, and as the sun's about to come back. As the sun is about to come back in the morning, the person in the other country will visibly be able to see the same stars going around at night, and from the other location on Earth, the same stars going around at night. And it is dark at night. It is dark at night in at least one or two of those countries at the same time, non-stop. All the time, and you can visibly see the stars moving.
Okay, great. How does that curve the surface of the Earth? How does that curve the surface of the Earth?
With both poles, the North Pole and the South Pole, with both of those poles.
Filibustering, man. Let people talk.
He's done. How does that curve the surface of the Earth?
That's what he wants. He wants to be muted. So he can say.
Where is he? Where'd he go? Did he leave?
A little Phoenix.
Okay. Now, can you tell us how the sun or all the crap you just talked about makes the Earth into a ball? How does it curve the surface of the Earth into a ball?
This is such a very... see, that's the thing. I have to do this on a very basic level. Because the people we talk to
are we interacting
have
or
not
are you
gone
preaching?
through and learned anything.
Are we interacting or are you preaching?
How does it
Which
prove
one are we doing?
How does it prove?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Take out a
how
piece
does it
of paper.
demonstrate? Yeah.
Look at your phone. Look at your screen.
Okay.
All right. And then still on both sides. Now you're going to spin the outside. It is not possible based on map, structure, theory that anyone has devised. It is not possible to see the Southern Cross from all of those countries observably.
Okay.
From one or two at the same time, because they're too far removed from each other.
Okay.
You cannot.
How do you know that?
You cannot.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Take a rocket scientist. That's why I'm using this super basic example.
I asked you how you know that.
Observable, basic.
That's a circular, dude. I asked you how you know that.
Common.
I want the reasoning. Okay, appeal to common sense, the logical fallacy. So I want the actual reasoning.
I would like to hear your reasoning as to how a flat Earth model
reverse the burden of proof. That's also a logical fallacy. I want to hear your reasoning. So I guess we're not going to do reasoning. We're going to just do Ipsy Dixit, get on the soapbox, declare things impossible without demonstrating it.
There is not a model that exists outside of a round spherical type object for that to be possible.
That's not true. It's not true at all. First of all, you'd have to actually demonstrate that. So I would like the geometric proof or mathematical proof that that's the case. Because we already know it's not the case.
You mean like the the precession of the stars and the change of Earth's location and the poles changing and the time date stamps and the shortening of the days of Earth and the historical view of the sky?
You're going to be muted, dude. You're going to be muted.
That has existed ever since.
Third warning. You're going to be muted. Because I was about to answer your question.
I know I'll be muted. You guys can't handle it.
So you can make a hypersphere model on a flat surface using mod W. You know what any of that means?
No, I don't know any of that shit.
Oh, of course not. So you're just going to declare it's impossible.
I could ask you, do you know what Mazzaroth means? You tell me.
You're just going to declare it's possible based on ignorance.
Clarify.
Okay, you project the coordinates into what's called a hypersphere. Okay, a fourth dimensional coordinate, a modulo W. Do you know what that means?
No. Explain it.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna give you a fucking math class right now.
Good.
A fucking at least a half a year math class. I'm gonna give it to you right now for sure. Okay, maybe you should study topology, geometry before you actually make stupid claims. Because the map, the globe, is just a projection of a coordinate system, namely the celestial sphere. Okay. If you knew any of that, which you don't, okay, you think latitude and longitude are points on the ground, which they're not, okay? The positions of the celestial sphere. The positions on the ground, okay, are inferred to be, it's modeled as if you're at the origin of coordinates where there's a hemisphere around you. They don't model the Earth as a globe. They model the Earth as a point in which you're rotating under the celestial sphere. That's what the math. Hold on, shut up. That's what the math does. Okay.
I can't. That's very disrespectful. This is not how we have a conversation.
Don't interrupt me then. Don't interrupt me then.
There wasn't an interruption.
What did you call this thing? The hyper.
It's called a hypersphere. It's a four-dimensional hypersphere.
No, the keys to the car.
The rotational coordinates is in a hyperspace. So you don't understand. I listen to you guys make all these arguments about maps, the sun, when you don't understand what the projection of a coordinate system is, or an arbitrary coordinate system, or anything like that. You think the coordinate system is reality. Okay, so let's take your South Africa example, and
so this four-dimensional hyperspace is that. I think I might be able to help you save a lot of time.
Yeah, so let's take your example of
explaining
people,
it to me.
Hold on, let's take your example of someone in South America, in South Africa, both seeing the Southern Cross at the same time. Let's take that example. Okay, you with me?
Are you saying that space is four-dimensional hyperspace?
In your own paradigm, it is.
Based on the flat Earth. I'm saying based on flat Earth. I'm not talking about time. I'm talking about dimension.
Saying the model is four-dimensional. The model. Models aren't reality, dude. You didn't get the memo? That's reification. Dealt with this with Nabel yesterday. You guys think some models, because they work, they're physically real. No, it's not. It's not how it is. I don't know what you guys have been taught in school, dude.
I'm just here trying to wrap my mind around how it would work.
Can I have
how that would be possible?
How it works, that is just a pragmatic statement. We can make models that work that have no ultimate reality to them. You realize that, right? Epicycles.
Yeah, like the number 0.
The Ptolemaic model, epicycles. No one claims they're physically real. Okay? Maxwell's equations was a mechanical model of the ether. Nobody nowadays thinks that there's a mechanical ether out there. All these work. Tycho Brahe's model of where the planets appear to be. That's where the sun and moon orbit the Earth, and the planets orbit the sun. That works. It's geometrically identical in observational sense to Kepler's model.
Okay, so we're talking about models. We're not talking about observational science.
Okay, so you have a model in which your model says that.
What I'm basically saying is we cannot see the number zero. We just have a concept.
That's why I tried to get to the observation of South America and Africa. Okay, someone's in South Africa, someone's in South America. They're looking at the Southern Cross. What's their orientation to each other?
It depends what model we're talking about.
Ah, bingo.
This is all bullshit.
Bingo.
No, it isn't.
Bingo. Depends on your choice of coordinates. Now, if we use the compass, they'd have one orientation. If we use latitude and longitude, they'd have another orientation. If we use the sunrise, which is actually east is defined as where the direction of the sunrise on the equinox. If we use that, that would actually be another coordinate system. So it depends on the coordinate system you choose. That's what I'm talking about, an arbitrary coordinate system. You're making an argument as if the coordinate system is physically real.
If your coordinate system that you're suggesting makes the Southern Cross work, then your coordinate
Southern Cross don't work on the globe.
Then I was about to say that because it works on the globe, but what you're suggesting does not physically.
You can see the Southern Cross on the Canary Islands.
It is absolutely not possible for
that's
your
off the coast in northern. Bro, that's 28 north. Are you listening? Listen, really quick.
I am listening. It doesn't work.
The Southern Cross doesn't work on the globe because you can see it from 28 north.
That works.
No, it doesn't.
Physical, empirical knowledge, visibility, scientific basis, everything works. But what you're telling me doesn't.
It doesn't work. Shut the fuck up. If you fire up Stellarium or any telescope gaining software in model,
they never want to
shut up, dude. Shut up.
No, you're being rude, and I'm pointing it out. Stop being mean.
You're trying to stop me from saying what I'm saying.
Just me.
Debunking the globe. You're just trying to stop me. Okay? From 28 north, you can see the Southern Cross, the entire Southern Cross. If you plug that into any globe software, telescope aiming software, Stellarium, Celestia, you pick it, you cannot see the Southern Cross from that location. So it's be under the horizon. You can adjust your atmospheric refraction, you can adjust your elevation, you can do whatever you want. It don't work. So you guys think the globe works in reality. But in reality, if you actually go do the observations, it works sometimes, and there's other times where it don't work. So you guys cherry pick.
About Earth's tilt.
No, I'm not talking about Earth's tilt. I'm talking about you shouldn't see the Southern Cross from 28 north.
The Earth rotates at an angle.
How do you know that?
By looking at the Earth and by looking at the stars.
By looking at the stars.
By looking at runways, if you want to look at the ground, whenever you're a ship that's sailing, the location and where planes have to land has changed because of the way the Earth rotates and turns.
Yeah. Okay, so when did they discover the tilt of the Earth? When they invented airplanes or when they invented ships?
He's making shit up.
I know.
Yeah, that's all good. What I was going to suggest, not really suggest, but point out, when we do the whole 4D theory is really cool to me. I really like it. But like the numbers,
let's move on.
It's not observable or anything. It's not possible. No,
because you can't observe a fourth dimension.
Saying it's a cool theory, but it can't work because if we're talking about the GPS locations based on what you're talking about, then the actual physical locations and GPS and how it works would change.
It would work. Actually, it would work perfectly with GPS. It has to change.
GPS
doesn't use a globe. You're misinformed.
If we use your 4D idea on a flat Earth,
dude, stop.
The locations of the GPS would change.
GPS receivers get information in Earth-centered Earth fixed, which is a plane, not a globe, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Just because you see it on your phone as latitude and longitude doesn't mean that's what the GPS receiver sees it in.
Which, by the way, the pole is not in Antarctica. I've seen a lot of stuff. You're a lot smarter than a lot of people I talk to about this.
Yeah.
So I'll give you that.
If he says enough.
But the magnetic pole, the South magnetic pole is not even in Antarctica.
Fantastic.
No, it's not. If you go and you look around, if you sit down and you measure it, you say, "Hey, GPS, where am I?" and it shows you. It says, like, if you take out your
ADHD, man.
If you take out your compass and point it south, it doesn't actually point at Antarctica.
No,
if you're in Antarctica, it's outside of it.
Yeah, we know that, dude. Why are you telling us this?
Because the poles are shifting.
No shit. Now, why is it relevant?
Oh, my Jesus Christ. It don't point for another reason, because of something called magnetic declination. Compasses align with the field.
Show me an object. No, see, I just thought of an object that would work. It's like you could take a flat disc and get a magnetic field on it.
Yeah, you can. It's called.
But even the magnetic field would still, it would still have a southern location.
Yeah, that's great, but compasses align with the magnetic field. They don't point toward poles. There's something called magnetic declination that your compass needle aligns with. In some places, that direction can be 90 degrees from north-south. It's printed on any navigational map.
It used to be in Hudson Bay.
They're printed. You ever look at a compass and it has that other needle on it, on the bezel where you got to turn it? That's the count for magnetic declination, the actual direction of the field. And using that, you get north-south.
It's because it's interesting how all the planets and everything that we see
something else again.
People have been to, around, and we're not.
Yeah, that's a cool story, bro.
We can see the different sides of it.
Yeah,
but
focus on the conversation,
you guys
bro.
think that a projection makes more
stop
sense.
talking about what you want to talk about and try to give him a retort for what he said.
You can't.
Oh, I did. I already did.
You went on to talk about what you wanted to talk about.
He wants me to accept that the number 0 exists.
Can we get this creature offline?
Huh?
But he's trying to take this 4D. I don't know if y'all have seen the 4D hyperspace dimensional shit.
Go away.
You already believe in it.
I told you.
If you believe in black holes, you believe in four-dimensional space. Oh, you don't?
I don't believe in black holes the way that most people do. I call bullshit. I'd say
you believe anything about Einstein? Anything Einstein said? Do we think general relativity is correct?
I believe that a lot. No, I don't. And a lot of the shit that
Einstein believe that special relativity is correct.
I don't know all of the things that he talked about. I'm not a science major. I just know that the ideas that he had, such as gravity, keeping Earth in this position, it doesn't work. A lot of the shit that he talked about simply does not work.
Well, I'll agree with you on that. Want to know what also doesn't work?
I agree that we didn't land on NASA. I agree that the pictures that we have of the globe are bullshit. I agree with a lot of the shit that flat earthers say. And they're right about a lot of it. The NASA stuff is true.
Why do you think we have curving
Nazi
oceans?
thing's true.
Then why don't you listen to us?
Then why do you think we have curving oceans?
Why do I think we have curving oceans?
Yeah, curving oceans.
Because gravity is not the only force that acts alone. It doesn't act alone. There's electromagnetism is what creates gravity.
Does that curve the
electromagnetism is what keeps Earth in its rotation.
Yeah, but why do you think it curves the
we are in its field. And the magnetic, it's like basically a superposition. And it rotates around the sun.
That's great. If you only had evidence for any of that. Cool stories. But
there's a lot of evidence for it.
Can you bend water?
You'll never post it.
Water around an electromagnet?
Oh no.
Let's just focus on what makes you think. What's your evidence? What's your evidence that gravity, whatever way you conceive it of, would form Earth into a ball? Do you got any observations in a lab, anything like that? Mathematics?
Personally, I think the Earth is a water core and not a molten lava core.
Move on to someone else, Enjo. You're clearly wasting your time.
You just start clicking, jumping off a cliff.
It talks about water. It's not. It's in the Bible.
Okay, just okay. It's enough, dude. Is this PD's doppelganger?
It just claimed electromagnetism can bend water. You have access to electromagnetism. He just said that. So you have already access to electromagnetism. You can vary.
You should have heard his previous argument, or excuse me, his previous conversation. Like before I jumped in, he was talking to the other numbskull that was in here, and they were having a good old time. Rewind the stream like another 40 minutes. You'll find out.
Oh, dude, I'm trying to erase the last 30 minutes from my mind.
Yeah, it was a bunch of sophist bullcrap.
You don't want to put more in there?
More brain rot.
That was Cuckoo Cocoa Puss. I wish you'd stay focused.
He should stick to gravity bending water. Thing that you can't verify.
8-second attention spans.
Yeah, trying to get into him to focus is like hurting cats, bro.
You're trying to herd cats with a dog. That ain't gonna work. Man, my head actually hurts after that, dude. Dude, that rambling was something else. So I asked him, is he like reading a script, man? Like, whoo.
If he was reading the script, it was missing a couple of pages here and there because he kept completely changing subject.
They're broken the Appuccino machine.
Like listening to a kid repeating those brain rot Italian videos. Tralalero tralala.
Oh, jeez.
Tum 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 sahur. It's like that. Someone repeating things that he doesn't even understand.
Other than that, how's it going?
You want to talk to Raven? I think he thinks like reptiles and stuff.
Oh, shit.
Hold on.
The reptilian.
I wanted to talk to you. I gotta talk to CV. Give me one. CV.
Yeah, I fuck with reptilians.
Yo, CB, you would run to last night, dude. I had to quit, dude, because I was dying, bro. That's so fucking funny.
I
don't want to repeat it, dude. I don't know how you're even still here, like, bro. Because you just ask questions, right? You ask, like, it actually sounded like you were curious. Like, you're like, do you have balls? That's true. She's like, it's none of your fucking business.
she got so mad.
Maybe. Well, I mean, what if you're interested in her, man? Like, you gotta know, right?
Yo.
Anyway, dude, I had to leave because I was about to start piling on, and that would have been bad. This channel would not exist right now.
Oh, Lord. Y'all wild. CB is feral.
Wait, so how does
because I was like, I'm on demon time, and CB's like, I gotta get on demon time trying to enter the chat.
You already know.
I gotta love how Raven believes in aliens, but thinks that flat level water is preposterous.
Yeah, what do you think angels and demons are? They're aliens.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, but we're just gonna reject that flatness of water is just it's reality.
Yeah, because the scale of flat water in a puddle does not equate to the scale of the entire Earth. That's illogical.
Okay, so hold on, time out.
So let's talk about how the fallen angels went with the humans, right?
Time out, Raven. So water. Fuck it.
So what you're saying is you don't experience it as a ball.
Also, Linus, your pictures are nothing but Facebook memes. Because belief in existence of aliens is not a common thing. People belittle you for that.
Tell us about Agartha.
Oh yeah, Agartha. So all countries can decide on a peace treaty for Antarctica, but they cannot decide if Gazans can live or if Gaza is a state itself. Isn't that crazy?
You said that we live in a hollow Earth. You said Earth is hollow. Well, tell us about that.
Yeah, the Earth is hollow, and there's an interdimensional door to that other world. In Antarctica.
That makes you just as much of a conspiracy theorist as we are. People will mock you for that.
I already know that, but we're not conspiracy theorists. We're historians. We look at history and data.
Oh my God.
The term conspiracy theory was made up by the government during the JFK assassination.
Yeah, let me tell you part of your story. Didn't Hitler try to go to Agartha in Antarctica, and then the Americans followed him during high jump? And
yeah,
isn't that
you're correct? And also, there was a pilot that saw an entry to this other world. He saw green grass in Antarctica and a hole that goes to another world. I forgot the name of the pilot.
Yeah.
All right. That's enough of that shit. Enough of that shit.
This is the problem with flat Earth.
No, see, these are the problem. We don't want to talk about that bullshit, man. Is the Earth a globe or not? For God's sakes.
Yeah, Raven clearly obfuscated away from level water, flatness being a property of water in reality. Doesn't want to talk about that, clearly.
He's okay.
Yeah, let's get to it. Let's get to it.
So he mentions a puddle, right? And so is that water is going to rest flat and level in that puddle, correct? Yes, we all understand this. At what point does that level deviate from level and begin to slope in any direction? Do we have like a radial on that? Do we have like a length, a circumference? Do we have what do we got?
You guys actually want to continue talking to him?
Well, you can answer that one question, and if not, you can. We have the power of the mute. We can unmute and mute him at will. So.
Yeah.
Okay, basically, all I can say is there's a lot of control narratives going on in this call.
Oh God! Answer her question, dude.
What was your question?
At what point does the level water in a puddle from the surface? At what point does that deviate from level?
Deviate.
Yes, deviate.
When does the ground begin to be an arch?
So the concept that the surface of water is perfectly flat, that's confusing. That's
at rest. It is. It's illogical. It's mirror flat. No, it is.
Don't get on that.
You can find water.
Hold on, level Linus. Hold on. Wait.
Immediately upon gaining horizontal distance, right?
Answer her question directly.
I'm answering it, and you're not letting me answer it.
No, you're not.
So
once again, repeat the question and just fucking answer it. That's all.
She asked, "What point does level water at the surface deviate from level?" Right?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Point? At what point?
Let's talk about this.
Hey,
so, water surface drops away from.
No, we don't want to talk about it. We want to know where it deviates. Where does it deviate?
Per mile.
Agreeing with the premise, he's saying water is not level.
It's 8 inches from a mile.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Where's the measurement of that?
You got to measure it.
Yeah.
8 inches per mile squared, by the way, not just.
Also, every flat Earth experiment.
Where's the measurement?
I just said it, you dumb motherfucker.
Except it's incorrect. We're measuring the curvature and only finding that we're measuring the water to
precision
be
work,
flat.
even over relatively short distances, over a 100-foot span, the deviation is only about 0.003 inches. What does that equate to in decimals? Anyone want to know into a fraction?
What about a 10-mile span? Do you know how much it curves?
Yeah,
about 30 miles?
Let's figure this out. 10-mile curve span.
Holy shit. You're overcomplicating this, bud.
Over a horizontal distance of 10 miles. That's what you want.
Yes.
That's approximately about 66.7 feet that drops.
That's
right?
fine. How the fuck was it measured?
GPS.
What?
Holy shit.
Do what the Greeks did. They used sticks, nigga.
Begging the
Dude,
question.
you are ignorant as fuck, dude.
You what? You're the one that's making fun of other people. You've been yelling at other people and making fun of them, and I'm just being respectful.
So your calculation was correct, and people went to the reality and tried to verify that. So for that measurement that you gave us, those 66 inches of drop, it will be the horizon will be not visible for that distance of 10 miles. So the horizon will be visible at for 1 foot observer. It will be visible at 1.22 miles. So if I'm able to see a horizon at a distance that is farther than that 1.22 miles at 1 foot, means that geometrically, like you said, it's not that the globe that you are believing in.
All right, so no measurement of that, yeah?
Well, he said it was measured with GPS. I'd like to know how I can use GPS and have a friend go to the other side of a 10-mile wide lake and using GPS measure 66 feet of curve.
It appears as though he has run away.
Chasing the GPS red herring is letting them beg the question.
All right, who's next?
Oh, I miss that shit, dude. Damn it.
Yeah, no more coffee breaks, Indio. That's a dereliction of duty, bro.
There's also Homo 8.
Oh, that seems promising.
Homo 8, you're up. Thanks for calling in. Homo 8, you are... Rob.
Shouldn't it be Homo apien?
I'm a globe.
That's a good one.
So what did he run away from? What did that dude run for?
Because he forgot to include the refraction in his drop over distance, because he said that it will be 66 inches over 10 miles, will be drop of 66.
He said inches?
I don't remember if he said inches, but he gave the correct number.
So he was okay with saying that there's a hollowness underneath the earth, and that inside that hollowness is a interdimensional portal, and that he was also okay with United States chasing Hitler into Antarctica to get into this interdimensional area. But level water actually being flat is outrageous.
He's not the only one believing those things. So, just watch some videos. Like I told him, I even know a part of their story. That the fight in Antarctica between Americans and the Nazis during World War, it was because of that. Hitler knew about Agartha and tried to go to that hole in the Antarctica, and then they tried to stop him, and because of that they made that Antarctica Treaty, because they know that there is a hole there that can help you go to Agartha, so the hollow earth. He's not the only one believing those shitty things. There's many types of globe earthers That's why I don't like when globe earthers, those heliocentric globe earthers, they come to us to just make fun of some flat earthers believing in the dome or the ice wall. You people, globe earthers, have many types of globe earthers. The heliocentric ones, the hollow earth ones, the concave earth ones. It's a globe also, the concave one, by the way.
Bro, I have a question. Bro.
Yeah, what's your question?
If Earth is like flat shape, so why not other planet is like a ring, other planet like?
That's a logical fallacy when you say other planets.
Yeah.
That's you trying to say that
every single planet is ring shape.
Just listen. Try to listen. So when you say other planets, that's a logical fallacy. That's you begging the question by saying other planets, comparing them to the Earth, by saying it is the planet and the others are the others. So the things in the sky, the others. You didn't validate that the Earth is a planet first. So to make to call it a planet, it will have to be a ball and orbiting a star like the sun. You have to validate that first to call it a planet, and then you can compare it to something in the sky that you can also call as planet.
Okay.
So if you don't validate that the Earth is a planet first, it will be logical fallacy if you use it in an argument as being a planet. Like if it is factual, it's not factual till you validate it. So to hold yourself from falling in a logical fallacy, prove that the Earth is a planet, a ball orbiting a star. That's the definition that for a planet.
It always seemed like a stereotyping fallacy to say, look, if you're looking at up and they're all supposedly round, that what we're on must be round. There's lots of problems with stereotyping.
Yeah, it would be similar to saying, I see trees everywhere around me, so therefore the Earth must also be a tree.
Just like Tarzan. So Tarzan, because he saw some monkeys around him, he believed that he is a monkey too. Mowgli did a different thing. He saw some wolves around him, so he think that he is a wolf too. So like those stupid people who see some things in the sky and think that they are standing on something that is similar. No.
Join the ape squad, bro. You're also a numbskull.
So Nix, can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
That your question was for finding out why these people are flat earther, or you randomly choose that question?
No, I just randomly.
Okay, how you will find out why these people does not believe in the globe?
I don't know.
I know. I will ask them why. I will ask them why they don't believe in the globe. What is the reason? What is the main reason? What did you do? Why you believe or think that Earth is flat? Something like that.
I believe Earth is like a ring shape.
And then, this is very important if you listen. Then when you hear the answers, then you make a questions about that, what they told you.
He doesn't even know why he believes in the globe.
Yes. This is me.
Why do you believe in the globe? Why do you believe that? Why do you believe that story that you were told? You didn't figure it out yourself, right? So you're believing something somebody told you. Why do you believe it?
Science.
You want a hint?
Because it works.
It's a rhetorical question, obviously. I know the reason. You saw it on TV.
It's just like if you are born in some environment where people believe in Christianity, you will grow Christian. till you're grown ass, man, and then you, if you have some critical thinking, you will start questioning that religion. If you are born in Hinduism, you will grow a Hindu guy. If you are in Islam, just like that, you were born in a medium where people believe that the earth is a ball. Generally, majority of people around you were globers. In school, they repeated that same word, that the earth is a globe, so you were a glober. Literally, indoctrination.
I know the issue. Indio, I found something you might find interesting. The philosophy of science that you hold, that that like two models that are different but have the same predictive power, right? You don't know which one to pick. That's called scientific underdeterminism. It's a position within philosophy of science. I think you're an underdeterminist.
Well, it's not a position. It's demonstrably true.
No, this is a well-known position in philosophy of science.
Yeah, I know you can call it whatever you want. You can even call it an ideology, but it's objectively true that this is the case.
Every hypothesis is going to presuppose or like imply a model. So I just don't know how you.
No, goodness me, no.
Do you know that Einstein himself said that you can't distinguish between a geocentric Earth and a heliocentric one?
Yeah.
They are kinematically and dynamically equal.
Not with all predictions, but with the ones in like the 15th century, yeah.
With all
What ones don't then? You said not with all, so which ones don't?
Probably the precession of the perihelion of Mercury. Probably. As far as I'm aware, because I don't know fully, but that would be my first answer, my response. I don't know how you would get that unless the geocentric model also accepts GR, then probably you could get the same result.
Unless they're fucking wrong.
The geocentric model doesn't need the number of assumptions that a heliocentric one must use. You don't need any dark matter, dark energy to hold the galaxy clusters together. You don't need any of of the heliocentric bullshit.
That's not a heliocentric. That's just a cosmic model. That would be outside our solar
system. Cosmic model where planets orbit around stars. Yeah.
And in this one, they'd orbit around the sun. That's the heliocentric model.
Yeah, the heliocentric solar system model within the galaxy.
Like, regardless of how true this may or may not be, this doesn't get around that any hypothesis.
Oh, it's not true, because within every single model the Earth is said to have curvature. It doesn't demonstrably, measurably. So we can throw all of these ideas out the window, because within the presupposition the Earth is a sphere, we don't measure that curvature.
How about this, Indio? Can you give me an example of a hypothesis that doesn't imply a model?
Scientific hypothesis. Scientific models are based on hypotheses that have gone through the scientific method.
I think it's the other way around.
No, scientific theories. You can abstract scientific models from scientific theories. Scientific theories come from hypotheses that have been demonstrated one way or another to be true for an experiment.
Yeah,
hypothesis, theory, model. All models will be backed up, if they're scientific, by a group of hypotheses.
Yeah, because those hypotheses underlie a model.
Yeah, as long as we get it all in the right order, yeah.
Model
hypotheses to have theory. You must have theory to have model.
He should update his philosophy then, because he should concede.
You're talking about pseudoscience, bro. You're talking about pseudoscience, not natural science.
There's no reason to update my philosophy. It's objectively true. I already told you that. Why would I deny objective reality? Everything I said is objectively demonstrable.
Just the idea that you can have multiple models.
You can try and use linguistics to change it, but you're not gonna.
Sorry,
No,
I
it's
only
still-
came in on the last part of the conversation. Is this like the amount you can have several models predicting the same outcome? Which one is true? Yeah,
Yeah, that's called scientific underdeterminism, and you could just read philosophy and science to
So what?
determine.
Who cares what it's called? It's objectively true. You can label it whatever you want. You can label it freaking cream cheese or grilled cheese sandwich. I don't know. Make up a name.
Sounds like you hurt this guy's feelings, man. He's only calling you out by name. He just negated
Yeah, I
Jedi
know.
like 3 times. So Indio. Yeah, right.
There's gonna be Indio.
Because he probably debunked what you said, and
Indio.
No, it's not about debunking. It's about just.
I was gonna
adding
say everybody
context.
change the name
Like
to Indio.
Indio would just be a scientific underdeterminist.
No, I just observe reality. Okay, I'm an
reality?
I'm an anti-reificationist.
Wait, so are you like a scientific realist?
I would call myself a direct realist.
So
try and find that on Stanford's philosophy page.
Here's the question: do you believe our scientific theories can tell us about what objects are real or not?
Ontology? No.
Okay, so then you're not a. So then you'd probably be an anti-realist. You don't believe that our scientific theories.
No, it's called direct realism.
Yeah, well, what is that position? Never heard of it.
The external world has primacy and not the internal world.
The external world. See, these are
the external world comes before the internal world.
How do you
It's just
justify
independent
that?
of human minds.
Well, how do you justify that?
You're speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you know that this isn't all taking place in some great mind?
No,
In relation to what? Because if there was no external world, there'd be nothing for the mind to act upon.
How do you know that?
There'd be no referent.
That was
How do you know you're not?
What is your internal world created ab initio from nothing?
Good way to put that. Yeah.
Was your internal world created ab initio from nothing?
I don't know who ab initio is.
Ab initio means first cause. Means from nothing.
Okay, so
the initial condition. What the initial condition would be nothing. Okay, so you have your internal world that generated itself from the internal world, right? There is no external world. That can only come from the internal.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So where do the ideas, the thoughts, the shit you're talking about come from?
Your guess is as good as mine, but that doesn't mean that it's an answer.
Okay, it's circular. If it comes from it's really pulling yourself by your bootstraps. It's creating something from nothing again.
Yeah, but like your objection to that is that's going to be irrational, and that's going to be based on like
it is irrational.
Right, but I mean, how do you know that you're not just a brain in a jar saying that? Like you're going to run into the same.
Because even if I was a brain in a jar, the thing that the brain is thinking about are external things. And they have to be because they couldn't have been generated inside itself without some external reference. See, there has to be the distinction between the internal and the external for even to say there's an external world. You have to say that the external is a construct of the internal, created from what? Created from what reference?
Yeah, if you're like a solipsist, you could say, you could even say,
okay, we don't need fucking goddamn pop philosophy.
Well, regardless of what you're like, I'm telling you, like, this isn't to settle.
Yeah, I know the mantra you guys preach, and it's all wrong, and I'm showing you how it's wrong. But you guys will keep just preaching the same mantra.
Justify that there's an external world without.
I just did because the converse is absurd. From reduction to absurdity. No,
like,
it's absurd.
How do you know that what's absurd?
How does nothing? How does nothing create
reality?
How does nothing create something from itself?
How do you know that absurd things can't be true? Well, like there you go.
By definition,
that's the problem.
By definition. By definition.
What's the definition of absurd?
You can't, like, okay, yeah, okay.
Okay, what? Why trains are not flying, man? Explain.
Okay, because they didn't put wings on them.
Yes, because bro.
Yes, to borrow from a logical perspective in order to make his argument, say his argument for something to be absurd, he has to borrow from a logical perspective where things actually make sense to make something that he thinks is absurd.
And where'd the brain in a jar even come from? How do you know even jars exist?
Exactly. That's my entire point. That's my entire point.
Okay, listen, brother, you didn't even understand what was said. You didn't understand what was said. You didn't understand what was said. You didn't understand what was said. Do you think you invented jars in your own brain?
You're engaging in circular reasoning right now.
What did
you're using the
I'm asking you a question.
Using the very faculty.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Do you think you invented with no external reference, with no existing external world? All there is the internal world. You must have invented the ideas of jars, brains in jars, in your own mind. From what? From nothing. Literally a fucking completely unique creation from your internal mind. You fucking separated yourself in your internal mind and artificially created an external world, subdividing your internal world.
And your objection is that this is absurd, but like to say that is absurd as an objection would have to require
it is absurd.
The logic you're using is already correct, which comes from your sense.
It is absurd.
Yeah, okay, so you didn't hear everything I just said, which is fine. That's fine. So you're a direct realist.
Yeah.
You like to directly know how reality works.
No, dude, it's a philosophy, dude. You want to label shit? Go look at the philosophy of Thomas Reid. He refuted Descartes and all them fucking dumb, super fucking skeptics way back in the day, okay? But you're inquiring into the human mind on the principles of common sense. Go read it.
When you form a scientific hypothesis, do you believe that you're not making a model?
Yes.
Can you give me an example of that? That was my original question.
Germ theory.
What theory?
Germ theory.
That's a model.
What's it a model of?
It's trying to model these things called germs.
Can you give me an equation for it? Can you give me the equation?
It's a set of equations. Do you want them?
Oh, germ theory is a set of equations. Can you post them in the chat? I want to see the equations for germs.
Okay. I'm surprised you don't know this, but here, hold on.
Yeah, I want the equation for germs.
Oh, Jesus.
Germs. It's going to be a set of differential equations, but here you go.
Germs, yeah. The theory that germs infect cells and people get sick. Yeah, that's a series of equations.
It is. It literally is. I'm giving it to you right now.
Oh, really?
Jesus Christ. You will really do that?
Simple White should be really surprised.
I put it in the side chat.
Christ.
It's a set of differential equations.
Indio, it's not the first time. Every time someone go to research something stupid like that, I call it a win. It's too stupid to try to type that using your keyboard.
That equation is not what you think it is, dude. Like, and dude, do you see what he posted?
I must be looking in the wrong checks. I don't see it.
That's right above Yoder's.
This shit's got to update or something. I don't see shit, bro. I see Raven, DJ, Travis.
I will tell you. There is equation and there is a explanation. S is equal number of susceptible individuals. Then you have I, that is a number of infected individuals. Then you have R, that's not a radius, that's a number of recovered for human.
It looks statistical, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't
do you know what
that's not germ theory. Germ theory is the theory that bacteria, right, microorganisms, infect biological organisms and make them ill. Okay.
Yeah, that's why you have
formula for that. Well, what's the threshold?
The threshold? What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
What?
The microorganism threshold for getting sick.
Is that even something modeled? I don't know.
Is that even something modeled?
Wow, dude.
You can't write and fucking make this shit up.
I'm getting too good at this. I really need to take a break before I freaking peak.
You're the one who
Dude,
said
that's amazing, bro.
It can't exist if it's not modeled. That's you saying that. For God.
Now he knows. Now you know why absurd is absurd.
It seems that he forgot the point of the discussion and why Indio asked him about the germs theory.
I'm pretty sure he's glossy-eyed right now. He doesn't know what just happened. He's like,
I'm going back to watch that on the live stream. That was comedy gold, mate. That should fucking replay that on TV or something.
Is that even modeled?
No. I guess it is. Is it 10 to? It's Google says 10 to the 3 to 10 to the 6 for salmonella.
What the fuck?
Oh wait, hold on. Isn't it in?
Can I ask you one question? I see that you are.
Is that known? Hold on 1 sec. Is that known empirically or is it modeled?
What's the difference?
The salmonella threshold. Is it known empirically or is it modeled?
You mean like did somebody run a simulation or did they test this?
Yeah, do they have a model that predicts that?
That's what it means.
The salmonella threshold, or is it known empirically? By
doesn't mean the same thing. Like anytime you make an empirical test,
doesn't mean the same thing.
Model. Yeah, you can't give me an example. I asked you for an example. You tried.
Okay, so if you have a model, the empirical part is the testing of the model. Right?
Is that a question or what?
Okay. Let's take a model of gravity, just as an analogy. Now, do I need to have a model to simply measure the rate that something falls?
No, but then that wouldn't be science. That'd just be a measurement.
Fine. Cool. So that's why I asked you the salmonella threshold. Did they just do a measurement? Is that why they put that value, or is it a model?
Let me see.
Oh God.
He's too proud to.
This is 24/7. Let this dude do research on the live stream.
Yeah, he's too proud to say that he doesn't know that. Let me check. Or I didn't know that. He's way too proud for that. Like zero humility.
Yeah, he can't just say, "Oh shit, I was mistaken." You can have scientific hypotheses without models.
Yeah, it looks like this one was just measured.
Yeah, no model. No salmonella model.
What if you measure the surface?
That's about germ theory.
What if you don't measure germs? What if you measure the surface? What then?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
Is it more complicated than germ theory?
I don't think so.
Let's do it.
Did you take into account atmospheric effect or no?
Yeah, when I see the surface, I don't care what is going on in the air.
Oh, then you're not gonna get like sound results.
When you see the surface, do you bother with other things? What ducks doing? What happened in USA? What doing clouds doing?
If I want to measure curvature, yeah, there's certain things I would have to take into account.
Yeah, when you see the surface, do you see the surface, or you're saying no, that's not the surface? I see some kind of phenomena, light, something.
Sasha, let him present the method. Go ahead, Abel. Tell us how you can do it using refraction. Show us the method.
Oh, I don't know how you do it. Just that you'd have to take.
For God's sake, bro.
Then shut the fuck up, bro.
Yeah, really.
Shut the fuck up.
Wait, no. If somebody says, "Hey, you're not taking this into account," and then they don't.
You don't know what to take into account if you don't know how to fucking get it, dude. You don't know how to the method in which
you're basically just gonna remain willfully ignorant and just go like, I don't have to do anything.
Ironic, you're calling us ignorant. You're saying, hey, you're supposed to take something into account. We say what? You say I don't know, but you're calling us ignorant.
The burden of proof is on you to figure out.
Yeah, really? How is the burden of proof on us?
Because you're the ones that are claiming the Earth is flat.
We see it that way.
No, you don't.
Burden
you take into account refraction. And if you want to remain willfully ignorant, you can.
Why would I take into account refraction? Why would I take into account refraction?
Because it can where the object is relative to where you see it.
How do you know that?
You would have to
because we have scientific experiments. Yeah, we have scientific.
Okay, post them. Post the scientific experiments. Post those. Post those. This should be funny. Yeah, you're going to search right now. You're not going to find anything.
That's not.
I literally have all the tests of refraction that have ever been done. I have them already. All like 8 of them.
I'm sorry,
like 8, dude.
I'm sorry, neighbor, but what you said to respond to India was a little bit stupid. I'm sorry to say that, because he told you that he sees the surface as being flat. You said no, you have to take account of refraction. So if I take account of refraction, will that show me that the surface will be curved, or does that just change the distance? Does that just change dependent to your claim, Globers?
Brother, he doesn't know. Yeah, brother, Necros. He said he didn't know. That's why we're getting him on that. He doesn't know. He just said shit, and he doesn't. He can't back it up.
Yeah, so, and I still see the Earth. But that's a good point Necros made. I still see the Earth is flat. I've met my burden. I don't have to. It's your now. The burden shifts to you to demonstrate that observation is incorrect.
Yeah, and I do so by just simply stating you don't take into account the atmosphere.
By simply stating.
Even if you take account of refraction, it doesn't make the
how about you prove? Yeah. Now the burden of
you don't get to simply state. You don't get to simply state. I said an observation, my evidence. Now you present evidence that the observation is not correct.
That's not like, wait.
That's how it works. Evidence versus evidence, not claims versus claims. But
I don't have to
without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. If my evidence is the Earth looks flat. What's yours?
If I can observe that you didn't take into account a variable that would affect your result.
You need to demonstrate that it would affect the result. Empirically.
Oh,
that would be the evidence. You don't just get to say it does. You have to show it. That's right. The burden of proof switched to you. This is why you guys fail. Because you have no qualia for the globe. There's no observation that you can point to and say, hey, now the burden of proof is on flat Earth. All you can do is go into imagination land and imagine scenarios where everything is an optical illusion. That's all you can do.
Yeah, India, because even if we assume that refraction will just change the distance to that horizon, it doesn't make the surface appear curved. All instances in minimum refraction compared to maximum refraction, it doesn't make the surface appear curved. Just change the distance to the objects or the elevation of objects, like for example the sun.
Yoda brought something awesome yesterday, right? We want to see a superior mirage where the ship goes over the horizon upside down.
I gotta stop that. I'm sorry. No, that refraction ain't never changed the distance to shit. Not even apparently. Let me do you one better. Okay, when I look outside through the air to other stuff, nothing has ever changed the distance to shit. I've never been looking at a hospital that was in front of the school that is now behind the school because of that shit doesn't ever happen.
I know, because I just said that because I want to give them that assumption. They assume that the distance to the horizon, like for example, in both observations that we had, the horizon in front of the oil rigs, the horizon behind the oil rigs, so the distance to the horizon changed. So for some Glovers, they claim that it's because of refraction. Even if I give him that doesn't change the look of the surface and make it appear curved.
Well, let's ask him then, Nables, what's the maximum distance to the horizon, apparent distance to the horizon, that nature will allow?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Should we keep it simple? Just based on the human eye.
Based on what?
The human eye.
Accounting for or not accounting for the atmosphere?
All things being equal, a nice clear day. How far do you think, according to the human eye, the horizon should appear to be? For say a 6-foot observer.
Oh. Yeah, I have no idea how atmosphere would affect that. So I don't know.
But on a nice clear day.
If you remove atmosphere,
you know what's
nice clear day.
you know what's interesting?
Is it over water?
You know what's interesting? Every person.
What's the humidity? What's the pressure?
Ones like you.
Yeah.
Is ultimately arguing from ignorance when they're saying the horizon is Earth curve. Because the man said, okay, what's the furthest possible apparent distance? And you start doing all this jigaboo shit. Excuse me coming in hot.
Nah, dude, everybody gets a turn at that. Go for it. It was me yesterday. So, it can be you today.
What was that word? Jigaboo?
Jigaboo? I can't believe you said jigaboo, but that's funny.
Rolling, dude.
I just see somebody shaking and gyrating, just doing everything other than walking in a straight line.
It's called shucking and jiving.
Shucking and jiving, yep.
There's been some good words today, but that's definitely my favorite.
If you're gonna walk in a great circle to tell me that you basically never gonna tell me any maximum possible distance to the apparent horizon, then any time that you guys are trying to say that that's Earth curve is an argument from ignorance, straight up.
I just want to hear his answer. Come on, bro. How far can you see?
Okay, let's make it easy for him. Let's start here. Distance to the horizon given the limitation of the human eye in vacuum.
Oh, at what observer height?
6 foot.
You just plug that into the calculator, no?
What calculator? Based on the human eye. So you want to plug it into an Earth curve calculator?
Yeah.
Right. We're going to make a prediction based on the human eye. We're obviously going to want to take this into account when we're making observations and predictions. The question then becomes, why is this formula not involved in the prediction of how far we should see across the surface of the Earth with the Earth curve?
It is. It's just that there's a big atmosphere that changes where.
There is angular resolution.
Nah. Runway. Let's get back to vacuum. How far is away in vacuum? We can build on that after. After you do vacuum, then we can work on the atmosphere.
Whatever the Earth curve calculator would say is the horizon line.
No, on a flat Earth, bro.
On a flat Earth?
Yeah.
As long as you're not obstructed by mountains or anything, theoretically infinite.
Infinite.
Well, theoretically infinite, so the human eye can see forever.
Oh, the human eye. I forgot. Like with a telescope.
Yeah, obviously we're going to be talking... Dude, we're looking at stuff.
Bruh.
Right? It would be prudent to remember using an eye.
Yeah, your brain and the jar don't have eyes, so we're talking human eye.
You can use telescopes to look at stuff, though, right?
Yeah, but we're starting small.
Telescope. Dude.
Oh, yeah, forever.
Anything, dude. Just answer.
You can see the ice wall.
Really?
Assuming your view's not obstructed by like mountains or anything. But over the sea, yeah, you could theoretically just see the other continent.
So the horizon would be the edge of the. So you think the horizon would be the edge of the disk?
I don't even think the horizon be.
Gotcha, bitch.
There would still be a horizon from the naked eye, but
I think
I'm
he's
saying that
Superman and us
you could see
vision that can
past
see
it
forever.
with like
You could see past it. No, where would the
with, like, a
horizon be?
Well, that's just how perspective works, right? When things
How far away would a horizon appear on a flat Earth for a 6-foot observer?
That's a good question. I don't know. On a flat Earth, I don't know.
It's about 2.64 miles. About 3 miles. We keep the about 3 miles. How far away should the horizon be if you're standing on a ball with a radius of 3,009 miles?
I'm trying to figure out why there would be a horizon, but I assume it's just like a perspective thing.
Yes, it's based on human eye. Angle of reduction with distance. You're looking across the surface where all of the angles get smaller and smaller with distance until eventually the angles you can't resolve anymore because they're too small. This will then develop into an optical horizon. You can't resolve the surface anymore. The angles are too small. So based on that, for a 6-foot observer on the flat Earth, approximately 3 miles away. Forgetting the human eye, and if we're on a curved Earth, using a globe Earth calculator to figure out the geometric horizon for a 6-foot observer, about 3 miles. Now, the thing is with the Earth curve calculator is it doesn't take into account angular reduction with distance, which would be prudent because we're making observations with optics. In this instance, just our eyes. Why?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, why is that not in this calculation for making predictions about how?
Why is what not in the calculations?
Angular reduction with distance.
Angle of what?
An object
We see in angles, buddy. We see in angles. We don't see in feet and inches.
I do. I don't know how you do.
Really? Dude, you need a job? I'll fucking hire you right now to build shit, dude. Fuck it. I don't even need a tape measure anymore.
Okay.
Just look at it. How long is that? Oh, that's the 10-foot board. What's that one? That's the 6-penny nail. Like, great, dude. Come on. You need a job?
I do actually, yeah.
Well, I don't suggest going to a construction job and saying that, oh, I don't need the tape measure. I can just look at it. You're not gonna last long.
I see in inches.
They say measure twice, then cut. This homie just cuts.
We cut 3 times and it's still too short.
It's funny.
That's what the Moyle said.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Isn't it? I bit 3 times and it's still too short.
Oh, foul. Flag on the field.
Sorry, it just bugged me. I'm sure it bugged everybody else. Our friend here told us that we've got to take account for refraction when making predictions about how far we should be able to see stuff. And obviously, you must take into account angular reduction with distance, right? Surely you must.
I don't know. Angle of what? Angle of what?
I don't know.
No, he doesn't see in angles. Remember, he can't take that into account.
Okay, let's help
Let
him.
me just look.
The sun has an angular size of 1/2 degree, right?
I don't know what that means.
An angular
Angles are
size
between
of 1/2 degree.
two lines. Angles are between
the line,
two.
the line to the top and the line to the bottom in your field of view. Right? If you have a field of view, the human eye, I think the field of view is like 160 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see perpendicular to your eyeballs, right? You don't have a 180-degree view, right? It's a little bit less than that. The sun, when you look at it, will take up some portion of that, and that portion is a 1/2 degree. So any object you look at will take up some portion of your field of view in degrees. So if something looks like it's 1 degree, when it goes twice the distance away, it's 1/2 degree. Got it?
Not really, but
In apparent
With
size.
peripheral vision, I think it's like 210. I think it's beyond 100.
Not really. Like, seriously, dude. You know that when things move away from you, they appear to get smaller, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
He sees a little meter over it that says, just says 10 feet forever.
How a smaller launch object appears wouldn't affect how far it actually is. That's why that's the value that matters.
Yeah, he gets it. Right, so it's like if you're standing up close to a skyscraper, you got to crane your neck back to see the top of it. As you move further away, your neck doesn't have to crane up as high. Eventually, when the skyscraper's far away, you're looking dead set straight forward. Now, the problem is these Earth curvature calculators, they take that and they call that Earth curvature, even though it's perspective.
Okay. I don't know how they call that. I don't know. Are you saying that they call it curve when an object gets smaller as it proceeds?
Yeah, because they need to factor in both curving and perspective at the same time for their calculator to freaking mean anything, but they don't. They just leave perspective out.
Because I don't know why perspective would change the actual distance.
Also, it's changing the height of the object, dude. So they just say the height of the object lowers in your field of view because it's dropping behind Earth curvature, even though this is happening due to perspective.
We're well aware of that.
The perspective doesn't change the actual relationships with the between the objects. It just changed how we would perceive it.
Yeah, and that's what he's talking about in this perception.
Mathematics has nothing to do with perception. We don't.
Hold on. Your perception with
regardless
distance,
of how you perceive an object, it has an actual height, an actual distance to observer, etc.
We can't tell that by looking at it, dude.
Before anybody responds to him, I'm going to point out the fact that he literally said what he was saying he wasn't saying. He said, so there isn't any actual relationship change to the objects other than perspective-wise. Exactly, because how the fuck else do we see things? What do you mean? No and yes? Yes and no? Light off, light on? Huh? You hear yourself?
Wait, what?
No, he doesn't.
Bruh. I think that reaction was warranted.
Sorry that I have a life and sometimes I am busy with it.
Stop the cap! Stop the cap!
Bit off more than you can
If the
chew.
Earth is flat and things go down as they get farther, is it because of the Earth curve?
What?
You what? You what?
That's what.
Repeat after me. Diminution. Go figure it out.
No, I said.
So you do realize that due to the perspective, combined with Earth curve, things should be getting lower way faster than you observe them to be. Because the curve is exponential. It's also shrinking because of perspective. So you have to combine these.
Why? Perspective doesn't change the relationships.
It changes the angular size. It's apparent angular size.
What does that
The mountain
mean?
far away looks really small, but when I go stand next to it, it looks fucking big. That's
why you
an
take
angular
measurements.
size in its simplest form, like explaining it to a child.
Okay, that's why you take measurements.
That relationship. That relationship. Hey, fuck retard. That relationship is not expressed in the math. That's what they're saying. Now,
Yeah, you're not taking into account the atmosphere.
Now you go ahead and say no. Now you go ahead and say no. That's not true, so that we can deal with the issue. Because you not meeting that point is what's keeping this conversation circular. So either you disagree or you agree. The point that's being made is the relationship that we're all talking about, including you, isn't in the math.
Wait, you mean the... Oh my god. Oh my god. Perspective is not a relationship between objects. It's a product of our perception.
Yeah, how we see the world.
Perceiving.
You just said the same.
That's not entirely true. That's not entirely. The speed of light actually plays a key role in perception of the relationships of these objects. Because if you have something that is further away than another thing, and the time of light arrives faster than the nearer thing, then you've got a speed of light violation, and it's going to fuck with your perspective. And that's what the Globers say is happening when they say the hill of the curvature of the Earth has moved from 3 miles away to beyond 10 miles away.
In inertial reference frames, the speed of light is the same. It would approach the objects at the same time.
In an inertial reference frame, you're saying that's happening.
Yeah, so like if a person
you
is
check
moving,
your reference frames.
no,
So
an
the
inertial
time of
reference frame.
arrival of light for all
Like
things
that
distant and close is the same time for me.
Say that again. That last part. You said in time variant.
You're saying that in an inertial reference frame, the time of arrival of light from all things that I'm seeing in the distance, close and far, is hitting my eye at the same time.
Let me double check, but I think so. That's what I remember from physics, but I could be getting that wrong.
Definitely wrong.
Let me see. Yeah, so let me see.
Oh, because they couldn't see the future.
Okay, yeah, I think you're okay. So say what you said again. I think you're right.
All right, so the time of arrival of light does play a role into how you see things in perspective, near and far.
Okay, how so?
Well, because light from distant objects take longer to reach your eye than light from close-in objects.
Okay. Okay.
Your brain has the ability to process this.
But I don't think what you're saying is that the speed of light has to do with perspective. I don't think. Are you saying that light from a closer source is gonna appear? Because we know it appears bigger. Is that what you're saying? Is that all you're saying?
Never mind. No, I'm not.
Please never mind. Because we went from the thing is not in the math to this. I don't know why you did that.
No, I already explained why perspective doesn't have to be accounted for because we're
making observations.
The actual object relationships. It just changes how we perceive the thing. But
yeah, the angular size with distance would be our perception. The angular size would change over distance, wouldn't it?
Don't know what you mean by angle of size, but sure. I don't know.
Injo explained this to you earlier.
Angle of size is how big or small an object appears in your field of view. Is that right? I just looked it up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So in orthographic view, if you have an observer at point A, and then you have a building in the distance, in the Earth curve diagram, all it's going to say is, for this observer, this building is 1,000 feet, and this is how much is missing. you can put that building out to 1,000,000 miles. It's still going to be 1,000 feet. Now, in reality, it's 1,000 feet, but we don't see feet and inches, which is what Indio told you.
That's why we met. I'm going to say this for the last time. That's why we measure them.
That's why it's not in the Earth curve mass. That's the answer.
No, because we measure it, dude. Because we measure it. Because we measure those values. We don't have to rely on our perceptions.
How?
We're making the observation.
Yeah, how? Tell me how.
Not even a controversial point.
Because a lot of people would really want to know
any
how
way you like. You could take a very long tape measure from your position to where whatever light post or ship is, and
no,
then
we want to measure the building, dude.
Then you could just go based off of like when people were constructing it. I'm sure they had some public specification on how big it was. Like the Burj Khalifa, we all know how big that is. I mean, this is not inaccessible to you guys. I don't understand what the objective.
From looking at it, we're looking at things. How do we get a height from looking at it?
Objective.
How do we get a height from looking at it?
I didn't say that. I didn't say you get a height from looking at it.
Then why is it relevant?
Well, you can get a height from looking at it, but what you need to do is
we know how tall?
Oh my God, nigga! Like, what's your malfunction?
The people that commissioned the.
So you're gonna keep talking, knowing that I was saying something before you started talking, and you're just gonna keep going like a numpty. You're just like, okay, he's talking. Just stop. Let me explain.
The question was asked.
I'm talking when I'm talking. That's why. That's why you don't know what I'm saying, right? Doesn't that make the most sense? You don't know what I'm saying because you're talking while I'm talking. Duh.
Jigaboo.
So again, if you're taking an elevation angle, again, angle, then we could do a little trig and figure out the height of a mountain. You're not going to just look at it and go, that thing right there is 700 feet high. You're not doing that.
You can't just use the angle. You have to. You need one of the. Like, you need some value, even like if it's distance to mountain.
You do need the angle. You do need the angle, though, right?
What is it like? You need the angle and distance. Yeah. Okay, so if you're
so we need
distance
the angle.
From a building,
we understand there's an angle, right? It's like it's a big penny. It's smashing into the floor.
Is that what it's called?
Christ, help him, Lord.
Yeah, you need the angle and the distance. Wow, no kidding.
Yeah, that's fine. To figure out that's a way you could do it. Okay, I mean, what I was suggesting was just use whoever commissioned the building. They like the Burj Khalifa. They gave their height and use that.
Going to appear to you making the observation in an angular size. Yes, the building, the Burj Khalifa, has an absolute size, but you perceive that absolute size at a distance in an angle.
Yeah, why would that change any of the math?
What? Sorry, where is it in the math that makes prediction?
Hold on. You use the distance and then the angle to calculate the feet. You don't use the distance and the feet to calculate the angle. Now, I know that's not what you're saying.
I didn't say that. Okay.
Hey. Now, I know that's not what you said. My point is, there's no other variation in which I can mix these words up to make it make sense. Other than you're going to be using the distance and then the angle to get the height. But in Earth curve math, none of that is relevant.
Because the height is already a variable, however you get it. That's why I'm
not
confused as to why this is even sweet.
Sorry, the height is reduced due to the curved surface the object is on.
What's your point?
It It's not reduced to particular size in Earth curve math. It's called Earth curve. So they've hijacked
because the size doesn't change. What changes is the relationship between the observer and where the object is relative to the the horizon line.
There's 59 people in the room, and he's killing it. Like he hasn't met one single point since I joined this call.
I literally object to every single one of your points.
That's my point. Can we get him out of here? Is there anybody?
You don't like arguments?
No, 3 more hours. Maybe he
this room was
question.
It's very interesting.
It's very interesting how you shuck and jive all over the place.
You can call it whatever you like. Like you said,
Really
you can
simple.
give whatever
Let's
name
do it this way, Nables. Maybe you'll get it.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
What's the angular size? What's the angular size of a 66-foot building on a flat Earth versus the globe?
Isn't the angular size like a perspective thing?
The visual angle subtended by the building, flat Earth versus a globe.
Again, isn't angle of size just
the
like
visual angle?
Visual. Okay, so you mean the angle between the ground?
The visual angle of the building subtends in your eye, dude.
I don't know what you're asking, and you seem kind of aggressive.
Like the sun subtends a visual angle of 5 degrees, a half a degree, 0.52, right? So that's its visual angle. I want to know the visual angle of a 66-foot building on the globe versus a flat Earth.
Is this a new topic that we're going on now? Confused.
No, same topic. I'm demonstrating that it's not in the globe math.
Because what the other guy said was that
you know what the visual angle. I'll cut to it. You know what the visual angle on the globe is? Fucking 0.
Okay.
You can't see it. It's behind the curve, dude.
Oh, I just looked it up. Okay, I see. Yeah, so this has to do with like when your eyes see things, it's because light is bouncing on them, and again, the atmosphere can cause an object to be seen somewhere where it's not.
Just shut up.
So he just claimed that you were changing the subject and then did exactly that with a red herring.
Dude, I don't even know. Like, he just like, I'm just gonna fucking smash my keyboard with my face and read whatever comes up.
Like, they're learning how to get through to us, man. My spirit is highly disturbed.
Dude, ride the wave. You were on last night. You heard CB and Brenda, right?
No, I fucking turned off.
That was great, dude.
Well, I mean, I wasn't there when we was playing Call of Duty, but if he had a conversation before that, I missed
you were on. It was right when I left.
Oh, okay.
It was quick. I mean, he basically asked some poignant questions, and you know. Then Brenda, I think, kind of took her balls and went home. Look, even though this dude has not answered our questions, is obfuscating, I will give him credit for having more endurance than typical Glober. And at least he's kind of sort of trying, even though it's like a 5% effort. So it's better than most, which is sad, but, you know, got to give credit where credit's due. It's subpar, but better than nothing.
He's the worst kind of person. Because he's the worst.
Well, for
he's the worst kind
dude, it's perfect.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I keep talking about this virus, about how a virus's ability to corrupt something. So if we have a message and then they come along and however they can, whatever they're talking about, changes the ability for us to get that message across. It's a virus, bro. Corrupted. Like, we were talking about one thing, now we're talking about another thing. How did somebody that we see less mentally capable do that? Because they still fulfilled a purpose.
Elijah, but like if you're an audience, you're someone watching or listening, he's throwing everything but the kitchen sink, and he's still getting nowhere. It shows any onlooker that despite all the desperate thrashing, they still have no evidence of Earth curve. They still have no evidence of any of their claims. They still have nothing. Like, he's going to be trying everything, every combination. It's like going to the buffet, right? And not only does he like take everything onto his plate, he takes every combination of every food onto his plate, and it still don't taste good. Like, there's like nothing he can do. I think that's, just in my opinion, we want to show that there's nothing to the globe but a bunch of freaking hot air. He is the perfect example of that. It's just a bunch of hot air. There's no substance to any of it. We know that. But a lot of people don't know that. They think there's something there.
I get what you're saying. So let me ask you, do you think the audience, do you think it comes across to someone who's ignorant the way it comes across to people that are like, say, an audience in this Discord who knows why they're listening because they've listened long enough? I ask that because even though this shit makes sense, if I sit my girl in front, of us to hear the conversation, she'll understand that the guy is he's saying something dumb, but ultimately it gets so dumb that she checks out. So if that's the net result of someone who doesn't really know, then we're not doing a good job.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think even a layman, someone unfamiliar with this topic, know when someone is obfuscating, running, changing the subject, being deceptive, snaky. I think even just like a casual listener can just tell, can follow a conversation even without knowing the substance and figure out, hey, this person asked a question. The answer they gave has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, she said, like, my girl said that a few times, like, what the hell does that have to do with anything? I'm like, exactly. I don't fucking know. That's true. That's true.
But the downside of it is, like you said, yeah, great. We're taking a glober and flaying him alive, but that doesn't show anybody anything about flat Earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because it doesn't get there. Man, there's this Facebook post, right? And the guy is basically saying he's asking about Christianity or whatever, and then the dude is like, well, you need to have the Holy Ghost in order to understand blah 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 blah. And based on what the comedy skit is, like, everyone is like, oh, it's a scam. Oh, I fucking hate religion and this, that, and the third. Oh, it's a fairy tale. And so I mosey in there and I go, huh, you guys hate fairy tales, huh? Interesting. Third rock from the sun? Evolution? And then a guy goes, you will never see evolution. Because I was like, well, what the fuck is evolution? I've never seen it in a person. I've never seen it in an animal. I've never seen it in the celestial bodies. Like, everything is what it is as far as you're concerned. And the guy literally says, yeah, you'll never see it, but we know it's happening. And I'm like, so you do like fairy tales and religion? The thing you just shouted you just shouted the fucking religion down based on this comedy skit, and then responded to me the same way that the antagonist in the sketch was acting. How the fuck does that make sense? Like, Like, how could people go from I hate religion to defending it on the same post?
Well, I think the funny thing is that the people think that, hey, dude, there's a geometric horizon, but you'll never see it, and science proves it. What? Like, you kidding? Science is supposed to be based on observation. So how can not an observation be science? It turns everything all on its head. It just becomes crazy. They think it's profound, right? It's like quantum mechanics. Oh, that's so profound. I can't see it, but it's really there. Oh my God, that's so deep. Smoking on the joint. Nothing against pot smokers, but you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, dude. It's like, the more you can imagine, it's like the greater you're like, the more profound it's supposed to be.
Right. So I was really trying to drill this home to my girl, because I was like, yo, I was like, isn't the guy saying you need a priest to understand what you can't experience? Yada yada. I was like, the difference is whatever he's describing, like, we've actually all felt it. You've had an epiphany. You've realized something that you just, for whatever reason, didn't realize before, and it just came to you and shit fell into place. You think that was by accident? Like, whatever it is, like, we've all got a spiritual boost, right? Like, that's something that you can actually experience that you can't actually prove to anybody other than other people seeing your quality of life improve. But when it comes to the earth, like you said, like, okay, there's earth curvature, but I can't measure it. The horizon is geometric, but I can't see it. The earth is moving, but I can't feel it. Space is real, but I can't experience it. All of this shit. And I'm like, but guess what? There's a priest that's going to explain to you how all of that is true. It's called an astrophysicist. They'll tell you all about how, rocks are your cousins, and we evolved from, billions and trillions of years ago, and how the lights that you're looking at in the sky, some of them aren't even actually there because they died a long time ago. And I'm like, listen to what you're, and then I turn around and I said, you know why else you hate religion, but specifically, most people hate Christianity. I was like, number one, what you hate is what the people who've taken over this spiritual belief system, you hate what they've done with it. Because 500 years ago, they started telling people that we're moving around the sun. You can't see it or feel it. And then 400 to 300 years ago, what happens? The Age of Enlightenment, which births what I call the New Age atheists. Now, where do they come from? The Pope in sheep's clothing, pretending to be a motherfucking believer. Where did the Big Bang term come from? Georges Lamont. Guess who that is? A mathematician who also happens to be a fucking priest. So the same people you hate are the same people that brought you the fucking religion that you love, even though you hate religion. Tell me how that ass tastes.
Pause, nigga.
I've never understood that, with people thinking Christianity was bad because there's some man who tried to exploit a hierarchy. I mean, and there kind of isn't even really a hierarchy in Christianity, really. It's like some weird self-imposed hierarchy.
I never even, yeah, true.
You're not supposed to defer. Nowhere in the Bible it says defer to, defer to Jesus, dude. There ain't nobody else. You know what I mean?
Oh, I asked her this too. I said, yo, I said, look, just hear me out. Just play with me for a little while. Just Jesus Christ. Like, just tell me the truth. Like, you believe? I don't know. Right? And I'm like, that's interesting. When's your birthday? 1990. Exactly. So wait a minute. Hold on. You were born 19,090 years. I mean, what, 1990 years after the death of a person you don't believe in. And who told you it was that day? The people who supposedly believe in him. Even though they got y'all believing that none of that shit exists. You got to think about how crazy that shit is. Like the whole thing is insane.
Look, Elijah, this is one of the best. I think I heard this from Andrew Wilson. I'm not positive, but he asked the atheist. He said, if you could turn everybody in the world atheists or everybody in the world Christians, which would you choose? And the atheist said Christians. Because if they're all atheists, it just becomes a freaking law of the jungle, dog eat dog world where just everybody's cannibalizing each other, right? Everybody hates Christianity until the Christian ethic is gone. And now everybody was like, what the hell did we do? We have no ethics anymore. Now we can just enslave people and do all sorts of crazy shit, right? And now the world totally, completely fucking sucks. You know, the grass ain't always greener on the other side of the fence. Dude, your girl uses a Christian ethic every day and demands that other people use it. If she was like immersed in some other society with some other social system, she wouldn't take it. She would think it's unfair and wrong and rude and all sorts of things. Airdrop her into China. Okay? Well, they don't have a Christian ethic. And it's dog eat dog. Man eat dog, in fact.
Yep. Well, which would you like to do? Would you like to murder your neighbor? would say your parents gave you everything you have? Would you not like to honor them? You know, do you want to rape people, steal from people? Which one do you want to do?
Or how about when you have kids, do you want your kids not to honor you?
Right, then they go, that's a little different. Of course it is.
Sorry about that. I dropped. Yeah, man. You can believe in Christianity or not, but it's hard to make the case that the Christian ethic isn't the superior one to all other ones in the world. As far as it does the most good for the most amount of people. Now, obviously, it's not perfect. There's problems all over the place. It gets distorted. People take advantage of it. Yeah, I that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I mean, I'm open to be corrected. Just my opinion at this point. Show me something better, dude. But anyway, topic is flat Earth. Any globalings in here? Any globalings with questions? Comments? Concerns? Proofs of the globe? Anything? Is there anything in that utility belt?
Nope.
I know what's in their utility belt. Dildos and fleshlights.
Pause.
RTH is here to prove gas pressure without a container.
Finally. Space side be real. We're going to Mars, boys. If this dude can prove gas pressure without a container, we're going to Mars. Machine doing on X today. He proved Mars can be terraformed because there's plans to terraform Earth. And that in 2050, there'll be X amount of trees and it'll be super green. Yeah, so another appeal to the future proof.
It's also crazy to me that yo, they claim to have traveled into space to the moon and landed on it, and then made promises of bases and all types of shit. Anybody remember that Disney movie Xenon? Yeah, I know. Y'all are either old as fuck or young as fuck. But where you got like these little hotels and space and shit, or at least in the orbit of the Earth, and you got elevators and shit to all this stuff that we thought would be possible. I don't even know if we thought that. Maybe it's always just been the ramblings of crazy people. Like, we just kind of assume that people thought that. Maybe nobody fucking thought that.
Xenon. What was that about? What was the plot? What was the character?
Was in it, and basically was a little girl who lived on a space station.
Oh,
basically. Yeah, all that shit that they would indoctrinate us with as children. I got, Buzz Lightyear of Star Command. Remember that cartoon? Like they've been laying the groundwork for forever.
Look, if there was outer space, there'd be prisoners in it already.
Those
you know it, dude. You know it, dude. They exactly. They'd be like, look, let's get rid of these people. We can't kill them. We'll fucking just put them in orbit real far away. Right? And you just have prison labor, right? They have no rights in space.
Space would have been exploited so fast our heads would have spun. Get out.
The same way they exploited the New World, they exploit space. They do slave fucking labor. It wouldn't be the best and the brightest to doing the most dangerous shit. Slaves do the most dangerous shit.
Yeah, where's the bottled Comet water in the stores?
Bottled Comet water? That'd be hilarious.
Ooh, Comet Ice. That'd be fun, right? Comet Ice?
I know that like the Antarctica ice is like a thing, or maybe it's the Arctic, where like you can buy like drinks at high-end bars with like ice cubes from like frickin' the ice is 1,000,000 years old. Look, there's a little dinosaur pee in it. You think pee drinker would drink dinosaur pee?
Say 1,000.
Did dinosaurs pee? Have we ever like? Did they take a dump? Why haven't we found any fossilized dinosaur shit? Dude, that must be a giant pile from a brontosaurus, dude. That'd be like the size of a fucking bus.
Right. But what do we know? We're just
I'm pretty sure they say trees are new. Like trees didn't even exist when there were dinosaurs.
Like they just took one of the most basic things that a liar does or a pathological liar does and just applied an absurd timeline that you absolutely can't validate. That's what a liar does. Like, yo, I'd be like, yo, my friend would be like, yeah, I got back from a dance battle. Why didn't you hit me up? Oh, they picked me up at 12. Nigga, you know your mom keep you in bed at 9? Oh yeah, you right. Like, yo, that's how they do it. Like, I swear to God, I have a friend like that.
Oh, while you're sleeping, I flew to Las Vegas, slept with 3 hookers, and came back.
Trees existed after the ark went to rest. The bird went out and got leaves from the trees, remember?
Hold up. Are you saying that they didn't exist before that?
No, they did exist before the flood.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did they exist during dinosaurs? That's what I want to know.
I think the dinosaurs had to do with the giants, which were before the flood and after.
Oh. Did they like raise them like cattle?
Well, I believe in the book of Enoch.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I'm not super familiar with Enoch, so can't comment on that.
Well, the fallen ones had intercourse with female women and every other species.
That sounds kind of gross. Well, not the women part, the rest of it.
Well, or the dinosaurs, see?
They were having sex with dinosaurs?
No, they created the dinosaurs.
Lizards and birds and fish, and so yeah, they made giant lizards and giant chickens and shit.
Who was it?
I said merman.
It's in Genesis 2. The fallen angels mated with women, created giants. They also mucked around with fish and all that.
Probably dragons.
Goliath was the last of the giants, right?
Let's turn around. I think so, yeah.
Badass.
Yeah, dragons are in the Bible.
And it sort of explains how there's not many bones. You know, there's not heaps and heaps and heaps of bones. It's only a sort of small amount of bones. But they definitely they got rid of the giants and they used dinosaurs to prove evolution, and we've been here for trillions of years.
Yeah, Behemoth was the creature on the land.
Yeah, the Behemoths at the end of the earth, and then Leviathans underwater.
Yeah, Leviathan.
Uh-oh.
Have you ever heard Bong tell the story of Samoa, his island, and about how giants? There's a church there, and there's supposed to be a giant buried under it that they killed. So the place where they killed the giant, this is before white people got to Samoa. They built a church there. He said.
That seems to be common under the churches where they build, like on top of the spots. These Catholic churches are actually on top of archaeological hidden things. That way they just build the building over it and leave it underground and it's hidden.
I like the Giant of Kandahar story. It is just a ripping story, whether it's true or not. They should make that into a movie.
I heard that the bones and all that, their hair was still intact of that red-headed giant, and they took it to Ohio to the military base. And then there was some shenanigans that went on not long after that. Some sort of scandal happened right there. It was probably in the Dayton Daily News, Ohio. I used to deliver newspaper or little like thrifty nickel things there with my dad to the military base.
I used to deliver my papers into the river.
I mean, you could actually throw them in the garbage and still get paid back then.
That's what I figured out.
Of course, my dad wasn't like that. He made his kids be the slaves.
Yeah, way to build resentment.
Did you deliver newspapers for your parents back in the day? Did they make you do that? I think it's a good thing, though. You're right.
Yeah, it's all right. I work for a chemist doing deliveries, and I steal from him.
Well, I hated chores. when I was young. I mean, the person having ADHD probably somewhere on the spectrum. Like I hated chores. And I hated structure and all that. Boring, right? You know what I realized? A lot of my friends also hated that. And so I feel like we've raised our children in a different way, thinking that that was abuse and that so we don't want our kids to go through that abuse. You know what they are? Lazy as shit.
Right. They have no structure. They've not been put in timeout for 5 minutes, so they can't even sit still.
I hated chores, but you got to do. I mean, it just makes the good times better. So you do your chores, you do your homework, and then you're free, kind of thing.
Is that the point of chores, though?
There's nothing wrong with doing chores. You don't like them, of course not.
Yes, it's shit you need to do, and it's stuff that you can't put off. You kind of have to do it, and it sucks, but
should have never had a
that's why
special
they're called
name. That's
that.
the problem. Problem is that we gave it a special name. It shouldn't be called "You're alive." You got to take care of yourself. That's what it should be called.
Yeah, but isn't that name probably has existed after the thing had to be done? Like, people came up with a name for shit that people really don't want to do, but it has to be done, but it's annoying and no one wants to do it. So
Speaking of that, I do have dishes. I do have dishes to do, and I'm just sitting here clicking on these psychedelic cookies.
I'm actually cleaning up right now. Thinking, damn, I should make these kids do them, but I don't. They're not going to do it to the right age, so I just want to get it out the way. You know what I mean?
No, make the kids do it, dude. You work for that.
They do need structure. I would do it in the most, like, teach them something about doing it with love. Like, I learned how to do the dishes, even with the crusty stuff on it, by saying, bless the dishes. Bless everyone who eats off the dishes.
How about this? Just change the narrative that doing chores is actually improving your life, because the only thing worse than doing chores is not doing your chores. No one wants to live like with dishes stacked to eye level, trash overflowing, dog shit everywhere. Whatever the case may be, rotten shit in the fridge. You know what I mean? Shit all over your kitchen floor. That's worse than doing chores.
Because if you did chores every day, it's like a 20 to 30 minute activity, especially if you got help.
Right.
But it becomes a 2-day, 3-day thing when you got to clean your shit in sections because it's so fucking dirty.
You must participate if you're a family member. You're the dad, so everyone has something they have to do to participate, and together it makes a whole.
You know how you fix that? You just only have like one plate per person.
Or nobody gets any cookies, you know?
I agree with you. I hold the belt and everyone else get to working.
What?
No. That's not what I said. I said everybody plays a part. Or you don't get a cookie.
Clean dish, boy. What?
It's hard, dude. He's the organizer.
But no, you only gotta have one plate per person and one glass and everything, so you have to clean it every time while you're eating off the dirty fucking dishes.
No. That ain't gonna work, because you gotta at least have 2 or 3. Don't you have food, fun, family, friends, and never mind.
No,
they bring their own dishes.
That's right. Have we done
Hey,
it this
come over
way?
for dinner.
And their own food.
Waste.
And their own food, right?
Yeah, you have 20 plates in a shelf. Like you need like one, and then one is redundant, like per person. Okay. That's the way how everyone cleans their dishes every time. And you don't stack it up.
Everybody should take turns or at least give the mother a break with the dishes, okay? Just do the dishes for your mother, okay? You know, once in a while would be really nice.
Let's use paper plates.
But for me, I used to, like, we have a dishwasher, so my mom didn't need to.
I'm trying to fill the landfill.
I had
Yes,
to, like,
that's nice.
like,
Put them in the
take it
dishwasher
out.
for her once a month. She will love you so much if you just do it once a month.
I did that every time. But,
She's
like,
outsmarted all of you, dude.
taking the shit out and putting it back in the shelf and shit, that was my job back in the day when I was a kid.
G-Dub only needs to do one chore, take out the trash.
Yeah, taking out the trash. Just taking out the trash would have been nice, huh?
Oh, he's going to use paper plates, plastic forks, plastic cups, microwave food. All he has to do is take out the trash.
Yeah, and you know, having a trash can in the room for him didn't even work. It just overflowed onto the floor. And then for me taking out the trash, I was seen as a snake and attacked.
Look, you could just move to India and just throw it out your window.
Yeah, to a river.
I got a bulging disc
away.
for taking out the trash. There's something called negative theorizing, and Discord should teach you that. That negative theorizing will get you what you're asking for, I think. For instance,
Theorizing, I have $1 million.
There's a right way to speculate and a wrong way to speculate. I do agree. In this conversation, it's like it's easy to shut down because we're talking about things that,
yeah, the ball.
you know, but in real life, yeah, speculation is extremely helpful.
Well, you know, theorize positively about your family. So, like we were talking about, you know, cleaning up and all that. If you work as a whole, like a unit, then you'll have a unit. If a house divided against itself is not going to stand, then so the truth is. So if you say the ball,
Are you like the Riddler or something? What's all these riddles?
You just take it back to the flat Earth, because the flat Earth. If you theorize the Earth is flat, you're going to prove some stuff. It's going to come out that the truth is revealed. But if you theorize that it's a ball, you're going to get whatever that server. I was doing Bible study in for a while, and listening to the ballers are like listening to Cuckoo Nest.
What? What are you talking about? The Earth is a ball.
Somebody talk to this guy. Hurry up. Somebody talk to this
What
guy.
happened in the
Get in
Glober
there.
server was like trying to describe a cookie and all day talk about what the cookie looks like with the flat Earth. You can't, like, they kept going around in a circle with the ball and didn't prove anything. It was madness.
That's right. How do you debunk that, Ali? Come on, dude. What's your rebuttal?
If I can see the cookie and I'm outside the cookie, I can see the shape of the cookie.
Yeah?
Well, neither of us.
Hold on. You're not outside the cookie, though.
But people have gone outside of the cookie, though.
How do you know that?
Oh.
There's videos, there's images, there's pictures.
Yeah. So you're relying on the same person for their same claim, right? I said, how do you know that? Not how you believe it.
Wait, is that the same question you ask your doctor when he says you have a heart?
How do you know I have
the number one reason for premature death is medical malpractice. Bring up a better example.
A better example? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You need
No,
to
I
see
don't trust
something.
doctors, dude.
Wait, you need
No, I
to
don't
see
trust-
something personally to believe it? Is that what your claim is?
Well, I'm on the Earth. I see it all the time. It looks flat. Someone's telling me that's an optical illusion. Why should I believe them?
So just because you haven't seen anything, like seen something, that means you can't believe
I
it.
have seen it. I have seen it.
You've seen the Earth being flat. What you saw the ice wall?
Yeah, it's called the ocean, dude. No, the ocean. The oceans are flat, dude. Flat level water.
Yeah, the mountains aren't flat though, right?
Yeah, so what? We're talking about the ocean. 70% of the Earth's surface is water, right?
Yeah, so what?
Okay, so if the water's flat, then Earth is flat. It's pretty simple.
What? Bro, what
You have a 70% flat wall?
A 70. Well, supposedly your claim is if the water's flat, then 70% of the Earth's flat.
Surface. You are legit retarded, dude.
That's what you just said. You said, because a majority of the Earth is like the water's flat. So that means the Earth is flat.
No.
That's what you said. Verbatim.
Okay. No, it's not verbatim. Okay, first of all,
You know
what that word means.
India.
No, shut the fuck up, everyone. Okay, really simple. If 70% of the world is flat, it can't be a ball. It's geometrically impossible. Because the property of a sphere is that it's equidistant from the center. Okay, so you can't have 70% of a surface area equidistant from the center if it's flat. Really simple.
How do you
I know
know it's flat though?
geometry's hard. I know you barely graduated third grade, but okay.
What? Did you say I barely graduated third grade?
Yeah, because you don't understand geometry, dude. You must have barely educated.
Don't make me clown you. Don't make me ask you to figure out the hyper. Okay, open your camera. I get a blank piece of paper in front of you. Let's see how much geometry you know. Let's go. I'm gonna clown you in front of all these people. Open your camera. Turn the camera toward a blank piece of paper.
First of all, I don't open.
Exactly. Hey, shut the fuck up, man. I'll make you figure out a hypotenuse. You won't even know what the fuck that is.
A hypotenuse of a triangle?
Kiddo.
You think that's like tough mathematics?
Like it, yeah, but you can't calculate it, can you? So let's go. Open your camera.
Tell me about Gauss's theorem of Grigium.
Come on. Open your camera, buddy.
Let's talk about differential geometry.
I'm gonna clown you. I'm gonna clown you on third grade math.
I'm gonna clown you. I'm gonna show you that you don't know even the basics of a surface.
Third grade math. Let's go, buddy. Come on.
Ali, you should be listening.
Okay, so it's really simple.
I don't listen to people that are uneducated and can't have a decent conversation.
I have a degree, dude. Try again. What's your degree in?
I have 3 degrees. What's your point?
In what? Women's studies, lesbian dance theory, and
what
cake decorating?
Fuck? No, I'm a CPA. I work in law, tax law.
See about circling?
I feel like I should.
Tax law. What the fuck?
You work in tax law. You're a lawyer.
It stops people.
No, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a CPA, a certified public accountant.
Trust
That's not
me.
a degree, you dumb fuck.
Are you stupid? You can't sit for the exam without at least a master's degree, you bozo.
He's injecting his
not in this state.
They're letting it happen. They're letting it happen.
What's your degree? Let me see your degree. And fucking gender studies. Let me see yours in gender studies.
Let me see yours.
Fucking underwater knitting. Fucking idiot.
Please tell me. Can you have a ball that's 70% flat on one side?
You also can't have a ball with mountains on top.
Yeah, answer the question or get muted.
Now get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, get muted.
Well, the images he was appealing to show curved oceans, not flat ones.
I'm telling you, that's a virus. I'm telling you.
That's okay. I kill viruses.
Okay, how do we go from, like, even if you're going to say the Earth is a ball, how is
3 ball syndrome
on and show me geometry? How's that going to? I mean,
India, do you know that half a sphere, so more than 50% of the surface area is curved? That's half of a sphere.
That's not even what he's saying. He's just making a claim. It's like 70% of the Earth is water, and then he says it's flat.
He's not making the claim.
Even if it was 50.00000,
whatever it is, just because it's water, your claim is that it's curved. And it is not curved. That it's
no,
flat.
the water is. Yeah. How do I know that?
Or it's yeah. How do you know it?
Why don't you ask me how I know that? Why don't you ask me how I know that? Why don't you ask me how I actually know that? Okay,
No,
because we measured it.
before.
Because we measured it. Measured it.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
with the laser test.
Yeah, right. Nuh-uh. You guys didn't measure it.
With a water level? What do you measure it with?
With a laser.
Elevation profile we measuring.
That's why I said.
Laser. Laser transit?
that didn't happen.
Oh, it didn't? How do you know it didn't happen?
Oh, it did happen. Drawing the wrong fucking conclusions from it.
So when we shined a laser 40 kilometers and it was 1.5 kilometers off the ground instead of 127.
Measure where it landed on the other end.
It landed into a camera. We did measure.
Yeah, it can do that.
We know the height of the camera. We know the height of the camera above the water. We know what the prediction of the globe is, and it's supposed to be 127 meters. We know that that's a 2 order of magnitude difference from the globe prediction versus the actual result. It's not close. It's not measurement error. It's not refraction. It's not beam divergence. Even if you accounted for all those things, it would only move the laser down 8 meters. You only have 119 meters more to move the laser down. So your nuh-ahs and your crying ain't gonna help.
You simply don't know this.
Yeah, but at the same time, like you're rejecting
You're gonna tell
every
me
single
what
piece
I
of
know.
evidence.
Look. We have the Indio Whisperer, another one. The Indio Whisperer knows what I know.
The what?
The Indio Whisperer. He reads my mind.
No, that's not what's happening. It's that from
No
what
shit.
you're saying, it's clear that you don't have all of the information. So you
Okay, what am I omitting? I'll fill it in for you. Yeah, that's right. Your gimmicks. I don't know why you resort to gimmicks. What don't I know? Tell me. You said I'm missing something.
The measurement
Which
at the other
measurement?
end
He
should be
measured-
exactly the same height as it left where it started from. You don't have that information, so you can't know the information.
Okay. At one end, it's 1.92 meters off the surface of the water. At the other end, it's 1.5 meters off the surface of the water. Okay.
You don't know this.
We measured with a tape measure.
The what? Tape measure.
A tape measure, yeah.
And sticks. Don't forget people use sticks too to measure that.
Oh my God. You know, you can measure the height of something above water, right? With a tape measure?
Sorry, I was locked out.
They say that water never curves, but if water never curves, then why are there waves?
Oh my God.
No, this is a genuine question. If water never curves, why does the wave curve?
Are the waves the Earth curve?
And that's the problem with your community is you rather insult. You say shut up, but you can't
No, I
explain
asked
it.
you a question because
Yeah, because you're a dumbass.
this is obfuscation
See, that's
and
the
a red
problem with your
herring.
community. You never want to teach. You never want to. You just want to insult.
Listen to India's question.
I have to teach you that waves are not Earth curve. Really.
Gentlemen, I told him this earlier in the text chat.
I will use the Bible.
I have
I'm
to
going to
teach
use the
you that
Bible.
waves are not the curve of the Earth.
No, I'm not saying the curve of the earth. I'm saying
That's what we're talking about.
I know that. I know.
Okay,
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not here to say that anything's wrong. I'm talking about the water curving. I'm
When
not
we
talking about
say
the curve of
flat
the earth.
Earth, Raven, when we say flat Earth, do you have an image of a billiard table in your skull?
Several. I mean, I never seen a definitive model.
Raven, I didn't ask what you never seen.
Saying my name isn't going to make anything better.
When
Raven,
we
you're
say
about to
flat
bite off
Earth,
more than you can fucking chew. You aren't equipped for this conversation. I can tell already. in 5 fucking seconds. Okay? First of all, we say large bodies of water at rest are flat.
No, Indio, don't correct him. Just ask him to bring out when flat earthers claim that water never, because what he said, that flat earthers said that water never curves. So he have to give us the citation, or we will have to show him the correct citation where the thing that you said. I don't want to repeat it to give him a hint on that.
Just go back to Chief Kegwin. He's an idiot. Just leave him on mute.
Is that really how it is on the server? That just mute people?
Yeah, seriously, we'll get more of a coherent sentence out of Chief Kegwin, I'm sorry to say, than Raven.
He's not wrong.
Go ahead in the side chat if you want. Bring me the citation when flat earthers claim that water never curves, like you said it. Just try.
I don't think that's the thing that he is saying.
It would be a false accusation. False accusations during an argument or debate is just also another type of fallacies. You have the chance, to try. Give me the citation where flat earthers claim that water never curves.
That's a question that he asked, isn't it? Like, you can you don't have to mute him. You can just.
Rusty,
no, that wasn't a question.
You don't white for idiots.
Let me help you.
Even if it is a claim that he made.
Just listen. If you've never heard about logic and logical fallacies, that was literally a straw man fallacy. So when you are presenting something that your opponent doesn't believe and you try to argue against that and claim a win, when you are making fun of something that he doesn't believe, it's a straw man fallacy. Like he said, we don't claim that. We don't claim that water never curves. And no one believes that. No flat earther, or even globe earthers, I don't think that someone believes that water never curves. So that's a straw man fallacy.
A lot of people are liberals in schools and colleges that have taught them these things, and there's no getting through with a lot of people, and they've seen a lot, okay? There's like a callousness to learning when you're liberal.
You want the clown show, Rusty? All right. Okay.
I mean, no, I understand the thing. But it's just like, even like if he has makes a mistake like that.
I believe we got off the wrong foot.
Yeah. Oh, you guys.
Well, I'm thinking the phone.
I mean, you go. I mean, I was just like trying to defend, like, if you just make like a fallacy one time, like, you shouldn't fucking be muted instantly. It's just.
He wasn't muted
communication
for that, Rusty.
Yeah, but I don't know.
But he was not muted for the fallacy. He's muted because he wouldn't shut his shithole up when someone else was talking.
I do believe that you guys misinterpret what a lot of people say, and I think this leads to a lot of confusion and self-anger that comes out to others.
Well, that's great. Anyways, when someone says flat earth, what image do you have in your head?
A cookie.
Hello, Raven? You got to Google it?
An image of an earth that's flat.
Are you thinking of a billiard table?
Round.
No, hills, no, nothing?
A
Now he
footstool.
doesn't want to talk.
A footstool with the people on the surface, up on top.
His mic is broken or something.
I don't know, but my God said so. You know, the creator of it all.
That shit is activating, but it's not putting his voice over.
No, what you've got is someone who can only type and can't talk at the same time. So at the moment they're in side chat, going hell for leather, and yeah, their just brain is not functioning.
I can't believe Raven really thinks he's going to get away with straw manning us on waves. Ridiculous. And then he wants to say that I brought it up. No, this is the second time he's brought it up, and it's reported.
Level. I don't think he was trying to straw man us. I think he's just like gone Bevite.
Yeah, I don't know. Full retard.
It's not flat because waves have curves. It's not flat because there's hills. That kind of dumb shit.
Yeah, that's a full straw man, right? Because if we use flat as a
no, it's not a straw man. It's not a straw man.
No?
It's these spastics being hyper specific about subjects we don't care about. That's all it is. When we say flat, that's why I asked him. When we say flat, what image does he have in his head? A billiard table? Right. If he thinks that we believe it's a billiard table, then his claim of yes, there's waves, fair enough. I've got no problem with that. But when we say it's planar with topography, and he's going, but there's waves, I'm going to go, you're an idiot, go away.
But
no, that's topography. Yep, that's part of the topography.
For those people, they wouldn't, they can't say that the billiard table is flat, because if you look at it, it has that carpet thing on its top, and that carpet, it has also its own topography, so it has ups and downs by a couple of millimeters. So yeah, it won't be flat. But when we say that the surface of water is flat, that's literally is flat. And when you see the horizon, you never see those waves in the horizon, no matter how. The horizon will continuously appear to you to be flat, and that's the grand scale of the surface of water that we are talking about. It's the surface of water. The horizon isn't something different than the surface of water. Sky is just something that is transparent. So the surface of water meeting with the sky. And that flatness that you see there, from where you derive the word horizontal, yeah, that's the surface of water. So you can't say that the surface of water is not flat. That's just by talking about what you perceive with your own eyes, using just observation. Fluid dynamics, yeah, that's another thing that solidifies our point.
No, Raven, I'm just pointing out the observation. It's your idea that you're on a ball and it's just so big that it appears to be flat. So that's your burden to prove. Your experience is the same as everybody else's. That horizon's flat. You want to bring scale into it, you're going to have to prove your scale, because if it was like a really big and flat, right, it would look like that, right? So now you've got to determine the difference. How do you tell the difference, whether you're on a big flat thing or a big curved thing?
Isn't there like a possibility that this Raven guy or whoever it was just had no idea what the like flat Earth talking points are, and it's not even just about him, but just like regular people coming in.
He's been
okay. If he's been here before, but that's just like a overall point. Like if people come in here and they have actually like no
the problem is, Rusty, we can tell the difference between the ones with no experience and which ones are just downright trolls in here just to piss us off. So the ones
I understand that, but
the red
but
flag,
like
they go away.
I understand that, but it's like the shit that he
it's
said
common
with the
sense,
waves.
bro.
Yes, of
even
course. People
that come
Why
in
is it
and
circular, though?
one second. Even people that come in with a misconception that we're talking about a disk in space understand that we're not talking about it being completely smooth, right? That there's obviously hills, and obviously there's waves, and obviously there's valleys, right? There's undulation to the surface, but overall it's oriented horizontally, distributed horizontally. So they understand that much at least. We have to correct them about it not being a disk in space, but I mean, even children can grasp the idea of like what we mean by flat.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's like just like when this guy came in and said that the waves are like curved and stuff.
It's a pointless.
It really does turn. Yeah, it's pointless, but
thing to
I
bring
think
up.
like a regular person who hasn't heard about it might bring that point up because it's like, yeah, it's an ignorant point if you don't know more about the whole the whole topic and shit, right?
But did you hear what he came with and how he spoke his idea? So it wasn't even mature to have a mature discussion with him. So the guy came with that false understanding of the statement that flat earthers are bringing to the table, which is that the water big bodies of water, so they take the shape of the container and the surface will stay always free, so level and flat, so following fluid dynamics. And also that's what we observe in reality. You observe the same exact thing. So the guy just misunderstood what flat earthers say and came with that idea, with that false idea that flat earthers claim that water never curves. So
I mean that's
he tried to have a win with that, with his attitude, and it was a bad attitude. It wasn't even an idea that he had, and he tried to discuss that idea with logic and being a little bit more mature than that. And he tried to talk over people, so he had to be muted. He still got the chance. He's unmuted now. If he wants, he can go back to the flat earthers when they make the claim about the surface of water or water, and when it curves, when they claim about curvature or not curvature. If he tried to understand and re-understand that statement or that claim that flat earthers make, yeah, he still have the floor. He can try to have a correct discussion with us. We are not against that. We are against people trying to be trolls.
I was just like, it seemed to me like that he was just muted too fucking quick, you know, like
you're not.
I mean,
the example, the real example that you can go with is you. You're not muted. We are not muted people because they are talking. Try.
For one, he interrupted.
Right, but no, I don't wanna. I don't wanna make anything. Shut up. I just.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move.
I don't wanna start a. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so who's next? There's a legal immigrant. We have Nim Bim No Knee. Right the hand. Ricardo. Step right up, step right up. Does anybody in here think the Earth is moving?
Only when your mom jumps up and down.
Ooh.
In before trains, planes, and automobiles.
Could you explain that one to me? I've never heard that one.
But the Earth doesn't move?
Yeah. That's a new one
So
for me.
your current thought is that it is moving?
Yeah. What the fuck?
Okay. Why do you think it's...
Or keep going,
Maybe.
sorry.
Why do you think it's moving?
I've been told so.
Oh, okay. Well, what if we told you it wasn't moving?
Yeah, what's your reasoning? Sure.
I don't see any reason to think that it is moving in the
What was
first
your
instance.
reasoning for believing it does move?
People who are smarter than me in the topic told me.
So they didn't give you a reason.
I mean, they have
So
the
who's
reasons.
smarter than you? He
I
just
just
said
don't
it's not
remember the
moving, so
reason.
now it's not moving.
They gave reasons. I just don't remember off the top of my head. So I was curious about y'all's reasoning. Why do you guys think they're wrong?
still believe it?
I have no reason not to.
You don't even have a reason to believe it. So that alone would be a reason not to believe it.
Well, I mean, I don't understand like the ins and outs of the medical field, but nonetheless, when my doctor recommends something, I generally believe them.
Well, if you're here earlier, medical malpractice outweighs, even bothering going there. So, false analogy.
Do you not go to the doctor? Do you not listen to the doctor?
He missed the
Do you
whole
not?
point.
Do you not see flatness when you walk outside?
Yeah. Somewhat.
There
I
you
mean,
go.
at least. Sure.
So why would you assume it's curved if you see flat?
Because there's more than what I can see. I also know that India exists, and I've never been there. I've only just seen it on like pictures and.
I didn't claim what you couldn't see.
What'd you say?
I did not claim what you could not see.
Well, yeah, but like because I can see it, therefore it's true.
So you can see flatness, and you're assuming ball-tard because you can see flat. That's broken, man.
I mean, I can see flatness, and I can assume that's true, but I can also see roundness from different videos and pictures. So I don't understand what you're saying.
There's videos and pictures of Bigfoot too. I guess you're a Bigfoot believer.
Well, I know, but those things generally are proven to be fake. I've never seen one that had any good evidence to it.
Yeah. Okay. So let's prove the globe fake.
Well, I mean, we went to space, and we have recordings.
No, not we.
Stop the cap.
Someone claims to have. Someone claims to have.
Well, do you have any reason
Not
to
we.
believe they haven't?
Maybe just
Yeah.
in like 1970.
Yes.
Why do you
Yes, I
think
do.
they haven't?
Because they purport to show imagery of a curving Earth, and it's not curving.
Except they're literally in space. Like, where are they then? Where do you think they are?
He missed the important bit, T-Dub.
Not in space, but bro, if they're showing you imagery of a curved Earth and Earth isn't curving, then obviously that imagery is
Where are
fake.
these rockets going when they're going up into
He
space?
still missed the important bit.
Yeah, I don't really care.
No.
These rockets are going to your mom's house.
You're claiming images of curved Earth, yes or no?
Are you going to say because they're rendered, that's what makes them fake?
No, that's not what I was going to say at all. I just want a simple yes or no. Are you claiming there are images of Earth as a ball, yes or no?
As a ball? I don't think it's a ball technically, but there are images of Earth.
Sphere, ball, globe, whatever you want to call it. I'm easy.
Yeah, you're very angry right now. You should calm down.
No, I'm not.
Pictures from space, so I would assume.
So you're claiming there's pictures of a sphere tard from space, yes or no?
Of a sphere tard? What?
My God, this one's got the IQ of a doormat.
The irony of that statement.
Can you stop yelling at me?
There are pictures from space, so I don't know what you're saying. But you obviously don't believe we went to space, so then you wouldn't.
Do the images show a curving Earth?
Well, it shows the Earth that looks round, as far as I can tell. Yeah.
Right. So its surface would be curving, right?
I assume so. Yeah, sure. Looks
Right.
like it.
There you go. So if we find out that it's not actually curving, what do you say about those images?
If we find evidence that the Earth isn't curving, what would I say about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, let me see.
They'd have to be what?
I don't know. There could be all kinds of answers. I mean,
They'd
obviously, you
have
want
to
to lead
be
me to the answer of saying that they would have to.
Why can't he answer the question, T-Dub? What's wrong with this kid?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's because it's obviously leading questions. So I mean, I know where you want me.
How would you feel if you had? How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
Leading you to the truth.
Oh shit, you got me. Oh fuck. I don't know. I had breakfast
Just
this
seeing if
morning.
you can,
Ah shit.
comprehend hypotheticals.
Oh brother, I can comprehend way more than you can.
So just a weird side question. Are you guys in the southern hemisphere?
I'm not on a sphere, so
Bro,
no.
I love the 12-year-old.
Okay. By southern hemisphere, I mean like Australia or South Africa or Peru, like countries like that are south of the equator. In which
How's
case,
this going to help your friend?
Oh, in which case you can look up and you'd see Sigma Octantis, also known as Polaris Australis, which is the southern pole star. And if you do a long exposure photography, you'll see that everything is spinning counterclock or the opposite way as if you did the same long exposure at the northern pole. And I wanted to ask, how does that work on the flat Earth model? That the stars are rotating in different directions.
Or they just don't.
They're not rotating in different directions.
They just don't even believe it exists. Like, I mean,
Can you go?
No, shut up for a second.
Exposure and check it out.
Look, why would I need to do a long exposure photography when I can walk outside, my friend? You, for some reason, believe the stars are going in the opposite direction. The stars move east to west. If you, in the south, face north, they still move east to west. If you, in the north, face south, they still move east to west. They don't magically change directions just because you live at my house in comparison to yours.
Cool. Why don't you go do the experiments and find out? Don't you like to see with your eyes?
No. Are you even listening?
Isn't seeing with your eyes belief? Right?
No. Are you even listening?
Yeah, obviously. I hear what you're saying.
No, you didn't.
Are you listening to me?
I swear, if you heard what he said, you wouldn't say that.
If you guys let Globers get so out of control that you can't hear one of your fellow people trying to get in, it's already a fuck. Like, I hate fucking complaining to y'all. Yo, if I'm talking and I waited for y'all to shut up, don't ignore me. That's it. Then I won't complain. I'm obviously trying to get in there. Yo. So, my friend, when you say all the stars move east to west, that's true. Does that mean that they're moving in the same direction, all of them?
You shut the fuck up.
Because he's talking about in the south. Now, in the south, the Sigma Octantis circle Polaris. So they don't even have to be spinning in the same way. You're still going to call it east to west, regardless of what part of the sky you're looking at. So again, the real question is, okay, so you have a part of the sky that's in the south that's not in the north. And what's your point?
Well, I was led to believe, I've not gone to the North or the South Pole and done this myself, or gone far enough north or south on the planet to do these experiments myself, but I've been led to believe that they went in different directions.
And so what? What's your point?
I'm wondering how that would make sense on the flat Earth model.
There are two. different rotations. So you have the stars that are circling Polaris doing one thing, and then you have the stars that appear to be rotating at another point that doesn't have a pole star in the middle over there. That's what we observe. What do you mean, how does it work? That's what we observe. 2 rotations on the plane that we live on because it measures that way.
But, bro, think about this, man. Think about it. How does this stuff work when you're on a flat plane looking up at the stars? How does that work? Come on, man.
Where stand still in the sky is moving. Like that's the obvious answer that you're going to get.
Yeah, you look up in the northern hemisphere. Not sphere, right?
Look, they believe the Earth is stationary. Like there's a whole different model you're working with.
I'm talking. I was talking to Big Daddy at this point, but I'm sorry, I might have interjected. You go.
Yeah, that's fine. You're telling. Listen, that's you asking me how that makes sense is like asking me. Okay, you see the sun. You see how it goes from east to west, and you can see it go across the sky. How does that work on a flat Earth? That's a stupid question.
That's not what I'm asking.
It is, but you're asking me how is this observation of I see these stars in the north and I see those stars in the south. How does that work on flat Earth? It's the same thing. You have an observation of
the sun is observed doing the same thing in both hemispheres. The stars are doing different things in the different hemispheres. That's why it's not the same.
They're 2 different things, right? You have something that's happening in the south, and you have something that's happening in the north, and they both appear to be going east to west. And I guess that appears like an arc to whoever's in which part of the earth that they are. They arc from east to west when you're in the north. They arc from east to west when you're in the south. But when you're on the equator, you understand that some stars go northwest, and you know that some stars go southwest, which means if you're going to believe that they are rotating for whatever reason, they're rotating in different directions, even though they rise from the east and set in the west. Because northwest and southwest aren't the same directions, are they? So now, that aside, the Earth still measures flat. Seeing this phenomena doesn't change that. Asking me how that works doesn't change the fact that the Earth is measured flat. As a matter of fact, that's what you should be asking about.
That wasn't my argument. I was just seeing if there was a mechanism in the flat Earth model that could explain that. That's all my question was.
There is no model. No. Okay, my bad. I'm not proposing a model. I don't know if anyone else in here is.
Hey Flurf, can I ask? Within a flat Earth, you say you're not holding to a model, but is it imaginable on a flat Earth that there is 24-hour daylight?
No.
No, it's not imaginable. Are you?
So you said, can you imagine? I'm just gonna say no, because everything that we experience is what we experience. Now, there's 24-hour daytime here at the very top of North America and further than that. I already know that exists, and I already know that the Earth is flat. So asking me if it's possible, if I can imagine how there would be a 24-hour sun on the flat Earth, I know that the Earth is flat because it measures that way.
What about Antarctica?
We also have the phenomena of a 24-hour sun.
Yeah. What about
I thought that both poles experienced close to, might not be exactly, but close to at least 24-hour sun at opposite times of the year from each other.
I'm sorry, so what was the follow-up that the other guy was trying to get in? You had a follow-up, right, before you was interrupted?
Nim, that's you, Nim.
Oh, no, I mean, that 24-hour sun thing would be also sort of in line with the rotating star thing.
What do you mean? What about in Antarctica specifically? Are you aware of the final experiment?
What about it?
Well, the reason I'm asking is because, the experiment was, because I know everybody in here, most likely than not, is rooting a lot of the argumentation around, and you noted it out with experience, with what you can see, maybe empiricism, what you can see, touch, taste, smell.
Can I stop you for a second?
Yeah.
What are you saying that the flat earthers are claiming about the South? Just start and stop there.
About the South, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about what the other person.
Okay, so you're talking. What are you talking about? What you're talking? The final experiment is in the South.
I'm saying, yeah, it's in Antarctica.
Stop. The final experiment is in the South. So that being said, why didn't what I asked you make sense?
Well, it seemed very general. I was asking about specifically Antarctica. I didn't know if anybody else said something about. Like, I know the other guy was talking about Southern Hemisphere.
Okay, so what's your point? Like, what about whatever they saw in the South? What are you asking about it for? Did a flat earther make it?
That you couldn't imagine a 24-hour sun.
Flat earth claim that you think is out there that you take issue with? What was the problem with seeing a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Go.
Yeah, according to many, if you're holding to a model, there's a sort of an expectation.
You mean a map projection? You mean a map projection?
Model projection theory. There's an expectation of how the world's going to work. Now,
oh yeah, we don't agree with that.
You have an expectation that the world is flat. That is a model.
So,
anything scientifically proven, there's at first an assumption.
I can sit here and be quiet for 5 minutes, and after you've painstakingly expressed yourself, tell you, "Oh yeah, I understand what you're saying, but that has nothing to do with any of us in here." It's going to be the same answer. So then you're going to be like, "Well, then how do you explain it? Explain what? Something I've never claimed?"
Okay, so if you would allow me to finish, it was I know. I'm just expressing. I understand that you guys are very much. A lot of your contentions are with you haven't experienced it. You haven't been the one to see.
No, incorrect. Incorrect. I'm sorry.
Maybe not you. Maybe not you.
Are you a bigot?
I'm sorry. What bigot? No, I'm not a bigot.
Okay. Are you a stereotyper?
A stereotyper? No, I'm talking about like from the people I've talked to.
I don't think you are, brother. So listen, you're in this room where the standard is much higher than wherever you came from. This is why I keep stopping you. So it's not like I'm trying to play a game where it's like I'm trying to not let you get out your point. It's that your point is tied to claims of other retard flat earthers that we disagree with anyway.
Okay. Well, that's why, Mike, more particularly when I was talking with you, I'm asking you how you think it works. And you've said that you don't subscribe to a model. I'd argue that thinking that it is flat Earth is a model of a sort. You're just not giving any of the mechanics of how that model actually works.
Well, that's not true. Do you want to hear why that's not true?
Go for it.
Okay, well, the Earth measures flat. I don't have to explain anything when stating the obvious.
So if you take a laser beam and run it out and a stick and you just keep walking in a straight line on that laser beam, this laser beam isn't going to go higher and higher.
Or are you a decent human being? When you hear me say no, how about you just go, "Oh man, that's right. I'm dealing with an individual. Let me just give him the room."
Fuck all that shit, man. If you run a laser beam across the Earth, it's not going to be a straight line. It's going to have a curve.
No.
And we could argue that there's valleys and dips on Earth's curvature. And you could argue that that's why it's going up and down. But if you keep going on the flattest places on Earth, you would find that it's still dips.
We got to get into serious mode now. Now it's going to get to the point where I have to mute you so that I can maintain being sincere and gentle with you. I didn't want to have to
refrain, and you can go.
I didn't want to have to do that, but that's what's going to have to happen. So, again, the Earth measures flat. Do not insert whatever idea that you think would validate what I said. Just ask me what I mean. That's all that's required.
when you say it measures flat, would that, in theory, like let's just say you had a boat.
Bro, when I say it measures, excuse me, sir, that I don't know, that I don't want to treat like I'm a bigot. When you say it measures flat, practically, what exactly do you mean by that? See how easy that is? Now you try.
Well,
that was another
I'm giving a scenario to see if what you say aligns with the scenario.
No. When I say it measures flat, I have to mean something. You don't even know what I mean. So let's start with you understanding what I mean. Let's start there.
Okay, well, to be fair, I wasn't asking what you meant by that. I was asking
what you should be.
I know, because I was telling you don't be a bigot. So if you want to understand...
How's that bigoted?
Hold on. Is there someone else who has to get muted? Okay, all right. Time out. Hold up. Where you at? Keep talking, don't worry. I found you, don't worry. All right. Now, the bottom line is, you guys are talking about 24-hour sun, blah, 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 blah. You said, okay, I know you don't subscribe to a model, but if you're going to say the earth is flat, you kind of have to. And I said, no, I don't. Earth is measured flat. I didn't give you a model to say that. It's just kind of what it is. So the next thing in the conversation should be, oh, really? What do you mean by that? Obviously, that's the next thing that should come up. You're the one that thinks that you need a model to say that the earth is flat. I'm saying, no, not so. It measures that way. I didn't give you a model to do that. So are you going to be curious about what me as the individual is saying? Or are you going to continue to try to run a narrative because you believe that you're right? Because that's where the bigotry comes in. Because first of all, you have a strong belief in what you know. So at this point, I'm not going to say you're being a bigot, but because you have, you think you know certain things, you've been stereotyping this entire time, which is why you're like, well, if I take what most of the flat earthers believe, like, yeah, you're stereotyping, which I tried to stop you because I don't want you to be a stereotyper and I don't want you to be a bigot. So I'm trying to help you not do that. So when you try to cut me off to tell me, no, actually, I am going to do that, I'm going to just go, oh, okay, this person is a bigot, I guess, because he just can't get out of his own way. So the choice is yours. I'm here to tell you why I'm here and how the earth measures flat. But if you want to talk about something else, well, I might just label you a bigot who doesn't give a fuck about who I am and what I'm actually saying as an individual. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I'm willing to engage, but I don't think the way to engage is you control what comes out of, like, the contents that comes out of my mouth outside of, like, the rude things. Like, let's be fair.
I'm not controlling the content that comes out of your mouth. I'm controlling what you're trying to put on to me.
What I'm trying to put on. Well, I mean, like, even my questioning, like, my question, I asked you a question, and then you told me the question I ought to be asking, not answering my question. Like, that's
okay,
what I meant.
What was the question again?
Well, as far as what you said, the earth measures flat, I was questioning, well, so when you say that, would that match if I stuck a pole in the ocean, stuck a laser to it, like all the other gentlemen, like another gentleman was proposing, stuck a laser?
Is this going to be practical? Is this going to be a hypothetical that we can practically validate, or is it just a hypothetical? Because I'm talking about something practical.
I mean, this is something that's been done. I mean, these are real experiments that have been done.
What you're saying? All right, finish your point, my man. Go ahead. Ask your question, because you keep saying stuff. Just ask the question.
Well, you said that it measures flat.
Right.
That's
is what you're saying. Is what you're going to say, meaning whatever you're going to say next. Are you saying it because you're saying, no, it doesn't measure flat, therefore you're making a claim against the claim that I'm making? Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're doing? I say it measures flat. Are you beginning to help me understand how it doesn't measure flat? In other words, are you about to make a counterclaim to my claim that it measures flat?
In small proportions, seemingly the earth is flat. Like even our buildings that we make, like because it's in such a small proportion to the grand scheme of things.
How is you telling me that invalidating what I would have told you? Because I swear to God, it's not.
This isn't exactly invalid. Like what I'm saying right now isn't invalidating what you're saying. I'm saying like locationally,
Right,
like
that's the problem. We're talking about. That's the problem. We're talking about the things that you're bringing up, like small distances that are inconsequential, versus what I would have told. Versus what I would have told you. That's the problem.
Okay. Well, I mean, I was going to get into my. There's a reason I'm talking about locally, and then if you widen.
Well, look, bro. At the end of the day, how do you ask me a question and then go off into your own agenda that you want me to ask questions and or agree with?
He's got that beat.
I didn't want you to ask a question. You're just questioning me.
See,
Can I just clarify one thing real quick?
I'm not questioning you. I told you it measured flat, and you just continuing to talk about what you think.
Are you saying measured flat in
low
the
self-awareness
same way of I can cut a cylinder and then flatten it out and then measure the cylinder flat? Or do you mean it in a different way?
No. I mean in a different way.
Yeah, measuring flat. I mean, like, yeah, I would agree locally within smaller proportions, segments.
In what way? In what way, Big Daddy Fluff?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that 80 miles is local?
80 miles being local.
Is that what you think?
I wouldn't think 80 miles is particularly local. No.
I've been told, why the fuck are we talking about what you keep trying to talk about? I want to talk about 80 miles of flat.
80 miles are flat. Okay. Well, what do you mean by that? 80 miles are flat.
Jesus Christ!
There it is.
10 minutes to get. I'm so upset that I don't even want to do it anymore. That's what I'm saying. I damn near begged you to ask me that question, and here you are. This is the shit that's how much shit is in your brain that it took all of this for you to get there. I don't have time for. I'm sorry. I don't have time for it. You guys can take over. Like that shit just blew my mind.
Does somebody want to explain to me 80 miles being flat?
Yeah, I can explain that to you. Flat as in adverb, descriptive, definition, in or to a horizontal position, not curving. I hope this helps.
Okay, but I'm asking, like, what's the experiment being referenced? It sounded like there was an experiment.
Like I'm more curious why it's 80 and not 120 or 500 or 60.
I was told 80 miles is flat. I was trying to figure out what experiment that was.
You couldn't open your heart to listen to me. I'm sure that's what you would assume. You make a lot of wrong assumptions. No, it's not an experiment. First of all.
Okay.
And again, you're gonna have to give me. If you really give a fuck, you're gonna have to give me some time to calm down. That's all. I don't know if anybody else can carry the same conversation I would have. I know these guys have heard me say it 100 times, but I don't know if there's something else.
That was a very bigoted statement. These guys.
That's stupid. No, it wasn't.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
This is a side thing I never thought about, but does that also...
bro.
If we're flat and not moving, does that mean that Coriolis effect doesn't exist?
Yeah, none of that stuff exists. You're in a whole different metaphysical world. Like it's a hypothetical.
It's a pseudo force. It's fictitious. It doesn't exist.
Well, Flurf, the reason I asked about like the 24-hour day thing, and heck, we can even reference like the Earth measure flat, like that claim, and what is actually able to be like has actually been experimented on. Like that one, what was it? It was like 6 miles, I think. It was like a pole 6 miles and a laser beam, and on water, like down a river. And yeah, that mess was not flat.
That's just somebody looking at something and claiming like whether it appears to drop or something blocking the bottom of it.
I mean, there's there are measurements taken at incremental amounts, like on that experiment.
You got it wrong.
Okay, well, okay, yeah, I was just wrong. Everything you know is just wrong. You're just wrong.
Yeah, they measured above the surface of water and then they backed up and looked at it. That's all. I mean, that's all.
Measured above the surface of water. Wait, what?
That experiment was over water. It was like a river, a channel, or something. That wasn't a straight line.
Apparently.
Oh! It was hold on. So rivers.
They did it over water to take out the undulating effect of ground. Arguably, one additional factor that I'm not sure they considered, they probably did, is that water also can have a gradient to it. It doesn't have to be flat. So as an example, rivers are going downhill, right?
I don't know what he's chiming in.
Wait, water doesn't have to be flat within the container?
He started
I get it, the river being downhill.
Dude, hey,
I understand that.
You're going to piss me off. I don't know who this guy is chiming in as if he knows things. That's not a measurement, right? The measurement was when he measured in the vertical change, right, above the horizontal to be at 6 feet above something. Then he just stepped back and looked at it. That's not a measurement. The measurement was when he put something above the surface of water in the vertical datum and said that is 6 feet above a horizontal plane. And then he stepped back 6 miles, which is a linear distance, and then looked at it and said, well, it must be curved because I can't see it. That's not a measurement.
I thought it was just further up the stick.
Oh, what is the experiment called again? I'm curious about that one now.
Well, how about this? How about you come up with your own way of measuring, right? Like of measuring vertical.
Wife and kids.
And let us know how you did it. I mean, what did you use? What would you use? Let's start with your mind. What would you use to establish a horizontal plane of reference in reality so that you could prove it?
You got a wife and kids.
What would I do? I mean, I would go into a body of water. I'm sorry, what?
You know that, right? You got a wife and kids that are probably partly and partially indoctrinated like you were, like I was, like the rest of us were. So don't take this shit so lightly, bro. You got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes. Hear me out. Because it's not as complicated as you think. You got 5 minutes to figure the shit out at the beach while, your kids are swimming in the water and your wife is sunbathing. You got that time.
Well,
by the way, it was called the Bedford
I do
level
not have
experiment.
the time to do that.
It was the Bedford level experiment.
Okay. Yeah, I just know I do not have the time to do that kind of stuff. Nor do I'm not highly motivated. I'm just interested, like generally when I have these conversations with flat earthers, I'm just generally interested, like what keeps you guys ticking. Generally, it's about government mistrust. Like generally mistrust of.
I just gave it to you, Fifto. Like on how you know level, horizontal, vertical. You can create points of equal elevation.
His mic is gone.
Are
you back? Yeah, it's back now. You were like fuzzing out.
Well, you got a lot of energy to be in here for no reason. That's weird.
He's acting like he's interested, but hasn't been interested in a single point that any of us are trying to stay on. We're trying to go on a linear, or we're trying to go on a tangent, and he's not letting it happen. It's interesting. A person who wants to know what you're talking about is the reason that you can't go in a linear fashion. What do you talk like? I don't know who you guys think you're talking to.
Well, like
hey, I'm not your wife. Logic works. I'm sorry.
Well, like I'm interested, but like when things are tangented, like they don't.
Right, you're not exactly. You're not interested. You're only interested in your own agenda based on what you don't understand.
Facts.
Well, I mean, like, okay, so I mean, there's more than just that. I mean, like, if I didn't engage with you, I really just am like totally uninterested with the topic. Like I wouldn't even be in here if I was totally uninterested with the topic. Generally, I like to understand.
You're fucking hot under the collar, dude. Everybody in this chat knows it because of what he was saying. You couldn't even let him. You couldn't even let him speak. You were interrupting him and shit. Dude, this shit has got you like all up in the tizzy, bro. Let's just put it out there. You quit faking like it doesn't matter, bro. If it didn't matter, you go fucking Netflix and chill right now. If it didn't matter to you.
Generally, when I have online conversations, I'm driving. Like I don't.
Yeah. So you're in here for a reason, which is it fucking matters to you.
Talk to flat earthers, yeah.
Yeah, talk to flat earthers. It matters to you. You wouldn't be in here. You go fucking.
I didn't say this, like, I'm indifferent. I didn't say I'm indifferent.
Well, it sounds that way. You're coming off like that.
No, I'm saying I don't really have a stake in whether I'm right or you guys are right. Like, it doesn't change anything for me. Like,
exactly. Miggy, this is what it actually is. It's not that he's not interested. He's interested in the flat earth that's online. And we're not interested in that. And that's what he doesn't understand.
So the one where everybody's wants to argue with yeah, dude, you want to argue with a cartoon flat earther, man. Go to fucking, I don't know, any other place other than here.
Well, when I brought up archetypes, like people that care about, not experiencing something, and people making, and questioning the claims of people that they haven't experienced themselves.
That's not us.
Well,
that's not us.
Okay.
Dude, the man told you about 5 times it is not us, bro.
I've not interacted with you. I've never interacted with you.
Okay, but
I've come in here multiple times.
So when I tell you it's not us, and then you continue to go on as if it is us, that makes me feel like you're a big gift.
Okay. Well, I was just telling you the reason why I explained. Yeah, there is this archetype. They are your moderators. I don't know.
Jesus, dude.
It may not be you.
You know what? Your meta's fucking boring, bro. Your meta's fucking boring. Like,
okay.
Get to the fucking. Let somebody else talk, for God's sake. You're fucking like.
I didn't want to ask when it came to like I posted it down below. The final experiment.
Your fucking Dorito hole already, and let somebody else fucking talk, bro.
No, we get back to the final non-experiment.
I mean, somebody said that. I mean, I'm interested. Why is it
talking and you see how I was talking and then you interrupted me? You want to be controlled with the mute button? Because that would be why you're muted. Not because I don't want to hear you speak. I literally brought it back to what you wanted to talk about, and you couldn't shut the fuck up. You didn't hear me trying to say something, bro? Are you retarded?
Well, I'm human and everybody slips. And to be fair, I've been interrupted multiple times.
You keep slipping. But I'm not interrupting you other than to say, hey, that's not what I'm saying. That's it. That's literally it.
Yeah,
I told you I was on mute and let you finish, and then you did, and then 7 words into what my response was, you started talking again. And that was just 15 minutes ago.
Well, I was giving a clarifier. Like one of the huge things I have issue with is when
Stop. How did we get from one of the things I have issue with when you were supposed to be talking about what the fuck, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, why do you keep bringing it up? What do you really want to know from us about that fact? What do you want to know?
Well, we're here because you're questioning my conduct.
No, what do you want to know about Antarctica, the thing that you call the final experiment? What about it? What do you want to know from us about that? What do you want to know?
Well, I mean, there's this language that you guys are using where, the final non-experiment. And
it's not an experiment.
Now I'm interested to know why is it not an experiment?
Because an experiment is reserved for the natural world in physics, where you have phenomena that you're trying to ask the question how and why it occurs. And so you then formulate a supposition as to what's causing that thing. So it's if this, then that. Now, if that doesn't happen, the alternative hypothesis is if this, not that. That's what an experiment is, testing that hypothesis.
Yeah.
What they did in Antarctica is not that. That's why I'm saying it's not an experiment. can go outside and I can decide that, okay, I'm going to go to 5 boroughs and I'm going to get, I'm going to take a look around and I'm going to see what types of trees are in this borough versus that. That's not an experiment. That's me collecting data and making observations. That's it.
Well, yeah, I agree. So, like, facts isolated.
If you agree, and you answer the question. So, if you agree, then let's move on. So, the thing that is called the final experiment, which you agree is not an experiment in the sense that I just explained. So that's why.
No, it's not true because. I don't agree. Look, the reason I don't agree.
Hold on. It's okay. I accept that you disagree. So, what's the hypothesis for the final experiment then?
Yeah, they're operating on the basis of. I mean, in general, in the people that are. I mean, it's a dude and his team, of course.
Dude, damn.
It's generally, and you're gonna say you're not running by a model.
Damn.
Okay.
Okay,
you're going to tell me you're not running by a model. These flat Earth YouTubers who did.
What's the hypothesis?
Yeah, well, I mean, like generally, so a hypothesis is these are suppositions. Like these are.
What's your supposition? What is it? And how are they testing? That's it.
Okay,
That's what I want to know.
It's easier if I can finish rather than like have my train of thought cut off.
You're not starting.
You're not answering the question.
You're not starting the question.
Like the minute I start talking, it doesn't mean like just lose self-control.
You're supposed to be answering the question.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I can't. No one can answer a question when no one allows the breathing room to have the question answered.
When I say what's relevant about the final experiment, well, when I was a baby, the doctor slapped me on my ass.
Other day,
the final experiment's relevant to these people because they actually do have a model, a method. They have a model.
All right, bro. We're just gonna stop to this. You gotta answer the question, bro. If you want to put it in the chat, we can unmute you, but this is just getting ridiculous. They always do this. Hey, what's 2 + 2? Well, you see, back in 1955, there was a yard with grass in it. It's like, we don't want to hear all that. Just answer the question, bro.
What is hypothesis for that experiment?
What is the hypothesis in the final experiment? That's all we need. Go.
Yep. That there is a 24-hour sun in the southern pole.
That's
let Eli hold on. Let Eli take it, guys. Relax.
Wait, what did he say? I missed it.
That wasn't him anyway. That was Nim.
Oh shit.
But what did Nim say? Because they both working together. That's cool.
I mean, I don't think we're working together. We're both on the same side of things, though. So I guess you could infer that we're working together.
Oh my god! Yo.
Hey, you can't throw him a bone, man. It ain't gonna fucking happen, dude. You're gonna have to just fucking throw him to the wolves, bro. Because fuck it, I mean, you can only.
We're not working together.
You can only.
We're on the same side. Yo,
you can only. You can only bend so far, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that you have to do an experiment in order to prove a preset outcome that you're looking for. I think that you can do an experiment by simply going outside and observing, or setting up apparatus to observe the results, and then after the fact try to figure out what that actually means.
Dude, that doesn't matter because the question was, what does that have to do with the final experiment? Like are you guys tracking with what we're saying?
This final experiment was them going to the South Pole and seeing if there was or was not a 24-hour sun at the southern pole. And before the experiment, they asked multiple flat earthers, not you guys particularly, but in general, whether that was possible.
Do you want to know what our answer was?
For there to be a 24-hour sun, and they were told definitively that it wasn't.
In general, all right. Do you want to know what our answer was, or do you want to be a bigot and talk about what other people think? Do you want to know what our?
I was just explaining the experiment. I already caveated that it wasn't you guys directly being asked.
I was here, so my question was: so then, since you know that, Do you want to know what we were saying while this was going on? Yes or no?
Cool. What was your explanation?
Okay. So these guys said, hey, we're going to go to the south and we're going to determine whether we see a 24-hour sun. And then I said, okay, great. So if you see a 24-hour sun, what would that prove? And some people have said, well, that would prove that the Earth is a globe. I'm sorry, that's affirming the consequence. That's actually a fallacy. Other people said, well, actually, the flat earthers think that you wouldn't see a 24-hour sun. So if you did, wouldn't that mean that what you thought was incorrect? The answer is yes. That's exactly what the fuck that means. What does it have to do with flat earth, though? That's what we said. 7 months before any of this shit even kicked off.
Well, would you not have been prescribing to a model of flat Earth when you originally made your assessment?
He didn't hear what I said. He didn't hear what I said. He didn't hear what I said.
Prescribed to a model. I know you said definitively earlier
He didn't
you
hear what
don't
I
have a
said.
model.
He didn't hear what I said. He didn't hear what I said. I just told you, seeing a 24-hour sun wouldn't change how I know that the Earth is flat. So you're not listening because, again, you guys are bigots at heart. You can't. You're not capable of hearing what I'm saying.
So if I'm him, I will ask you, Elijah, now, how is that possible that you are not flat earthers because of that 24-hour sun?
Where's the beach?
And there is answer for that. It's called geometry. Did you check for the guy who asking for that 24-hour sun, the elevation profile of the observation point? Do you know what's that?
No.
That's the how the ground look like around them.
So, like if you're on the top of a mountain or in a valley?
Yeah, if you're on top of the mountain, that means that you know the height of the mountain. How? Due to what?
I'm just I'm just wondering.
You're on the top of the mountain, and mountain it's you choose the height. Height above what?
I mean, I guess the typical answer to height would be off of sea level.
Okay, what if the mountain is 2,000 miles away from the sea level?
Well, it doesn't matter because we just assume that sea level continue going, and when we say level, we mean from the center of Earth, arguably.
Are you saying that 2,000 meters above the sea level is the same on the flat surface and it's the same on the sphere?
So on the flat surface, the sea level would be a straight line, and we could calculate that. But on the sphere, then sea level is actually a distance from the center of the planet. So we can also have that. It's not a straight line, but it is still a constant value as far as height is concerned.
Constant value to what?
As I said, to the center of the planet.
And where is that?
Gravity.
Where is that?
It would be the exact center of the ball.
That mean of the supposed ball, what you assuming to be.
Yeah. So like what I was saying earlier with the cylinder, right?
How we will find out the center of any ball?
You'd measure the circumference, and then
how you will measure the circumference?
Yeah, arguably Earth isn't a perfect sphere, so I guess like
it's always perfect from the space. How you will measure that circle? You said it's in the middle of the sphere. How you will measure that center of the sphere? Oh, yes.
Sasha.
What?
I don't know. I think somebody
Silence.
muted
I don't
him.
know.
I think someone muted him.
It's silence. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I hear from people. I don't know if this is true, but I hear from people that they know the center of the sphere because they know exactly where the horizon is. That's what they claim.
Do you know what people doesn't know? People doesn't know how really, but really, you can measure the radius. You can measure the radius of the circle because you draw on the paper, and then it's easy. You can measure the radius of the sphere only if you, how he said, only if you have small sphere and you go around, or if you go to the center. To go to the center, you need to cut that sphere in the hull, or to go to the center, to put some stick. You can maybe do that with some kind of sphere with material where you can cut it. You can never ever do that with the air. That means you need to go around all air to measure the. You cannot measure the radius. You cannot go down because you cannot dig. That means the only way is to go all around. And not in one direction, because that could be cylinder. It must, in every direction, 36 degrees to go like that.
You kissed your mom with that mouth.
Calculate.
Discord.
Did that guy leave?
Yeah, it seems like he did that.
Oh, we got NIM BM or something.
He is muted. By the way, if you want to calculate like the center of something, you don't have to actually go there.
That's what I was saying, though. I was saying that you would have to pretend that the sphere was a 2D object, like a circle, and then do the opposite equation for 2 pi r, right? 2 pi r is how we get to the circumference. This way, we're doing it the opposite way around. So we start with the circumference, and we're trying to figure out the radius. And I agree with you in the fact that we'd have to do multiple slices to more accurately calculate that.
Hey, you could work it out on math. We
don't need to physically cut something in half to figure that out, though.
I understand that. But what we're asking for is, how do you convert that over into reality? How do you know that your math checks out? Did you check it out?
That's the point of calculating math.
Oh my God.
So I guess I'm assuming here the argument is, how do you know that the circumference that you're getting is accurate? Not the radius outcome, but that the circumference is accurate. And then I guess we could also argue accurate to what degree?
Well, right? To the degree that you're actually calculating it as.
Well, I tend to think that there's the possibility of error, right? So if something as large as the Earth, if you're
all right,
measure,
dude,
and you
that's great, that's great, dude. I want to know how it was done. If it's coming from you, they did the calculation. Now, how did they verify that? It's easy to say you don't know. If you don't know, just say I don't know.
That's for sure.
Well, it's begging the question. So there's nothing. The calculation is the validation. Don't you agree, sir? Isn't the calculation itself the validation?
I'm just smoking some weed, man.
Dude, we're not talking to you. Shut up.
I'm not sure how they calculated it. I'm assuming that they did it through
it doesn't matter how they calculated it. It doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter how they calculated it.
Like gotten closer and closer.
It doesn't matter how they calculated it. It doesn't matter how they calculated it. Did you hear what I just asked you?
Yeah, you're saying it doesn't matter how they calculated it.
Yeah, the numbers
No,
are
before
there.
that. Before that. Did you hear what I said?
Sorry, no, I didn't.
The calculation being accurate is the proof.
Why?
Isn't that correct?
It should be.
No, you do these calculations and it checks out, right?
Should be.
So, do you know the standard flat Earth map?
Sir, I asked you like the same question 3 times. I'm gonna ask you. Look, it's very like it's like I'm agreeing with you and you're scared to do that. What the fuck?
Yeah, he thinks it's a trap, dude. He's cautiously interpreting what you're saying.
Yo, did he actually?
Okay, so your argument was that the calculation is the proof. I don't necessarily think that every calculation is a proof of something.
This calculation is the proof, right? Because the calculation matches the model, doesn't it? Or it doesn't? You don't agree? It doesn't match it?
So I don't think I think that in this case you have to measure it in all different directions. But I think that one important way of looking at it would be
No. I'm pissed off. Nope. Where you at? You going on mute for a second. I gotta say something to the rest of you. So this is what I mean, right? Like, it doesn't matter if I take my position or if I take what they believe to its own logical conclusion, take their position, staleman it. It doesn't matter. He's here to be a virus and waste my time. It doesn't matter if he said the sky was black and then I'm like, the sky was black. He would go, well, why the fuck are we accepting this shit?
Why are you talking to him, is what you're asking?
Matthew, answer my question. Watch this.
Elijah, I think he didn't get it even that, what you had said now.
Like obviously, the calculations match the model. But what are we arguing about?
There are people who disagree.
Isn't this?
It's not him that's supposed to be disagreeing.
No, he doesn't want to show. Look, everything is matches. The calculation matches. Look.
And you guys are wrong.
But he doesn't want to go to calculations because there is a problem.
What are you talking about? He went into calculations and that's how he came up with his answer.
Okay, let's go with you with calculations. What calculation says? What is the radius of the Earth?
I don't know, man. Ask him.
Why are you jumping then? Like a help?
Because I took physics class and everything, so I know that there's. I know that there's a fixed number.
Physics and geometry are 2 different things. Are they the same thing? Oh my! No, physics and geometry is the same thing. Would you agree? Oh, somebody! You can't do it. You did. That's what a demon would do.
They don't want to look in their mind. They don't want to look in that what they believe. They don't want to look into that.
Look into what?
In the globe Earth math.
Wow.
The math?
Yeah, that. Do you believe in a globe? Yep. Do you believe in a globe? Oh, that was a difficult question.
Bro, if you answer this question with yes, you're gonna be asked questions that are stupid as fuck, And then you're gonna
I
be
will
banned.
ask, do you believe that globe, what you believe, that globe that has one size or different sizes? That I will ask after that. You know that big Earth, how big it is? I will tell you one secret. I always find interesting that flat earthers, they know the size of the Earth. They know all that equations. But the people who believes in that globe, they don't know. That's interesting.
It's 40,000 kilometers in circumference.
Okay, can you type like this now? How much I can see with 2 meter height on that 40,000 kilometer sphere?
It's what?
Type like this on the Google. How much I can see with 2 meter height on the sphere with 40,000 kilometers? That's what you said.
Assuming equal elevation and terrain and no obstruction.
Or like 6, 7, 8 miles, something like that.
And also you have to consider atmospheric refraction.
It's a 3 miles.
2 meter, yeah. Okay, now that's like,
once you factor in refraction, it's different.
Oh yeah, 3 miles. Yeah, it's like 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers. I don't know fucking miles though.
6 kilometers. It's okay.
Feet, 4 miles.
5 kilometers.
I have 4 some.
I will give you 5. Okay. That's for 2 meter height. Okay. Did you get it? I want to know that you get it.
Yes, I got it.
Okay.
You might not hear me though.
Okay, great. Now we go to reality. We have observation with 30 centimeter height. That's 6 times less than 2 meters. Okay.
Yeah.
We see 16 kilometers and more.
Yes. And?
If Earth is a sphere with 40,000 kilometers, what you said, with 2 meter height, you can see only 5 kilometers. But in reality, when we make observation with 30 centimeter height, we see 16 kilometers.
Yes, that's called refraction.
Now that's called we see the surface in 16 kilometers. That's not calling nothing. That's only calling we see the surface.
Yeah, and there are reasons your vision, what you can see, changes depending on atmospheric conditions.
The reason for seeing surface, where surface is, it's calling seeing surface.
Yes, and the reason it changes, because it does change, you understand that, right?
It does change, but the water...
Now, what do you think makes it change?
Does not change. The water, in the example of the Black Swan oil rigs, it's there every time, every day, during the night, during the morning. Only thing is atmospheric conditions change that you don't see that water every time. But sometimes you see, and that water is there. But that water, what you see with that observation, should to be covered on 1.22 miles.
Except you're fucking lying.
It's not a GIF.
No, that's from the video of reality in Santa Barbara.
Okay, so if I send you so do they have primary data? Do they have the data on the atmospheric conditions
they have
and all the primary data?
Yeah, they have all conditions. I can give you this. The 42 degrees temperature and minus 17 degrees temperature will not change that water to not be there behind the oil rigs.
Yeah, that's not all the data that's required.
Okay, put 42 degrees of the temperature. Put the humidity, whatever you want. Put whatever you want there. That will not change. That water will not be there. That's what is there.
Look, I'll post a scientific experiment into chat demonstrating it is curved. It's not flat. All the data is in the experiment. You can see it yourself.
Okay, can you tell me? shortly tell me like this: London, or better, London is not on the beach. Some town on the beach. That's town. Then you say this town. Then you say this island. Okay, this is the distance. This is the height, and this is the drop. And then we will see that with demonstration, of course.
Is the brown queen?
You know that data what you were asking for, that's what I gave you for that Santa Barbara 1 foot observer heights, distance to the horizon. The same thing, you can do it. Do it and show me where is the drop in any observation. And it's not scientific method, it's only measurement.
Well, but you are asking for something that is not, in fact, a scientific measurement. Though.
Yeah, check the chat. Your scientific incoming.
Scientific measure.
Oh wait, I can't post in the chat. Never mind. I guess they're afraid of new information.
See the Globers, what they want to do is they want to flex their belief and their agenda on those who don't believe. They don't actually want to know what we know.
What you know? No, I'm dying to know. Where are things? Like, what's the map of what we know?
Oh, look, see that agenda.
No. You just said you don't want us to know what you know, and yet I asked you basic questions, and you flip out.
Did I make a claim about? Am I a fucking cartographer? Am I a fucking geographer? No, I'm not.
I mean, you okay? So you don't know anything about that. You don't know anything about where things are on Earth. Okay. So, but I'm asking basic questions. What?
Okay, it's non sequitur. It's non sequitur to the fact that the Earth is flat. That's why I don't have to know it. But again, you have to get me to engage with your agenda to continue the conversation because you're
my
a fucking
agenda.
nerd.
That's normal shit.
I'm asking you. No. I'm asking you basic. I'm not talking about my agenda. I've not put forward an argument. I've not made a claim. All I did was ask you a question. What you claimed was all they care about is their agenda. They don't want to know what we think. And literally all I did was ask you what you think, and you flipped fucking shit. That is a baby response.
No, I don't think anything about. I don't think anything about the arrangement of blood. I don't think anything of it. So that's the answer.
When you think about how long, I'm asking you. So here's a follow up. So if you travel outside or inside the U.S. where you travel, when you think about, okay,
sit this here because I bought this. No,
you're hot micing heads up.
Bro, what is like your level of acceptance to evidence? Like
drop over distance in reality.
As measured by what?
By curvature.
No, measured by what?
Whatever you want.
Like what?
Like what? If you see the flat surface, if you see the flat surface, how you will describe that surface?
Can you name one way to measure this that you'll accept?
One way, I told you. You see in a distance the island, you know the distance to the island, and you say, look, that island, it's covered 66 foot because it's on 10 miles distance.
Wait, what? That's an example. Wait, what method, what form of evidence will you accept?
I told you, you take an island in a distance and say, this island is 10... Yeah, island in a distance. You're watching the island in the distance, You can find out the distance to the island. Let's say that you know the captain of the ferry. Ask him how far it's a beach from the island, and he will tell you. That's the right answer because he is traveling for a year there. But you can watch on the Google also the distance to the island. Then you see or make observation, and then you see. Look, I'm watching that island on 10 miles, and I don't see that shore of the island because it's covered like 20 meters of the earth curvature. And then you show that everywhere in every location on the earth. And then you have spherical
accounting for refraction?
Yeah, accounting for refraction, and then you still have that curvature. You don't show the horizon flat observation with flat horizon and then say this is curved. No, you show the curvature on some distance and say, look, this is curvature, you know.
Okay, so look up the Rainy Lake experiment, and they found, based off of actual observation, that what they identified showed a curved Earth. Now, I can't post anything to the chat, so you just got to look it up. All the evidence, all the data.
Can you send it to me?
Yes.
Yeah, they said it was concave in that same video. They have observations where it's showing concave, so
I'm posting a link.
You got a problem.
I'm pasting a link to the site with all the primary data.
That same video shows that the Earth is concave.
I'm not talking about a video. I'm posting a link to a website with all the data, the images, the results, all the method, everything is on this page, on the site.
Yeah, how did you confirm that? How did you confirm that was actually done right?
Can someone? Who was the guy who asked me?
You're gonna answer the question. How did you confirm that test was done correctly?
the same way this guy confirmed the test that he sent from that oil rigs was done correctly.
So you're not gonna tell me how it's confirmed then?
No, the same way. Who's the guy who I was talking to?
Sasha.
Which account is that?
That's what you can see my profile name. It's your problem.
Okay, I got it. Sorry, I'm on my phone.
Yeah, so you're basically going to submit information that you haven't verified yourself. Nice.
What do you mean verify myself? So now I can't
how do you know that what they did was actually done to the scrutiny that you're asking for?
They post primary data.
What was the primary data? Tell me about it. Since you've seen it and you know about it, tell me.
They have weather data. They have geographic data.
That's good. Now, how does that relate to what they've done?
They have all sorts of data. They have elevation data.
That's good. What is it?
It's data. I'm telling you, they have data on elevation.
What's the numeric value?
I'll just send it to you. They have all sorts. They use.
Yeah, well, just tell me. How high were they off the ground?
I'll just send you the link. I mean, I'm sending this guy.
You don't know. So you don't know.
I'm not gonna. I don't know all. They did many different things.
No, you don't know any. You don't know any. You didn't evaluate.
Different level.
You didn't evaluate the information.
I just got to send this guy this thing first.
Yeah, your elephant hurling fallacy. Elephant hurling that thing to him, and he has to figure it out because you didn't. You didn't figure it out. You don't know any of it.
Right. No, what you're doing now is you're sea lining and you're gished up.
No, I'm asking you. No, hold on. I'm giving you the floor for you to tell me, and you're denying me that.
They did it at, I'm pretty sure, different elevations.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's suggestive, meaning that you don't really know, which is what I'm pointing out. Yeah, really. See, that's what happens with you guys. You think you can come in here. No, you think you come in here and just chuck some information out and say, there you be, and you don't even know what it is. You think that's going to work, dude? It doesn't.
I'm giving you an experiment that demonstrates the very thing this guy is asking for.
Hold on, Sasha. I'm working right now. So if you're what you're doing right now,
338 meters above sea level.
Yeah, you just seen that right now. You just looked it up because you have egg all over your face because you said some shit
all over my face.
Yeah, you looked it up right now.
I know. I'm not claiming to be the world's foremost expert on this study. I'm giving you an experiment that does the thing that he's asking us to do. It confirms it, giving primary data using actual observation, photos and everything.
Stop getting hot under the collar.
And it literally contradicts your entire worldview. Like,
it doesn't. You know why? Because you're saying it contradicts the worldview.
Now you're in denial.
No, he's not.
It's not about being in denial. What I'm doing here is I'm getting right down to the facts. The facts of the matter is you're saying that it's a confirmation for your worldview, and you don't know any of the data. You haven't poured over any of it, or you can't tell me about what it's about.
Your entire worldview.
Yeah, so says you based on an idea that you think somebody figured it out. But you can't even articulate it to me.
It's an experiment that this guy asked for.
Yeah, that's great.
Experiment. Here's an experiment.
But you didn't even articulate what it was about. So how do you know if it's true or not?
Miguel, can I ask him simple? How that convince you, and then tell me that, and then I will be convinced for sure.
Sasha, yeah, but I'm not on that point. I really want to get him right now on the fact that he's giving us information, and he doesn't even know what it was about. But he said it's confirmation. He said it's confirmation that the Earth is a globe. He's always confirms that you guys are wrong, and he can't even articulate the point to us of how we're wrong based on that information because he doesn't even know what it says. I'm pointing that out.
Didn't look it. Yep.
Yeah. And I'm showing the audience. I'm showing the audience that that's what these guys do. They come in here and chuck information into us and say, "Here, go check it out. This disproves you guys." And he doesn't even know what it's about. So perhaps next time when he comes in here, he's going to be ready with the information.
Hey, do you know what it's about?
Yeah, no, you didn't. No, I don't. No, I don't, because you just looked it up right now. No, you just looked it up right now. You just looked it up right now.
I referenced this study before this came up.
Yeah, bullshit, because you would have already told me the elevation height those guys were at.
The exact elevation that they were at.
I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. You know why? No, you know why? Because I've exposed you. I've exposed you, dude.
And then you freak out.
No, I didn't freak out. What I'm doing is exposing you. I'm exposing that what you guys do is come in here and just throw information at us.
Yeah, evidence.
No, it's not. Because if it was, it would be verified and you would know it would be verified.
What do you mean it would be verified? What does that mean?
Yeah, you would be able to say, hey, you know what? I poured myself over the data. I went ahead and checked it and, outside in the field. I was able to test.
I'm going to go to so unless I've been to the exact place. Have any of you been to the oil rigs?
No.
Have any of you been to the oil rigs?
No, they're showing. Listen.
No? So you said some verified
listen to me.
bullshit.
Listen to me.
Putting it off on me.
Yeah, listen to me. The guy or the guys who've done this, the guy or guy who have done this, are showing you a method, something that you can do and replicate. So in other words,
he was saying.
So hold on a minute. Yeah, you're gonna let me finish, dude. I'm gonna mute you. So in other words, what they've done, you can do as well, which is what the Black Swan was. It was a method. It isn't something that's a one-off, and we're pointing only to that. It's a method in which something that anyone can do and replicate and go and test for themselves. Did they do that with the Rainy Lake? Are you able to go test and verify? No, you didn't do any of that, nor did you even know any information that was presented.
Oh my God.
Yeah, okay, he's not going to help you. You're a liar.
Primary documentation of you verifying the oil rig?
It's not about the oil rigs. It's a method. I already told you. Second time I told you.
Okay, when the other guy starts, and he's not the only one to do this. I've seen that maybe 7 times come up as evidence. That fucking meme of an oil rig.
Yeah, I know you hate it because it debunks your worldview.
Give me just a second, man. Just a second. When I spoke about the oil rigs, I told you everything. I told you the height. I didn't tell you this. Look, there is the Black Swan. Look, everything. And then
you didn't verify it. You didn't verify it.
He gave you information. He at least gave you information that you didn't do. You didn't do that with Rainy Lake.
Information.
No, you didn't. You didn't verbally say any of it. You didn't articulate your points. Okay. And that's what I asked you to do.
You interrupted me.
Yeah, now because you had time to look at it while I was talking.
You interrupted me before I could even get to anything.
No, that's some bullshit right there. I gave you the floor.
What was the elevation?
And you couldn't give it.
No. I can ask this guy, what was the air temperature?
Doesn't matter.
What was it?
Doesn't matter, man.
Oh, it doesn't matter. See? And I said it doesn't matter when you said it.
You know why doesn't matter? You know why doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter when he doesn't verify. It matters.
Yeah, but do you know why temperature?
Yes, because it's a double standard. I got it.
No, temperature doesn't matter. Temperature doesn't matter because you see the surface. That means doesn't matter anything else. If you see the surface, that means that surface is real. Only if you're claiming that surface is not real.
No, I don't know what point that was, Sasha, but if he's pointing that this information shows that the Earth is a globe, he would have been here ready to tell us all about it. That's the most important part about him explaining about the Rainy Lake. He'd be able to tell us what it was about. He couldn't do it.
I told him, give me the location, distance, height, observer height, and the drop over distance. He didn't do that. Yeah, he said watch the video.
Where'd he go?
Why? If you're convinced, if you watch the video, tell me the data, and that's it.
Well, he's gone now, so.
My God.
Was it Kibosh?
Hello, everybody.
What's up, man?
Hey, so I heard the other guy just left. I got a quick question, if you guys don't mind.
Which question, bud?
Yeah, have you guys ever heard of a megalithic yard?
Jesus Christ.
Thanks.
Thank you. Did you hear for the yeast?
Hello?
Did you hear for the yeast?
Did I hear for the yeast?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
It has nothing to do with the surface of the earth, but it's good for making bread.
Yeast?
Yeah. Did you get it? It has nothing to do with the surface of the earth, but it's good for making bread. Yeast.
Yeast.
Yeah. What? No, what? Let's put.
I'm sorry, I don't get it.
Banana. Banana. It's a fruit. Has nothing to do with the surface of the earth. It's very sweet and good fruit.
You sleeping?
I thought bananas and yeast were found on the surface.
Do you know what is banana?
What does it have to do with the megalithic yard?
I'm also. What megalithic yard has to do with the surface of the earth?
Well, we've found it. So, like, traditionally, I'm more of a flat real or a flat reality kind of.
They didn't have any.
Hello?
I went to CVS, but I couldn't get off.
I think your mic's hot.
I think you're hot, Mike and Bud.
I thought it was responding. Was it hot mic?
Okay. If he was, I couldn't understand him. So anyway, yeah. So just to preface, generally I'm a flat reality kind of guy. That maybe we're being simulated as a round Earth, right? But I've talked a lot about this before with a whole lot of people, but I haven't heard any takes on the megalithic yard, which I just read up on because I'm reading this awesome book called How We Made the Moon, which is really cool.
My God, dude.
Yeah.
So megalithic yard.
Yeah, well, so just learning about the megalithic yard, I was like, oh, I wonder what the flat Earth guys have.
Yeah, go. Yeah, well, nothing. So maybe you chat somebody else up about it, but not here.
Try again something what is not connected with the and ask a flat earthers what they think about that.
Well, because this is not
literally connected to it.
Yeah, no,
to get a megalithic yard.
I've talked to you lots of times about this. Just start your own channel, and you build it, and they will come. Something people, if it's your topic, if people want to hear it, your own personal take. Start your own channel. It's very easy to do. You click on create your own and just title it whatever simulation theory type thing you're doing.
Okay, so you guys are just being retarded pieces of shit then. All right,
no,
talk to you
I'm
later.
saying
Go fuck yourselves.
Go talk on your own channel about topics you want to talk about. Don't hijack someone else's channel to bring up some shit no one cares about.
So, just for the quick record, if you could tell us what a megalithic yard is, real quick, that'd be awesome.
Dude, we're not.
No, Jenna, no.
We're not gonna do that.
Yeah,
real quick, and then
we're not gonna do that. No, we're not gonna do that at all.
DM them and set up a one-on-one or something, or invite them to your server, and you guys can talk all about it.
24/7 megalithic yard.
Yep.
All right.
It's a proposed unit of measurement that equals about 2 point. It's an ancient measurement that equals about 2.72 feet. But anyway, do we have Earth curve?
Yeah. Isn't that thing flat yard?
Keep going.
We got Nables in here. Nables, go ahead. Nables, you're up.
Oh, I'm up now. You're gonna have to get in there.
All right.
I'm trying to. I think I've got it for you, but I'm trying to figure out a way how you can account for refraction in your experiment or your measurements.
Jesus Christ.
I'll call it an experiment. I'll call it an experiment.
Please God, don't send him in military ever. You will not shoot in the enemy, man. In a point when enemy ship is coming, approaching the beach, you will say, "Let me calculate the refraction of this phenomenon."
Yeah, I mean, you could let him if he wants to say experiment. You can use that word. That word is not fully contained inside the scientific method. There's lots of ways to conduct experimentation. See, make sure though, like when you calculate that, because if you say, "Hey, I'm conducting an experiment," people think it's loaded. Okay, that must mean that you have the scientific method behind you, that you're testing, you're doing a hypothesis test. Be like, well, no, I'm not doing that. I'm doing something, and I have a prediction of what might happen if I do this. Like, fuck around, find out. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, that's a little bit different word than people are generally using, the term experiment. That's kind of, the same thing as someone says, hey, I'm going to orchestrate whatever sort of social movement. They're not really talking, that use the word orchestration, like, conducting, musical instruments and people to play at certain times.
Can I send something in the chat?
Well, I mean, if you have to ask, probably don't.
Yeah, it sounds risque if you ask me.
Yeah. Well, if you know in your head that it's on topic, it's within TOS.
I actually didn't have anything in specific to send. I was just curious, so I'm not allowed to send something.
You can use the text chat free of will, like until that is revoked because people are doing dumb shit with it. Then it's
I can't, and then my chat is muted, or I can't type in the chat.
Yeah, do what you want, man.
Yeah,
your Rainy Lake test is pretty much not any good. So, I mean, it's anything of that.
I wanted to ask a new question, which was satellite data and satellite imagery.
Now, what about
it? You believe in satellite imagery, right?
Not that I believe. It's not that I believe in it. I know it exists.
You don't believe those are fake. Yeah, they're not fake.
Well, I mean, what does it got to do with the price of rice, dude? Like, I mean,
yeah. Here, try to wait, real quick, admin here. Is it working now? Can you type?
It is. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think the main thing we're looking at here is from a satellite's point of view. Is the Earth flat and stationary?
No, that's not even what I wasn't getting at that.
Well, I mean, let's start there.
I'm talking about
just very simply.
I'm talking about
you're on the ICE. Say you're on the ISS. You're sitting on the ISS. You're looking down at the Earth. Is the Earth both flat and stationary?
From the ISS?
Yeah.
Well, you would see from the ISS, you can see the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
You sure about that?
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure from the ISS. You can't see it from close orbit satellites, but
roll that beautiful beam footage.
I know. Well, I mean, I would say it'd be interesting to try to look up all the quotes and everyone talking about how it's 3%, 4% of the surface of the Earth. But I mean, at this point, I don't know if it's worth. Is it worth?
Well, he's hopeful. Crit, you got to give him that. He's kind of a little starry-eyed about it.
If you at the edges, you will see a curvature. And I understand the satellites are too close to the Earth to really get a good actual view of like any curvature. Like you're just too close. So, my point is not about that. My point is when you look at satellite images of, I don't know, Russia before Ukraine before the invasion, and you saw the tanks lining up, or you look at satellite images of lakes or the U.S. Like it's accurate.
Yeah. Well, there's a distinction. There's high aerial footage, photography, and then there's, you got your, what they consider satellite imagery. So how can you differentiate which one's which?
Because satellite imagery is just like it has defined, like you go towards satellite image, like it's a place where you get them. Like you go to
I'm not talking about where you get them from. I'm saying when you look at them, how can you tell the difference between high aerial footage, I keep saying that, high aerial images, and the images from satellite? What's the difference?
Area is going to be lower and higher resolution.
Right. Go ahead and give it. I want you to compare two images that are like that, and tell me the difference.
No, I don't know why you're making this about aerial photography. So
because
my question
seem to be.
No. My question was, do you think if like satellite images, like if you were to go to the images that are produced by any, a satellite, like, do you think those are real or fake?
That's irrelevant. I mean, what is the content? What is the content of the image?
I described to you, tanks on the border of Ukraine, or lakes, getting less water. Like you can, it's live.
That's pretty up close. That's pretty up close. That ain't far away. That's like right on the surface. So obviously that could be that. Like that goes to my previous statement. How do you know? Or question. How do you know it's not aerial footage, high aerial footage, and it's versus satellite?
Well, actually, Ukraine might have been. Let me check.
Yeah, see, I think that's what's happening here. You have this.
But that's that's honestly irrelevant. Like I just use that.
Well, that's what I said.
Above. Like, fine. You can see cities, you can see lakes, you can see structures, you can see land masses.
But bro, what's the end game here? Like, that's what everybody wants to know.
My question is this: we can see where the end of the U.S. is. If you can go towards Antarctica, the South Pole, we can see what is there. And if you keep, you will not see an ice wall. You will see what we have on global maps there.
There is an ice wall.
Like you will see an edge of the continent.
Yeah, but like ice shelf, ice wall. That's. I mean,
but you'll see the edge of it. My point is, you'll see the full thing. You can see all the edges, the perimeters.
I mean, I don't think so. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're trying to make it sound like there's these images that you have in your possession that show this information, and I'm going to challenge you on it right now. I'm going to call bogus on this, man. Bullshit. You don't got it.
Why don't we just organize a flotilla?
So here's a more practical. You think
why don't we go to Antarctica ourselves?
You think the satellite images that we use for everything? You think they just don't go over Antarctica?
No. So now we're going from images to something else.
No. Satellite images. You think they just They don't hover. They don't take pictures over.
But what I'm saying is, I'm calling bullshit on the thing that you're saying that there's images of these things. I want to see them. Show them to me.
Sure, I can show you satellite images of Antarctica. But my question was,
is it showing? Is it showing what you said it is?
Yes, I could show you a satellite image of it. Yes, I could show you one with borders on it. My question to you was, if we have this, is that enough for you to accept it?
No, that's just images of something. You're just taking pictures of something on the ground. Like, what detailed information is that going to give us about the conversation of the Earth being a globe or a horizontal plane? Like what?
That we can see beyond Antarctica.
Okay, so.
And when
that
you
doesn't
keep
settle,
going, and when
that doesn't settle the dispute, dude. That doesn't settle the dispute.
No. When you keep going, you end up on the other side.
Yeah, let's see the images. I'm calling bullshit. I want to see the images right now.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Nobody did.
Oh my god. Somebody's challenged you to pony up on the claim you're making. Wow. Can't believe somebody's doing that. Yeah, well, I'm doing it. Yeah.
Oh my god. No, I'm doing it, but you've already said you won't accept it. So I feel like
I'm asking you to submit.
No, you're asking me for something you won't accept.
Nobody did that.
No, I'm saying like this, bro. What I'm telling you is that I'm calling
correct.
bullshit.
You're asking for something you won't accept.
I'm
So
calling bullshit that you have them. I'm calling bullshit that you even have the images.
Oh my
I'm
God.
saying you don't have the images.
I will post an image.
No images.
No,
not image.
Yeah,
images.
You're asking for something you won't even accept. But
dude, just post them. If you got them, you got them. If you don't, you don't. Put your winning hand. Put your winning hand down on the table, bro.
You've already said you won't accept it.
Put your winning hand down on the table, bro.
This is the issue. I asked you hypothetically.
Put your winning hand down on the table.
You wouldn't accept it.
I'm gonna tell you a fourth time. You want the fourth time? Put your winning hand down on the table.
Okay, I'm doing it.
Let's go. Finally.
No, but notice how you said you wouldn't accept it. So you're asking for something you won't accept.
Okay, well, don't do it then.
Post it.
Yeah, if you, don't,
that was exactly why I wasn't going to do it. Because
well, don't do it. Don't do it then.
You wanted somebody to say that, dude. You wanted somebody to say don't do it. So you go, oh, I'm not going to do it.
He's not going to do it anyway. So I tried, maybe reverse psychology will do it. If you know this photo's not going to be accepted, even by you or anyone watching, anyone listening, anyone on YouTube, don't even bother posting it. Follow your logic to a full conclusion. If I know I'm in a forum that someone, hey, why even bother posting it? They're not going to pay attention to it. They won't look at it. They don't care. No one's going to give two flying fucks. I wouldn't even waste the click. Follow your logic.
That's why I said, but I did post a link if you're interested. That's
the link.
That has a full image of Antarctica.
Yeah, bro, you said images. What's up with that?
It has the borders.
Really? How do you know they're the borders?
I mean, how do you know the satellite images of anything are real? No, because this is the issue.
When I ask you
how do you know? What? Because, no,
I'm asking for validation.
If you need to validate a satellite image, fine. I can give you an expedition from the Arctic. Will you accept that?
Yeah, what about the expedition, bro? That has to do with the argument for globe. That has to do for globe versus flat. What about the expedition?
Confirming what I just posted you, that these are the shape of it. Like, if you is there anything you'll accept as evidence?
Yeah. The measurement of the Earth being a curved surface, like they say it is. That's what.
And the Rainy Lake experiment does that.
Does not do that.
Yes, it does.
Because number one, you didn't know any of the information until I was pressing you for it.
No,
and you were scrambling to figure it out while I was talking to you, because you had egg all over your face. So then you looked it up. And you're like, oh shit! I need to tell this.
It does do that. It proves exactly that. So that is a measurement. That is a measurement that finds curvature.
Just a second, man. I posted for you, Miggy. That's what he's saying. It's from satellite.
The Rainy Lake. Well, there's a portion of the video that I'm pretty sure he didn't even bother to look at. He's not scrutinizing these guys at all. This is the case that we're making, right? Because if somebody says that the Earth is flat and they did a test, we actually do scrutinize whoever did that. You, on the other hand, you just like, hey man, they did a Rainy Lake test and the Earth is a globe. I'm good. Here's the information. You don't even scrutinize what they've done.
Okay, so what scrutiny have you done on the oil rig?
Hey,
because I've seen that posted constantly.
I didn't make that claim, so I'm not the one that needs to be pressed for that.
That has been posted here a lot. So what, you don't do scrutiny on something that's posted on your own site? So
has anyone done any scrutiny? That you should ask the person who actually gave that to you. How about that?
Okay, so notice how has there been any other demonstrations that you have verified yourself that I can look at?
Any elevation profile of the land.
Is there there an experiment that I can go on where it has all the data?
The method,
and you have yourself verified.
Hold on. So the method is you're either going to find the curvature where, as prescribed by the Earth's size. So the Earth is a specific set of size of dimensions, as you may or may not know.
It was a question. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question.
Yeah, hold on, dude. It's got a radius diameter. It's got a radius, diameter, circumference. So what you're doing is, whenever anybody tells you anything about any method, any test, whether it be Black Swan or whatever, you can actually replicate that and go outside and verify whether or not what they're saying about the thing they're telling you is true. So you don't have to.
So can you answer the question?
Hold on a second. You don't have to go to that place. That's what I'm telling you, and that's what you're saying that you need to do. No, you don't.
No, can you answer the question?
What's the question again?
The question was, is there an experiment that I can see online that has as much data, primary data, and actual documentation as this Rainy Lake experiment that you have yourself verified?
What experiment? I'm sorry. What did you say? Ray, what?
Is there any experiment that confirms your belief, that confirms
Hold on, let me tell
that you have
hold
yourself
on.
verified?
Wait a minute, dude. I'm gonna have to
that is as robust as this.
As robust as
which one that I've given him? The Rainy.
The Rainy Lake test.
Every time.
You know which one that is?
Which one is that?
I think it was a couple of Glovers. I think McToon was involved in it, if I'm not mistaken. He posted it in the text chat.
Geometric horizon claim.
Dad, you just take a look at it. You'll see it. They have in the video. It shows concave and like it's doing all kinds of stuff. Anyways, he didn't know any of the information that was relevant to that when I was pressing him on it, and so he got kind of upset and he was looking it up while I was talking to him.
So he wants us to verify anything that we've posted. Is that the long or short of it?
Yeah, that's the short of it. Yep.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then there would probably be zero evidence for the globe if it would be something that would have to be verified firsthand by anybody, right? So that doesn't help you. Now, meanwhile, everybody else can measure practically themselves that the Earth is indeed flat. I mean, the surveyors do it. Everybody else treats the Earth that way. So if it's going to be incumbent on someone to verify something that they see online, then there would be, I guess there are no globe proofs at all.
No, a proof that the Earth is flat, that you measure over X distance and you can do this and you've verified it yourself. Because
I haven't verified the distances of the Black Swan. I haven't verified the distances of the oil rigs on the Black Swan. Those are published in municipal, records. So, I mean, do you want us to get in a boat and pull ropes out and go all the way to the oil rig? What do you want us to do?
I was asking him. This guy. I sent this guy an experiment, and then he's like, "Have you personally verified it?" Like,
I asked you that, but I also asked you, is it possible you could tell me what it's about? And you couldn't even do that.
I could. And then you asked, and you interrupted me to say, what's the elevation they were at?
Yeah, the elevation height.
I could even tell you what it's about. I have to recite the elevation.
No, that's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit because I gave you time to answer. You didn't.
No.
And therefore, I came back around and said, you see, you're posting information. Yeah, dude, you can rewind the tape. You're all on audio about this. So.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I was explaining that they took measurements, that they observed things across certain distances, and they looked at what was the observed height. That
it was ambiguous
by a flat Earth, and what was the observed height from a globe.
Yeah, it was ambiguous because you didn't know any of it lines up, bro. You don't know any of them. Hold on, Sasha. You didn't know any of the information that was relevant to that. And I was asking you. You were like, it just lines up. I'm like, what numeric value is that?
Okay,
you didn't give us a number.
So how was the sea level? How did the sea level or the elevation?
See, you're not answering what I just finished saying. That's
you said it was relevant to it, and you asked me one question, which was, what was the elevation? How was that?
Yeah, relevant? The numeric value. What was the data?
Yeah, and how was that relevant?
Because you need to know what it is that you're talking about, like Sasha was doing with the Black Swan.
Okay, so that actually, the elevation itself wasn't relevant.
Dude, it's the reason why they're...
My point, I summarized the relevant aspect of the study, of the experiment.
Yeah, it's not an experiment, by the way.
You said we wouldn't see any of this over in real life. I'm giving you one that is documented. And
so is he,
like I could go out and I would not be able to take as detailed measurements of air, of the air, quality and all this shit that they have. It's like they have more shit than any of us would be able to take on our own.
The Rayleigh Lakes. What is the actual claim? Is it distance to horizon?
It's what distance you would see when distance to horizon. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
In that case, they're claiming that the distance to the horizon
far away. Wow. They put things far away, and they see how long see how it lines up at certain distances.
Right. So in this case, the water would be the geometric blockage of whatever is in the distance. Well, we already know that the horizon is not Earth curve. You're showing us a white swan. Yeah, we already know there's lots of white swans.
No. They account
the black swan.
They account for refraction.
No, I don't care about refraction. There's no refraction included in globe Earth math, so I don't know why they would include that. Include that.
No, the refraction is something about affects what you see. So yes, if you're trying to calculate what will you
can you prove that, please? Just prove that. Can you prove that?
Prove what? Prove what?
Prove your claim that you just made.
Yeah, refraction by definition is the bending of light. What we see comes from light. If light bends, it affects what you see because what you see comes from light. Like it's almost a tautology. Refraction is almost defined as the bending of what you see. So by definition, if there's refraction, like this is why.
Hey Giggles, you didn't give him any data, Giggles. You didn't tell him by how much numerically. So you can laugh all you want.
Refraction is a variable thing.
Yeah,
if you look at something across a distance,
who cares?
You will see it change.
Hey, listen, dude, you can giggle all you want, but you're not telling them any sufficient data that would support your claim. So you're giggling for no reason.
Yeah, the data is that if you look at what you can see across a body of water,
what you can see is that all? Is that all it gets?
No, I'm explaining this to you. The data. Look, he asked me, "How do you know?"
The data is seeing.
No. The data is not seeing. The data is numerically understood as measurements and calculations, even. But you can't even do that, dude. And you're over here giggling like it's funny. That's what we're asking for. What are the numeric values that are being used for this, whatever you're talking about? Give us something.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
But
because
I find
that question is retarded if you actually understand what I'm talking about. He asked me, how do you know refraction affects what you can see?
Yeah, numerically, yeah.
Numerically. No. Yep. He said that his question was, how do you know refraction affects what you can see?
Yeah, what are they using to understand what refraction is in this? If you're saying they included it in what they've done, what was the data provided for refraction?
They use this standard coefficient, the refractory coefficient, which involves temperature. It involves air pressure, I believe.
Yeah, what is the coefficient?
The coefficient. Now you're going to get into like what are the
what's the equation? Yeah.
I don't know the specific refractory. There's several
how do you
different
know?
equations.
How do you know it lines up, bro?
Oh my god!
How do you know it lines up?
Because I don't know all of the different equations. For
no, it's not different. No. It ain't different. It's this one. Not different. It's this one right here.
No, because what you just asked me involves more than one equation. It involves the refraction coefficient.
So then you don't know. Is that the answer? You don't know?
I do know. It's K equals R over R to the power of R. Like the issue is, you're asking me. Hold on. I asked you he asked a very basic question. How do you know refraction, which is defined as the bending of light?
Yeah. How do you know it's affecting the? How do you know it's affecting the observer to what he's seeing?
Bending of light affects what you can see because what you can see.
The refraction is not defined as the bending of light. That is incorrect. Can you cite the definition of refraction for us, since this is your claim?
Yeah, the definition of refraction is a wave as it passes from one medium to another, causing that redirection can cause by the wave's changing speed. AKA.
So that's not correct. Can you get us a citation, please?
Okay, if you Google it, refraction is the bending of light.
I want you to provide a citation, bro. You've got
here's the citation.
You've got diarrhea of the mouth.
I just did the Google search. It is that's what it said.
Okay, now what we need. The bending. So the changing of light. This is the slowing down. Change of speed.
Change of speed.
No, bending of light, sound, or other waves as they pass from one medium to another with different density.
Okay, what are the two different density mediums that we're dealing with in this case?
In this case, it would be air it would be potentially water because of, I don't know, water particulate accumulates in the air. You know, you have clouds, you have rain.
Sorry. What are you talking about? We're talking about an observation between one point and another.
Yes,
in the air. What are the two different mediums?
Water.
What are the two different mediums? What are the two different mediums that we're dealing with? Oh, so we're now water and air. Show me the water.
The water is below, and there's also water.
Yeah,
precipitation is water.
Is there rain all of a sudden in this observation? Show me the rain.
No, but if it's humidity.
Humidity is gas. That is a water vapor. It's a gas.
Yes, water vapor.
So we have gas and gas. What's the two different media? It has to be isotropic media. In this case, it would be gas to water, gas to glass. You only have air in this situation. So you're giving us an example. These Rayleigh Lakes.
So here's the thing, right? It's a continuous is not made of one gas.
Change. Like they're gonna try and run a script on you, bro. They do this all the time.
Look up sea lining.
Yeah, great. So we don't have two different isotropic media then, is that about right?
Just look up sea lining. I think you're very off.
So at this point, you don't have two different isotropic media that we're looking through, so refraction, as you've defined it, is not involved.
Refraction is involved.
Great. Show me the two different isotropic media that we're looking through.
If it goes through air and there is precipitation or there is water.
Show it to me.
Water. Oh my God.
Show it to me.
Show you what?
In the observation of the Rayleigh Lakes that you're bringing up.
The water?
What water?
In the lake?
What about the lake?
Did they shine
We're not looking through the lake.
Oh my God.
We're not looking through a lake, my friend. We're looking through air. What is the other medium that we're looking through? Not that there's water in the observation, but are we looking through two different isotropic media, or is it only air?
Photons.
What? You're saying does the light go through anything other than air?
In this case, yes. Is the light going through anything other than air for our observation and our measurement? Because you're claiming refraction, and we need to be looking through two differing isotropic media.
Oh my God, I think you're misunderstanding refraction here.
Oh, great. Well, then why don't you show me how I'm wrong using citation and examples, please?
Terrestrial refraction.
And
7/6.
Tell me about it.
That one?
You need radius for that. You need radius for that.
Yeah, you're going to need a radius for that. That's in the equation. Where'd you get your radius from?
Oh my God.
Do you understand that you're losing badly and you don't know what you're talking about? Do you understand that?
You're sea lining. You're sea lining.
Great. Just say sea lining over and over again while I concisely point out that you don't know what refraction.
Now we're on to radius. I'm pointing out to you that you have something called...
What radius? Radius of what?
You brought up terrestrial refraction. That requires the radius. You brought it up, not us. This is on you.
Fine. No, fine. No. When it comes to the medium that you asked for, it's the atmosphere.
That's one medium. That's air.
Well,
the atmosphere. There you go.
It's not just one air, though, right? I mean, there's like nitrogen, there's oxygen. There can be different ratios of different.
Yeah, it's all gas.
Exactly.
It's homogeneous, right? So it's homogeneous. It's one gas.
Creating cooler
you just described what not homogeneous.
Medium. Any way you slice it, it's only one medium, gas.
Cool.
It's a homogeneous gas.
Medium was. There it is.
There it is. Okay, so we. Looking through two for your refraction to be valid. So,
no. The point is that you hold fraction, holding that consistent, or even if you don't consider a fraction, I think it still lines up. When you have air pressure, what? Do you know how we got here? It's because I'm giving you a experiment that does the thing you guys have been begging for.
Right.
And now you're bitching about. Oh, there's no. You're in denial. You're in denial. So you're like,
we're not. Now you're projecting, dude. Do you think you could not have diarrhea of the mouth? Can we have it? Gee whiz, dude, you have to shut up. Like, is this the new tactic where you just talk constantly and that's somehow a W? No. You're showing us a white swan, and you're also telling us that they've included refraction in this observation. You've defined it as, the passing of light between two differing isotropic media. At the boundary, that light will deviate. I need you to show me the two different isotropic media that we're looking through. You could not provide that. Now you're spazzing out. Does that about sum it up?
I provided it. It's called the atmosphere. And you're in
that's one medium. I need two media, meaning water or gas, intersecting at a boundary. That's where the light deviates. Can you provide that?
You understand that as air pressure increases.
So we're not going to get that. He's not going to show us two differing isotropic media. Now he's going to talk about air pressure. Let's see what he has to say about air pressure. That also debunks the globe, but I digress.
Air pressure is actually confirms gravity. It's why it always goes.
Okay, fine. So this guy's gonna gish gallop. Who wants to deal with the gish galloping motor mouth? Because I'm kind of done with him.
He doesn't know anything. He's
saying you're unable to continue?
Reading from the Google, and that's it.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna unmute him. Somebody else can have fun.
Yes, mediums change as temperature and air pressure change. So air pressure, the atmosphere, if it's not the same, if the atmosphere is different 20,000 feet above than it is below, then that is changing the medium. The medium is changing. It might be the same medium, but there is changing conditions, which affects rays.
The same medium. You heard it, everybody. Same medium.
Yes.
And no refraction.
If you have one level of the atmosphere that has one set of conditions, and then another one with a very different set of conditions, very different temperature, very different air, then that will change how light reflects. This is why I don't know if you've ever noticed the sky is not always the same.
What I want you to do,
like the sky sometimes turns pink.
Yeah. So at this point, what I want you to do is validate your claim. So what I need you to do is show us light passing through air and doing the things, to give you a value, like a K value. We're going to have some studies.
Hold on, gentlemen and ladies. Today I will be debunking flat Earth again.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I just want to clarify quick.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask Ice, are you bringing up the same thing you brought up the other day? All right, this refraction model that has R baked into it, and you're backwards engineering a K value to fit the model. You're doing the same thing again, dude?
Well, it's much worse than that, because if he's going to appeal to terrestrial refraction, then that would be standard 7/6R. But we also still need to know where R comes from. If he's going to appeal to some other type of refraction, which, as far as I understand, there's only one, where you need two isotropic medias, and the interface or the boundary layer is where things begin to deviate. We also need that. But he doesn't have that. So what we would need is some kind of study, like some white papers. You guys love peer-reviewed stuff. So why don't you get us the study and the actual, data where they determined that light is deviating at the rate that they claim? That would be helpful. Instead of just making the baseless claim, give us the details, the studies, the data. I'd like that.
Yeah, they have actual data on refraction measurements.
Great. So you can get us the one that's specific for this particular circumstance where we have light passing through air and it is deviating in the way, and because, they shined a bunch of different lights, different frequencies through the air to get the result that you're talking about, and then match that with the specific conditions. Oh, and then, by the way, tell us where they got the R value from. That's all I need from you. So get digging.
It's all in the link. It's all in the link.
If this is an elephant hurling fallacy, fine, let's look at the link. In the link, and if you're wrong, and I look for it, what do we think should happen, Clash? Do we think we should just leave it? Well, I mean, one of the other stuff. Where's the link? How far back do I have to go? Gee whiz.
It was just your last sentence that got cut off.
So now the studies of the how light works will show where the surface of physical ground will be.
That satellite image. Where's this link he's talking about? Does anybody have a timestamp for it? Walter Bislin? Is that it?
Hey, is anyone down to have a civil discussion?
Says who he again posted something, but he didn't look into that.
Water is flat, horizontal, and level. I think I agree.
Yep.
But what evidence do we have? What physical evidence can I show?
Of water in reality.
Water is flat. I mean, isn't there also the only thing is like
still water could be flat.
Like it has volume, so it's not really flat. It's horizontal. I agree. I believe the wording is a little confusing.
Yeah, it must have container, yeah.
Yeah, because
it will flow.
The bubble technology for the levels is pretty accurate.
Yeah, I remember Linus was sending me something about water being horizontal and level, and I came in here to, just learn a bit more. Sorry.
So in this link, there's actually, I asked for something very specific, and it's not in the link. I asked for the data where they, created this value for refraction and how they did it, and it's not here. What we do have is measuring refraction from GPS vectors. Well, that's not going to do it. And then we have measuring refraction with a computer model where someone just decided to make it up. So we don't actually have the refraction or the data to go along with refraction that he's apparently appealing to. We don't have two different isotropic media. We don't have an R value in the first place. This is an elephant hurling fallacy. He did not go ahead and do the research, so he's going to stay on mute. We have other clowns in here right now. What are the other clowns going to say?
Perspective.
Now it's all perspective. That's fine.
I do have a question though, because G Foria shared an old map in the chat, and this does not make sense. I actually have. Wait a minute. I have this fucking painting as a painting. That's even better. This map. Do you see?
Bro, what the hell are you talking about? So I see you've sobered up today. Right? Are you drinking again tonight? Or are you going to start getting hammered at this point?
No, I'm talking about the map that was sent in the text chat. Well, I don't know what you mean. I don't drink.
You were obviously hammered last night. Don't play.
Hammered last night. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you were in here last night. Yeah, you were shit-faced, and you probably don't remember. But
that was ad hominem? Is that the ad hominem?
No, there's no argument going on. Right?
So,
this is not a debate. It's not an ad hominem. Of what, the globe Earth? I don't know. I don't think I've ever been presented.
Globe Earth. I just want to see like a model, like something that like explains like because there's always like misconceptions about the flat Earth theory, right? Like the society
what's the flat Earth theory?
The flat Earth theory, or no? I mean flat Earth society.
What's the Flat Earth Society? Do you think you're in the Flat Earth Society?
It was a psyop, I believe someone was telling me about in the call.
Are you playing this old song and dance again today? Because I'll just ban you.
No,
you can either have a conversation.
Nothing. I promise you my attention.
Here we go. You're on mute. So here's how it's going to go. You're not going to pull the same shit that you pulled last night. You're either going to have a meaningful conversation or all this talk about, the Flat Earth Society and straw manning and all kinds of other stuff that we don't claim. It's not going to fly. So you pick. You can calm down. You can have a real conversation and you'll stay on mute. Because I got other people I can unmute and talk to. It's up to you.
I believe my intentions were clear when I came in, but yeah, I do want to have a good discussion.
Okay, so why don't you stop talking about psyops or the Flat Earth Society or whatever. And what are your intentions? What would you like to discuss?
I just want a model. Like, I want to see something that explains, like, it.
There is no model. Models would require experiment. No, there's no model. Models would require experiment. The same reason that there is no global Earth model. Can you show me a globe Earth model?
I believe the globe in the classroom.
No, I'm sorry. That's a polar coordinate projection. That's not even a model. It's simply a map, a projection of a globe that's backwards engineered from celestial, essentially elevation angles, and then they wrap that around a paper mache globe or sphere or cardboard, ball. So they might as well fill it with candy, and you can hit it like it's a piñata. It's not a model. It's a polar coordinate projection. That tells me how much you don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly, and that was stated. I said I don't know much about this except for this, and then you had muted me.
Right. So why would you need a model for something that also requires experiments? There's no experiment that you could conduct for shapes.
So what would you call? Can I get a map? A map of flat, like how a flat Earth would work? Can I get a map?
There's plenty of flat maps.
But the flat maps that I showed yesterday, you guys said that you guys do not believe that's what you think it is. So I'm a little confused.
Yeah, why would you ask us what we believe we think it is?
So could you show me like a drawing, you think, of what?
Why do you think we need to do that? We can tell you that it is definitely planar in nature. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Let me help you. Instead of you interrupting me right away, let me help you. Nobody here is claiming to know distances or essentially, relationships between the land masses and how the entire Earth looks. But we can validate for you and prove that it is, in fact, planar in nature, the surface of it. That is our claim. Why do you need a map all of a sudden? You have plenty of maps.
I believe we're having some miscommunication between us.
Do you think that flat Earth is some kind of claim about the relationships of the continents between each other and the overall construction of the Earth? Do you think that's what flat Earth is?
No.
Well, then why are you asking for some kind of map then?
What is wrong? Well, is there a flaw in asking for a map? Is there a flaw that you notice?
There isn't one. The flaw is you keep asking for something that we've already told you does not exist. It's as if you have a hearing problem or a comprehension problem.
No, it's neither of those. I believe that yesterday when I tried to say that, it was a very heated discussion that I do take accountability for.
Great. So there is no map. Do you have any other questions?
Can I speak with the British man?
No.
Oh, he's not in here. My bad. I think he left.
I'm in UK.
Yeah, a lot of people texted me from this this voice chat, and they told me that the calls can be pretty hectic sometimes. And
Man, can you watch the voice text chat? I posted something. To see it? Do you know what that? Hello?
It would appear as if he's decided to bail. Maybe he's going to get a beer. I don't know.
I want that he choose. There is a big choice. Of course, Icefish, there are many ridiculous, but there are projections from... Well, that not flat earthers made that pictures, for sure.
Yeah, those are all projections of the spherical Earth, apparently. Which one of those is correct, Ice? Can you tell us which one is the actual representation of the ball Earth?
Line 5, row 7.
Just bear in mind that every map that is shown there in the side chat there has been derived from flat Earth elevation angles to the stars for the mapping purpose, for making these maps. So any way you slice it, they started with a flat Earth and created these weird maps. Choose whichever one you want. They all came from flat.
Check this out.
Yep.
So I ask him for a map that he likes, and he gives me the WGS 84, which is not a map. It's a geoid. It's just a concept. It's a mathematical concept where they place all their flat Earth measurements on there like a disco ball. So he gives me the WGS 84. That's hilarious.
You know what's hilarious is that it's 2025 and there's still people.
There we go. This guy's
That's
here.
hilarious.
Hey,
That's
man, I know.
hilarious.
Listen,
Bunch
you know,
of
B
retards
triggered. I was just talking. Mighty comes in here every time and gets triggered, and then he has to be muted.
In the same way, in 2025, people still believe that sea level, that water is curving, and that it's like, okay. But it's 2025. Water is curving.
Yeah, it's 2025. It's time to start trusting your senses again. What you see, what reality is. Try using that for a change.
How are you guys so
That'll get you
retarded? It's
somewhere.
2025. We already know the Earth is a sphere. Stop being so retarded, please. Thank you.
I just want to note that I was muted because the guy said that the link that I gave did not give evidence for how they got the refraction numbers they got.
No.
And then he started reading it, and then he was like, "Okay, they use,
What did they use?
And they use
what did
that.
I ask for? And what did I ask for? What did they use?
I don't know what you asked for, but they used 3 different methods.
You don't know what I asked for, and you posted the link, not knowing what I asked for.
You said primary evidence from them.
Yes.
On refraction.
How they got their values for the refraction that you're appealing to.
Yes,
now,
and they did.
They used models. They didn't use actual data. They used models.
They did.
Okay.
You didn't read the third
Read it out
section.
for me.
You read
it
the
out
first
for me.
2 sections, and then you did not read the third section, which the next sentence was measuring refraction, observation. Would they use only?
Give me the citation. That will make it easier because I am not finding what you're talking about. So give me the citation, and then we'll discuss it.
Measuring refraction from observation.
I need the citation. Do you know what a citation is? That means from the source, get me the quotation or the paragraph or whatever section is describing to me what they went through to get the value that they're claiming. So get the citation.
You want me to link the entirety of the text?
You know what's funny? I didn't say anything about linking. I said get me the quotation or the section, the paragraph, whatever it must be for you to validate where they got their data for the refraction. And then we'll discuss it.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, it's long.
I don't give a shit how long it is. Cite it.
Okay, what format do you want it?
Okay, he's going to stay on mute at this point. He's obviously trolling. Who else do we have? Whisper Jack.
Yo, yo.
Are you white knighting for JJ?
No, I was about to interject and say that he's like the dumbest person on the politics server. As far as intellectual, he's disingenuous, and every time I've ever come into contact with him, definitely not white knighting.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's definitely true.
I guess it was just a caution against wasting your time, you know.
No, yeah, I know. I'm just, highlighting the fact that he is not providing what I'm asking for, especially when he just told me that he didn't even know what I was asking for. So there you go. Oh, we calculate the expected drop of the horizon on a target. Nope, still not what I asked for. Where does the value for the refraction come from, JJ?
Try, says who? Just with some stupid data, but to try to be like a data.
You want to talk to ICE? JJ?
No.
You want to talk to JJ? No.
No, to give you the answer for that, what you're asking.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
That means it was like, let's say, observation, 6 foot height. There was 35 degrees of temperature. There was humidity, 67%. There was a little rain on 5 miles, but you could not see. There was one wave, a small one, doesn't matter. It was all other things, you know. And there was I saw the horizon on 10 miles. And that's happening every time when you have a 6-foot observation with that data what I gave you will give you the 10 miles horizon. If you now move the elevation or the change all these data like humidity, temperature, pressure, gases around, whatever, density, that distance will change. That means for the 3-foot height and this temperature, and then now you give all other, I don't know, and then you say this, that will be example for me of the curvature, you know. Every time this kind of whatever data you have, and this is causing that you have the horizon on 10 miles. That means with what-foot observer height with on the black swan oil rigs, there is happening something to make that 10 miles. And then you need to tell me now what is that. It cannot be that 37 degrees and is the same, because you are saying that it's changing, that we need to invoke that stuff like a temperature, all that stuff. Okay, invoke them. Tell me what are that, you know, data. What is the temperature? What is the pressure? What is the gases on 10 miles? Whatever, add or put that all inside and tell me that will happen with 1-foot observation. With 2-foot observation, will change for sure with that, you know, data. If you change the temperature, it will change again. But give me that data, how it will change, and repeat that, and that will need to repeat. That means if you have 35 degrees tomorrow, the same conditions, it will show you the same conditions. That means 1-foot observer height, 10 miles observer horizon more. Same things, always. And that will be the curvature. What you never see, but it's explaining that flat, refracted, everything will be that. Practically.
So what you're saying is no matter where the horizon is, they can always just claim some kind of ambiguous form of refraction, backwards engineer it by saying that day there was air and that day there was temperature, and therefore the horizon is exactly where it's supposed to be?
Or better, like with empiricism, you will prove, you know, somehow, if you make that demonstration. That means you change the temperature, you change everything, and really it's changing. That means you will prove that. And if you show that, all of us will be, oh my God, look at this, you know. But nobody has that. That's the problem.
But what are they comparing it to? Why are they claiming that it matches? What does it match? What are you comparing it to claim whether it matches or doesn't match?
I don't even understand, because you on the black swan you see the surface and they are saying, oh, refraction. What man refraction? You see the surface. What is going on with you? There is nothing to speak. I can understand if we speak, let's say, about the top of the oil rigs. There is something strange happening, because that's not real top of the oil rigs. You see the blurry thing and you see the spiraling. But that's not the surface of the earth. There is a water you can see. Nothing is happening.
Well, the standard is the thing that I'm actually looking for, because if someone wants to claim refraction, non-refraction, which is what they're claiming, because we have no boundary for the refraction to actually occur, then they're claiming something different. And I want to know where that value came from. I want to know what tests were performed using a light, or even several different, you know, we'll call wavelengths of light, different frequencies, and how they can predict that the light is going to do what they say it is doing. And that doesn't exist. And that's when I asked for it, they elephant hurl some Walter Bislin nonsense at me, and everybody else for that matter. And they don't even understand what Walter Bislin is saying. They've never read it. They have no clue. So they just claim it. And that to them apparently is satisfactory. I'm surprised they're not more concerned with how Walter Bislin got the value, the K value, or the refractive coefficient, you know, the index, the chart, all that stuff. Where did it all come from? Do you know? Maybe you should be a little bit more skeptical, JJ. Now, who else do we have? got Stan, we got VLTK, whatever that is. He's on deafen. Who would like to speak to Ice JJ Fish? Because I have no more use for him.
Surely there are better interlocutors than that guy.
Well, you know, in this server, not a lot. Very few. Most of them are of the same ilk. So, we have Lotrict. Hello, Lotrict. I don't know if I've ever spoke to Hebby. Hello, Hebby. Welcome. We've got Daniel. Some people I've not necessarily spoken to before. Well, anyway, we've given JJ enough time to find us where this data came from and these values and these coefficients and how they were determined. He still hasn't done that. I'd just like to point that out. Also, I'm doing that while he's on mute. And I did place him on mute, so, you know, just raising my hand, yep, I did that. And I'm not ashamed of it either. I'm glad he's on mute. That way he can't just filibuster and say things that are nonsensical and not what I asked for. So one more time, JJ, can you get us the study where they, you know, measured the different frequencies of light, or any light for that matter, and how it can refract through one medium to do the things that Walter Bislin is claiming? Can you get that for me real quick? I'll give you lots of time. As soon as you put that, I'll unmute you.
What he posted in the side chat, they're just a little bit up there. He claims, according to that gravity affects the atmosphere. That's an interesting concept. Now you got to prove gravity, buddy.
So it's not refraction. Now the light is bending due to gravity, he says. Oh, well, that's fine. All we need is the scientific experiment for gravity. So can you get us the scientific experiment for gravity? Let me make it easier. We don't even need the experiment. Just get us the hypothesis, and then we'll go from there. Can you give me the hypothesis, please, JJ? You can put it in the side chat. That's fine. Just get us the hypothesis for gravity. I mean, I hate dead air, and I know Heretic does not like dead air. We're trying to keep this thing going.
I'm definitely not about the dead air. You know what amazes me, though, is how many grown-ass adults think that a circle equates to a sphere. You know, when you talk about the horizon, then they want to come back on you and try to straw man you and be like, well, that's a circle, right? Okay, so the horizon, being your limited circle of vision, is horizontal. The horizon's horizontal. And it just amazes me how many grown-ass people think that a circle equates to a sphere, standing on a sphere. A horizon means ball. That's crazy. It's insane. It's absurd.
Well, they're victims of hypnosis. They They've been told this their entire life, so they can only see the world really through their hypnotic state. You know, they can't see flat, even though they experience it every day. They couldn't see it if they wanted to. They are dug in.
Yeah, it's that emotional attachment, and I bring this up a lot. Is that when the mind is emotional, the mind is blind ultimately, and when the mind is rational, it allows the eyes to see things that an emotional mind otherwise wouldn't. Right? It allows you to accept reality as it presents itself. And when people have these emotional attachments to things, be it, you know, a globe or a political ideology or a religion, globe basically is a religion, then all rationality goes out the window because of their feelings. They've got no facts.
This is true.
Yep, they only have feelings.
Yeah, and they question anything and everything with respect to flat Earth, but never question anything about what their beliefs are and what they've been taught. They don't question any of that. They just accept it at face value that it must be true. And they talk to us, and it's like the third degree. What about the other stuff? Maybe you should question that. Maybe you'll find out what we found out. It ain't the real thing.
You know, like what I just posted here, you must always be willing to truly consider evidence that contradicts your beliefs and admit the possibility that you may be wrong. Intelligence isn't knowing everything, it's the ability to challenge everything you think you know. I don't think that these religious globers have that ability. There's a lot of them that they just don't. They're anti-flat earthers because they don't have that cognitive capability.
Okay, and JJ, the stuff that you're posting there in side chat, those pictures, you're proving our point. You're proving our point. The horizon is not Earth curve. So continue to post pictures like that. It just proves our point that the horizon's not Earth curve.
I disagree wholeheartedly.
You think the horizon is Earth curve? Wow.
So the horizon's not horizontal then?
I disagree with everything wholeheartedly.
So is the horizon horizontal?
This is a simulation, by the way.
Who am I talking to? I'm talking to Stan. Okay. Stan, is the horizon horizontal?
The horizon can be interpreted any way you want it to be.
No, we're not interpreting basic shit. Is the horizon horizontal? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you.
So that was cool. Stan, I appreciate you actually having that intellectual honesty to answer honestly. And yeah, the horizon is horizontal. It's your limited circle of vision in a horizontal circle over a topographic plane. Plain and simple. No pun intended. I wonder if Ice JJ would agree that the horizon is horizontal. Yeah, there's this weird effect that happens, JJ, where because you're closer to the ground, things that are on the ground are going to appear to be cut off at the base, but they're not.
Midnight lens and trembling hands. Each measurement shifts like desert sands. I watch the stars' eternal play, while questions deepen day by day. The ground beneath stays ever still, as theories crack and bend at will. What eyes perceive, what hands can hold, more precious than what we've been told. In silence now I calibrate the truth I cannot navigate. The weight of observation pulls against the stories taught in schools. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. No spinning dreams can verify what level waters testify. The night reveals its patient signs, a certainty slowly declines. Each instrument confirms my doubt, as calculations fade and flout. The readings stay consistent here, while textbook wisdom disappears. I trace the paths across dark skies, watch every model slow demise. In solitude I contemplate the patterns I cannot negate. Lost in waves of parallax dreams, nothing moves quite like it seems. Every measure strips away the foundations of yesterday. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. Each observation stands alone against the myths we've always known. The night
Yeah, no shit. I was talking about that yesterday on Geos. I was asking Pazra and a few others. I'm like, give me your take on it. What's going off? And all the Americans were sort of like, what is this? I don't even know what it is. And I was saying, well, you should pay attention too, because I think they'll try and introduce it to you too. But it's to me, I always think there's an American spirit, which
you should create digital IDs and sell them, man. Just freaking black market.
But I was interested in regard, because I always think of Americans, there's an American spirit, and not very far from an American's thoughts is freedom, right? So I just don't see how they could implement it in America. I could see how they could do it to us, absolutely.
Yeah. Trump was talking about something, and it was akin to the digital ID. He said it in one of his latest speeches, and it's kind of like it's a soft rollout to the digital ID. But I've been paying attention. Like, these guys are trying to implement something that's going to be able to socially construct a monitoring system that is like behavioral. Like, so make sure that you're doing good things in life, and no bad things.
Well, that's how they usually bring these sorts of things in. I mean, who was it? I can't remember. Was it Franklin? One of the founding fathers said something about security, right?
Yeah, Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah, that's an awesome quote. That's on my old laptop. I wish you could find it. But yeah, this is why they're talking about immigration so much. Illegal immigrants, they're coming, they're eating your dogs. They're eating your dogs.
Freedom for security will get neither.
That's it. Yeah, such a good quote. But yeah, that's the whole point of it. It's in my opinion, it's the very same people who want to bring these controlling measures, because that's what it is. It's control, ultimately. And I would say that it's those people that are pushing that have they've made this immigration situation in the first place. Like, it's just obvious.
Well, let me ask you this. These systems are voluntary. It's not like you're held at gunpoint. You know what I mean? I mean, that's why it won't work in America, because people just never participate. There's some level of voluntarism. It's not like you're going to be born and they're going to stamp babies with barcodes. Not yet, at least. And like, you don't have to interact with. Now, you might not be able to use the resources that require a digital ID, but so what?
Yeah, but
you have to make a choice. Do I want the government, benefits, and I have to jump through these hoops, or let's go, fuck your benefits, fuck your hoops?
Yeah, we already have a large population of Amish and others that live totally separate, that don't participate in any government systems, that have lots of children, that are growing in population. Around here, they're growing like crazy. There's tons of them, and there's more coming all the time. And this is just one little enclave. They're all over the country, not just the Amish, but out west there's lots of self-sufficient type communities that distrust the federal government. They'd never be able to roll it out completely, as long as there's some enclaves that are resisting it, which there already are. I mean, they're not even resisting it. They're just not participating. And anyone else can do the same if they choose. It's a lot of work, but it can be done.
Yeah, I can already sort of
for your information, Andy and Indian. Sorry. I just want to say the digital ID was passed in Switzerland, and the people wanted it. That's the funny thing.
They wanted it.
Say that. Yeah, they voted for it. When you have stupid people, what can you do in Switzerland? Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead, Andy.
No. You just reminded me of I can't remember his name now. It escapes me. He said
Klaus Schwab.
No, I was thinking of the guy. You'll love your servitude.
Oh yeah, that was Klaus Schwab that said that.
Well, yeah, he said a different version of it, but yeah. It is interesting to me that because I think there'll be a social credit score along with it, where you're sort of encouraged to, rat on your neighbours, as it were. They're doing something I don't like, and therefore,
That's next year in China, Andy. And also, I have a video in the text you can take a look at.
Yeah. They and then of course they're making too much noise, whatever it is, and then this hurts your credit score, and you can't rent a car or something, or go on a train, or go on holiday, or these kinds of things.
You cannot even cross the border or travel.
So what you're telling me is Xerxes is creating a slave army.
Yeah. These things are very cyclical, Indio. I would agree.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like 300, right? Xerxes had a slave army. It's like they're creating a slave army because there's going to be some people that refuse it. There's going to be a bunch of slaves that want it. And what if your social credit score is affected by, hey, man, you got to kill all the people without social credit scores, or your social credit score is going to go down. I mean, it's man. What I'm worried about isn't them imposing it. It's that they're going to create people that are so dependent on the system for their existence, at least in their perception, that they'll do anything to stay within that system, right? Like Perkins Cypher, right? Plug me back into the Matrix.
Yeah, exactly. That guy's name is Aldous Huxley. I was trying to think of. Golden Brain. I knew you'd get there in the end.
Yeah, you know when he died?
He was on LSD, wasn't he? That's the story.
When he died the same day JFK was assassinated.
Right, yeah.
No one even heard about it.
Yeah, an interesting character.
How he died. The Brave New World, right?
Yeah.
There are no coincidences sometimes.
Yeah, this has been the agenda of the eugenics from the 30s.
Yeah, you guys need to look into Agenda 2030.
I got Agenda 2025 going on right now, and that's like flat smack Globies. I mean, we got some people in here. We got Smoke Oregano. We got Soundwave. Isn't that like a Transformer? Not that kind of the cartoon Transformer, not the other Transformer.
Oh yeah, you got to clarify.
I know.
Oh no.
Wasn't Soundwave? He was the Transformer with the boombox.
It was even in the Transformers motto: "More than meets the eye." So what is
Jesus? No.
Dun dun dun. All right, but Ricardo the Glober.
I gotta watch those movies.
Oh my God! Transformers more than meets
I'm
the
learning
eye.
about the train investigation.
Take me on a date and feel my. Never mind.
What's your position on the globe, Smoke Oregano?
I've always known that I go in a classroom, I see something, I'm not going to take it for face value.
Is he low for me or?
He's pretty low. Yeah, can you turn up your settings, your volume?
Oh, I'm far away.
Smoke Oregano.
I've always known. I went in a classroom for the first time, and I guess that's why I've always had problems in school. I had to be switched out of that because I went in there and I just recognized I'm not going to take this for face value. And you can't get me to believe this for face value and tell me that I get a good grade. I'm smart because I said what you know.
Good. Yeah, that's good that you realized. I mean, yeah, it's funny because I noticed that in schools these days, critical thinking is like a buzzword, right? They're all about, here, do this worksheet on critical thinking. If you get all the answers right, then you're a critical thinker. Yeah, but they don't want you to critically think about what they're saying. Did you like that, Indio?
Yeah,
it's true.
Yo. The only way to prove you're a critical thinker from that worksheet is like look at it and then crumple it up and throw it in the trash can.
That's
Like,
it,
yes,
yeah.
you actually are a critical thinker.
Give me an A+ on critical thinking. Or just, make a paper airplane out of it. Yeah, and demonstrate, lift or something. Yeah, that's cool. So have you Smoke Oregano, looked into the Flat Earth before?
I have, but it was mostly last year because most of when I was growing up in high school, I'm studying the Science Channel. I'm trying to understand. Oh, okay, is this real? Is this fake? How fake is it? You know, what are they trying to get me to believe? So yeah, but until now, no, not really diving in there trying to for fear of
Well, the fact they're trying to get you to
ostracization.
believe anything does it all. They shouldn't be trying to get you to believe anything. Everything they say should be demonstrable with evidence, because that's how you really prove things, right? Practical demonstration, right? If I wanted to prove to you something, I could just take you there or tell you how to do it yourself, and then you could just execute it, and that would prove it. But they're not trying to do that, right? They're saying our claims can't be proven because you can't do them unless you're special.
What I could always tell but didn't know definitively was seeing someone's emotional reaction when I'm asking them a straightforward question. Trying to figure something out.
Yeah, your teachers don't know anything. Sorry to say. They just don't. Your PhDs come in here, they don't fucking know anything. The smoker,
Yeah,
if you had a PhD, come in here and try to convince us that you can't prove that you have hands. Okay, just consider that. A PhD in mathematical physics devolved into I don't have globe proof because I can't prove anything and I can't even prove that I have hands. This is the intellect of the actual people. People put up on a pedestal and say these guys, all these scientists know the Earth's a globe. They don't even know they got hands, much less the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, and if you stick around here, yeah.
But that, I just...
Oh yeah, you can make fun of that guy. It's all right. If you want somebody to make fun of, make fun of Blitz. Yeah, you'll see if you stick around here the emotional reaction that people have to the globe, especially when they start to realize
That's what I learned
that that's all they have. Yeah, yeah.
I came in here with, I guess, half-witted beliefs because I'm coming from learning from the Science Channel and all these people who are indoctrinated to, okay, I actually want to know what's real.
So did anyone show you when you came last year the long distance observations, the laser tests, the horizons?
Selenalian eclipses.
Good. So you have a good memory.
Yeah.
And did you understand the argument about how for example, I don't know if anybody showed you any of the horizon observations that we often call black swan observations. Did you see those?
The ones with the oil rigs, yeah.
Gosh, look at you. What a great student you are. You remember. It's been a year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So did you understand that argument?
I don't understand flat Earth enough to say that I could come in here and just start talking. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, it takes time. I mean, just hearing it one time.
I can get it or understand it, but I can't, I guess, put it into words yet.
Yeah, that's normal. I think it takes time to get to that point. We heard Over Fences yesterday making flat Earth arguments.
Who's that?
Over Fences is above you. It's a lady who has been spending.
She was speaking?
Yeah, baby, a lot. You should have heard her. She did a great job. She even talked to one of the Globe believers that came in, and because she's given us like tech support for a long time and knows all the arguments, and but she didn't, and same with DJ. Even he used to just always be in text for a long time. Now he's like one of the best explainers of flat Earth around. But yeah, it takes time before you can explain it to someone else, confidently. I think that's true. Did you have any questions about it, Smoke Oregano, or things you were wondering about?
If I can remember any, I'll let you know.
Okay. Sounds good.
I guess I just hear a lot of things and I don't know what's real. Like, is the black sun real? I don't know how many of these different things I'm reading online. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so that's interesting you say that because, yeah, if you start to like poke around the flat earth realms, there's a lot of claims out there, and there's tends to be, I think it's just, I don't know if it's a natural human instinct or it's only because we've been programmed from birth to think that we should be able to have a model to explain everything. I think it's more likely that, because that in itself is not really a logical position that you would come to if you were just born on this earth and just, it would be obvious to you that your knowledge would always be incomplete because it would be obvious to you that you really would only be able to specialize in your own local area and what was happening there. If you wanted to observe the sky, like the ancients did, then you would. Sorry, I got distracted for a minute. Then you would only know what was happening in your local area. You wouldn't think, I'm going to make a model of this whole place, because it would be clear to you if you started walking, like, I can walk for a really long ways and I'm still going. So anyway, my point is here, that's why here we don't try to make models or explain everything. Like, we can speculate, we sometimes do. We encourage people to become real scientists where they actually go out and make a natural observation and develop a question and rigorously test it. But we know that we can't come up with a model of everything or explain everything, especially a lot of the phenomena in the sky, because you can't test them. But yeah, so like that's why we spend a lot of time just debunking the globe, debunking the globe radius, which is what the Black Swan shows, because it shows that the oil rig one that you mentioned, shows that the maximum distance, depending on which one you're looking at, I'll just put one in the voice text there, so we can be looking at it. When you're looking at one of these, which I'm going to put up the 8-foot observation height. The maximum distance here for the horizon when you're at an 8-foot observer height is just a little over 3 miles, and yet the furthest oil rig is 10 miles, and then the horizon's further than that. So that is debunking the geometry of a sphere, because you just would never see the horizon that far away if we lived on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So even if you encounter other people who, try to bring it, that's all they have, right? All globers have are smoke, mirrors, distraction, trying to get you to look at other things. But none of those things take away from the fact that the curvature is never measured and that water lies flat in its container, and the waters of the earth are clearly flat and they cover over 70% of the earth.
I was just going to say, I guess the main tipping point for me in learning about this is it's about personalities, and I guess why someone would answer the way they would and why they argue the way they do.
Yeah, well, if you like trying to figure that out, then you'll have endless fodder in the flat Earth argument, because these globers are so weird. I know, they come up with like the craziest things to try to distract. They just don't want to say my presupposition of the globe might be wrong. Like, some of them will, but it's really hard to get them to even you have to, if you're going to examine anything from an intellectual, objective point of view, you have to at least be willing to acknowledge, that the other side, maybe they're right. Otherwise, you can't be an effective.
This way because, well, the authorities, told me it's this way. I don't know either way. I believe them. That's a very different stance. And at least I commend you for that. I respect that. We're just trying to highlight to you that at least you know that we know that you know that this
So
is the
20 Cups, you don't think they're lying at all? You think it's just all misunderstood?
I think some of them are misinformed. I wouldn't put it past the possibility that some of them are bullshitting.
Think
either
most of them are?
deliberately or mistakenly. I don't know. I couldn't argue for that.
Okay.
But it would seem to me maybe. My speculation. Yeah.
But Swole Dog, do you think they're all lying?
Do I think they're all lying? No.
No, most of them.
Like your grade school teacher, right? Your grade school teacher's not.
Hold on, 20 Cups. I'm going to answer this. If any of them are lying, it's a very, very few. They're all in agreement with each other. And then everybody else beneath them is just following along. They don't know any different. Kind of like when you go to a magic show. The magician knows the trick. Maybe a couple of other people know the whole trick, right? And then there's a few people in the audience that they don't know the whole trick, but they're supposed to do certain things at certain times to help facilitate the trick so that the illusion is kept secret, right? Do you agree with that, Abstract?
Sure.
And then once the trick is performed and the whole audience is mesmerized, everybody in the audience is going to believe that trick really happened. The illusion was true. Not they didn't see the reality of what was going on. They just saw the illusion and believed it. Although there might be a few people who actually saw what was going on and they like, no, he did it this way, but nobody's going to believe him because they want to believe the illusion for whatever reason, right? They were mesmerized. Then there's some people that they don't know, but they're trying to figure out what the trick was because there wasn't. They're just like, oh, I want to figure it out. So they start going through their brain about how they're going to go about figuring this out. But it's only a few people. So if you have an audience of 10,000 people and you've got 10 people in the audience helping facilitate a trick, you've got 4 people around the stage plus the magician that know the entire trick. So you've got 15 people who know of a trick, right? And you've got another 9,985 people that have no idea what the fuck's going on. They just know they're about to be amazed. And they're waiting for the illusion. That's people like you, man.
And I have a good example of this.
I'm not. Yeah, I guess.
I'll tell you. Can I give you like an example that happened earlier? Okay.
I would say yes, but I'm probably gonna head out. But you guys have a good one for sure.
All right. You too, man. Rest up.
Thanks, man.
Damn.
Bro, you had to listen to what he was saying. He was completely diverting to authority.
I know. Yeah, I wrapped it up in a nice little bow at the end. You're openly, conceding that, this is a faith-based thing for you, and that's okay. Right? So-and-so told you. I say, all right, I believe you. Yeah. At least he knows that, and he's okay with it. That's fine for me.
What's up, Leaf?
Leaf, are you there?
Yo,
What's up, man?
what's good?
Are you the Leaf, or are you a new Leaf?
I'm the Leaf.
Leaf. Change your picture, eh?
Yep.
Thanks. What brings you back? Been a while.
Well, nothing. See what you guys are yapping.
Wait! You can't let that go. You can't leave that undone. He turned over a new leaf.
Come on. Same old, man. Still waiting for that good old measured curvature. At any rate, I'm going to bounce because I got to calibrate my schedule for Monday. It's already almost 4 a.m. here, so I should go. Been nice talking to you all. I'll probably see you tomorrow.
See you, man.
Yo, what's up?
You can't have an effective argument. It's the first lesson any high school debate club person would learn. Yeah, what do you think about this issue? And then they tell you, and then you assign them the other side of the debate. So they can become a better debater. You don't debate just assuming that you're definitely right and not even analyzing the other side's argument at all. But it's because of that emotional issue, because it would require them to change their entire worldview, which is essentially a religious worldview with a religious belief in the globe. And they don't want to even acknowledge that it is their religion, so they can't. And that's true. A lot of people that hold fundamentalist belief, they do not want to examine them. It rises fear in them.
We can't even get them to say, we go, if the earth is not curving, what is it? Dozens and dozens of people can't even say that if they do that hypothetical. They can't bring themselves to say it. That if the earth was not curving, it would be flat. It's too difficult for them. It's like some weird psychological block.
I didn't know how much cognitive dissonance was in the people I talk to on a daily basis, my friend groups, even my family. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, we do this. We ask quite often. We ask that question. People we're talking to. So it's an honesty check, like who we're dealing with, right? We just go, it's a hypothetical. If the earth is not curving, what is it? Now, the question's a dichotomy. There's only two choices, right? But they can't even say it. They act like, I guess in their head, they think they're conceding or or saying the earth is flat if they just answer the question of the hypothetical. And they can't do it. They can't even imagine for a second, hey, dude, if the earth was flat, what would the consequences be? And Dandelion made a good point about in any debate club or situation, they make you learn the other side of the argument. Right? Because how are you going to debate against an argument you don't understand?
So I guess outside of here, I've never really debated anyone on flat Earth. They've just kind of attacked the fact that they heard me say that I don't believe that the Earth is a globe. That's my point. That's what I was.
Yeah, it's weird that people get so agitated about it, isn't it? I don't know.
I'm not. Yeah, I'll leave it. They'll ask me 5-6 questions after, I'm still talking to them. A little obsessive.
You ain't see nothing, dude. Man, we've had people. Should I play the Donald clip?
Play it.
No, it's too early in the morning for that degenerate. You really want me to play it? Oh my god.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm just being a cheerleader. You sounded like you wanted to play it.
Should play the one where the guy said he's going to eat a heretic brain.
Should play the one where the dude said he'd kill himself if the earth was flat. No, he said he'd kill himself if space was fake.
What? I find that insane.
Yeah, so do we. What did Mackey say? What did Scott Mackey say? If the earth was flat, he'd have to check himself into an insane asylum.
My life is a lie because people.
This is a grown adult
about my life. What?
It's a grown adult that works at Adobe. He's he's older than me. A grown adult saying if the earth was flat, he checked himself into an insane asylum.
Should tell them, don't worry, man. Your brain's already there.
Yeah, no doubt. And those are just like that's middle of the road type stuff. The real people are like the real nuts are in my DMs. That's where the real crazy people are. We have a channel called Cognitive Dissonance just for crazy people, like that we stick them in. People.
And according to the people we challenged, Indio is supposedly the head honcho, the big cheese, the main guy. And if they take him down, they'll take everybody else out with them. At least that's what Phil Bellum said.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, that's right. What do you say? I was a king flat earth or something? The emperor flat earth? I don't know.
Yeah, in other words, in young culture, you're him.
I am the main character. You shall all bow. You are extras in my delusion. Well, I mean, I guess you just all live in the jar with me. You're all figments of my imagination. So the worst one, Smoke, is that we start giving them evidence that the Earth is flat and not a globe, or they realize that they actually can't demonstrate how the Earth is a globe, and then they try to destroy reality itself. They try to blow it up, try to just like eliminate it. Well, you can't actually know anything. You don't know that you're not a brain in a jar. You don't know if you have hands. You don't know anything. So there, we're both on the same footing. We're all just like imagining reality. We can't prove we're not just imagining everything. That's where they go.
Wow.
That's where their brain goes, man. It's not like a one-off where this happens occasionally. This happens, I don't know, what would you say, AB? 30% of the time? 40% of the time?
Yeah, if we ask the question, because we don't ask it always, it'd probably be a bit in the 90s. If we were to ask the question, if they understand reality to be real, it would probably be in the 90s for sure. The high 90s. But we never asked that question, so we can't gauge it by that.
AB got there's an anti-flat earther, his name is Mr. Sensible. He was in this chat, streaming on YouTube, talking to us, sitting in a chair, and saying he doesn't know that he's sitting in his chair 100%. While he's streaming, him sitting in his chair. Didn't know if he was talking on Discord. Didn't know anything all of a sudden because he can't prove the Earth is a globe. So if it's not a globe, there's no reality.
Is that the guy with the big ear hoops? I think that's that guy. Oh, I can't stand that.
No, he's old. I don't think he's.
All right.
I thought
it
he
was
was a teacher of some sort. No.
There's one of them that's really nasty. He's got those big ear hoops, which I never quite understand. I don't know. I mean, each their own, I guess.
Oh, that's it. I know who you're talking about. Creaky Blinder or Creaky something?
Yeah. Oh, that dude's horrible. But I am curious to what you think. If you've got an accelerometer, that will measure an upward acceleration, right, Indio? Hello?
Yeah, it will.
Yeah, I heard you.
What do you think that is?
Window.
What do you think that is? Anybody?
An upward acceleration of an accelerometer. Yeah, sure it will. Like a MEMS accelerometer would probably measure that. That's like it's a little. That's what's in your phone. It's like a little tiny chip that has like these little finger teeth that interlock, and depending on how far apart they are, it'll measure a voltage. So when you're accelerating, one side of the comb is fixed, and then the other side of the comb is kind of flexible. So they'll kind of move like a piece of rubber. Like say you took a rubber piece of rubber and you swung it real fast. The rubber, because it's flexible, it doesn't move as like a whole stick. Some of it is kind of left behind, I guess you'd call it. So that's what they measure. They'll measure the difference in voltage. So yeah, it would measure a linear acceleration up. Should, if it's oriented right.
So what do you think that is then? Do you think it's just calibrated into the machine?
Yeah, of course.
But I mean, if you drop it, it'll read 0, right?
They calibrate that in too. So they they'll calibrate into these accelerometers, the acceleration of I don't know what it would read if you dropped it.
It reads 0.
I don't know. I wonder if there's an app. Have you tried it?
Well, anyone can download an accelerometer onto the phone, but the important point to realize is that they're based on the principle of displacement, and a water bottle is a rudimentary type of accelerometer because it's just showing you what forces are acting on matter, essentially.
Oh my God, he's talking about Dell's test.
Well, I like Dell, and I can definitely.
I know you
tell,
do. That's where this comes from.
Well,
I can definitely tell why he's reached his conclusion.
But hold on. If an accelerometer has 9.8 meters per second squared calibrated in, right? If you drop it, shouldn't it go into negative numbers? Because that's the acceleration, not the speed. Yeah, so it should 0, right? It should 0 out. Hypothetically. Unless it's calibrated in software, then it's always going to read 9.8 meters per second squared, regardless. Oh, no, it won't, because things will flex back.
Yeah,
I'd have to test that. I'd have to text that.
Well, if you just think of displacement, if you just think of the principle of displacement, think of a mechanical, forget the phone, forget digital, forget all that. If you just think of a mechanical one, right? Still works on the
but they are mechanical. In the phone, it is mechanical.
Yes, it's working on the same principle. It's just detecting a force, isn't it? So the way I look at it is, it doesn't matter either way. It's still working on the same principle. And a bottle of water is the same principle.
Why? What is Dell's argument? I've never really what do you say? Gravity was a push or something, or like that?
Yeah. He talks about the upward sort of Earth sort of thing. I don't agree. But I see why
moving Earth. So it's like Flat Earth Society propaganda.
I guess it's similar to that.
It is exactly that. It's exactly what Einstein was talking about. Except for you guys are using the Earth, what's moving upward.
Well, it's sort of an explanation for why things fall to Earth. I disagree. But, it's interesting you bring up the Flat Earth Society because I've been in the subject for many years. I've never talked to anybody from Flat Earth Society. I've been on their website, and it seems to be pretty much dead. Like, that's just my observation. So it is quite a funny thing. But, yeah, I mean, we need a reason for why things fall to Earth, Miggy.
We do?
Yes, I think.
They don't have a reason.
There's no cause for that.
There's no cause for it. Okay.
We can make the observation and descriptively say, hey, this is happening. But as far as getting the causal mechanism, no one has figured out how to do that. To actually do it, right? Do an actual controlled experiment. Hey, what's causing this to fall? No one knows how to do that.
Except for Dell dropping a water bottle with a little weight inside of it off a 2-story building, and then saying Bob's your uncle, and everybody's like, "Oh shit, there's the answer."
Yeah, I don't know how that determines the cause.
Go ahead, tell him, Andy.
But what's remarkable, I think, is that everything falls at the same rate, regardless of mass. in a vacuum. That's pretty fucking astonishing.
Wrong.
What do you mean, wrong? Why is that wrong?
That's been disproven. It's an average rate of fall. It's not a constant.
It was disproven. It was disproven in the Brumman drop tower test.
Where you been?
And there's actually a guy. So check this out, Ian. If you really want to know about this, there's a YouTube channel. It's a physicist. His name is Sky Darnos, and he's been doing dozens, hundreds of tests because he has a theory that so-called gravitational mass and inertial mass are not actually equivalent. So he's been doing tests with different elements, right? In the way he does them, right? Because he doesn't have a tall enough vacuum chamber, he gets these little, basically like a ping pong ball that's two halves, right? And he puts it inside. So now you have the same air resistance because what you're testing is inside this little ball, right? And so you'll use zinc, iron, whatever, the same weight, stick it in the ball, you drop them, and each ball has the same air resistance. So you've eliminated that variable, right? The variable of air resistance. And he's been measuring what the rate of fall, and it varies according to his theory. It varies depending on how many neutrons are in the nucleus of the atom, the neutron to proton ratio, something like that. So, like, this idea that everything falls at the same speed, 9.8 meters per second, that's just like an agreed upon average. That was agreed upon like in 1908 or something.
Yeah, it's pretty close, right? I mean, when you say varies, we're talking about a fraction of a second. I mean, it's hardly anything, right?
Oh, so now you know what it is before you didn't?
Well, because it's so minuscule, Miggy, it's barely worth mentioning. But
he mentioned it, and the elements.
The mass thing is a poorly conceived concept, poorly defined, and so like mass is the same, and everything falls the same. It would be probably better to say everything of the same weight falls the same, because that's kind of what we observe, right? So 10 pounds frickin', bag of feathers falls at the same rate, giving there's no air resistance as a 10-pound, bowling ball. But mass is just like an ill-defined, like, what is mass? What even is that?
Well, I guess it's what a thing's made up of, right?
No, it's defined currently as resistance to acceleration.
I thought that was weight. No? Oh.
No, dude.
No, you thought that was inertia, but they've defined, that's why I said it's a poorly defined term.
Oh, I just think of it as what a thing's made up of. So I know.
Yeah, you're thinking of the density of the number of particles, right? In the thing. But if you count all the particles, if you count all the particles, that's not its mass. You can't sum the amount of particles that make up something, like count all the neutrons, protons, and electrons. The mass doesn't come out. You won't get the mass of the substance with that. So that's actually known to be wrong, like experimentally. That's why they came up with this thing called nuclear binding energy. This extra mass that exists, this extra resistance to acceleration. This is where the mass energy equivalence principle comes from, and all that crap.
Well, I don't necessarily talk about that too much for several reasons. One, I don't know too much about the atomic world and subatomics and all this shit. I don't know too much about it. A lot of people disagree with it completely, and
but you've already made a judgment call to agree with Dell, even though he doesn't explain it either. So you guys are lumped in. You guys are lumped in the same like circle jerk that everybody else is, believing that the Earth is in motion. That's the problem we have right now, is that you guys are trying to reconcile that with the Earth actually moving upwards, and the other bozos are trying to agree that the Earth is spinning around. Both of you guys are like in, two wings of the same bird.
No,
you aren't saying something different. It's the same.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I was looking for a mechanism for why things fall to Earth, the mechanism that I keep hearing, well, it's mixed. You see, some people say buoyancy and density, which is certainly not that, for several reasons. But then they get this other idea that it's some kind of electrostatics, or there's something causing a downward bias, and that, you know, that cannot work either if it was some kind of electromagnetic situation or electric phenomenon of any kind, because you see, that'd be a force that would be applying.
Yeah, but hold on, Andy. You've already discounted everything that people don't know. So what if electricity, as we understand it, isn't fully understood? So you're already, hold on. You're lumping that into that it can't be that, but yet even people today don't even understand what it is exactly.
Well,
yeah, I mean, people have been working on this gravity thing, like, just because people have settled on Newton and Einstein as a quote-unquote explanation, there's people working on this problem, hundreds of physicists. I mean, you can go on YouTube and just type in alternative theories of gravity. You're going to get freaking hundreds of them, professional scientists working on this problem, coming up with all sorts of theories and hypotheses on what gravity, quote-unquote, really is. Right, but experimentally, no one can actually demonstrate it. Not Dell, not Einstein, not Newton, not freaking any of these hundreds of scientists. It's still a mystery.
I mean, it is detected, though, right?
But things falling is detected. That's detected. But what causes that? That's the fundamental issue. It's the causal mechanism.
Yeah, I'd agree that on some, I'd certainly agree that it's convoluted. The whole space-time thing, at the very least.
Well, I mean, that's just one framework, and that framework only works in certain situations. A lot of these things are done like pragmatically. You know, if you want to fire a cannonball, you don't do, you know, the universal law of gravitation. You don't go force equals m1 or g times m1 times m2. You know, divide by r squared. You don't do that formula, right? You just do the you know, second law of motion and little g, right? The observable, descriptively known empirically from measurement, 9.8 meters per second squared. That's all you use. But you don't need to know the cost to make a freaking cannon and know where the ball's going to land. You know that it will just from empirical evidence. You don't need to know that. You don't need an explanation for any of this stuff. And people want an explanation. And so far, none of these explanations have experimental verification. That's the problem. The experimental verification.
Yeah, let me comment
Dell can drop shit off of buildings all day long. That's never going to tell them the cause.
There's two things Dell does. One is he has the water dropped off high spot. Second, he has a water bottle in a moving vehicle upon which he holds bottle and then accelerates. And you know, you watch the water in the bottle do something different than the objects in the car. Now the problem with that is the water is not fixed to the car. The mass of the water is not attached to the car in a manner in which it can accelerate at the same time that the car, which is mechanically attached to the engine, accelerates. So that test is debunked. Period. It's meaningless. And his dropping thing, you notice that it all happens instantaneously, whatever it's claiming to happen, which if all particles of the water are being accelerated simultaneously, that's what you would expect. So his tests really don't prove anything.
So you must have a good explanation for why things fall to the earth, then.
Why should I? What is that? That's not sequitur. That's not sequitur.
But it seems to me he's exploring things, and you're not. You're just saying God did it.
No, what is?
And I'd agree, but still,
he's saying he don't know. He's not saying God did it. I'm saying I don't know. Nobody knows. Hasn't been determined yet. It's an unknown.
I mean, should we explore these things, Indio?
Yeah, I'm not saying don't explore them. There's hundreds, like I said, there's hundreds of people trying to figure it out. I think my personal opinion, it's some second order effect that you're not going to figure out by looking at it directly. It's some indirect effect.
That's fair. But I would submit to the audience and to Andy that, Andy, your response to me was entirely inappropriate logically. Entirely inappropriate.
Yeah,
your conclusions were erroneous.
I mean, it seems to me that people are getting criticised for doing for actually trying to do to investigate.
Wrong.
No.
Let me explain. I'm not criticizing Dell for trying to investigate. I'm critiquing his method. And by the way, that's what should be done. His methodology and his conclusions based on his methods and his logic train and the actual examples should be scrutinized to the umpteenth degree.
Yeah, I agree.
As a matter of fact, the sentiment that I get from people is that Dell should be given a pass because he's trying. No, he should be hyper scrutinized because he's making claims.
Honestly, if you've just tied Dell to me, I like Dell very much, but I wasn't even thinking about Dell, to be honest. I was thinking about Jaron and Witzer going to Antarctica.
Well, check this out.
All the criticism they've received.
Well, how would anybody have known that? Because we're talking about Dell right now. See the problem, dude?
Yeah, but the thing is, Miggy just came in and went, "Oh, he thinks the Earth's going up because of Dell." No, I said straight away, no, I disagree with Dell.
Well, this isn't about personalities. Change his name to freaking, John. Who cares? His name's important.
Yes.
I like Dell personally. I freaking got some of his videos on my channel. Like, personally, I don't have a problem. He kind of turns it into a personal thing. That people aren't just critiquing what he's doing, that they're attacking him personally. It's not personal at all.
Yeah, he says it endlessly, like on every stream many times. He don't give a shit about personalities.
Yeah, he addresses it all the time. So yeah, he does.
And hold on, I was doing something right now on my job. I couldn't answer, but yeah, I mentioned Dell, and you co-signed what he did based on how you liked what he did. So yeah, you did. I don't know why you were lying now, Andy. Like for what reason?
I'm not lying, dude. Why am I lying?
Because when I mentioned Dell, you automatically knew who it was and what he did, and you co-signed on it, saying, "Yeah, I think that's also what I believe as well."
No, I said I disagree.
Yeah. Andy,
no,
we're gonna have to roll back the tape for this, man. Seriously.
Yeah, roll it back. You'll hear me say I disagree with Dell.
So you advocating for the position that you think that he made a good point to say that that's what acceleration moving upwards, that it could be explained as that. That's what you were saying.
It's measured. It's demonstrable.
You see?
It's demonstrable.
So then you were agreeing with Dell, then, yeah?
It's demonstrable.
There you go.
You just fucking.
What's demonstrable though? What's demonstrable?
Accelerometer will read an upward acceleration.
When?
Download one on your phone right now and try it.
I don't care about that. Like, what do I do with it? Do I throw it at a tree and then it reads an upward acceleration?
Well, if at the moment it leaves your hand, it'll read 0.
Okay, so you're interpreting a reading of 0 as upward acceleration?
No. When it's on the Earth, it reads an acceleration, an upward acceleration.
So if I put my phone on the ground, it's going to tell me it's moving up?
Well, that's what it seems to be pointing to.
What? How? How does it do that? Does it say 5 up?
No, it reads an upward acceleration. How?
Like, what does it read? What does it say? So, for example, when I press my gas on my car, the speedometer goes up to 70. When I put my car in reverse, the speedometer goes up. It doesn't go in negative numbers. So what do you mean by it reads an upward acceleration?
So the accelerometer works on the principle of displacement. Where it's detecting a force, it goes in the other direction, right? So it's, yeah, I mean, the globe explanation is that it's called a normal force. I don't know if you know about that, but it's just basically...
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, I know that if you put a can on a table, they claim that the can is accelerating 9.8 meters per second downwards, while the table is accelerating 9.8 meters per second upwards to counteract it.
Yeah.
So that means it's going in two directions simultaneously, yet standing still.
Yeah, that's why Dell's got an issue with that.
Yeah, it's incoherent. So, one more time, how does it read an upward acceleration?
Through the principle of displacement.
Irrelevant. So check this out. My accelerometer in my car reads the speedometer reads the speed because of a needle. Like, you're not telling me what's happening. Like, how does it tell me that it's going upward? Does it say 50 miles an hour upwards? What does the thing say?
Is it measuring force or not?
Dude, why can't you just answer the question?
I am answering the question. I'm trying my best. I'm speaking English.
That was a question. I just want to know how it works. Like, how you know that it does what you say it does to get the result.
Yeah, and I've said it many times. It works on the principle.
I just want to know what it tells you. I just want to know what it tells you. So, for example, when I'm going 70 miles an hour, my vehicle has a needle that points to 70. So when you have this accelerometer that's allegedly measuring an upward acceleration, what is it telling you? What's the readout say?
How does it indicate that to you?
Exactly.
I don't know how much clearer I can be. I mean,
it says zero,
you weren't
right?
clear at all.
It says 0, right?
Yeah.
The output 0.
It's detecting a force, is it not?
Is the output 0? Is that what the output is?
Well, it'll register 0 if you drop it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Are you talking about going in the other direction? Shooting it straight up? That's what we're trying to figure out. Like, what exactly, what's the test, what it's doing, what's the readout? We're trying to analyze the actual results of an experiment, right? How the experiment's done, what's it done with? That's what you're supposed to do, Andy.
Andy doesn't want to answer those questions. He wants to go on the
Andy, based on principles, I'm supposed to know before you said your answer?
Yeah.
No, you're supposed to evaluate the experiment. That's what you should do. Always evaluate it. That's what we're trying to do. You're not being helpful.
Is it measuring a force or not?
Can you just tell me how it works?
What? No,
Yeah, on the
forces
principle
don't
of
exist,
displacement.
dude.
I've said it a million fucking times. On the principle of
Displacement of what?
displacement, that's how it works.
Okay, something is displaced. What's the display? What's being displaced, and what's the readout?
When it detects a force, you said it yourself.
It's not how it works, dude. Okay, I posted in the chat a diagram of a MEMS accelerometer, right?
No, I went and looked it up to understand how one worked. The whole time you're like, I don't understand.
I already know how it works. Okay, I'm using an example of a MEMS accelerometer, right? There's a little, it's kind of like a spring. There's little teeth, and the distance between those teeth is measured a voltage. Okay, further apart they are, the higher the voltage. The closer they are, the lower the voltage. Okay, when you drop a MEMS accelerometer, it reads 0. What happens is that spring just relaxes and goes back into its a normal position, right? And according to the way it was calibrated, that reads 0. It was calibrated to do that. You're just like saying it registers a force. Gravity isn't even a force in Einstein's theory. And just saying it's a force, that's actually a tautology, because force means a change in velocity in the first place. So it's like you're saying the same thing twice. Hey, there's a change in velocity. You know, so there's a force. Yeah, no duh, that's how you define force.
Yeah,
but in this case, there's no change in velocity. It's just that it's just the spring goes back to the way it was. The little spring inside. It's not a traditional spring like a wound coil. It's a different type of spring. It's a spring like a bow and arrow. Think about it like that.
Yeah, like I said before, I think of if you think of a half bottle of water, that's just a rudimentary accelerometer, isn't it?
Well, like, you never explained what an accelerometer is, so why does anyone know what you're talking about?
Yeah, I did. I
How
said
does
that
anyone know? That's what I meant.
What happens in the bottle of water test?
It registers a force, doesn't it? It registers anything.
What happens in the, can you tell us what?
If you move the bottle, you'll see that what happens to matter. When you apply a force to matter, different states of matter, they act differently, right? So gases, water, heavy liquids, etc.
I'm not familiar with Dell's test. Can you just tell me what happened?
I'm not interested in Dell. Dell's his own person. I don't know why you bring him up to me.
Okay, listen, the water bottle, dude. I don't understand what you're saying. What does the water bottle do?
The water bottle is a rudimentary accelerometer. It works on the same principle of displacement. How many times do I have to say this?
Holy crap, dude. Watch this, friend. A speedometer is a rudimentary speed tracking device. Okay, how fast did your car go? The speedometer is a rudimentary speed tracking device. Did that answer the question? The answer is no.
Is that the same thing?
He's asking you what the water did in the water bottle. Like, did it go left? Did it go right? Did it turn into ice? Did it turn red? What did it do?
Well, it depends which way you apply the force.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You're on top of a 2-story building. I hold the water bottle out over the edge. All the water is settled down to the bottom of the bottle. I let go of the bottle. What happens?
What happens to what if you let the water bottle go off a building? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Drop it straight down.
The water, it depends. I mean, I know water forms into a sphere, doesn't it? I've seen that in an aircraft, but I think it'll probably stay at the bottom.
Okay.
Wow, that was unimpressive. Let me explain real quick.
Probably.
You earlier said something about the water bottle being affirmative, and now it's like a probably. It's like we're asking you questions about something that you're claiming. You can't even answer it.
But what do you think I am? A PhD in physics? I'm fucking playing a zombie game.
No, it's something, dude. It's something that you put forward that has convinced you of something, and you can't even tell us what it does.
Look, I want to know in what way is an accelerometer. I need to know what the water's doing in the bottle when you drop it to reach that conclusion, and you can't tell me what the water does. So how did you reach the conclusion? That acts like an accelerometer.
How I reach my conclusions is usually many things, many different things. For instance,
how about this case?
For instance,
with this case,
I realized that this place needs orientation. Your vestibular system in your ear needs orientation. You know, what happens when you go on a roller coaster or you jump off a high thing? Well, what happens to your guts? Well, they end up in your throat, don't they? Because when you're on the ground, you have orientation for a reason. What?
Let me go look up.
So people keep saying why water finds its level. The question is why? Why is it finding its level? Right?
It do what it do.
It do what it do.
Remotely.
It doesn't find it because of gravity.
Even a little way, even a little bit, Andy. Not even a little bit. I just want to know how you came to the conclusion that a water bottle is just like an accelerometer. The fact that it's falling?
Because it works on the same... No, I'm thinking of it as displacement, as a principle of displacement. That's how I'm thinking about it.
What's being displaced?
The matter inside.
Okay. In totality, why do you even need the bottle? Why not just drop the water?
Well, I suppose you could.
And then what?
Yeah, and what exactly?
Well, that's the point.
This is amazing, dude. Andy. This is an amazing display of something that seemed like you were certain of a claim earlier.
No,
and now you can't even describe the thing that you saw.
Brother, if I give you the impression that I was certain about a thing, then no, I'm not certain about anything.
Yeah. You said a water bottle is identity, essentially an accelerometer.
Rudimentary, but yeah, accelerometer.
Okay, how?
Because when a force is applied, the matter, it moves from one direction to the other. It works on the same principle of displacement, does it not?
I told you that's a tautology. You know what tautology is? It's saying the same thing with different words.
Yeah, but is that not true?
To be fair, I gotta make a point right
definition. Now. It's true by definition.
Yeah.
I gotta make a point right now. This is why and this has nothing to do particularly with Andy in regards to Dell, but this is why guys like Dell are able to get people to agree with claims, because they're not even able to describe the actual thing they're talking about. Go ahead.
Wait, just because I can't look, I'm not that smart. I'm certainly not that smart when it comes to
definition?
physics. Wait, Indio, hang on, dude. I'm not that smart, and certainly when it comes to physics, I'm more interested in sociology, to be honest. But the simple fact is,
sociology right now is why you can't describe.
is that what you do?
Why you can't describe what's going on in the water bottle, dude?
Isn't that what you do here? Is it? You just fundy mute people.
No, we don't care about your social fucking goddamn diatribe, dude. We don't care about that shit.
I'm not PhD in physics. All right,
okay,
I'm just saying. You seem to be caring about demonstrable facts, and this seems to me a demonstrable fact. You can download
it. You haven't explained
on your fucking phone.
But guess what? You haven't explained it. You haven't explained it yet. So, for example, I'll do one right now. Live. I have in my hand a Gatorade Zero, which I drank down to the first indentation line because they have rings around them, right?
I'm having major deja vu. Did we do this before?
Yeah, so now what I'm going to do, friend,
Jesus,
is I'm going to tell you, so when I move my water bottle to a 45 degree, the surface of the top of the water orients itself against the 45 degree to a horizontal. Now, that's what happened to the liquid inside the bottle. Now I'm going to move the bottle up and down, and I notice that the liquid inside the bottle splashes up to hit the lid. Notice how I'm describing what's actually going on in the bottle. You haven't done that yet, Andy. Like, you haven't connected these dots in a way that makes sense. It's like pulling teeth to get the answer.
Well,
yeah, you don't need to be a physicist to describe what you see, dude.
Yeah, we have a gradient in the atmosphere as well, right?
How is that relevant to what we were just talking about?
Because it's just more evidence, right?
No, it's just more confusion that you're not answering the actual question you're being asked.
Why is that confusion?
You are not answering the question.
Well, your mic sucks.
The gradient isn't caused by gravity, even in the globe paradigm. Globers get it wrong. If you want me to post from a PhD physicist, them saying that the gradient, the pressure gradient, is not caused by gravity, I can post in the chat.
Well, I've never actually done this myself, but I remember, I think I was arguing with ChatGPT about it. But apparently, if you keep an even temperature throughout a container, it will still have a gradient in it.
Okay, that's a cool story. I don't go to autocomplete, complicated, sophisticated autocompletes to determine what reality is.
Well, I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that there is thermal expansion. I acknowledge that. I'm just saying that if you keep an even temperature throughout this container, there'll still be a gradient in it.
Why do you think that? Because ChatGPT said so?
Yeah, I haven't done it myself. Did I not preface the whole thing by saying I haven't done it myself?
Hey. You know what's going to undermine everything? If you ask him if he's positive of anything he's saying for 100%. Watch the sparks fly.
Yeah, we can see like understanding the science.
Dude, you couldn't be sure of anything that you're saying, though, right?
No, I'm sure about a lot of things, frankly.
Really? Are you 100% sure of the things you're telling us right now?
No, it's interesting to me.
Answer the question. Answer the question. Are you 100% sure of the things you're talking to us right now?
Brother, why do you have to turn on people like
the
this?
The main thing that I
doesn't want to say it, dude.
And why they can't, it's Darvo. It was distract attack. What was it?
Who the fuck was that?
Guy Darno.
Darvo method. Okay, so the deny, attack, reverse, victim, offender.
Who's the?
It's going to undermine his whole position. It'll sabotage it because once he says he can't know anything to be true, then he basically, in his mind, he won.
No. I don't take that position.
So you do absolutely sure, with 100% certainty, know that the water bottle is an accelerometer.
Yeah, it works on the principle of displacement.
Okay, then tell us what's happening inside the bottle water when you drop it.
I'll settle for anything. I'll settle for if you do anything for the water bottle at all, what happens inside.
It can't simply work on the principal displacement to be an accelerometer. The displacement has to increase. That's what acceleration is. It's a change. It's a change in the velocity over time. An increase or decrease is defined as a force, right? So that's why I said it's a tautology. It's the same thing. We just made, instead of saying, hey, when something changes speed in an increasing or decreasing way, instead of saying all those words, we said, hey, we're going to invent this word called force. Okay, but that's what force means. So if you make the observation that something is doing those things, you can say, hey, there's a force. But you're saying the same thing. They're not two separate things. It's the same thing. There isn't a force that's causing anything. The force is the effect. It's not the cause.
So there is an effect. There is something happening though, right? We acknowledge that. I mean, there is a...
Yeah. Right, so there is something happening. So something's happening. So the question on the table is, what's happening in the water bottle? Do you have the answer?
I just asked ChatGPT. Is a water bottle a rudimentary form?
Oh my God, bro!
Jesus Christ, we don't care about ChatGPT.
Yes, in a simple way, it is.
Andy,
If you
you're
watch
just
the
asking
surface
ChatGPT
slosh
when you should have known the answer, bro. Should have already known the answer.
Am I a PhD in physics?
You're fully convinced. What do you mean?
You keep
You're
making
fully
this claim that you're not smart because you need a PhD to be you need to have that to know.
Does ChatGPT got a PhD in physics?
I'm a PhD.
Probably not.
Not perfect. Who did that? Was that you?
Okay, so damn.
Who else?
Wait, you're getting secondhand information, but you need a PhD though on the subject.
Where are you getting your first-hand information from, Sunshine?
I was talking about you would get the information from yourself. You would get.
Why don't you mute
describing
oregano?
Yeah, no, he's actually being very insightful. He's being very insightful. So check this out. Describing what you see.
Doing a Darvo on me.
Yeah, hold up, bros. Describing what you can see is like, I think, a third, fourth, or fifth grade writing exercise. It has nothing to do with PhD level. So, for example, you put a water bottle on a desk, and then you knock it off. And then you ask the kids to describe what they saw. Holy crap.
And they'll say, I saw somebody acting like a cat.
I think I need a text to understand.
Actually, what they will say is that Dale was right all along. Right, Andy?
Well, again, you keep tying me to Dell, and I've already told you I disagree with Dell.
Dude, you keep saying the same thing that he says, man. He's dropping a water bottle from a 2-story building, and you're saying the exact same thing. Well, water bottle's an accelerometer, and then when asked to describe what's happening, you just come up tits, bro. Like, what's going on?
No, I've already told you I disagree with Dell, Miggy. How many times do I have to tell you that?
Oh my God!
And I'll tell you, it can't be an accelerometer because meter, that suffix means you're measuring something, and nothing's being measured. Just it's not an accelerometer. If somehow your water has some output quantified value, then it would be, but until that day happens, it isn't.
Well, when I was sort of investigating this and listening to flat earthers, they couldn't seem to come to a coherent reason for why things fall to the earth.
Nobody knows.
And so
you understand. Nobody knows.
And so, as I said before, when reaching conclusions, it's many, many different bits of evidence, like pattern recognitions, if you will, connecting dots. And then when I finally saw that 24-hour sun in Antarctica, I was like,
bits and parts.
Don't talk about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
This has to do with your emotional state, bro. You love to hear somebody give an explanation, so it touches you in your feelings. You're like,
Mickey, you sound emotional right now. You sound emotional.
Yeah, really.
Attack. What is he? What is the Darvo again?
And this gay guy keeps jumping in to try and save you.
Yeah.
But listen, Miggy, how do you have a 24-hour sun on your planar surface in Antarctica?
Oh my God, bro!
It's in the opposite direction.
You just left the previous argument. You left the previous argument based on your emotions because that's why you chose what you think is correct based on how you feel. and then you want to go to the other thing that you're talking about based on your feelings again?
How do you have a 24-hour sun on the surface? Yeah, how?
Oh, what does that question even mean, dude?
Well, hold on,
Just
hold on.
anything.
Hold
Just
on,
anything.
hold on, bro. Just ask the question again without interruption. Go ahead.
How do you have a 24-hour sun going in the opposite direction, upside down, on your planar surface? I can see the sun.
Very simple.
In the
Your
north.
question's incoherent. Hold on, friend. Your question's incoherent because the sun is not on the surface. There you go.
I mean, I'm happy to listen to any type of anything, just an attempt.
Okay. So
That was a great answer. Good job. Yeah, over there.
So let me ask you this, Andy. We could give you an explanation, and you wouldn't really accept any of them.
Well, I'd like to hear something that's coherent.
Here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing is, our explanation would have the same evidence yours does. Nothing.
Yeah, you saying you're happy?
So you don't understand explanations are useless. There's an infinite amount of explanations for fucking anything.
Yep. I got one, by the way.
Because you're doing an inference. You're inferring the shape of the Earth from observing something that is not the Earth. So you're making an inductive inference about the relationship between the Earth and the Sun.
Yeah, because I see it as a sort of sun, stars, Earth, Moon system. I don't go, oh well, I've heard that flat Earth.
Okay, if you didn't see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, would that disprove a globe?
Oh.
If I didn't see a 24-hour sun?
Yeah, if they went there and they didn't see one, would that have disproved the globe?
I think it would have been an interesting observation, just as I think this is
exactly. So if it can't disprove, then what can it prove? Nothing.
I got a point here. You said I see it as a sun, Earth, Moon system, so it's one entity in itself. That's philosophy. There's no evidence that it's one system in itself. That you're just choosing that as a preferential interpretational lens for the information. So, for example, none of us have been outside the system to look back in and see that it's one system. What if it's three systems? How would you know?
Well, some people do allege that they have done that.
No, nobody has ever claimed to have gone beyond the system to where they could see the sun, all of the celestials within all of that area that they claim even exists in the first place. Nobody's ever been there. Never.
I thought you meant the sun, moon, yeah. Okay.
My point is nobody's ever been to a point where they can then say, oh, the celestials and the quote-unquote solar system, the sun, the moon, and the earth are all part of one system. Nobody's ever been to that vantage point. Ever. So what made you decide that it's one system, that the sun, the earth, the moon are one system? What made you decide that?
I don't know. I guess it's difficult. I think I'm sort of...
No, feelings. Just say the word feelings. Yeah, that covers it.
Yeah, I do use my feelings quite a lot.
There you go.
I realize...
That's how you use to judge what you know is right and wrong. Your feelings. That's why you choose the one system to say that that's how something should work and how something else can't be explained on a flat earth based on your feelings. And
I think intuition is very important. And by the way, I like you a lot, Miggy, and I don't know why you've turned this into this weird, like, attacking thing now. I don't like it.
Can you make a?
You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that.
Sorry, Scandy. Can you construct a logical syllogism?
No, you can't. No, we are adding something else.
No. Just one that disproves that there can be a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth. That proves it's impossible. Then why? What have we been talking about then?
That it's an interesting observation, is it not?
I mean, well, there's lots of interesting observations with the sun. Do you know how the 24-hour sun is predicted, Andy?
No, I don't know a great deal about it, to be honest.
Mathematically. Right, when you go on Time and Date or SunCalc and you type in wherever they were in Antarctica for the date they were, and it says up all day. Right? Do you know how they calculated that? You think they used the globe to calculate that? So I hate to tell you, they didn't.
Well, I mean, I don't even understand what you're saying.
They don't use the globe to predict the solar position at all. In fact, they don't use any surface at all. They assume it is an observer-centric. That's it. All you need to know is where you are, where the socio-equator is relative to the horizon. That's it. That's all you need to know. And, of course, your time and date, right? So you don't even need an Earth at all. This is how the model works. This is how the model itself works for predicting the sun.
Yeah,
Can you run us through the math real quick to make sure? Can you run us through the math real quick?
Jake, one sec, dude.
It's called the equation of time. Go look it up.
Just to be clear, I'm terrible at math too, so.
Well, I'm just saying I don't need to do the math. I can look at the equations and see the elements in it, what the variables mean. Okay? It's called the equation of time. It's on the U.S. Naval Observatory. It's on Wikipedia. You can look it up anywhere, but they don't use the globe.
But just from a common sense standpoint, how can it be going around their horizon? Right?
What do you mean common sense?
Just from a common sense. Just from my common sense. Just from my common sense.
I don't know what you mean by common sense. I don't know what you mean by common sense. Because appeal to common sense is a logical fallacy.
Okay. How am I seeing? How are they seeing the sun, and I'm seeing it too in the north?
What do you presuppose about the geometric relationship between the sun and you? What are you presupposing about that?
Well, doesn't it disprove that it's local?
Okay. Do you think that when you look at the sun, that's where it actually is? That you're looking at its true position?
That's a difficult question to ask. I mean,
well, you need that to reach conclusions, right?
I mean, the thing is, if we all head towards the sun, are we all going to? I mean, there's a subsolar point, right?
We all head towards the sun to hit the sun. We won't.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, so this has been modeled out in AutoCAD, Blender. Take a bunch of time and date locations and draw lines of sight to the sun to try to intersect them somewhere in the 3D environment, and they don't intersect.
There is a subsolar point, though, right? In the
yeah, just I ignore what I just.
And
said.
if it's above your head, there's no shadow, right?
What are you talking about? Can you respond to what
this is beyond you, Smoke. Smoke, just put yourself on mute.
No. Smoke is on point. Smoke Oregano is on point. He's recognizing that you're not answering Indio's point at all.
And it goes to the fundamental conclusion that you think the sun, you're looking at the true sun, right? And that if everybody is around all over the world, they're all looking at the sun, and their lines of sight would intersect at the sun. Not even in the globe paradigm is that true.
So if we all walk towards the sun, we're not going to converge in the same place. We're not going to end up in the same place.
Nope.
I think we would.
Well, you can think whatever you want, but according to their math, geometry models, it says you're not.
Well, this is the fact. Let's stop right here. Let's camp it right here for a second. You think you would. The trajectories of the angles don't intersect at a point in free space. So the idea that you think they would, you can't substantiate with mathematics. So then it's left into the realm of thought, which again, we already decided it's because you see it as. So what you're saying is my philosophical predisposition about the nature of objects in reality that I can't validate, I'm going to make claims about.
Yeah, until it's proven otherwise to me, then I'll think that's right.
Yeah, well, a regular, most people, myself, if I said I thought something and then someone talked about how this has already been studied and shown and demonstrated that you are wrong, would say, oh, could you show me that? I never saw that before. They'd be interested in examining the evidence, not persisting in their delusion. And Smoke
Yeah, let's do a
Oregano is doing a great
counterexample.
job, by the way. And can I say one more thing, Overlord? Because this is going to get lost. I did not like how you characterized, Andy, that there was some kind of attack going on. I mean, the only person who's even close to having attacking tone is me. But before that, you were only being intellectually challenged to back up your claims. There was no attacking going on whatsoever. You mischaracterized it, and that is another tactic. You've been using tactics the whole time, whether you realize you're doing it or not. You are the one who's being defensive and who's not backing up your claims with evidence. And when you're asked, you are the one trying to bring it to an emotional level.
Calm down, look.
Just a little.
The thing is,
look it up.
I was like,
you know what? Yeah, go
I was
look it up.
explaining to
what you learned then.
I was explaining to Miggy. I've known him for years, and I like him very much. He doesn't have to do this.
Shut up! I don't want to hear it again. I heard what you said. He wasn't.
This is why women shouldn't run things, because they get into their emotions
right. Oh, yeah,
and they don't think straight.
Women shouldn't run things. Could be possible, but I'm calling you out.
You're all up in your emotions, Dandelion. You might want to mute yourself.
And how you have no control over the conversation, but you keep trying to control it like a beta male by telling other people to mute themselves, especially when they're calling you out on your deceptive techniques, which is what Smoke is trying to do constantly when he keeps bringing up Darvo. You should look at it. You should examine what your problem is. Yep.
He sounds like a gay guy to me. He sounds like a gay guy.
Free advice there. Emotional appeal, dude.
Andy, what's argument by repetition?
Argument by why don't you remind me? I love guessing games. You can tell me if you like.
Okay, I don't care to guess or do any of those games. I just
you seem to.
AI was going to say something. I interrupted him. I do apologize. So thanks for letting me do my little PSA there. But AI Arden was actually had another point on that.
Yeah. So my point is,
put it in the chat.
The Earth is flat, arranged horizontal. All the topographical points are between two parallel horizontal planes. And the celestials are not the Earth. And the celestials' appearance to us, all as we have is the arrival angle of the light at our observer location. And therefore, it's rational to conclude that our 3D geometric assertions about the nature of the objects in the sky, since they can't be validated, but the geometry of the Earth can be validated, that takes preordinance about making decisions about the geometry of the Earth. So it'd be most rational to conclude that the celestials are doing weird things that we don't fully understand and we can't access, and therefore we can't make definitive claims. However, I would just assume that it's a transdimensional relocation of the light based on an Einstein-Rosen loop and a transdimensional manifold. Okay? And so I'm right until somebody proves me wrong. I rest my case.
Well, I didn't really understand that, and I assume most of the audience didn't understand it either. But I mean,
don't assume that.
Well, I mean, come on. What does that even mean?
No, what he said is we can measure the Earth. I'll explain it like you're 5. Okay. What he said was we have access to the Earth. We measure this flat, and we have hypotheticals about the celestials, right? And if the Earth measures flat, and our hypotheticals about the celestials don't comport to that, because we have direct access to the Earth, that means that information is more solid than the hypotheticals about the celestials. So your presuppositions about how those things work geometrically relative to the Earth must be wrong.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. How did you measure the Earth? Did you put a straight edge down, 3 mile straight edge, and see the deviation?
3 miles. Done way farther than that, dude.
So it's an optical phenomenon. What is? I don't know. What's your measurement? What's your tools? What are you using to measure?
Well, you can very simply, take a photograph of the Bolivian salt flats and measure the symmetry. The symmetry of the reflection relative to what's being reflected. Okay? On a curved surface, it can't be symmetrical. Can't be. It's like a funhouse mirror. Just any curved mirror can't have a reflection that looks like the object being reflected. It has to be distorted.
I quite like that one, actually. That's a good one. I'll give you that one.
Okay, and
what if it was extremely gradual, though, India? What if it was?
You're amplifying. You're actually amplifying the observation power because it's a what would you call it? because the Earth has an exponential curve, right? The distortion increases exponentially, right? So what happens is, because there's something called the angle of a reflection, the law of reflection. So when a light ray hits something at an angle, it reflects off that same angle. 45 degrees, 45 degrees, 35 degrees, 35 degrees. When you have a surface that's changing, that's constantly changing the angle that the light is reflecting off of it, that divergence increases. The divergence of the rays will increase. So spatially, where it hits the camera or your eye, it gets further and further and further apart.
Yeah, I like that.
Your eye on the camera.
I've never heard you describe. I've never heard you talk about that. Well, that's a good one. What if it was extremely gradual?
I know I bring it up when I don't want to hear the standard nonsense about refraction magically making everything, bend around the curve. There is no evidence for any globe refraction. The only evidence that people will ever say that globe refraction even exists is the observation that the Earth looks flat. Oh, the Earth looks flat? Must be globe refraction, which is crazy. And Andy, let me make it how crazy it really is. Okay, I'm going to lay this out for you. Is that why do they say light refracts around the ball? Oh, because there's a density gradient. What causes the density gradient? Oh, gravity. What causes the Earth to be a ball? Also gravity. So gravity causes Earth to be a ball that creates a density gradient that makes the Earth look flat. So gravity makes a flat-looking ball. Think about that for a second. How stupid that is.
But it's only locally flat, right?
But it makes gravity creates a flat-looking ball.
What is locally flat?
Yeah, what is even? Here we go. What is local? When you say locally flat, what does that even mean?
What does it sound like to you, Sasha?
If I move locally 20 kilometers, then again it's locally flat. Then I move again 20 kilometers, and then it's again locally flat. And every time when I move, it's locally flat. That means that it's flat for all the time.
Yeah, it's like the horizon, Sasha. You never reach it.
No, it's not. It's not the horizon. Do you know what is explaining the flat surface? The elevation profile of any land. You can choose your UK, like I can choose. It's a beautiful island above the sea level. That's all.
Andy, the flat things look flat?
I mean, your sensors can be tricked, Indio, right?
Yeah, look at like this. Find elevation.
If my sensors were tricked consistently, I would check myself into the hospital. And so
Come on,
you.
Andy. You're better than that. You don't have to copy Bev and True. You're way better than that, dude.
Listen, I'm just my own person trying to discover truth. That's all.
Yeah, if you trust your senses, and your senses, though they can be tricked, I don't think the Earth is trying to trick me. Okay?
Andy, that's not correct what you said now. You're lying.
Oh my God. Why? That's twice I've been accused of lying. Why?
You know why? I will tell you why. Because you are speaking about other person in other channels, and that's not finding the truth. That's like me speaking about you. Andy, do this. Andy, do that, and then I come here, and I'm speaking about the truth. That's you.
Somebody else brought the other people up, Sasha, so I had to address it.
I know, but if you are that Andy, what was speaking like 3-4 years ago, I will say yes, okay, this is the guy who is coming and really wants to learn and blah, blah, blah. But you did more of that. Just look at yourself in the past, what you did, and you will know what you did. And that was not looking for the truth. That was the putting yourself on some side and cheering for that side and whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I look at me. I don't care which side is who and who is the best one. I think that every time it will be elevation profile, sea level, and the reality. in, for me, for you, and whatever. And you can call yourself like whatever name you wanted now, if you want to be like identified by name. Oh, this is the famous one.
No, I'm not. When it comes, I'm not interested in personalities. I know you're trying to paint me as I am, but I'm really not. I don't care.
Then you will not. I got. I'm telling you this because I got you. I don't want to put this story, but I got you in a past that you were speaking about the persons who were for years in Flat Earth was talking about the argument, but you was against, for example, that person. I never against some person. I don't care who will say whatever. I'm against the argument, and that's me. Even it's not so good at some things because I'm not clever in everything, but for elevation profile, sea level, I'm enough clever to describe what that it is.
Andy, there's lots of astronomical observations which can't work with the globe, right? Lots of them. The hypothesis, right, of the geometric relationship of the celestial sphere and the sun and all those things to the Earth. Do you know of any that don't match the globe? Or have you ever looked for one?
I don't know.
You look for the 24-hour sun and you think it confirms the globe. Have you looked for any ones that don't confirm a globe?
Well, just to be clear, I can't say look, the Earth's a globe. I've been outside of it as somebody.
Somebody asked you, bro.
But
you seem to like the 24-hour sun. Okay.
Yes.
So there's other observations of the sun. Have you ever looked for any which do not match the globe?
I've probably seen them over the years. If you want to send me some, I'd love to see them.
Stop the cap. So the answer is no.
Like I said, you send me the things and I'll have a look.
And so you only would have seen it if Jaron Whitsitt and Will Duffy fucking talked about it or something?
Yeah, he's gonna wear you out, Indio.
I've been in this topic for years, so
who are you talking to? I got fucking mad during it.
I forgot about that.
Bro, he better fucking make some coffee, okay?
No, he's probably gonna dip in a little bit. I know Andy's pattern, ebbs and flows, comes and goes.
Can we go back and talk about the equation of time?
Holy smoke!
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, do you know what the equation of time is, Indio? Do you know the variables in it and what's the output of the equation?
Yeah, the celestial sphere, dude. Or the variable.
What variables? What's the variable that you insert into the equation of time?
Which one?
And what's the output?
Variables in it.
No, there's only one variable that you put in for the equation of time.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it in the chat.
I'll give you a clue. It's the n. What is the output? What is the output, and what does the output mean? Can you answer the question? You don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna
know it off the top of your head.
I'm gonna just post it.
Well, why are you posting it? Do you not know what it is off the top of your head?
I'm gonna ban you if you don't shut your
layman. Remember, I'm a person with a diagnosed borderline.
No, I'm going to post it because I'll copy paste it because I've posted it before. I'm not looking it up. I'm looking up what I've already posted.
Yeah, but I just want you to explain it to me in layman's terms because I'm a simpleton. So can you tell me?
Yeah, you are.
Can you explain to me what the variable that you insert into the equation of time and what the output is?
There's more than one.
There's only one in the equation of time.
No, there's more than one, and I'm going to post it to show you. Let me just ask you, do you need your azimuth and elevation angle?
No. That's not the equation of time. No.
Okay, I'm going to post a diagram too.
That has nothing to do with the equation of time. The equation of time is the offset because of the orbital distance from the sun changing from perihelion to aphelion.
Okay. Are they calculating the distance? Yes or no?
No, they're not calculating.
Okay, then shut the hole.
It's a time correction.
The model they use for the time correction, is it orbital model? Yes or no?
It's not technically a model of anything. It's basically a mathematical fudge factor to get an easy solution without actually calculating the positions of the objects and doing a bunch of complicated math. It's a simplification.
So how do I know where the sun is?
What's that?
How do I know where the sun is?
We're moving away from it. The equation of time. Are you going to post it? Were you going to post it so we can? Were you going to post it so we can go after that? Or are you going to
use the equation? Dude, don't talk over me. It uses the equation of time to tell you where the sun is, right?
No. The equation of time doesn't tell you where the sun is. No, that's not what the equation of time does.
Okay, so what did I just post in the chat?
A diagram.
Of what?
Azimuth at the altitude, or I'm not sure exactly what this diagram is showing. Ground plane, altitude, azimuth, the sun. Okay. That's not the equation of time, though.
Okay, the equation of time.
I can post the equation of time for you if you don't want to post it. I guess you don't know anything about the equation of time. You can't even tell me what it does.
The equation of time is the difference between the apparent solar time and the mean solar time. If the sun is ahead of the clock, the sign is positive. If the clock is ahead of the sun, the sign is negative. The mathematical description, the price definition of the equation of time is
you plug in the day of the year. You plug in the numerical day of the year.
Solar time and the mean solar time. GHA is the Greenwich hour angle. What's the hour angle?
That's not in the equation. You are just
really. I just posted it straight out of the USB.
Go ahead and post it.
He already did. Read it.
Scroll up.
I'm reading it. What? It's right there. As you said it, I read it.
You have to learn about it right now. You thought he had some fucking gotcha, dude. You're a Dunning-Kruger pretender clown, bro.
Time for you. It's just a minute offset, and depending on the day of the year, it could be zero. The output of the equation of time could just be a zero. Like on April.
Okay, what's the Greenwich hour angle? Yeah, that's what I thought, dude. You're telling me the purpose versus the model. Okay? The purpose is to correct, within their heliocentric worldview, the difference between the sidereal, right? The sidereal year? You know what that is? No, of course you don't.
It's pronounced sidereal, dude.
Sidereal, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. Go learn.
The equation of time,
you go learn. I'm not doing this learn on the fly.
Wow, this is the official fake gotcha event. Is that what this event is?
Yeah.
People come in, think they got something, and they got nothing.
He'll slink back into the shadows here in a little bit. You thought you had one, huh, Jake? There he goes.
He's just confusing. He's confusing the purpose with the model.
Yeah, but he's not saying that, so the audience hears that you're not explaining what he was asking for. But yeah, you're saying, you're right.
I'm gonna read from Wikipedia even. So he could have just went on Wikipedia and did this. According to the definitions of the angles on the celestial sphere, GHA equals GAST minus A, the hour angle, where GAST is the Greenwich apparent sidereal time, the angle between the apparent vernal equinox and the meridian in the plane of the equator, which is known as the function of universal time. A is the right ascension of the apparent sun, the angle between the apparent vernal equinox and the actual sun in the plane of the equator. And substituting the equation of time is EOT equals GAST minus A minus UT plus offset. Okay, right ascension calculation. What's right ascension? The right ascension, and hence the equation of time, can be calculated from Newton's two-body theory of celestial motion, which divides the sun to describe elliptical orbits about a common mass center. But that's not what they actually use. Okay, that is what they would use if it actually worked within the heliocentric model. But it's saying you don't need to know the position of the sun. What do you think it was developed for? To know where to fucking look. Anyway, what happened to Andy? He bounced?
No, I'm still here, dude.
Okay. Where were we? What were you talking about? Oh. Anyway, the point I really wanted to make is that everything about the celestial is hypothetical, can never be actually verified. Right? Everything's inference.
That Jake guy's a bit weird. He comes over to Geos a lot, and he always does this sub 70 IQ shit that I don't know why. I don't know. He says a lot of intelligent things, and then he says he's 70 IQ, and I'm like, why are you doing that? It's very odd. But
it's a badge of honor for him. He has to have something to have a W at the end of the day because he's been taking so many L's on this conversation. So that makes him feel a little bit like he's not losing his mind, I guess, to himself. It's soothing. It's soothing to say that.
It just sounds like bollocks to me. But
yeah,
anyway.
up here. I unmuted you in case you had a question about flat Earth, but you can mute yourself if you don't. Hello, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. Are you there? We can't really hear you, so just go ahead and mute yourself, or I can mute you again if you aren't able to speak.
That avatar doesn't look suspicious at all.
Well, you never know. I guess I'll mute him again. He doesn't have any rules.
Okay, so I was just asking Chat. By the way, I know ChatGPT is wrong about lots of things. So before anybody says ChatGPT, but anyway, I was just asking about because I'm curious about this idea that if we all walk towards the sun, like to me, I thought, we'd all end up in the same place. But basically, it's saying in this case, no, we wouldn't end up in the same place. Towards the sun means different directions depending on where you are on Earth. For someone in Australia, towards the sun points one way. For someone in Europe, it points another. Those directions are roughly parallel since the sun is so far away, but not perfectly. So everyone would move along mostly parallel lines, not converging. So on Earth, we'd move a little east or west or up and down, but not meet at one spot. Just shift slightly towards the daylight side.
Yeah, so when a flat earther says it, like you always stereotype fallacy us as, then
you're doing it again, McGee.
It's of no consequence. But yet when ChatGPT says it, it's like it's the bee's knees, yeah?
No, you're doing it again, dude.
Come on, man. Like you've been stereotype fallacying like
come on, man.
Since you came in here.
Yeah, dude, that's a good point. If we said exactly what ChatGPT said, you wouldn't have believed it.
No, yep. I said, please send me the information.
Oh God,
I did. It's in the chat. Did it a while ago.
You couldn't DM it to me? Jeez.
Jesus, it wasn't.
I don't know you like that, dude. Like, you got any STDs?
You didn't put it in his mailbox.
I'm kidding, man. Yeah, I'll DM it to you if you want. Fuck it. I'll help a brother out, Andy, because I know you're just like super honest and you're just like You're just trying to learn and evaluate the information from a purely critical viewpoint.
I don't feel patronized at all, thanks.
Yeah, and that was definitely not sarcasm. Oh, you GM me back in January 27, 2024. A rather big FE problem with a fucking straw man fucking flat earth map.
Yeah, let's change a bit.
That's kind of what you're supposed to do. We're supposed to question these things, right? Like at the minute, Geo is proposing some kind of dual pole model to explain this 24-hour sun phenomenon. Right?
Explain what? Models don't explain things, dude. Models describe. That's it. Explain is the story, right?
But we can explore these ideas, right?
I'm thinking about a model, right? If I were to design a model for a car that's my idea, it would work how I want it to, right? That's exactly the same thing. That's what they're doing. It's their fashion of belief in. Okay, I get it now. Okay.
Yeah, I like this kid.
Yeah, me
Sorry, I
too.
didn't mean to call you kid.
Yeah, you fell into the right place, man.
Hopefully, we don't lose him. We don't lose him to the Andes of the world.
Oh gosh, yeah. Maybe you could give him like a seem sincere role or something. So
Dude, he's getting a crash course though in sophistry, man. Like right off the rip.
Exactly.
Dude, he didn't even get to warm up.
Nah.
Just like you're in the game.
Yeah, the ones that pretend to be flat earthers and then pretend to go back to the globe. Those are the worst. Yeah.
Yeah, I never did that.
Yeah.
You were always confused and emotional.
No, I made it very clear I'm not sure what the Earth is, and I'm still not 100% sure what it is. But it's most likely a globe.
Right.
Stupid.
You flat earthers. You flat earthers.
Look, with all due respect, Andy, you're never going to know because you're low effort.
Yeah, you're playing a zombie game while you're talking to us.
You're more interested in people or something.
Yeah, listen, I'm quite
run
lazy.
Run around, take surveys, and think whatever they think, then.
Well, I mean, I would like to see something demonstrated, and I mean, as I said before, this is a strong observation. I appreciate Geo for I mean, he didn't like the term flat Earth, and I can definitely see why. But I appreciate Geo, who was like, this is problematic. We need to figure this out. As opposed to the people that were saying it were just fake.
Hold on a minute.
For instance.
No, wait. What the question is, why is it problematic? To whom? To whom is it problematic for?
Well, how is it that I can see the sun in the north?
You didn't answer my question. Andy, answer my question. Be honest for at least one question throughout this whole day. Just to whom is it, like, to whom does it concern? Yeah?
Anybody who thinks the Earth's flat and it's a local sun.
Okay. Like, who are those guys? All of us in here?
Go on my X, dude. I had a pin post the day after the 24-hour sun said, please create a logical syllogism to either tell us how the 24-hour sun proves the globe or disproves the flat Earth. Hundreds of freaking comments and no logical syllogism. How is it a problem for us?
Yeah, no, Andy, that's a projection, what you just done. You're saying that it'll be a problem for flat earthers. Well, I'm a flat earther. It's not a problem for me. So you're wrong. So to whom is it affecting? Like, it's not a problem to people in this room, unless somebody says it is. Here's the thing. If it's a problem for anybody in this room, except for Andy, go ahead and say something about it. Maybe we can talk about it.
Yeah, I suppose if you ignore it, it's not a problem at all.
Really? Ignore it?
We've been talking about it for fucking an hour and a half.
I just want to say one thing.
Dude, we've been talking about it for an hour. I told you it was a pinned post on my Twitter. Ignore it.
He doesn't have.
Dude, we had fucking streams on it. We had spaces on X about it. We didn't ignore it.
We confronted it head on.
We leaned into that shit.
Any conclusion was what? Did you reach any sort of? Did you just say we
that it
can't
has
possibly
no
know?
relevance? That it has no relevance to the shape or the ground.
Did you at least speculate?
What?
You
can. Did you at least speculate on? Did you at least think? Well,
Andy,
maybe there's.
Andy, that's not what we're trying to do here. It's either relevant or not, bro, and it's not.
Well,
that speculation is beside the point, right? So whether it's relevant or not is the question, and it's not. So we're telling you straight up, it's not. You can't keep saying, well, it's a problem for flat earthers, because we're telling you it's not even relevant. So why would you continue your little parade or whatever you want to say, you're doing your little campaign? It's not working, bro. You got to just at some point let it go.
Dude, they took the L on X, dude. Like you should just take the L here. Like, bro, it was a big hubbub about nothing.
Yeah,
you
it's so
haven't got
funny.
the memo yet.
It's so funny
I do kind of wish that it just like.
So funny, even though I started talking, you decided to interrupt me, even though I clearly wanted to speak, Mr. Andy. Anyway, I think it's funny when globe believers, try to tell us, what's working, what's not working. And the things they don't like are clearly the ones that are the biggest globe killers. Like we had Owlish in here last night saying, she didn't think the Black Swan was a good argument. Now we've got Andy like, you guys really should speculate about Antarctica more. I like it when Geo does that.
What? Yeah, what?
I'd just like to hear some kind of ideas, something how it can possibly work.
Ideas
work for what?
Like
I'm gonna tell you like this, man.
Hold on,
Everybody comes out of someone's brain.
Every shush, dude. Work for what, Andy? Work for what?
The fact that you think you've
What do you mean by work, bro? You want something that just works. Works for what?
The fact that they can see a 24-hour sun, it just goes right around the horizon, right around them, right? Does a 360.
Works for what? What do you mean by work, dude? Are you
on a planar surface? On a planar surface.
What do you mean works?
Well, how could it possibly work if I'm seeing the sun in the north? They get 24-hour sun over there.
You can't seem to answer a question with an answer.
I'm literally answering it. How can I answer it any
because
clearer?
You're using a question. You know the difference between those two.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not answering a question with a question is not an answer. I need you to make a statement, not a question.
Okay.
What do you mean? I'm asking you what you mean when you say something that works. Works to do what?
If I live on a
make you feel better?
He's avoiding. He's avoiding.
No, I'm not avoiding.
Yeah, you are.
Because as far as like work, the predicting where the sun was, I already presented that. So we already have that.
You've got what? Sorry, Andy. I was saying you've got what?
To predict where the sun is in the sky. If you mean, hey, I want a model that works to predict the sun, we have that.
Yeah, we don't need a globe.
Really? How does that? Can you just go into it a little bit, maybe?
Oh my God! Rehash the whole equation of time argument again?
No,
were you not here?
I'm not talking about time.
Jesus fucking
you
Christ!
You just want to hear people talk. You don't want to know anything about what they're saying. Like you don't remember. You know
Andy, did we use the sun for time?
Yeah, I guess we did once.
Yeah, so we call it the equation of time, even though it's about the sun. Okay.
Right.
It's about the sun and where the sun is in the sky and where it'll be. There's a model for that. The model does not care what you're on. Okay? That's what you use. We can use the same thing because it's an observer-centric model. You're not on anything. Okay? It's a mathematical model. You're at the point, kinematic if you want it. You're at a point in the origin of coordinates within a celestial sphere. Depending on where you see the celestial equator at, determines where you're going to see the sun at. Okay? So it works if that's your standard. But that's not your problem, and that's why I brought it up and harped on it. It's because you don't actually want something that works. That's not what you want. You want a just so fucking story so you can sleep better at night.
Yeah, I think it's fair
something
to
that makes
say
you
I'm
feel
quite
better
lazy.
and something that you can think about easily, so that you can get over it and then move on and think about something else. You know,
I fully acknowledge that it might be something, you know, that I can't even think about. Like it could be like some weird Pac-Man.
Okay, then why do we need to explain something that you yourself would agree it doesn't matter because you wouldn't even know anyway? Why would we need to have an explanation for it? Huh?
Because to me, I think of it from a globe perspective, and I go, okay, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, but you don't know that for sure. You don't know that for sure because that globe doesn't exist.
Andy, lots of things make sense that aren't true.
Yeah, that's true.
Peter Parker got bit by a fucking spider and turned into Spider-Man. That makes sense, but it's not true.
get it. So kind of making sense versus actually making sense. Okay.
Great. So you've got some idea of why I can see the sun and they get to see it for 24 hours on the south. I'd love to hear.
You have no idea what the sun is, dude. You don't know what it is, where it is, what medium it's in, what it's made out of, how it works, how the sky works at all. But you've got all of this flat water that you can go and test, right? Learn about optics, dive deep into that, right? That's much better evidence than just making up shit about the sky.
Yeah, I've never measured the ground. I mean, that would be definitive. But I think it's quite difficult to put a 3-mile straight edge on the water, for instance, and see if there's deviation underneath it, right? It's easier said than done.
Look, you have all of these amazing observations that have been done, which you probably haven't even seen, the majority of them. Okay, and with like Walter Bislin's begging the question refraction calculator, you basically have to slide it up to the flat setting, where you have a K factor of 0.99, right, to have no obstruction. So you have to set the refraction to flat Earth, basically, for every single observation that I've put through that calculator, right, every decent observation. It's not possible for your bending light, right, to just flatten out your globe. In all of these observations in different weather conditions, during the day, then during the night, and then in a different place, and then at a lake, and then at the ocean, and then we go to a different country, and repeat, flat, flat, flat.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, strange things happen when you're squinting at the horizon. I'm sure you'd agree with that, right?
There's nothing strange happening. Like, look, for example, the Great Salt Lake observation. Think about this one. Okay, Great Salt Lake observation, 21 miles, 33 kilometers across the lake on a completely calm, still day with amazing visibility. No obvious miraging effects, and there is no horizon to worry about over the entire 21-mile distance. The horizon should be at 2.7 miles for that observation. And he does it during the day, and then he does it again during the night, and everything's exactly the same. You see the shoreline 21 miles away, right? There's no miraging. It's super clear. It's not possible to be explained on a globe.
I mean, there is a globe explanation for it, though, isn't there?
No, there isn't a globe explanation for it. There's people that think they have an explanation because they have a lack of understanding on the limitations of their claim. That's all.
Well, I certainly have a limitation when it comes to optics, but still.
Okay, Andy, let me ask you, Andy, is there any observation of a flat Earth that you could make, like, say, at the beach or the ocean, that cannot be explained away by refraction? Is there any distance? 100 miles, 1,000 miles, like, what distance can you go, oh, shit, refraction can't do that? What distance would that be?
I don't know. I mean, I've heard the ridiculous claims of
unfalsifiable nonsense. Unfalsifiable, non-scientific, pseudoscientific nonsense. You know that claims or theories that aren't falsifiable by experiment are by definition pseudoscience. So if you are saying I can't make an observation that would falsify the globe because I have some ad hoc hypothesis that can quote unquote correct the globe to make it look like not a globe, then that's pseudoscience. That's why I told you the evidence for globe refraction is a flat Earth.
I mean, light does bend, though, right?
In certain conditions, correct.
Yeah, so if I just think of a bonfire and looking over a bonfire or something like that, I can see it with my own eyes. Very
Yeah,
simply.
the ground ain't on fire. See, the very fact you have to use an extreme, special case example shows that it's not happening in the general case. I don't know why you guys don't understand that. You guys will mention these extreme situations and say, hey, this is happening in the general case. You heard DJ say there's hundreds of these observations. That would make it the general case. That means it's happening all the time. But for you theoretically to say that, hey, it could happen, you have to make some extreme example. 20 fucking degree and 1 inch temperature gradients and shit that doesn't exist in reality, except under man-made concocted conditions. We're talking about existing in nature. The conditions required to make refraction exist in nature don't actually exist in nature.
Yeah, I'm just making a very simple point.
How do you have a fucking 3 degree temperature gradient and 1 meter on a frozen lake?
Yeah, you shouldn't have that, I don't think.
Well, we have observations on frozen lakes of lights in a row on the horizon. All of them should be under the horizon at 5 miles, 6 miles, 7 miles, 8 miles, all at the same time, a simultaneous observation on a frozen lake in the dead of winter. There is no gradient. The ice and the air are the same temperature.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely compelling. It's interesting, but there's a gradient in the atmosphere, right?
Yeah, it's small. It's really small. It's so small, you realize that refraction in air, like the changes of the refractive index in air, take place in the 5th decimal place. So that means the difference between 1 degree of air in one versus the other is in the 5th decimal place. It's like 1.00000024 versus 1.00000026. Right? So the difference is so small that it's probably not even measurable. And we have the empirical evidence from academia trying to quantify what the refraction is, and none of it matches what you guys need. It's not even close. You guys can't make any predictions with their models at all. It's an ad hoc hypothesis. It's, hey, Earth is a globe. Fucking Earth looks flat. There must be this globe refraction happening. It didn't happen because of theory. It didn't happen like, oh, we calculated this temperature gradient, this gradient of the air. We should be seeing this refraction. It didn't happen like that. That they created some model of refraction and then went out and tested it and made observations, and those observations aligned with the model. That's not how they did it. They did, oh, Earth looks flat. Fuck, dude. There must be some curving air making the globe look flat. Totally non-scientific, total nonsense. what drives me up the wall about people like you, Andy? I'm going to be honest. Well, I'm not always honest, but let's tell you. Is that you come in here into this forum and try to make so-called technical scientific arguments, but you don't know any details. You just know the general claim that some globe earther would make. When we try to refute it, you claim, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a physicist, I don't know anything. We got to listen to you fucking parrot and puke up from some idiot that couldn't come in here and defend it themselves.
I mean, to be fair,
the people you're parroting can't defend it or the claim, and you don't know anything by your own admission. What fucking chance do you have?
I've been quite honest about myself in the fact that I got kicked out of school.
Then why are you parroting people's claims when you were here, dude? You know us. Like, why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah, like I said, I'm just investigating, and like every time I see something that's compelling,
but you're not believe. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Use a word like investigate when you're playing a game.
2 years ago, you know the same thing you know now.
Yeah, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm not interested in the clubs.
What did you investigate in the last 2 years, Andy? I'm looking right now. Remember, since 2021, what have you investigated in 4 years?
I've just been listening to the conversations, the claims.
What have you investigated in 4 years?
Well,
I want to know.
I mean, it's lots of things. Why things fall to Earth? What the relative motion.
You mean to say the truth, but you don't want to say that it's not.
You what?
No, this is the thing these guys do, right? Another guy did the other day too. AB frickin' jumped all over him. That the globe has a claim. A globe has an explanation for those. He asked him. He said, "Hey, you've been in this topic for a little while now. Why are you still like this?" He said, "Well, I do find the long distance observations, but the globe Earth have a counterclaim about refraction." Okay, we go. Okay, so what's refraction? Oh, I don't really know. So the guy hasn't even evaluated whether that claim is plausible, even in the remotest degree. And Andy, you're in the same situation. You have not investigated whether that claim is even plausible. But you are 4 years in, saying you're just trying to find the truth. Well, you're taking the longest fucking road to the truth humanly possible.
Actually, it's a lot more than that. India, it's probably nearly 10 now. So, yeah.
Why laugh?
Well, dude, you're taking the scenic route.
Though. Damn.
Yeah, so like I said, I've looked at all the claims, I've listened to the conversations, and at this point, maybe it's laziness on my part, but I was like, yeah. I mean, I was thinking, as I've mentioned before, so forgive me if you've heard it before, but I was thinking about the Channel Tunnel, and I just thought, wow, this is quite a feat of engineering, and a conservative estimate of how many engineers from the UK and from France had to make this fucking thing. This huge tunnel underneath the sea, basically. It's like 30 miles long. Because the curve wouldn't just stop at the surface. It'd stop on, right? They have to measure it underneath too, because they met in the middle, right? And I'm thinking, well, say there's 10,000 engineers on this project. I can't believe that they all just went, well, we didn't measure the curve, but we just went home and slept fine, right? We didn't mention it to anybody. That's ridiculous.
Why would they need to think about the curb in a tunnel?
Because they met in the middle.
Yeah, so what? They're underground.
Yeah, but the curve doesn't stop at the surface.
Yeah, but the tunnel doesn't have to be curved. It can just be straight, right?
But they
why do they have to go along with the why do they have to go along with the surface profile?
I would have thought that it would have to take an Earth's curvature into account to meet in the middle, no?
No.
No?
Well, if you had a ball, right? You can take a freaking toothpick and stick it through the ball and out the other side, right? And that's straight.
It's like 30 miles, Indio.
Yeah, the Saginaw in 30 miles is like 14 feet. The deflection of the vertical would be something like a quarter of a degree or something. That means the tilt of the plumb would be like a quarter of a degree, indetectable. Especially when you're driving, or it's a train tunnel, right? So you definitely never know on a train.
Well, like I said, it's not one thing, it's many different things, and that's one of them where I was like, yeah, there's no way they didn't measure that curve, there's no way.
Yeah, they didn't measure it. So he just told
Andy, you don't know how, you have no idea how they built it. You have no idea what the engineering drawings are. You've just made up in your head, literally, that they had to do some curvature calculations, and if somehow they couldn't have executed the engineering of the tunnel unless they did that. That's just shit you made up in your head. They didn't say that.
Yeah, that's true. I'd agree with you on that.
I mean, Andy, don't you think maybe you're like going into like severe religitard right now? Well, serious, dude. Look, if you just start filling in the blanks because you think the Earth is a globe, that says it all. You're like playing Mad Libs with yourself. Oh, here's a blank spot. Oh, that's where globe goes. Oh, here's another blank spot in the sentence. Put a globe there.
I mean, this is why I said, like, I'm open to hearing some kind of explanation for this phenomenon in the South, and I'm yet to hear it. And I've seen a few people put things forward, but
I'm sorry, but I just thought
Andy,
next time I find a Mad Lib stick, I'm going to do that.
We could explain it. We don't care. You understand, Andy? We don't care that you are obsessed with it. We don't care.
He's just gonna gloss right over it and go like, nah.
No matter what we did, we could come up with the most, even in your own mind, the most plausible, have a model, all sorts of shit, explanation, and we'd still be where we are now. Nowhere. Because it would always be an inductive inference that can't prove anything. Why would we waste our time fucking an effort on things that don't prove anything? To just make us feel better that we have some sort of fucking explanation that feels it's only for like your own mental self-edification. There's feelings, exactly. There's no purpose to it. Other than making us feel better, our emotional state better.
That's a good thing, Indio, by the way. That's a very important thing, I would say.
You got to feel good.
For your sanity, yes.
Go see a therapist.
Listen, if I took you, blindfolded you and put you in a thing, the first thing you'd be like, right, let's try and figure out where we are. That's basically what we do, right?
What does that have to do with the topic that you're discussing about an explanation? Are you with the blindfold gonna start being like, well, I think I'm in a cage. Wait a minute, I think I'm in a panic room. No, I think we're in a mall. No, wait a minute, I think I'm in your mom's basement. Like, what difference does that make, bro? Like, what explanations are not gonna solve anything? It's when you take off your blinders, you can see. Then you're gonna be like, oh yeah. We're in a room together.
I mean, it's kind of a metaphor for like what you've been doing, right? You keep thinking, but you never actually find any proof or any conclusions that we can actually question or, challenge.
Yeah, because you're looking in the wrong direction.
And you've been on this for years, bro, and you haven't let it go. It just shows what this actually means to you, like this particular part of the argument.
Yeah, I think it's a powerful observation.
Of you, yes.
Well, your denial of it means nothing to me.
I'm not denying it, dude. Like,
what denial? See, Andy,
great.
When you say things like that, now I just think you're a fucking troll. Okay?
Well, great. Let's hear it. What
did we deny? What did we deny? What did we deny?
So there is a 24-hour sun in...
What did we deny, motherfucker?
More questions with questions. It's like
admit we didn't deny anything.
Right. So we have a 24-hour sun in the South, right?
You're about to go on mute, Andy. Okay? What did we deny? Nothing. We didn't deny a fucking thing. Cut that fucking game plan out, dude. St. fucking Geo server, dude.
Okay. Well,
We don't do the propaganda rhetoric bullshit here.
Well, let me explain to you why.
You talk honestly or fucking don't talk.
Fine. Let me explain to you why. Yeah. Because when over at Geos, they're obviously a lot more liberal about who comes into that server. And so some people deny the fact that it even happened. They say that it's all fake.
Yeah, but that's great for those guys, Andy. We're not those guys. You're over here now.
So you acknowledge that it is a thing. It is a phenomenon,
You can't
right?
stop using the straw man argument on everyone in the VC, can you?
Oh, dude. Like, it's... All right, so we're not denying the fact that that phenomena occurs, but if it does occur, what significance does it have to the conversation?
Well, the sun is going in the opposite direction, and it doesn't
What do you
set
mean opposite, bro? Opposite to what?
to what it normally does.
What is that?
I guess I'm just used to not knowing what's going on when he talks.
It's also upside down.
Okay. Like, what's right side up? Like, you're not making any sense, dude. Like, there's no sense of, like, you didn't give us a foundation to work with. You're like, well, it's upside down and right side up and inside out and outside in. Like, we're like, okay, to what? There's no foundation.
The sunspots. The sunspots show it's upside down.
Sunspots. Okay. And what is sunspots going to help us determine, Andy? What is the position of the sunspot? What is it going to help us determine?
This is why I'm saying to you why I said it's upside down. It appears
I know. Well, what are the sunspots going to help us determine? What information, when we see sunspots upside down or right side up or whatever, like, what is it going to help us learn more? What are we going to find out? Oh, yeah, the sunspot is now in a different location. Now what?
No, well, it requires more investigation, doesn't it?
Into what? Into what, bro? You're like on a road to nowhere, bro.
I'm getting dumber trying to figure it out. What are you trying to say?
No, bro. Like, just.
So the moon as well, right? The moon's upside down.
We're now at the moon being upside down, bro. We didn't even figure out what you thought the sun spots were doing upside down and what they determine. The sunspots don't determine anything according to you. You're just like talking about it. And then now we're talking about the moon being upside down and right side up and all that. And then what relevance does that have to do with anything that we're talking about with the Earth?
I think I'm getting childhood trauma from this.
Andy, I don't know why you can't make a coherent fucking argument.
So again, there's this phenomenon that exists, apparently, allegedly. Never seen it myself. Thousands of people have seen it.
And
how can I see it in the north as well?
Yeah, see what?
The sun.
Yeah, you see the sun? Good for you. I'm glad billions of people can also see it as well. Now
we want to know. We want to know how it proves the Earth is flat or globe. That's all we want to know.
Well, as we already discussed, I can't put it into a logical syllogism for you.
Okay, then that means there's no logic to it then.
So it can't prove the Earth is flat or globe.
There you go. You know, your campaign for as many years as you've been doing this you should lay your sword down right here. Okay, that's enough, boys. Let's call it quits. I wasn't able to form a logical, coherent argument, and I've just proved it to myself within the conversation of Indio and AV and all these guys. So I'll stop right here. No, you're going to continue with your smut, aren't you?
That would make it meaningless.
Why don't you just say the truth, Andy? Like, I don't know what the problem is, because you're a propagandist. And the truth of the matter is really this simple. The 24-hour sun, you understand it. So it makes you feel better. You know it doesn't prove the Earth is a globe, but you think in your mind that it's likely a globe because of that observation, but you don't know it to be. Okay, congratulations. Good for you. Have a nice day. We're not on your shit. We're looking for proof, okay? Rock solid, 100% proof, not likelihoods, not shit that makes us feel better, not explanations, we want proof. How do you know the Earth is a globe?
Based on the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, shit, based on anything at this point. You can't use the sun, right, to prove anything about the Earth at all.
Isn't nothing new, Andy. We've been having people clam up when it gets to this point. Usually that's what happens. Because they run out of their rhetoric. They run out of their gimmick. They can't go any farther. This is where the buck stops right here.
And the funny thing is you said you want to know where you are, and then you're like, look at the sun. How the fuck does that tell you where you are?
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. Yeah, what are you going to say, Smoke?
Okay, you close your mind when we're trying to open your mind to, okay, but you act like your mind's open while it's closed before. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty. I think the Antarctica thing's been pretty great. It's like a litmus test. Like, thanks, guys, for spending all that money to do that. Yeah, it's been like a great gift.
Greatest thing that ever happened to us. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you know, the funny thing is that so-called, right, flat earthers that went over there, if they were trying to prove that the Earth is flat by watching a 24-hour sun, then they're in the wrong. Now, the globers, vice versa, right? If they're trying to prove the Earth is a globe by seeing a 24-hour sun, then they're in the wrong. So whoever takes on the argument, they're in the wrong because that has nothing to do with the ground. Absolutely zero. Yeah?
To be fair, Whitsitt said, I'm going to go there just because I want to go, but I know it's not going to prove anything. He said that before he ever did it.
Yeah. Whitsitt's been pretty consistent. He's took a lot of shit for it, of course. But I mean, I credit him for the fact that at least he actually did something, which is more. I wouldn't go to Antarctica.
Did something is the key phrase. What did he do? What did he do, Andy? What did he do?
He went and
had to put up with fucking MC Tune. He had to put up with Will Duffy. That was the toughest challenge.
That could have been easy. Yeah, I agree.
All right. But what specifically contribution to the argument did he do? Because that's exactly what you're saying. You're framing it in a way like he did something. In other words, he had a contribution to the discussion. Okay. Yeah. In what way?
Well, we weren't sure before if it was actually a real phenomena, right? We've seen videos and
I don't know. You keep saying right. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you just answer questions so I can follow it?
We were curious about why they faked them all. So the 5 videos of the Antarctica 24-hour sun, they're all fakes. There's no doubt about it.
I would agree.
Those are all fakes.
Yeah.
Well, why would they do that?
So what do you think? Yeah, hold on a second. You're saying that now that people went over there and went to go check, now it's true? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'd say it's more likely true, yeah.
So we're no better than we were from the very beginning, are we?
If you are saying, well, you haven't seen it yourself, then it
doesn't matter if I've seen it or not. It's like you saying, okay, well, now I have a video of some people actually there. Okay, congratulations. You now have something else to believe in. Yeah? You didn't go. It's not a first-hand perspective. It's you saying that I saw a video and some other people went that were saying that it doesn't happen. And now that they've seen it happen, I believe it had happened. That's basically what you're saying. So he took some skeptics to Antarctica to prove if the sun was actually moving around for 24 hours, and they proved them wrong, that it doesn't just, go into the horizon. It's actually up there for 24 hours. So what? You're just still seeing a video of it. You're not you. It's not you there. So you're still just believing that the sun's up there for 24 hours. You can listen, it's not a far-fetched, understanding. Yeah, so what if the sun is up for 24 hours? But you're still just believing what they're saying. And I'm not saying that they didn't see it. I'm just saying you're still believing. So until you can confirm, you can verify that it's actually doing that, then it's still just a belief. Sorry. That's all it ever is, right? So if somebody proposes something to you, right, there's a specific flower in Japan, and, you're just like, nah, I don't believe that. And they show you a video of it, and, they're messing around with it. You could still have your doubts and say, well, I don't know, maybe this is just something AI or whatever, until you go and confirm that it's an actual flower that they were talking about and examine it for yourself. You won't know. You'll just believe.
Yeah, that's I mean, this is where the critique. The thing with me is, I think, for instance, moon landings, right? And I'm not trying to change the topic. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know, but
there's a couple of dozen
you
people
and switching topics. Yeah, I know.
Guy, just mute yourself. Just mute yourself. The thing is, there's 20. Like, what is it? Like, I don't know. There's 24 people or something. There's a few dozen people, a couple of dozen that think they've been to them. That say allegedly they've been to the moon. I don't know, and I still hold that position because I don't know. But when it's thousands upon thousands, then I change. I go, that means something to me. Like they've had a marathon. They've had a marathon in this same place in Antarctica since 1995. Many people have seen this phenomena. So then I go, okay, it's probably real.
Yeah. So what? You didn't verify it. Still, you're still based on another form of belief. It's consensus. It's still
so it's just like belief times 1,000.
Yeah, that's it.
Like how many? You can add as many people as you want. Like
it's still belief.
Because of all these sheep,
of course, but
it's gotta be true.
Yes, I've never been to China. Does that mean China doesn't exist?
No, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means you believe it exists. There's a difference.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So then you can go and verify that people in China are actually there and geographic location of China is actually real. You can verify that. It's not like beyond the boundary of you finding out. So the same thing goes for Antarctica. It's supposedly a logistical place you can travel to. Well, check it out. You can go there and find out for yourself. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. But until then, you're just believing that what they saw is what it is. And they can show you videos. They can do anything they want. It's the same thing for the people who say, yeah, I walked on the moon. Here's my video. Check it out. I've contributed to humanity, like the space exploration. And you can believe that too if you like. But you can't verify it. Until you do, it's just a belief. And that's what we're saying. So they didn't contribute anything more than just make you believe a little bit better than you did before. That's it.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I know. And we're not based on that in here. We're putting things to the test. So what if they saw that? That's fine. I'm not saying that it didn't happen, or if it did. All I'm saying is that it's in the realm of possibility, because it's something that the sun does in the north. So if it does it in the south, that's fine. So what? They didn't contribute anything more than give you a belief system. Until you confirm it, then you can say, okay, it's not belief anymore. I know I'm looking at the thing go around 24 hours.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's holding people accountable for the things that they say and giving you a method in which can be reproduced, which means that they're now confirming that this thing that they're witnessing can be witnessed by you. So if you were to go over there and you don't see it, then you can call them frauds or liars or whatever. That's the thing. It's giving you a pathway to understand whether or not people are being held up to account. So that when you go and test and verify, because they've given you the method and what to do, they said, go to Union Glacier. I think it's the name of the place. Go to Union Glacier, hang out there. You'll see the sun 24 hours, when it's, wintertime over here in the north and summer over there. So what? You go and find out that the sun actually moves about the sky for 24 hours. And then what? What else are they doing? There's no contribution to the flat or globe argument. There isn't. There just really isn't. There was a whole map explanation about the azimuthal equidistant projection map that they were trying to say is not the case. But in all reality, it's actually the globe. The AE map is a projection of the globe, dude. I don't know if you knew that or not, but it is. So they were arguing against the globe.
Well, as you know, I came through the sort of Nathan Oakley ranks of things. So, I mean, you'll probably recall that he talked about a plumber that was there for 9 months or something like that, who said he never saw it.
He didn't talk about it. The plumber himself talked about it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I watched the interview.
Yeah, but whether or not that was the case, and it gave people to be more skeptical about it either way, but it still never is going to give somebody the validation unless someone actually goes there and verifies it for themselves. And then, let's just say it this way, right? Let's say the plumber had his position and then, some other people said, no, I seen it. What settles the argument is you taking your ass over there and going seeing it for yourself. Then that's you're true. Like, okay, now I know that I can't,
I completely agree, Miggy. I completely agree.
So
that's the point that we're making,
the point is, you asked me about what did it bring to the table? Well, we weren't sure about this phenomenon, and this confirmed it to me.
No, it didn't, dude. You still don't know. You believe.
Yeah, I don't know 100%.
That's right. It's not.
Yeah.
You can't even use the word no. So all it did was it moved the needle a little bit further in your belief system. It didn't move it in the nose. Didn't move the needle. Yeah.
Yep.
You instead of just kindly, vaguely believing, you really strongly believe now. That's fine. It's still belief.
Yeah, dude. Imagine you have a little belief meter, and your belief meter went up a little bit. Who cares?
It's like somebody saying, "Oh, we think Santa Claus existed," but then some other person went. I went to the North Pole, and I have video right now that shows that there's a jolly red guy in a red suit is working there with elves. He shows it, and it looks. You see things, and you'll be like, "Oh shit, we got video of this!" Like, so you would strongly believe, but you don't really know. He could have faked the shit, just like. And I'm not gonna say they did, but they could have, right? Faked the whole ordeal of going to Antarctica. You wouldn't know until you freaking go there.
A lot of people are claiming that. Yeah,
I know. Like the studio.
No, there's a group of people claiming that. A lot of people.
And
you're over in Geos, and over Geos, they just freaking don't fucking say anything over there.
Yeah, but see, they stand on that though. I don't. I wouldn't stand on anything because, unless I can verify it, I wouldn't know. Shoot, how would Sound Studio? Yeah, that's one explanation of how it can be, faked or whatever. But for me to come out and say, "Yeah, that's exactly what happened," I would have to know, wouldn't I? They would have to know, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
I mean, hold them to the same standard.
Yeah, I like that point of view. I've often said that if I ever have kids, I'd like to. I'd like to say that I'd say to them, look, some people claim they've been to that thing. What's that up there? That thing, that white thing. Some people claim they've been to it. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. I don't see a problem with that point of view. If you didn't confirm it for yourself.
Andy, think of it like this: you got two containers. One container is the things container. And then there's your belief container. Your belief container is exponentially larger than your no container. Okay? You shouldn't be trying to make your belief container bigger. You should be trying to make your no container bigger. Okay? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to say what we can actually know, not believe. We can believe lots of fucking shit.
Yeah, that's good.
Talk about beliefs all day. Talk about beliefs for centuries, for generations, right? The true facts will never change throughout all of those.
That's true. The truth is in there somewhere.
Agreed. So the contribution part, I just don't see it. They just added more to what somebody can believe. That's all they've done. They've contributed to your belief system.
Well, it's funny, I remember at the time, because we were all sort of over at Geos, they actually came into the server and we sort of live streamed the whole thing, and it was fun to sort of follow them along with it. And I remember at the time thinking, why don't they just fly under this alleged globe, right? that would at least prove it to them, right? Whichever landmass they came upon, that would at least prove it to them. But,
What I want to know is why Jeranism smashed Witset's camera.
What? When did he do that?
Apparently, Witset brought an infrared camera, and Jaren, quote unquote, knocked it over and broke it.
By accident, yeah?
Accidentally on purpose.
Oh, Jared's so good at breaking things. Amazing. Must be a real klutz.
Yeah, that's right. He broke his own laser, broke Witset's camera. What else did he break?
Well, I think you can probably resolve that if you have that sit-down dinner for $249 American, and then you guys will kind of hash it all out.
Is that the Mount Meru, or is that the True Earthers?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely something not right about that whole TFE thing. The Duffy guy, there's something very weird about that dude. I don't care what anybody's.
Well, he said it was okay to lie. You know that, right?
I know.
Oh, he said it's not in the Bible. He was pointing out that it says it nowhere here in the scripture.
And Jaren, I remember back in 2017 when he started banging on about. I mean, he's obviously sponsored, so he's all about cryptocurrency. I was like, No, I just stopped watching him after that because
I wouldn't buy a cup of water from that guy.
There's a lot of people over at Geos that are advocating for cryptocurrency like it's going to be the savior, and I'm like, how the fuck can you not see this is exactly the same as fiat? It's worse than fiat. At least with fiat, I can wipe my ass with it. Right? It's like this is another Ponzi scheme, but it's the savior. Apparently, it's going to cut out the middleman and save us all.
Yeah, don't worry. You'll be under the digital ID system, so you don't have to worry about any of that.
Oh, I know.
You could opt out, Andy.
Well, I'm moving to America. It's the last hope.
Yikes!
Only for only for a couple years before it actually hits her. We only got probably till Trump's presidency, and then everybody's gonna. I don't even know if he's gonna make it through his presidency, man. To be honest.
You know, you guys committed regicide in the UK. It's always an option.
Regicide. That's a new one on me. I like that.
Oh, that's what they call Charles III? Oliver Cromwell?
Regicide. I've heard it before, and that's what's crazier. Go down.
Even though that I have to say that the king was right when he gave his defense and said no one here has any lawful authority to try me, except for all his subjects, and they actually didn't. So, but whatever.
You got the hoodie on, Neil, already? Is it that cold?
I'm in a house coat right now.
Damn.
Oh, is it monogrammed?
It's purple.
You got slippers in your smoking pipe?
I do have slippers, actually, and I'm about to get up that high, so you're pretty close.
Gonna lay back in your leather chair and read Edgar Allan Poe?
I don't read.
Did you sign up over fences for that? Look what she posted on the.
Over fences is cooking CB last night.
Yeah, that was pretty great. Yeah, definite win by Over Fences.
Nah, definite L.
Yeah, you took an L too, bro. You were with CB. You're in the same L camp.
I've been listening this whole time. That is the biggest lie.
Yeah, come on. Why don't you catch
that was rage bait. That was rage bait.
Yeah, it totally was. It totally worked.
I heard a rumor that Over Fences was cooking. Is that true, Over Fences?
It's not. It's not true. He bailed out,
bait.
bro.
That's what you were doing last night. It was all rage bait to get attention.
Yeah, facts.
Oh man,
it works.
I think she's trying to say something.
Oh, I'm just trying to stay on topic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
You've had enough of that shit.
Yeah, that Jaron thing was like $250.
Would you sit down with him for that and just have a chat?
He'd have to. Not if he paid me.
He gives relationship advice, by the way.
She ain't a gold digger.
That's part of the thing he does. He's like, I'll make you a better man. Or what was his slogan?
Oh, I have to look at it. Yeah, he says, and do it for her.
Do it for her.
Yeah.
Why else would you do it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn, what a simp. Do it for yourself, bro. You gotta be your own boss.
It's the right her. Doing it for her is doing it for yourself, man.
Yeah, but you gotta do it for you first.
It says that in there. Yeah,
here we go.
Yeah, you know, in an optimal relationship, that there is no her and you. It's supposed to be one, same thing, same interests, same goals, all that shit. That's how it should work. If you're like, I'm for me, she's for her, then you've already failed.
Nah, bro. You're coming at it as like, are you coming at it as the 50-50 agreement?
He's right.
Or
That's
is it
how
like
my
a
family is.
fucking
It's just
old
horrible.
dude with experience of life?
Yeah. Well, I think we discovered the problem with Neil's purple house coat.
What is it?
It just may be why he's not meeting the ladies.
I like the image. I like the image of him in the dark purple.
That's real funny because this house coat has got me laid more times than I can freaking think of.
Yeah.
Bro, every time a chick comes over, I put on the house coat and
the cornholio house coat.
I'm not gonna say there's
and then they take out the pepper spray.
He's beating them down with a stick. I get you, man. All right, I'll see you, player.
Is it like a dark purple velvet type thing, or what are we talking about?
It is.
Like a pimp house coat?
Pimp house.
It is. Got a couple holes in it too. Freaking game smoking.
Yeah, chicks dig that poor boy look. Yeah.
I mean, I am wearing $600 pants right now, so I mean, I ain't that.
You are. Where's CB at, dude? He's the cultural development department.
I didn't know actually have to cost $600.
Can you co-sign for what Neil's saying?
I'm wearing designer.
Everything.
I got Canada Goose on my freaking legs. What you know about that? Exactly. So I'm gonna need all you females to come to FU for a little misogyny meeting we're gonna have. So be prepared. Bring your A game.
Yeah.
Gosh, I'm gonna bring.
You're gonna need your A game and because you're gonna get
chamomile
roasted.
Oh, CB talking big. He thinks he's gonna win this round.
I can play one clip and it's over.
Oh right, well, one clip. That's right. Yeah.
One clip, 1 2-minute clip, and it's hooked.
I don't know. I think you just gotta let them talk, and then they just dig their own hole. So.
Ooh, you know what? I mean, I don't know.
It's kind of like Glover, right? But I don't know, CV. You've been pulling a little bit of Glover shit in the midst too. So I mean, come with your A game too.
Switch.
Just lowering your power level.
Like playing possum in boxing.
Nobody's your friend anymore in this game, huh?
Oh, you're not showing them your true form, CB? Is that it?
I don't know what that means.
Your true form, man. You got to go Super Saiyan on this.
Oh yeah, exactly. I'm just like chilling in my base level, but I'm gonna go full power.
You need to go full power for these bitches? Come on, man.
No, I don't even need to do that. I could just go, base level.
These bitches. You fucking virgins.
no offense, friends. It's just the vocabulary.
A brain rot.
I agree. I don't call bitches unless they're actually bitches, and y'all females are not bitches at the moment. So I retract my statement.
I'm saying is bitches ain't nothing but tricks and hoes.
Hoes and tricks.
Anyway, that was really bad, dude. Andy, what the hell happened to that guy, man? He was like a silver.
Yeah, he was a silver. He snuck in. He snuck in he was wearing different hats. Everybody knew it. But
that roll off from last time he was in here.
We got along pretty well, but I mean, for the most part, he's not like a total dick, but he's stuck in his ways. Yeah.
Hey, what color or like what is 2 + 2? Well, you see, back in the day,
why do you think that
there was a time that? Yeah.
Why do you think they're different? What do you?
It's like, can you answer the question? Well, there was a time back in 1955 that I
ancient Egyptians thought this color meant this, so.
Yeah, so I eat with a dinner napkin, and usually I don't like to have. It's like, bro, you're way off the reservation, bro. Not even in the same ballpark of the conversation. Like he does it
word for word.
I get my steak medium rare.
He was like, you're like, so what do the sunspots tell us? Well, you see, the moon. It's like,
That's what they get away with in the Misfit Toys land. They're like, interesting. Go say more.
That's your new mic, CB. It sounds good.
Sounds good. Okay.
Yes.
No, it's not
That's the new one. Oh, it's not the
No, it's
new.
It sounds awesome.
Oh, Neil doesn't like it.
I think it's just my. I think you're just liking the voice there.
Oh, did you get the mic already?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
He had it last night. Yeah, he showed it to us. He demonstrated last night.
Did you optimize it? Did you get Banana Meter?
No, not yet. I didn't have. Sorry, I only had a couple minutes to play with it. Pause before I had to go.
Yeah, using Banana Meter, it like puts some deeper tones to your voice. So I think it usually amplifies it.
All right, I'll just check in with. I'll do the Banana Meter and then check in with OnlyFanses and Dandelion. See how it sounds.
Color OnlyFans.
Over.
No, wait. What is it? OnlyFans?
Oh my gosh!
Only.
You're gonna pretend you did that by accident. You are such a rage baiter. That's what you win at. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, we don't believe you're retarded.
The jig is up.
Yeah, CB, you missed the best. That was probably my top 3 fight cards of all time last night.
I watched the main event. I actually sat down and when it went live. Perfect timing.
That's sick. Yeah, he was just a monster, bro. He just came out pissed.
Good. I don't like them off skis and obs and navs and freaking Nurmagomedovs. All those guys can get up out of here.
Oh yeah, be quiet, man. AI's here.
Well,
you want to hear my
yeah. So
want to hear my conspiracy?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think that the UFC killed John Jones's brother because John Jones wouldn't fight.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Damn,
and then what's his name? Pereira was going to call out Jones at the end of the thing, but then he just had a moment of silence for his brother and then walked off.
Damn, I mean that is the call out, right?
Exactly. It's kind of
is Stem also new to the group? I've seen him posting in there, but he only has VC verified.
Stem, you're up. Stem, you are up. Step right up. Stem right up. Stem right up.
But, no, I have seen him here before. I haven't heard him talk. His name is Obedient Timothy.
Do what you're told, yeah.
Oh yeah, I think we've heard him talk as Obedient Timothy. I think we have, right?
Was he?
I don't know. I feel like I have. Yeah, I don't remember
You feel like
details.
Okay, Andy's on deafened again. We can stop talking shit about him again.
Yeah, I'll say it to my face. But being a lowly woman, my opinion wouldn't matter. So I might as well save my breath.
You know, Bong Sao's been in here a couple days now.
Don't get him started, bro.
Yeah,
he's gonna talk about the Kabbalah.
He has his bee in his bonnet, dude, about the Kabbalah. Like that's a nonstop, dude. He's been.
You see.
Yeah, the Bong Sao fan club, it's going to meet right after Andy holds the Geo fan club meeting. We'll do that down in the chill chat. Yeah.
Well, show up.
Yeah.
There's a Geo fan club? What?
Yeah, Andy's the president. Haven't you heard him talk telling us how much he loves Geo for all his wonderful speculation. That's what he's been saying all morning.
Yeah, I like Geo. He's cool.
You like him as a human being?
Yeah, he seems all right.
All right. Meet me in my private chambers, and I'll tell you some things. I'll change your mind.
Is this the one where he said he wouldn't defend himself if a burglar broke in or something like this?
No. Not even close, dude.
Wait, what's that?
Yeah, the main thing. Yeah, he did. But the main thing is, the reason I brought it up is just because, maybe I was being too subtle. But you were. I think it was Indio who mentioned that you might not want to just allow yourself to go whatever way the wind blows. And this person says that it sounds good. The other person says that it sounds good. There's some scientists somewhere that have some proof of the globe. I don't understand it, but I'm sure it's good. You might want to consider actually investigating it for yourself, even like taking a sabbatical, Andy, and just don't listen to anyone's opinion. Just do some research on your own. Have you ever tried doing that, or doing your own observations? Andy, have you ever done that?
Well,
start with dropping a water bottle so you can tell me what happens.
I think the water stays at the bottom, doesn't it?
No, he's gonna have to call his. He's got the phone. His PhD, his local PhD.
You're gonna have to phone a friend on that one, bro.
Did he already use his phone a friend, or does he still have that one? He asked the audience. For sure, he's done ask the audience already. I mean, really, AV asked the audience for him, but that's what the host does. Yeah, no one in the audience spoke up when AV asked, is anyone in here worried about the Antarctic expedition? And the audience said no. So 0% of the people in here care. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't talking about those guys. I meant the other guys in the other server. I'm like, bro, just you know where you are, right?
Yeah, so that's why I said, that the Antarctic expedition was a great bonus for Flat Earth. We've been reaping the benefits nonstop. It's a litmus test. Because before that, people would speculate a lot about 24 hours on this, 24 hours on that. And, now it's kind of the people who care about that, who keep bringing that up, who refuse to look at the ground, are clearly looking in the wrong direction, and we can just keep focusing on the debunked geometry of a sphere that's been disproven and shown to be false many times over. And we'll just keep looking at the ground. The people who keep wanting to look at the sky, it's kind of oh, well, maybe the whole time those people weren't serious about flat Earth. Maybe the whole time those people who wanted to keep creating more and more models. Yeah, that's right. Obviously, exposed a lot of tender clowns for sure.
They'll only accept the Earth being flat if the reason why the Earth is flat is the sky.
Sounds logical.
Yeah, that's what they do in the Flat Earth Society forums, just so you guys know, because somebody mentioned that earlier, the Flat Earth Society, which is clearly a limited hangout controlled opposition organization. That's what they do over there. So it's interesting to see that there's now, areas in Discord Flat Earth where they're doing the same thing. So someone said, oh, maybe the Flat Earth Society isn't doing stuff anymore. Maybe it's just because they've been exposed. They just have to do it, under different names, But it's the same thing. That's what they've always done there. They argue about models of the flat Earth, and they propose different ones. Not everyone goes for their original false model, the disk accelerating upward 9.8 meters per second squared. The other ones argue, and they present other flat Earth models, and then they argue about them. Yep, that's what they do. They don't spend a lot of time debunking the globe geometry, so that's what we do here, because that's the most effective argument, and that's why you see globe believers come in here and tell us, oh gosh, you should really stop talking about that math, Why don't you talk more about Antarctica? Isn't that cooler?
Good take. That was a nice monologue. Appreciate that.
Thank Thanks, Creation Cub. See, we can agree on some things, can't we? We agree that the globe's fake nonsense. It's the most important thing.
Yeah, but like, isn't Antarctica cooler? I see what you did there.
Thanks for your appreciation. I know Andy doesn't appreciate me, but I'm glad you do.
You do waffle on a bit.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, hopefully, well, I'm sorry. I was going to say something that was like a rude personal dig, so I'm going to censor myself. You could do that too. You don't have to speak all your thoughts, Andy.
Oh, I'm just having fun.
We're not.
Wait a minute. I guess that makes a lot of sense. It would be easy for you to call someone out for what you do.
Yeah. Well, look, if Andy was a woman, this is how it would go. Mom, what's for breakfast? A waffle is made by pouring stuff into a batter and then you put it on the heater. Yeah, but Mom, what's for breakfast? So what a waffle is, it's a circular breakfast item that you eat with a knife and fork. Yeah, but where is it? Oh, so what a waffle is it's a bread battered pastry type confection that you pour syrup on. And then the kid's like, yeah, but my plate is empty.
You just have
to just say, how does this thing work? I don't know. It just does.
Believe.
No. See, Andy, I don't understand what you're trying to say there. Were you trying to say that if somebody doesn't know how something works, that their then thing is just believe it? No, it just works. They don't need to know how it works. Like, knowing how it works doesn't change the fact that it works. Knowing that you don't know how something works doesn't change the fact that you don't know how it works.
But don't you think we progress society by investigating these things and trying to better our understanding in this kind of business?
Yeah, but those are two different things. Making a claim, I know how this works, isn't the same as saying I'm doing these things to try to figure out how it works. You see the difference?
Yeah.
That's where a lot of these guys go wrong, Andy. A lot of these guys are doing practical tests, practical demonstrations, trying to figure something out. That's fine. It's when they jump the shark and say, I know how this works. I know that the Earth is indefinitely accelerating in an upwards vector and displacing itself in free space from its previous location. And that is why things fall down. Just because when I drop a water bottle, it does something that somebody who knows of it can't tell anybody else what it actually does. Yeah, that's a big fail right there.
So are there any other contestants?
Gosh, you'd hope so, yeah.
Well, let me say something triggering. By the way, there's already a fully sufficient quote-unquote explanation if people desire an explanation. You could just have mass attracts mass to the center of mass gravity and the Earth be flat. And that would solve all the ideas that people have about needing an explanation for why things go down. Because it's not the case that mass attracts mass to the center of mass means that the Earth is a globe. The Earth could be flat. Okay, so if you need an explanation, you already got one. Go to bed at night and hug the gravity pillow. Problem solved.
Yeah. Science communicator. True meaning means bullshit artist.
Yeah, Indio, in your 11 Glober prototypes, is there one for the type that we've had in here today? Because now we've got a TTY in here, the BEV types, but they have various variations. And the pretending they were a flat earther and then pretending to go back to the globe. Like, do you have categories for them?
Oh, no, but...
Whoa. I won't have my name taken in vain.
I don't know. AI Arden had some other points to finish up what we were just talking about. Then we can move on to your particular brand of weirdness if you want.
So I'm adding 3 more. So it's Fig Flat Earther. It's, I don't know, there was an acronym that other dude kept saying for Andy here.
Oh yeah. He said it last night. Oh no, the Darvo. Yeah, they do the Darvo. Yeah. That's a psychological technique. Yep, they do that a lot. We could put that in there. Yep, that's a good idea.
So Darvo, Fig Flat Earther. There's got to be one more.
Defend, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. The Zookeeper, that was last night. I'm writing these down now. Darvo, Fig Flat Earther.
Zookeeper, right. The Zookeeper.
I actually think you should make one called...
He fell into the cage accidentally.
You should make one called Science Communicator, but you have to put a hyphen in it. So you put the word science, then you put the word commune, hyphen, a cater.
Nice. That's a good one. That's good.
Because that's what they want you to do, don't they? They're like, come join our commune. We're all free here under the great space love.
Make one of the categories Mommy Why. Like the 2-year-old. Mommy why? Mommy why? Mommy why? Mommy why? Those are the ones who want the explanation. They need an explanation for everything. Time to go to bed, Johnny. Why? Just need to get your sleep, Johnny. Why? Because if you don't get your sleep, then you'll be cranky. Why?
Oh, real quick.
You're cranky now because you didn't get sleep, which is why you're asking me why. Why?
Yeah, but real quick, dropping a water bottle and having a water bottle in a car as you accelerate, those aren't new tests. That's been going on for decades and decades and decades, man.
Oh, add scientist.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, non-scientist. Andy's covered like 3 of them right there. Well, I'm gonna say something scientific and then say I'm not a scientist. Well, what about the other guy? The guy that was like, because 2 people have done this, so it's not a common thing. He couldn't show any evidence because he was driving. Remember how we had the other guy that there was a guy in politics? He could never show us the evidence for his claims because he was always walking his dogs.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Well, yeah, there's that one. Yeah, you'd have to come up with a name for that one. And then there's the ones who, I guess
that would be like too busy for evidence.
Yeah, they're kind of in the same category or next to the dog ate my homework. Kind of similar.
And then burnt my house down?
Yes. Yeah. It's just a tragedy. I now can't show you the evidence. But yeah, too busy to show the evidence.
Yeah, dog ate my homework. Too busy to show the evidence. Yeah, and I guess it's the same category as the guys who say they're going to bring it next time, right, and then never return.
Yeah, we're making a channel for that. Yeah,
Get it next time. We'll do it next time.
There's a lot of people here, so we're making a channel, and anyone of Flat Earth will put the channel. So the channel is to list every single person that says, "I'm going to go find the evidence. I'll be back." And they go in there and they don't come out until they come back with the evidence. They have to be, if they take a long time, like more than a week, they have to be ridiculed for at least 24 hours before they're taken off the list.
Is that some kind of Terminator or Arnold Schwarzenegger Earther? I'll be back with the evidence.
Yeah, I'll be back.
We had a couple the other day. Don't know a lot about this topic, but I'm sure there's evidence that debunks you out there somewhere. I'll be back.
Hey, do we give them a tag also? Like, I'll be back.
Oh, word. Yeah, we'll give them a roll.
That way, when they're in live stream, we can address it.
Make it pingable because DJ and I are running out of people to ping when we try to publicize events.
Dude, I'm going to actually set up the bot so that once a week it pings everyone with their roll. Are you back yet? And it would be nice if people put in there, just for reference, the evidence that they claim they're going to come back with if they say. And try to do it as close in time as possible when they do it because they might lie. I want to be able to go back and listen to what they said.
Yeah, I think that's really good because, that type of technique, I mean, it gets through to a certain type of personality like the one we have had demonstrated earlier here today, the ones that are, swayed by just so stories. They think, oh, yeah, look at that smart guy. He knows that he's going to bring it back. It just, keeps the delusion going longer because a lot of those people believe in their Santa Claus globe.
He has this degree and...
Well, Andy here has been around a while. I guarantee we could make at least an hour-long video of him debating himself. All the times he's changed his explanations in reverse disposition.
I reversed my position, India. I've always maintained the same position, which is I'm not sure what the Earth is. And having investigated and looked at these observations, I think it's probably likely a globe. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I never pretended to be a flat earther. Did I? You can check my file.
You would have never got the silver roll if you did.
Well,
silver. Nobody gets silver flat Earth. Did you get regular silver or silver flat Earth?
I can't remember, but Miggy just put when he did, when Miggy put all the rolls on, I was like, I'm not here for rolls. I don't give a shit about that.
Yeah, I guess
I don't know what the Earth is. I don't know what the Earth is, but I know what the stars are. Therefore, I can determine what the Earth is.
I told you I could make an hour-long video of him debating himself.
No,
yeah,
I'm not
that's
sure
why
what
I
the
think
stars are.
the wafflers would be a good category because it does fit in.
Wafflers.
Because they pretend like it can't be determined, even though we've demonstrated so many times that you can eliminate the globe as one of those possibilities.
All right, I don't know what the stars are. I don't know what the stars are, but I know where they are.
I'm not sure about that either, to be honest. But I thought about this the other day, which is quite interesting. The AI, if the Earth's stationary, and this is me going back and forth with ChatGPT. I know it's becoming a bit of a thing, but hey,
it's useless, man. I don't know what you're saying.
What's useless?
Believing in AI, going along with it. Okay, what are you doing with the AI? What's the AI doing that you can't do by yourself?
All fucking day. Just let him get to the end of his story, mate.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I completely agree to some extent, but if I asked it how tall is the Empire State Building, it'd probably give me a correct answer, right?
But you know why? Why would it give you the correct answer?
Well, it's just... Did
it measure the Empire State Building?
Somebody did, right?
Well, yeah, probably the people that built it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would agree
whatever
on
they wrote down, everybody else wrote down. and then ChatGPT was trained on what everybody else wrote down, and it's regurgitating it back to you. It's not AI. I'm sick of people calling it AI.
No,
It's just a large language model. It doesn't reason. It doesn't think. It doesn't have ideas. It doesn't do any of that shit.
Yeah, I just to be clear, I was addressing the question to AI Ardent. I should have been more clear about that. But anyway, yeah, I agree. It's just
he certainly thinks
that if the Earth was stationary, the stars would have to be moving like a crazy amount. It's like I think this particular set of stars was like 10 times the speed of light or something like that, and then this other particular set of stars were like 1 billion times. I can't remember the speed of light. Well, I get it's convention, but still. And also, I guess there's the presupposition of what the stars are.
Look, the speed of light and the meter are both defined by each other in the greatest, most embarrassing scientific circular logic in the history of humankind.
Yeah.
A meter length is a subdivision of how far light travels. How far light travels is a multiple of the meter length.
Yeah, I remember
in the greatest effort of circular logic ever.
Rupert Sheldrake exposed this, didn't he, with his TED talk?
Yeah.
In 19, what was it? I think they fixed by definition in 1972 or something.
Yeah, other people have talked about it. He isn't the first.
Yeah, again, you could also argue that you're saying, well, you know what the stars are then, right? There's also that part of it.
Well, you do understand that this conversation fundamentally is about geometric relationships between things. Some things are purely visible, some things are tangible. And you're going, based upon the intangible things, I'm going to try to deduce things about the tangible. But you can't make that deduction. You can only make that induction. You can make that inductive inference. But that's it. It's you can't actually ever know for certain. You can tell yourself you know. You can come up with all sorts of ideas, but you don't actually know. Because you can't construct a logical syllogism to prove it unless you make those intangible things tangible. So, Andy,
yeah,
I ask this question. If I say to you, visualize the Earth, what in your mind's eye, what do you see and where do you see it from?
Yeah, that's a good question. Before, for the longest time, for many years, I just didn't think of it I thought, well, it's very unique, isn't it? In terms of just got oceans and trees and et cetera, et cetera. So I thought hence the reason I kept saying, I'm not really sure what it is. But I suppose now I think of it like the images, which I'll grant you, most of them look fake. They do. Okay. They just look fake.
So that gets to the crux of my problem. The external viewpoint. All right, this idea that there's some orthographic external viewpoint from which you can observe things from. Why do you think that that's even possible? The God's eye view, which makes you think that that is actually a thing.
Oh, the outer space travel, the satellites.
Yeah, the God's eye view of the Earth. Like, oh, what's the Earth? Show me a picture of the Earth. Show me a map of the Earth. All these things. Show me a model of the Earth. When they're asking that, they're asking, even though they don't really realize it, for the God's eye view of the Earth. What does the Earth look like? Like, what if I could hold it in my hand? What would it look like?
Well, most people, I can post this in the chat. Most people think it looks like that.
Yeah, but that whole idea has no basis. It's pure imagination. When I say pure imagination, I mean pure imagination.
Wasn't the question what he thought it looked like? And he's saying this is what people say it looks like. I don't
Yes, he's not
understand.
a
Man. Like,
person.
just say what you think it looks like. Yeah, be straight.
I thought I was clear that I thought I wasn't sure what it was, but I'm leaning towards the globe, right?
Yeah. So you think it looks like the thing that you're presenting to everybody?
Well, I can't confirm that. If that's what you're asking.
You can't confirm that you're saying that that's what you think it looks like.
Did I say that 100% this is what it is?
Oh
I
my
didn't ask
god!
you that.
Well,
I said in your mind's eye, in your imagination.
Oh, in my, well, if I sit down and think about
Is it 93%? 87? 75?
If I think about the globe hurtling through a vacuum covered in an ocean and all the rest of it, I think it's absurd, to be honest. I think it's crazy. I think any person who believes in this globe who doesn't admit that they're being dishonest, because it is fucking a very odd situation we find ourselves in, if that's the truth.
Notice that he hasn't told you what he thinks it looks like in his mind's eye. This ain't.
Well, what do you think it looks like, Miggy?
Oh, for God's sakes!
I think it. I don't think what it looks like.
For the longest time, I didn't either.
It's what it looks like. It's I see it, right? That's what it looks like. Attempt to deconstruct it in this like reductionist, deconstruct it into a thing, an object, something that you can hold in your hand. That viewpoint is just fundamentally, ironically, viewpoint. That viewpoint is fundamentally flawed. It's not based upon anything but fantasy. Look around your room, Andy. Pick an object in your room.
Right, I'm looking at my monitor right now.
Okay, monitor. So you're experiencing the monitor, right? You're looking at it, experiencing it. You see it, right?
Yep.
Now, I say, can you remember a monitor?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you imagine a monitor that you've never seen or are not remembering?
No.
You can't imagine what some hypothetical monitor would look like? Say imagine a monitor, it's colored hot pink.
It's what? Hot pink?
Yeah, hot pink.
It's a game monitor. Sorry.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah. Have you ever seen one of these?
I haven't, but I can imagine
Okay,
it.
so you can't. So obviously, if you've never seen it, you can't remember it either, right? So you imagined it. You can imagine a hot pink monitor. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you think about the globe, of those three categories, experience, remembering, and imagining, those three categories of thinking about something, two of those don't apply to the globe. Can you guess which two? You don't experience it. You don't remember it. So there's only one left. You can only imagine it. This is how bad the problem is, dude. Everything I just said is objectively true. There's a handful of people that say, yes, I did experience it, and I do remember it. A handful.
No, I don't think you can. You couldn't just say I experienced the globe. That makes no sense to me at all.
Well, experience as in you perceived it with your senses. That's what I mean by experience.
Yeah, that's no. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's to my senses anyway. It seems like it's stationary, doesn't it? So,
well, they've claimed to get to a viewpoint where they've seen it from a vantage point where they can see the whole thing.
Well, this is like what me and Miggy were talking about earlier, right? I mean, I've not seen it.
You don't know anybody that's seen it either.
Well, they claim they've seen. I mean, that's the thing.
You don't know those people, though. What I'm saying is you don't know those people.
No, definitely not. And there's people that claim they've done some kind of, north-south trek and gone around the globe in that way. Right?
Yeah, let's try this. Let's try this, bro. Do you remember in Iraq the claims of them having weapons of mass destruction? Remember that claim?
Yeah, they've got to be around here somewhere.
Okay, so do you think that they were found or not found?
Well, apparently they weren't found, so...
Apparently they weren't found. What does that mean? Like, how did you come to that conclusion?
Well, that was what was said, right?
Okay. What if I told you that I personally was in some of the facilities that supposedly house these things? So I could actually tell you whether they were in there or not.
Sure. Well, yeah, I'd love to hear it, whether they're there or not.
Not in the ones I went to, no. Now, does that mean they weren't in any?
No.
And even now, you can't validate what I just told you. So for all you know, I saw them, and then we just lied to the public.
Yeah, that's pretty much that's par for the course, isn't it, for politicians? That's what they do.
There were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. I hate to tell you, but they were owned. Yeah, they were owned by the United States. We brought them there when we went there.
Now, I have actually a very unique take on that, Andy, because I was in those facilities, and I can tell you later it's not relevant to this conversation. But the moral of that story is like some of these things, like you have no idea about the truthfulness of it whatsoever at all. And the point I was trying to make with that is that when it comes to military and governmental operations, the idea that they're just going to disclose everything in a straightforward manner, like to assume that right there is the crazy thought.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I didn't even do anything on the stage of a world-changing event, like going to quote unquote the moon. But I definitely had briefings and stuff about what we are and aren't allowed to say, and it was seasoned with a lot of gray area and ambiguity, so that nobody would actually be able to know what we actually. And then you have a bunch of people with their quote unquote eyewitness testimony, right? And their quote unquote let's just call it photographs that they may have taken. But I'm like, how are you going to validate the photographs? And then you have the mainstream saying, "Oh no, we didn't find anything." And then you have the other people, which are the conspiracy theory type people, and just in general, who are like, "Oh, there were no weapons, but it was just a fake war." So if somebody actually had a picture of a weapon inside one of those facilities, the chances of you believing that picture would be very low.
Yeah, we talk quite a bit about the Israel-Palestine situation, and I kind of hate it because it also forces me into what potentially might be a false dichotomy, and I don't like it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's like, on some level, I'm like, yes, I want the Jews to have their own state, their own place, right? But it's difficult.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. What's relevant to this conversation is there are people who claim to have pictures and evidence of A happening, and then people in the same area having pictures that show something else happening. So who are you going to trust?
Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah.
So the moral I'm making there is that the people that have claimed to gone to the moon, they're not above reproach that their testimony is the gospel truth. In fact, they don't even have sworn testimony of what they did. They have anecdotes. The veracity of their claims are anecdotes at best. That's how bad it is.
Yeah, and just FYI, I usually go on, I think it's on Taboo Conspiracies channel, because I can never find it when I try and find the original. But Richard D. Hall actually hired some linguistics expert or speech expert, I can't remember the correct term, and he listened to Neil Armstrong's, not the one with the three of them, but his first post moon alleged. I think he was talking to that guy, the same guy, Patrick Stewart, is it? Anyway, he did like an hour interview with him, and he analysed the whole thing. And this guy was just a patriot, had no reason not to think they didn't go to the moon or anything like that. He's a decent guy. And after that, he says, if I'm just basing it on this alone, there's no way they went to the moon. There's no way. Just because of the sort of, I can't remember, it goes quite in depth, but he talks about first-person pronouns and things like this, and how we reference things. Like he wouldn't say, I saw this, he'd say, you would see this. Like he'd talk about it in those terms.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's pretty good. Yeah. That's the thing is people will, in some contexts, they will acknowledge that clearly governments have levels of classified information that certain people who have passed security clearance have access to. And yet, at the same time, they'll pretend, that it's not possible for these 24 people who claim to have left low Earth orbit to be telling a falsehood. But the thing of it is, you don't even need to believe that or not believe it. It's clear they're lying because the geometry of the Earth being a sphere is not measured in reality and, in fact, has been debunked numerous times. So whereas these psychological arguments are interesting, they might help some people to come to the very obvious truth that we don't live on a sphere, they're ultimately unnecessary.
I mean, I haven't got a 3 mile straight edge in my pocket. That'd be quite difficult to actually measure the ground to falsify it, unless it's an optical phenomenon you're talking about, in which case it's going to be subject to refraction and all kinds of different things, right? Not that
except for the sun and the stars, because if you look at the sun and the stars, then you can just say, "Well, I think I know where they are." All of a sudden, you don't apply the same scrutiny. That's weird.
Wait a minute. You don't think that water can be measured horizontal and flat on its surface, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, but it's quite. If it's what they say it is, then it'd be
yes, you can measure the Earth flat with the surface of water being measured as horizontal and flat. So yes is the answer, not no. Yes is the answer.
Well, let's go back to what we were talking about earlier, McGee. I've never.
Yeah, but you said I don't have a straight edge, and I just demonstrated to you right now in the argument you just said that it cannot be measured. And I just said, well, isn't horizontal water being measured every day? And you said, yeah.
Right. So I've
before you go on with that train of thought, Miggy, don't gloss over this one point. He said it's very hard to understand if the Earth is measured flat because it would be light being used. Yet earlier he said, I'm looking at the sun, therefore I'm looking at it, and if I travel in a straight direction towards it and ask somebody else, we'll all arrive at the sun. How could he possibly make that claim? So here we go again, where he gives greater veracity to things that can't possibly be validated, that we don't have access to. But when it comes to the Earth we're actually on, all of a sudden can't figure it out.
I mean, just going back to what I was saying earlier, Miggy, you remember when we were saying this is like first-hand information, right? I've never measured it. I've never looked through a theodolite. I've never done anything like that. So from that standpoint, at least, I can say I've never measured the Earth.
What's stopping you from measuring horizontal flat water, man? Like in any body, large body like a lake, or what's preventing you from finding out?
Why do you think you'd use a theodolite?
Well, I mean, what would you want to use? Total station? I don't know.
What for you will be observing the flatness in a distance? Some kind of confusing that could be curved?
Yeah, I'd say if it's locally flat.
Okay. What if you have locally curved? Does that mean that it's generally flat?
Yeah, but it's like, what is it, 8 inches per mile, so squared. So I mean, it's quite a You're going to struggle to see that, right?
Like a Bolivian salt lake, 4,000 miles squared, locally flat.
I mean, do you think I could see it with my eyes? I don't know. I don't think you could.
I think that you cannot see it with your ears for sure. With your eyes, you can see. Yeah.
Thanks, Sasha.
Okay, one more time. So we can't. Hold on, Sasha, real quick. So we can't see the Earth with our eyes, but we can see the sun with our eyes, and then it tells us what the Earth is. I see your train of thought, Andy. It's very interesting.
Well, I mean, to me, it disproves the local sun, this observation in the south. And it just, if I think about it in a sort of Occam's razor, least amount of assumptions type of thing, then I can make it work. Whereas if I think of it over a planar surface, I'm like, well,
You're wrong. You don't even. Hey, did you actually parse out the assumptions you need to even make that conclusion?
Yeah.
No, are you sure? All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me the assumptions. Tell me the assumptions that you need for your conclusion. Go ahead.
I will grant you there is assumptions built into it.
No, how many? What are they? You're saying it has the least amount, so that means you've quantified it. Go ahead and give them to me, bro.
Well, I suppose there's a distance, and right. I mean, if it's they're seeing it locally, it's there all the time, and then I'm seeing it in the north as well.
What do you mean by local? Let's start there.
Like it just goes right around their horizon, doesn't it? Just because there's a 360 right around them.
What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with a local sun? You said
I'm just trying to think
not
about
local.
I'm just thinking about it very basically, and that's which is all I can do. And
Right, so I asked, what do you mean? Here, check this out. I asked, what do you mean by local? And you said it just goes around them. Is that what local means?
Yeah, close. I meant. Like, let's say
so close is a distance.
Say it's 3,000 miles. I don't know.
Okay, so how does it disprove the sun is within a lesser amount of miles than people would normally think? How does that disprove that?
Because I can see it too, right?
Doesn't matter. You see it too. That proves nothing or disproves nothing. It just means you can see it. So now, what about you seeing it means it can't be close?
Well, it can't be two places at once, can it?
Why not? You already have one assumption. The sun cannot be two places at once. What's the validity for that assumption?
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know what it is exactly. So there is that about it.
So there's a lot of assumptions in there you didn't even know you had.
Yeah.
Because you already have accepted this model in your mind of some type of three-dimensional relationship between objects specifically, and you're working within that model. Already carrying the assumptions forward without even recognizing that you're making them.
Yeah, you're right, and it's like, but rather than thinking of the globe, I'm focusing on a flat Earth model, which might be erroneous anyway, right? It's just this idea that there's a sun going around the outside. If I think about it in concentric circles, and then it coming into the inside, right? Yeah, that's how I'm sort of thinking about it. So none of that might be true anyway. So
right. So fair enough. So just go down any permutation of shape that an Earth could be, and then every time you say the permutation of shape the Earth could be, just say the following word: the Earth is not the sun. So let me show you. The Earth is the shape of a water bottle. The Earth is not the sun. The Earth is the shape of a potato chip. The Earth is not the sun. So which part of the shape of the Earth actually dictates what the sun is? Or vice versa?
No, you're right.
Right. So in order to even begin these critiques, you have to put a bunch of assumptions in. Some of them justified, some of them not justified. So in actuality, you have no idea which claim actually has the least amount of assumptions, do you? So applying Occam's razor without the quantity of the amount of assumptions you have to make, and you not knowing what they actually are, wouldn't be correct, would it? Not to mention that Occam's razor doesn't determine truth.
Yeah, no, I sort of already accepted that I can't parse it out in a logical way, in a sort of premise conclusion type of thing. I've already accepted that you have to add something else.
Why not?
Andy, for example, you have a captain of the ferry. That ferry, 30 years working distance, beach, island, island, beach. Are you telling me that that captain of the ferry does not know the distance from the beach to the island?
So, sorry, Sasha, I didn't quite catch you.
The captain of the ferry, which driving the tourists from, let's say, in Croatia, from the beach to the island in the last 30 years, are you telling me that that person does not know the distance from the beach to the island?
No, he should know the distance, absolutely.
Okay, can we ask him and then make observation of that island?
Yeah.
That means we have distance. We don't need to take measurements. It's there, you know.
Okay.
That's only captain of the navy. We can find out other, you know, practical people who are using, you know, the sea or whatever, you know, or elevation profiles. Let's not go to the sea. Let's stay on the ground. Let's make elevation profile of the curved surface. Let's find that on the internet. That doesn't exist.
I've never, like I said, I've never measured it. I've listened to Rakir, who says he has measured it, and it's definitely flat. And then I've listened to people like Shoebill, who claims to be a professional surveyor. He says
you know who measure it. I don't know, people who are working in the bike race sport things, you know, they always making that elevation profiles of the will be the bike race, and you can see the flat baseline and the mountains. Sometimes it's valley, but mostly it's mountains. Can you see the elevation change, but down it's flat surface, you know.
Who did you say is a professional surveyor?
Shoebill. He's probably been in here, right, Indio? I would have thought.
I think I've talked to him. I don't ever remember him mention he was a surveyor.
Yeah, I think that's, well, I'm not exactly sure. Don't quote me on that, but I think he is.
You realize anybody can be a surveyor. It's not a technical skill. It's not even skilled labor.
But I mean, I think to do it for a job, I think that's what he's. I think.
Well, listen, my friend did it for a job while he was still in fucking high school.
Oh yeah, that's fair enough.
It's not technical. You could do it easily. It's not hard. You freaking follow the procedure and write down the fucking numbers. You're just measuring shit. It's just like being in any. Say, hey, your job is to just measure this thing. That's all you're gonna do. That's all they do. They just measure it. In modern days, they don't even do that. They just set up the freaking machine over the control point and push the fucking button.
Yeah, that's cool.
I asked a lot of surveyors questions about geodetic surveying that's in the literature, and they have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. Not a clue.
Yeah, I mostly haven't, to be honest. I'm not a very practical person, to be honest.
But don't appeal. Like, I'm just saying, it's a mistake to appeal to professional surveyors because they're freaking dopes. You might want to apply to like maybe an expert in geoinformatics or GIS or something. Someone that actually like went to university and had to take, you know, classes in differential geometry. And they would probably never make the claim that they measure the Earth as a ball because they don't, and they admit in the literature that they don't actually measure the Earth as a ball. They create it. They create it from mathematics. You've heard of the WGS-84.
Yeah.
That's a reference ellipsoid. What's that for? What is it for? Do you know?
I don't know. I thought it was wasn't it a military map or something like that?
It's a datum.
Datum, right.
It's a datum, so that's basically the bottom, right? It's the world bottom. So say you're going to build a building, right? You make an imaginary datum. It could be anywhere. It can be like where you're at. It could be freaking 100 feet down. It doesn't matter. But it's just a straight line that all your measurements are based on, right? It's your origin of coordinates. That's what your datum is. So I want to build a wall 10 feet high from the datum, right? Now off the surface, because you're going to have to move the dirt. Right? I got to move the dirt. I can't measure from the dirt. I have to measure from the datum. So you create your datum from control points, right, that you measure, and you make your horizontal plane, and then all your measurements go off of that. So the WGS-84 is a reference ellipsoid datum. Any measurements they do have to be reduced to this datum, the geometric relationship between their measurement position and this datum. But they don't measure the Earth as a globe. They create it from this imaginary datum that doesn't exist except in the minds of men. They're literally the very first, and I can post this in the chat from the surveying books. The very first thing they do is something called reduction of the horizontal direction. Okay? So they take some measurements, and then they got to reduce that number. The reduction of the horizontal direction is taking their position and placing it at mean sea level. Right? They want to, because that's what the reference ellipsoid is, mean sea level. Right? So they got to reduce it to that point. Lowering it in quote unquote elevation, right? In the model. In the model, they're lowering the elevation to sea level. But when you do this from your measurements, the azimuth, as in north, south, east, west, on a curved surface will rotate one way or the other because the vertical planes are divergent. So they correct their measurement and write down a different thing than what they actually measure. They don't measure a globe. Anyone that tells you that's full of shit. If they measured a globe, there'd be no such thing as a reference ellipsoid. It wouldn't exist. They would do what they did in England. They would measure mean sea level in Newland for 4 years, and then start from there and survey out from that point, using that as the origin of their coordinate system. It would start from there, right? And they don't have to use some external datum. They have their datum, mean sea level at frickin' Newland. That's what they call the datum. It's called Ordnance Datum Newland.
I would have thought the distances would be very remarkably different though.
You're correct. They would be, but they curve the plumb line.
Well, I mean, just from
they would be, but they curve the plumb line.
Right,
so
but
your vertical is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth in geodetic surveying. It's tilted. But it has to meet the reference ellipsoid at 90 degrees. Okay, so they have to curve the plumb line, so there isn't a straight vertical that goes through your instrument to the center of the Earth. Your instrument is tilted and it has to curve to the center of the Earth. Okay? When you do this, your distances between points, you can interpolate errors in between measurement locations. And unless you do a systemic, you measure fucking one long distance and compare it to the summit distances, which is also problematic because of the coastline problem. Because the coastline problem of measuring what's called an undulating surface. is difficult and changes depending on the unit of measure you're using, which a lot of people don't know, is that if you try to measure a surface that's undulating, right, curving back and forth in a random way, depending on what unit you use, unit of measure, miles, inches, millimeters, whatever, when you sum them together, right, my unit of measure is millimeters. Now I'm going to sum all my millimeters together. But now I'm going to do this other thing, and I'm going to use kilometers. So when I sum them all together, and after I'm done, and I compare the measurements of millimeter units to kilometer units, they're not going to match. The millimeter units are going to have a longer distance than the kilometer units. Okay, this shit isn't as simple as so-called surveyors make it out to be. This is in all the literature. This isn't Indio making it up. The people that are making it up are the Globers. They're lying by omission, assuming they even freaking know their own fucking profession to that level of detail. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. They have perfect fucking knowledge. Then they're lying by omission. Okay, say they don't have perfect knowledge. Then they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Either way, these people are full of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, over at Geo's, I did get him to walk me through, and I'm fucking clueless when it comes to this stuff. But I was like, look,
how was he, dude?
I was like, look, walk me through it step by step, exactly what you do, and he did. Credit to him. And I said, I hate to say I'm playing devil's advocate here, dude, but it sounds like you're adding it after. You're adding the curve after. That's what it sounds like you just said to me. So I don't know.
That's what they're doing. But it ain't really after. It's like the first step.
Mm.
It's after the measurement, sure, but it's the first step after the measurement. It isn't like they do all these procedures and then get to the last one and they're like, this is where we had the curve. It's done right at the beginning.
Well, I mean, the reason I mentioned distances is because I was thinking of the airlines. The airlines must have a good idea of the distances from landmass to landmass in terms of fuel, right?
They don't fly with the exact amount of fuel, brother.
No, of course not. But I would have thought that
and any flight they fly in international flight corridors. They don't fly point to point. I don't know why people think that. Like they just.
I would have thought they'd had a rough idea.
They want to go and fly that way. It's not how it works.
Well, I don't know.
They don't take off from New York, point to London, and fly that way.
Yeah.
They don't do it that way. They don't. That was the way they used to sail ships, and even though that method is incredibly accurate, that's not what they do. They fly in international flight corridors. They have to fly on a pre-approved freaking airplane track. And then even within the corridor, they have multiple routes available, depending on weather or whatever freaking thing they decide to take one route versus the other. With waypoints and all that shit. So they know the distances to some degree, but those planes are not distance measuring instruments.
No, definitely not.
Other factors such as orientation of the runway relative to the direction you're coming. Do I have to circle around? Do I have to circle around twice? I'm flying east-west and I'm trying to land on a north-south facing runway. So how do I align myself to the runway? Well, I have to fucking fly all the way around, right? So that's for an extra 20 fucking miles. So you did it on the other end too. You can't go by times. You can't go by airspeed. It works. It's good enough for practical purposes, but it's not. These aren't measuring tools to measure distances. They know within a certain degree, but they fly with extra fuel. You know what I mean? Had R.C. Meisty say, if it was a wrong distance, I'd fucking run out of fuel and crash. That's why. So you fly with just the exact right amount of fuel. Just the exact amount. You don't fly with any extra. What if something goes wrong? What if the fucking airport's on fire? Gonna land anyway?
Well,
no, bring enough fuel where you can land in some other fucking airport. I mean, it's just stupid to even say such a thing.
The way I was thinking about it is that the as you already said, the distances would be vastly different on some trips, right? And so the pilots would know, right?
You guys, why don't you? Sorry, I know you said you don't have no technical knowledge, so I'm not gonna yell at you.
I don't.
Okay, so you're confusing the coordinate system with the Earth. This happens all the time. Latitude and longitude are not the Earth. Distances are calculated from latitude and longitude, not the Earth. So, latitude is the position of the celestial equator in the sky. Longitude is based upon the solar position and solar time. You can't find your latitude and longitude without the sky. You can't use this like, and I wanted to bring this up, but I didn't get a chance. You said, hey, you have a bag over your head. They take the bag up. You want to find out where you are. Well, I wouldn't look up. Okay? But that's what y'all do. Right? Y'all want to look up. I would say, hey, where is my terrestrial reference? I want to know where I am. I don't want to know where those things are. I want to know where I am. Where's my terrestrial reference frame? They don't.
Yeah,
the latitude and longitude system is not a terrestrial reference system. It is to a degree because we've agreed on locations, latitude and longitudes by convention, according to International Terrestrial Reference System. Like, so New York City has a latitude and longitude that's agreed upon. Right, which is generally right. How close do you got to get to New York City to realize you're near New York City? 30 miles? 100 miles? Right? It only has to be good enough for practical purposes. It doesn't have to be exact.
But if it was double the distance, the pilots would notice, right?
Why would it be double the distance?
Well, I just asked ChatGPT, and that's the answer it gave me. If Earth was flat, airlines flying in southern hemisphere like Sydney, Johannesburg, and Santiago, Auckland would have to travel twice as far, burning double the fuel and taking much longer than observed.
Nonsense.
Ask ChatGPT what model it's using for a flat Earth.
Ask ChatGPT how you measure distances on an AE map.
You should have picked that up, Andy. That's what it's parroting right now. Come on.
But I mean, Indio, you agreed with me at the start that the distances would be different, right?
No, in surveying, they'd be different, right? Because you have an arc length versus a flat line length, but you can hide the difference. So say the difference between, I do measurements freaking 10 kilometers apart. The difference in distance of the arc length versus the straight line length would be, let's say a foot. I'm making up a number. I don't know if that's a number, but it'll be small, like a foot. Right? But it wouldn't even be that. It would probably be in 10 kilometers. The difference between the arc length distance and the flat would be freaking less than a foot. It'd be something like fucking, I would guess like 3 inches. So listen, think about this. You have three theodolites in a row, A, B, C. Okay. You have your arc length distance between A, B, and C. So you have between A and B, and between B and C. Okay. Now you measure between A and B. Now, if you try to compare A and B, the measurement between A and B to the arc length distance, they look identical. They're within measurement error. Okay, so you just do the arc. It's a flat Earth, but you just do the arc. Now between B and C, you just do the same thing. And the only way you're going to tell there's an error is if you measure between A and C, which they can't do. Got it? So the only way to know is to sum all, not to sum them, is to compare the sum to a overall measurement. Otherwise, you can, between each measurements, you can have a small error that nobody will ever notice. Okay? What I'm talking about is the arc length versus the straight line. I'm not talking about the projection of the coordinate system. This is different than that.
I mean, I completely agree with it's not a measuring tool.
We're talking about two different things. Like.
Absolutely, but he's saying twice the distance, double the fuel.
Yeah, because it's wrong. It's wrong because it doesn't know how to measure it on the AE map. AE map measurements are not point to point. That's not how you measure on that map. You don't draw a line between Santiago and fucking Chile. There's a legend. You know that maps have instructions on how to measure on that map on them? The Gleason's map on it has instructions on how to do measurements between distances printed right the fuck on it. You know what it says? Can't do that. You can't draw between fucking Sydney and Santiago and go, hey, it's 24,000 miles on a flat Earth, but it's only 8,000 miles in reality, or whatever it is you guys say, because you're measuring distances wrong on the AE map. And as AV pointed out, the coordinate system on the AE map, which is a sun longitude, time and longitude calculator, right? That map, if it's wrong, the globe's wrong.
Yeah.
Because the globe distances and that map's distances, when done, the way the map instructs them to be done, is the same.
It's the same thing, yep. So I was telling Andy earlier. So if you're debunking the AE map, then what, you debunk the globe?
In a way, they're strawmanning the globe.
Yep.
The silence is palpable.
You know, Andy, I'm like shocked. Like, this is like the fucking fifth 2019 argument you've made, man. Like, and you said you've just been listening this whole time. I don't know what you've been fucking listening to.
Oh, he hasn't even begun to define himself. Wait till he gets going.
Define myself? What are you on about?
Yeah, how many hours you been in here total today?
Oh, I don't know. Several, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'm going to save this for the next time you come back, man. We're going to frickin' compare yourself to yourself.
He's gonna reset, be like, no, when did I ever say that? I never said that.
No, I just want to hear him make the same arguments all over again, even though that they were addressed.
I'll try and make some different ones.
Please do. You know, I've been hearing this AE map straw man for so fucking long now.
Well, as I've said many times, I'll always approach things from a sort of sociological aspect, and I realize people
Well, why don't you analyze sociologically why people are fucking lying to you about the AE map?
Could be.
Do they not know? Are they stupid? Did they not read the fucking front of the map? Because all you got to do is read the front of the fucking map. Look, and there's no excuse like you can't even read the print. Okay, there's on the Boston Public Library website, they have something like a 40,000 by 40,000 pixel fucking image of the map, dude. You can fucking zoom into goddamn fucking hairs on the piece of paper. So, fucking dude, that's not an excuse. And they even have the back of the map, which also no one ever reads. And then you can also look up the patent and read that too on top of it.
Andy, do you understand like why ChatGPT's answer was wrong now or not?
Yeah, because there's a bunch of fucking globetards on the internet saying stupid shit about the fucking so-called flat Earth map, and ChatGPT sucked it up like a fucking vacuum cleaner and spits it back out the back.
Yeah, I mean, to to be fair, there isn't a flat Earth map, right? So.
Ding, 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 ding.
It's your turn.
Mate, I'm just sitting here smiling, letting this go. He's finally got it. I mean, I just have to ring the fucking bell.
Right, but this
is like when you get a huge tip at the bar and you ring the bell. $100 tip.
I mean, it's fine if we were debating something and I put something on the table and you picked it all apart, that's fine. But if you don't put anything on the table whatsoever and you go, I don't know,
we do. We put the measurements of the flat Earth on the table. And now all of a sudden we're talking about models and making predictions about what the moon does. But all we need to know is if the Earth is flat, and we answer that by measuring the bugger
with a straight edge or.
With any surveying tool at our disposal.
Right.
Anything, dude.
Okay.
Hey, Andy, I was going to make a suggestion to you. You should try to look up and see what used Nikon P1000s go for. Because I got my Nikon P900 like a while ago, and it was only like $430. And so, it's been a while since the newer ones came out. Look on eBay or whatever.
But my brother should. I said this before to Gio. My brother should be in here, not me, because he was the one bugging me in 2015, telling me the Earth was flat, and he has actually got a P900, and he stares at the moon every night as long as it's not too cold. He loves it. So yeah, he should be in here, not me.
Invite him in here.
You even got freaking old dude calling out your goldfish memory, Andy.
When he said brother, he means his split personality. Sorry.
What's old dude saying?
He said memory bad again, Andy?
Yeah, my memory's terrible. I was an alcoholic for 10 years, though, so I could have something to do with it.
Hey, when we come back, we'll make you review this conversation before we talk to you, just to make sure. So check this out, Andy. Why? So I'm going to ask you, let me give you exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to ask you why you think certain types of measurements can't measure a flat Earth, and then you're going to tell me about how refraction does it, and then I'm going to ask you about refraction, and then you're going to say you don't know how fucking any of that shit works. Okay? And we're going to do this loop that you think that a certain type of measurement is invalid based upon something you admit you don't even understand. So you have a conclusion, but you admit you are not capable of coming up with an analysis to support your conclusion.
No,
this is called hand wave dismissal.
I will agree that most of the things I've brought to the table today are flimsy as fuck, and as I said before, my analogy of the bonfire. Looking over a bonfire and seeing someone's head lift off their shoulders, right? this is sort of my evidence of proof
degrees, man.
Of
500 degrees.
But it's just an example of light bending, right? Temperature affecting light.
Andy, we know in principle light bends. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So perhaps these measurements can't.
Look, bro, we know in principle you can jump, but we know you can't jump over the fucking moon.
Right. So can these measurements, these alleged measurements you've got, are they, I don't know, did you take all that into account? Or?
Are you in a wheelchair?
No,
over the moon? No, I'm just asking, dude, because there's certain phenomenon that, yes, certainly it happens, but that doesn't mean it happens in every case. Or whether it's even possible to happen in the scenario that's being laid out.
But what about my bonfire?
Yeah. Look, you have a bonfire, right? We know that temperature melts steel, right? Can your bonfire melt steel? We know that temperature can vaporize carbon, 8,000 degrees Celsius. Can your bonfire melt carbon? Or vaporize carbon? Well, come on, it's possible because of bonfires emit heat, and there's heat, so obviously a bonfire could melt carbon. No, dude. You're talking about an extreme example. 500 degree fucking goddamn hydrocarbon fiber that has more things than just air. That has carbon dioxide. That has a refractive index of 1.3. So right there, that invalidates everything. Then there's also carbon monoxide. Then there's also particulates. This is a false equivalence. Okay? The fact is, you don't know how refraction works to a sufficient degree for you to even reach a conclusion. That's all I'm saying. You reached a conclusion based upon ignorance.
That's fair.
Okay. Well, I'm not ignorant. And I can definitively say that we can take a laser, we can shine it over a distance, and we can know it's not refracting based upon certain things. Namely, we can see a reflection of the fucking laser off the water, dude. Now, if the laser's on the other side of the ball, fine, you're saying it's being fucking bent around the ball, great. Well, how do we see the reflection of the laser off the surface of the water? Is the reflection of the laser also bouncing off the ball? Refracting around the ball? How does that happen? Can you diagram that out for us? Because I have no idea how that could possibly happen.
Andy, you understand?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, go ahead, Johnny. I'm going to go.
I just wanted to make sure he understood the law of reflection. Right. Andy, do you understand the law of reflection? The angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection.
Right.
Right.
Are you going to bring the thing up that... I like the thing that Indio brought up early on.
This is different. This
is different, is it? Right.
Okay. So, let's say you had a sphere that was a mirror. And the edge of that sphere, right, is the horizon. And you're looking at it. If light reflects off the other side of that sphere, the side you can't see, can you see it?
Sorry, say that again.
Reflections. If you have a sphere that's a mirror, can you see reflections off the opposite side of the sphere?
Can you see reflections? I mean, it'd be like a fairgrounds.
A big silver ball, Andy. A big silver ball. You're on the north side of it. There's light coming from the south side of it that's bouncing off of it. Can it bounce off to your eye? It's on the other side of the curve of the ball. On the other side of the little edge of the ball, right? It's on the other side. Can you see the reflection of a light that's on the other side of the ball on your side of the ball?
No.
Okay, we have that, dude.
In what sense?
I'll show you.
Yeah, show it.
Give me a second. God, I post way too much on this fucking... Here we go. Posting the live stream. Here's a screenshot. Okay, so this laser is 21 miles away, 5 feet off the water. It's supposed to be 128 feet or whatever under the curve of the Earth. But that reflection is on the camera side of the horizon. How can it be on the camera side of the horizon? Got it? When that water is on the wrong side of the ball. How did it hit the water? How did the laser bounce off the water?
Yeah. Do you think you could ever do one of these and actually like hit a target that was say 6 feet in the air or something like that?
Yeah.
What do you think the fucking camera is?
Well, I know, but I'm just saying I like directly hit a target.
Did the camera pick up light?
It did.
Okay, that's your target. It's even smaller. It fucking hit the camera target. You can see from that's the centroid of the beam, right? You see the bright spot in the center, right? That's called a beam. That's called a laser centroid. A laser intensity follows a Gaussian radially from the center, so it's the brightest in the center, obviously. But you're deflecting from the reflection. There's no path between the laser 21 miles away to a spot of water on the opposite side of the horizon. You gotta remember, this has to be on the opposite side of the horizon because it's the law of reflection. It can't be reflecting off the water on the other side of the horizon because light doesn't reflect off of mirages. It only reflects off of true surfaces. So the point is that there's other things that we can do to test that hypothesis that there's refraction going on, doing all these things. We can use multiple wavelengths of lasers and see if there's a difference because refraction's wavelength dependent. We can do observations, long distance observations, where we'd get something called dispersion, which is observed astronomically, right? You get what's called chromatic dispersion, where you look at a frickin' Jupiter, and Jupiter looks red on the top and blue on the bottom because there's refraction going on. And that's what happens. The blue and red get separated just like a prism. But we don't see that when we look at mountains 300 miles away. We don't see that when we look at the Chicago skyline. But they're like, fucking, there's heavy, extreme refraction going on. Well, it's not extreme enough to cause dispersion for some reason. And even though when we make a camera lens or any other lens, we have to go, hey, dude, we have to make this. There's no dispersion in the lens so that frickin' whoever's wearing this shit or using it in their camera doesn't get a rainbow effect around the edges of everything they look at.
Yeah, I've got to say, I've always enjoyed listening to you talking about optics, Indio, and one of the reasons for that is because I know so little about it. I mean,
you know what a prism is, though, right?
I'd have to assume that there's a lot of...
You know what a prism is, though, right?
I do know what a prism is, yeah.
Okay. It separates the light, right, into its constituent wavelengths, right?
Yep.
And it's spatially separated. What I'm saying is, the light comes in, let's say the light is a millimeter wide, the white light. But then it's exiting, all that light just stretched out, and now it's frickin' 4 inches wide, and yellow is an inch, and blue is an inch, and frickin' red is an inch wide. They're all spatially separated. The yellow took one path, the blue took a different path, the red took a different path. This is what happens when light goes through a refracting medium, because each one of those colors refracts differently. Okay, that's why you get the rainbow effect, because they're all taking different paths because they all refract differently. Why don't we ever see this in any long-distance observation? Ever. No one has ever seen this. This isn't an optional thing. It's fundamental to refraction, period.
Listen, I need to pee really bad, but I would have to assume that the laser like scatters, right? And I'm just thinking about it in terms
it wouldn't look like this, though, because we have a centroid.
Well, one sec, Indio, I need to piss, so I'm going to go and come back.
Yeah, okay, go on. Go.
Yeah, dude. I'm thinking about it like, and this is a fucking fantastical claim. You know when they do the moon bounce? I watched somebody do that for like a couple of hours in a field. Like they're in a field doing this alleged moon bounce, and the claim was that when that beam's allegedly coming back, it's so scattered you can be anywhere on that side of the hemisphere basically and catch that signal.
Being scattered by the moon, though, according to them, not by the frickin' atmosphere.
Right.
Because the moon is a rough surface, according to them. Right? So, say you have a beam divergence of let's say a degree, and you shoot it from fucking Earth. That means by the time it reaches the moon, it's fucking 3,000 miles wide or something. And then all those frickin' little ray points bounce off, and they all spread out. And now they're fucking, and then like it's hitting a surface that's rough, so now we have a bunch of different angles, and they get scattered in every direction. But,
Couldn't this be an explanation for this phenomenon that we've seen, the laser beam?
No.
Yeah, but what about the reflection?
The reflection off the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's reflecting off the water? There's a ball in the way. Remember, it's that point on the